Madman of the Sword chapter 4190 to chapter 4272. Damn it, I didn't expect this guy to bring a Saint King's weapon. Xianxia's expression was ugly. She said, why don't we retreat first and attack when there's a chance? Lin Xian said, this is the best chance. I'm afraid he'll run away. Lin Xian wasn't afraid of the other party. If it was a Saint Venerable with a Saint King's weapon, it might be troublesome. But for the other party, he had plenty of ways. He also had the illusionary divine furnace. Moreover, he had the illusion leaf that could instantly pull the other party's soul closer. Therefore, Lin Xian took a deep breath and prepared to attack. However, at this moment, a crazy roar came from the terrifying mountain range in front of him. Following that, a huge black palm covered the entire sky. Endless nomological laws poured down from the palm and enveloped the glazed fan. The first prince tried to block it, but he was instantly sent flying and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. The glass fan kept bobbing up and down. The figure on it seemed to have come alive. He stretched out a white jade palm and collided with the black claw. After 3 consecutive collisions, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The entire world seemed to have exploded. Then, the white jade palm disappeared and many black seals appeared on the glass fan. What's going on? The surrounding people were stunned. Someone exclaimed, could it be sealed? This place was terrifying. There was definitely a supreme existence in front of him. Perhaps he didn't allow the power of a Saint King to appear, so he sealed the Saint King's weapon. Indeed, the first prince ran over and found that the wandering fan was indeed sealed. Its power was not as strong as before. Damn it, why is it like this? The first prince gritted his teeth. He didn't expect this place to be so strange. Lin Xian laughed. He wanted to use his trump card to deal with the first prince, but it seemed that there was no need. Indeed, the seal of the illusion leaf could only be used 3 times. He had already used it once. There was no need to waste it on the first prince. Kill. With a roar, Lin Xian turned into a ray of light and rushed out. You're courting death. Even if it's sealed, it's not something you can resist. The first prince roared and waved the wandering fan to fight. The two of them instantly fought. Endless light and storm swept across the 9 heavens, and the surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. The strength of these 2 people had probably far surpassed them. Especially that human youth. He was too strong. Where did he come from? Why hadn't they heard of it before? The first prince had an ugly look on his face. Although it had been sealed, it was still not something that an ordinary sacred artifact could compare to. Even the Holy Master would not dare to take it head-on. However, the other party's physique was like an indestructible body, resisting the attack head-on. They fought until the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Damn it, even the purple dragon's physique isn't that strong. Buzz, 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 Lin Xian's fists continued to swing, and they were like suns that were being split apart. Since no one here could recognize him, he wasn't afraid of using his divine body. The windstorm from the wandering fan could be blocked, but Lin Xian's attack was simply too fast. The first prince trembled and vomited blood. It looked like he was about to explode. At that moment, a blood-red killing sword appeared between the heavens and the earth once again, piercing towards Lin Xian's forehead. The sand sword was really too strong. It instantly arrived in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian was shocked. Was there a mortal world killer here? The first prince revealed a sinister smile. He knew that the Red Devil Fox was here. The Red Devil Fox was a top expert in the Red Fox matter. Previously, when the 16 geniuses of the Red Fox matter were killed, there was no Red Devil Fox. The first prince thought that the other party had escaped. He didn't expect that the other party would attack at the most critical moment. Lin Xian couldn't dodge this attack, but he didn't. He opened his mouth and spat out a sword chi. It was a dragon-shaped sword chi that swept across the 9 heavens. With a clang, it collided with the killing sword. In the next moment, the killing sword was sent flying, and the blurry shadow was instantly pierced through. Impossible! The first prince screamed. The injured shadow did the same. With a swing of its tail, it disappeared without a trace. Was it the 9-tailed fox again? It seemed like it was an assassin like the hidden fox. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Previously, he thought that no one would attack, but now, he activated his heavenly secret god eyes. As expected, he found that the other party hadn't left. Still trying to sneak attack? He sneered and spat out another sword chi. This time, the sword chi was surrounded by terrifying thunder and arrived in front of him in an instant. When the sword fell, it exploded for thousands of miles and completely destroyed the place. A scream rang out in the void. A figure rushed out, but after taking 2 steps, his body exploded into a bloody mist. He was dead. The surrounding people were horrified. The Nine-Tailed tribe was such a terrifying assassination genius, but he was killed by 2 swords. Next time it'll be you. Lin Xian snorted and attacked the first prince again. He used the 36 battle swords, and with the power of 10,000 ancestral swords, he kept attacking. The first prince resisted with difficulty. He said, "Go." He soared into the sky, wanting to leave. But in the next moment, his body trembled. He saw a pair of golden eyes in the void looking down at him. His soul was instantly attacked, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Not good, it's a soul attack. The first prince tried to resist, but in the next moment, one of his arms flew out because the storm he created was directly attacking him. This was Lin Xian's stellar transposition. At this moment, he didn't hold back. The glass fan was kicked away by him, and then he used the law of death crazily to envelop his opponent. The first prince roared ferociously. His soul was instantly unsheathed, and his body turned into a pile of bones. He was terrified, and wanted to escape and fuse with the glass fan. The glass fan also swept out crazily. The figure with his back facing everyone once again stretched out a white jade palm. However, the black law on it kept suppressing. The glass fan swayed in the sky. When Lin Xian saw this, he took out the sacred furnace of nothingness and blasted it on the glass fan. Then, he used the heavenly secret divine eyes to envelop the first prince's soul. The first prince was burned by the flames, and he screamed in horror, and finally disappeared. Was he dead? The terrifying first prince had actually been killed. Everyone was shocked, and at this moment, they felt that it was unreal. The glass fan exploded with power, and it sent the divine furnace of nothingness flying. Then, it tore open the void and disappeared. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He kept the divine furnace of nothingness. He looked around, and the people around him felt their scalps go numb. What a joke! Those who had attacked had all been killed, including a top-notch expert like the first prince. Who else would dare to attack? Xianxia was also surprised. She knew that when she returned, the Divine Empress would be completely furious. This time, the top geniuses on the Divine Empress side were almost all killed. The first princess was crippled, and the first prince was killed. She would probably go crazy. Lin Xian didn't spare the people that the first prince brought. He used his battle sword to pierce through their bodies, killing them all. Next, Lin Yuan and Xianxia found another empty space and sat down cross-legged, beginning to cultivate and absorb the power in front of them. As for the others, they were unable to calm down. These people also began to cultivate, but they were all very far away from Lin Xian and did not dare to provoke him. At this moment, someone walked over. His footsteps were very steady, and there were great paths intertwining under his feet. When Lin Xian saw this, a sharp light bloomed in his eyes. Was someone going to attack again? Seeing that Lin Xian's aura gradually became cold, the figure also said, "Brother, don't worry, I'm not attacking you. I see that you're very strong, and I want to be friends with you." Hearing this, Lin Xian was also stunned, but he realized that there was indeed no killing intent from the other party. He nodded, "You're too polite. My name is Guan Songhai, and I'm a member of Songhai Palace. I wonder what kind of physique brother's physique is. It's actually so strong. I'm cultivating randomly, and I've consumed some heavenly treasures in the past." Lin Xian smiled. He could not reveal his identity now, so he continued to use the identity of Sword Fanatic. "You can call me Sword Fanatic." Guan Songhai's eyes flickered, Sword Fanatic. He recalled carefully and realized that he had never heard of this name. He asked, "I don't know which force you're from." "I'm from the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, and I'm the son-in-law of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan." Guan Songhai was speechless after hearing this. The son-in-law of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, are you kidding me? The geniuses of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan are about to be killed by you, and you still dare to return to the Nine-Tailed Fox clan? However, he also knew that it was normal for the other party to hide something when meeting for the first time. Therefore, he did not ask further. Instead, he said, Sword fanatic, I wonder if you're interested in what's ahead. If there's a chance, we can work together. It seemed that the other party was about to make a move. Lin Xian sensed for a while, and his eyes flickered. He said, this matter has to wait, and I'll study it. If I really want to go, I'll definitely work together with you. Then I won't disturb you. Guan Songhai, I'm leaving. The next few days were very peaceful. These people advanced in an orderly manner, and then sat, and began to absorb and refine the power. After a while, someone finally couldn't take it anymore. This time, the one who stood up was a tall man who looked like a giant. He said coldly, Everyone, could it be that you all wanted to absorb the energy outside? Although the power here wasn't bad, it couldn't be compared to the power inside. Why don't we work together and fight our way in? Perhaps there was still a chance. After the others heard this, some of them stood up and said that they had to fight for their own opportunities. Otherwise, they would have no chance at all. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he looked at the tall man leading the group. This person's physique was very strong. He was much stronger than the ancient barbaric bull he had encountered before. He didn't know which force it was. At this moment, Guan Songhai walked over and said, Brother Sword Maniac, what do you think? Alright, they could give it a try. Then, the three of them prepared to set off. As for the others, some chose to join in, while some chose to watch from the sidelines. From the looks of it, they wanted to take advantage of the situation. There were even some experts hiding among them. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Those experts would definitely make a move when they saw that there was profit to be made. As for those who wanted to sit back and reap the benefits, that would depend on whether they had the strength to do so. Buzz, the man in the lead, strode forward. He really looked like a Quafu giant. He crossed countless mountains with one step. Behind him, Guan Songhai looked at the figure and said, He's from the giant spiritual mansion. His name is Pang Mo. He's also a close combat power type. Brother, if you have the chance, you can spar with him. Giant spiritual mansion? Lin Xian was surprised. This person's physique was indeed very strong. He probably had a special bloodline. While they were talking, these people had already reached the front. Then, they felt the violent impact of the storm, as if it was going to tear their bodies apart. Those people propped up their saint domains one after another and roared at the front. They tore the storm apart with a palm and strode in. He didn't need to use his saint domain at all. He didn't even need to use his laws. Just the strength of his physique was enough. The others couldn't do it at all. However, those who could come here were all experts. Physique wasn't their strong point, but their laws were indeed terrifying. One after another, nomological abilities allowed them to withstand this terrifying storm of power. Endless water gushed out from Guan Songhai's body and wrapped him up. The power hit the water and caused ripples, but it couldn't hurt him at all. On Xianxia's side, the joyous Union Bell formed a sound wave armor. Lin Xian didn't use any defense either. His 9-yang divine body wasn't inferior to anything. The three of them were also in the group, striding forward. Buzz, the mountain range ahead trembled again, and a black shadow appeared. Everyone stopped in their tracks. Their scalps were numb. After all, the black palm from before was able to seal the weapon of a Saint King. Its strength was heaven-defying. Now that it appeared again, it made everyone feel terrified. The huge black palm didn't attack them. It just stood there like a demonic mountain. There were countless black runes pressing down from above. These runes covered the sky and covered the earth like raindrops. Although it looked small, it was said that the strength it carried was terrifying. It could easily pierce through a small saint. We might be separated later. Be careful. Lin Xian transmitted his voice to Xianxia. Xianxia nodded. Don't worry. Indeed, although he wasn't as strong as Lin Xian, he was still a top-notch genius. Previously, he was surrounded by so many powerful saints, but he wasn't injured. It wouldn't be easy to injure him. Charge, Pang Mo, who was in front, roared. He opened the sky with both hands, forming a huge axe and slashing it down. The surrounding people also moved. At the same time, many figures streaked across the void behind them. Their auras were also extremely powerful. Obviously, these people couldn't hold back and wanted to attack. Buzz. Buzz, countless black runes covered the sky like worms. Many of them swept towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body was covered in flames. He pushed out his palm and sent those black runes flying. On the other side, Guan Songhai formed a wave vortex. Those who entered were all sucked in and couldn't come out. Xianxia kept dodging. She was good at illusions, but those runes didn't have souls. Therefore, her illusions were useless. However, she had a lot of trump cards in her hand. She took out an umbrella and spun it, blocking the runes that filled the sky. The three of them moved forward quickly. However, there were more and more black runes in front of him. Even those runes were quickly interweaving, forming one large black hand after another that pounced over. Then, the situation changed. Some people were sent flying, and some were directly killed. All kinds of roars and roars were heard. Lin Xian even had a black hand pouncing on him. Boom, Lin Xian didn't dodge. Instead, he reached out his palm and blocked the attack. With a boom, he was pushed back and felt his arm go numb. However, the palm formed by the black runes also slowly disappeared. Lin Xian didn't care at first, but when he saw the people around him attacking crazily and the black runes being scattered and reformed, he was stunned. He remembered that after he attacked, they disappeared directly, and the others couldn't make them disappear. What was going on? Lin Xian knew that this wasn't because of the great dragon sword soul. Because he realized that when Pang Mo attacked, he could also make the black runes disappear. However, Guan Songhai couldn't, and even Xianxia couldn't. He thought about it and instantly understood. He said, this thing can only be attacked with strength, so it's probably immune to the law of divine powers. Don't use that kind of divine powers again. Xianxia was shocked when she heard that. Guan Songhai was also shocked. In the next moment, he reached out a blue palm and slapped forward. Although he was pushed back, he realized that some of the runes were destroyed. Sword Maniac, your observation skills are really terrifying. Guan Songhai was shocked. Xianxia smiled bitterly. I'm not good at this kind of close combat. Don't worry, follow me. Lin Xian attacked quickly. He led the way while Xianxia followed behind. Guan Songhai also smiled. Then I won't hold back. He also followed. Lin Xian was extremely powerful. At this moment, he attacked with all his strength and his speed was shocking. The various palms and fists formed by the black runes were all blasted away by him. He was simply advancing courageously. Soon, he shook off those people and even surpassed the side demon. Seeing this, the side demon was also stunned. How was it possible? How could anyone be faster than him? He looked over. When he saw Lin Xian and the other two, he snorted in his heart. It turned out that they were relying on their advantage in numbers. It was nothing. He was still the best in one-on-one combat. The others also realized this and changed their strategy. Although most of them knew how to deal with it, they still couldn't pass. After all, not everyone's physique was as strong as this. Therefore, only a small number of people were able to advance. Most people could only retreat helplessly. Some people had even given up because they felt that it was too dangerous to stay here any longer. Buzz. Lin Xian's speed was very fast. Finally, he was the first to reach the front. There was a valley there. The top of the valley was covered in black chains. The black runes on the chains made people feel extremely shocked. Thinking about it, it should be in this valley. They didn't rush forward rashly. Not long after, more people came from behind. The side demon was the second to arrive. When he arrived, he saw Lin Xian and the other two. Suddenly, he snorted coldly with a trace of hostility in his eyes. After all, he was overtaken by others, which made him feel very unhappy. Following that, another 5 figures fell. Without exception, these people were all close combat types with strong physiques. As for the others, it was likely that they would not be able to come here. Of course, there were exceptions. For example, Xianxia and Songhai were not close combat strength type. However, with Lin Xian leading the way, they could still come. The 9 of them stood outside the valley and looked around curiously. However, they didn't act rashly. At the same time, the void fluctuated, causing everyone to be stunned. This was because they discovered that in another direction of the valley, another person had appeared. These people's figures were abnormally hazy. It was impossible to see who they were. Could it be that they weren't in the same space? Songhai frowned. Lin Xian was also surprised. He activated his heavenly secret god eyes and found that through his eye technique, he could see that the space had folded a lot. Obviously, these people were indeed not in the same space. However, everyone only had one goal, and that was the valley in front of them. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian walked forward. At this moment, a cold snort was heard. Then, the ground cracked open and a force swept towards him. Lin Xian's expression changed. He stomped his foot and shattered the force. The next moment, he turned his head. The side demon walked over and said coldly, "Who allowed you to enter? Why, are you trying to stop me?" Lin Xian's expression was cold. "Humph, don't think that you can be the first to enter just because you came first. You're just relying on the advantage of numbers. Otherwise, how could you have arrived before me?" The side demon's voice was loud and clear. He said, "I'll go first. You all wait outside." Hearing this, Xianxia and the others' expressions changed. Lin Xian also laughed. "How domineering. You think you can go first because you're the strongest? Unfortunately, you're the second to come. If you want to enter, line up behind me. If you dare to provoke me again, I'll make sure you won't be able to enter for the rest of your life. Kid, do you think you can be so arrogant because you have the advantage of numbers?" The side demon sneered and waved his hand. Behind him, another 2 people stood out. These 2 people had extraordinary physiques. One of them was fiery red and had a terrifying temperature. The other was like a walking beast. The appearance of these 2 people caused the pressure in the area to multiply. "Do you think I don't have any helpers? 3 against 3, you're no match for me. If you don't want to die, hurry up and get lost." Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Beside him, Songhai and Xianxia also frowned. Were they going to fight? However, they weren't afraid. Previously, because of the black palm, they were immune to the law of mystic powers. That was why they couldn't use their skills. However, these 3 people were different. So what if their physiques were strong? Seems like you really want to fight. Alright, I'll give you a chance to fight one-on-one. Lin Xian looked ahead and said indifferently. He saw that the other party's physique wasn't bad. It was worth it for him to fight. Even now, you still dare to be arrogant. You really don't know what's good for you. Mo also laughed coldly. A cold glint surfaced in his eyes. Would he be afraid of a one-on-one fight? Behind him, the other 2 revealed a sinister smile. Since Big Brother wants to fight one-on-one, we'll play with him. As he spoke, the fiery red man stared at Songhai while the other demonic beast stared at Xianxia. She's a fairy. However, I won't hold back. Instantly, the demonic beast stretched out a huge palm and slapped towards the front. Xianxia sneered. How dare the other party look down on her? In the next moment, her body swayed and the sound wave attack rushed out. With a boom, the demonic beast's body shook and his face turned sinister. Damn it, a soul attack, roar, he roared and his terrifying blood chi vibrated to resist the sound wave attack. However, it was useless. He had underestimated Xianxia. Xianxia had the talent of 7 tails. In addition, she was a top genius of the Joyous Union Palace. She had too many illusions in her hands. After a few moves, the demonic beast roared crazily. It seemed like his soul was severely injured. Damn it, how did this happen? He was going crazy. Originally, he thought that he could dominate the world with his physique. Was it countered? The fiery red man's expression changed. He stretched out a finger, which looked like a pillar of light that reached the heavens. The law of fire on it instantly shattered everything. Your opponent is me. Guan Songhai sneered. With a wave of his hand, a terrifying wave swept across heaven and earth. It enveloped the fiery palm. Then, two completely opposite laws clashed, and a terrifying white mist filled the surroundings. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian nodded. It seemed like he didn't need to worry about these two battles. He turned his head and stared at BNMO Thief. It seems like your two brothers aren't that strong. I wonder if your strength is enough for you to continue being arrogant. BNMO also frowned. He didn't expect his two brothers to be in trouble. So what? He had to deal with this brat first to reverse the situation. Since you don't know the difference between life and death, I'll fulfill your wish. BNMO's face turned gloomy. In the next moment, he punched out, and a terrifying force shook the surroundings. The surrounding people frantically retreated. It was too frightening. As expected of someone from the giant spirit mansion, each of his moves contained boundless power. Very few people could compete with him in terms of physique. This BNMO was indeed extraordinary. His cultivation base was at the peak of minor saint, but his physique had long surpassed the peak. He was only one step away from the saint realm. It would be very difficult to break through his defense using ordinary methods. But unfortunately, he met Lin Xian. Lin Xian's physique was even more terrifying. Endless golden radiance shone on his body. At this moment, a golden fist was pushed out. The two collided in the void. With a loud boom, heaven and earth cracked. What? He actually blocked it? He actually blocked BNMO's attack? It's really unbelievable. What kind of physique does this brat have? I remember that he arrived earlier than BNMO. I thought it was because he had the advantage in numbers, but now it seems that wasn't the case. Those people roared crazily. They were also experts in body refinement. But now, compared to these two, they were pitifully weak. He blocked it. BNMO was also stunned. This was different from what he had expected. Lin Xian smiled and said, "Not bad, your attack is stronger than I expected." Again, as he spoke, he kept swinging his fists. His arms trembled and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, the side demon's eyes instantly turned red. He had never been suppressed in terms of physique before. The giant spirit palm struck out with both palms, like two demonic mountains that could push horizontally. Lin Xian punched out again, as if they had turned into two fire cheelants, roaring between heaven and earth. The two collided, and the sound of the collision made one's ears bleed. The entire heaven and earth shook violently as a figure flew out. The side demon was in an extremely sorry state. He crushed the ground, his arms hanging down, directly broken. This was really too unbelievable. His opponent's strength was so strong that it was hard for him to believe. How could this be? Big Brother was actually injured? The two people who were fighting were also stunned. Their expressions turned to horror. Soon, they were also forced back. They didn't attack again because this scene was too shocking. Big Brother, why did you rush over for no reason? Guan Songhai sucked in a breath of cold air. Xianxia only smiled. It seemed like she didn't need to worry. The side demon's expression was incomparably ugly. He roared angrily, and the power of the laws on his body healed his broken arms. However, his expression became even more gloomy. Who are you? What physique did you cultivate? The side demon said coldly. Lin Xian smiled. If you beat me, I'll tell you. Arrogant guy, I'll let you see my physique. Giant spirit body. The side demon roared, and mysterious Tao patterns appeared on his body. His body continued to grow until he turned into a huge mountain. The giant spirit body was a peerless divine ability. Once cultivated, one's body would be huge, and their strength would be boundless. It could be said that its power was unparalleled. At this moment, when it was used by the side demon, it was even more terrifying. Brat, you're dead. My big brother can kill you with one slap. The man whose body was like fire sneered. The others also swallowed their saliva. Indeed, they could feel that the side demon's power had become stronger than before. Oh, did he think of an ultimate technique? The golden radiance on Lin Xian's body became even more piercingly cold. The power of the divine body also gradually erupted, causing the eyes of the surrounding people to hurt. What kind of radiance was that? Damn it, what kind of physique was this? How could it be so strong? The side demon roared. After using his spirit body, he was full of confidence. However, when he felt the change in the other party's aura, his expression turned to one of horror. How was that possible? He subconsciously took a step back, which already showed that he was afraid in his heart. But soon, he gritted his teeth and roared. Impossible, he was extremely confident in his spirit body. Giant spirit axe. He raised his arm, turned it into an axe, and descended from the sky. This attack could open up a world. So strong, this guy is really too terrifying. Xianxia couldn't help but praise. The side demon was indeed very strong. Lin Xian's eyes burst with an extremely cold light. He threw out another punch. This time, he didn't use any divine ability. It was just the power of his body. However, he had already used his body with all his strength. The power of this punch was more terrifying than any divine ability. It was like a sun that illuminated the 9 heavens and 10 earth. An earth-shattering sound rang out, and the giant axe that split the sky was instantly shattered. The side demon was also sent flying, crashing into hundreds of mountains. Other than the valley in front, the surrounding sky and earth were constantly shattered. The surrounding people who were watching the battle couldn't even stand steadily. At this moment, they were so scared that they almost knelt on the ground. The side demon's 2 lackeys didn't dare to say anything. They turned around and ran. If they stayed any longer, they would probably be blown apart by the other party's punch. At the side, Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw this scene. This was probably the strongest physique he had ever seen. He really didn't know what kind of physique the other party had. This golden radiance reminded him of a possibility. Who else wants to challenge me? Lin Xian looked around, and the others quickly shook their heads. Even Pang Mo was sent flying with a punch, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The others didn't dare to provoke him anymore. Very good. Lin Xian turned around and said to Xianxia and Xianxia, "Go in." With that, he walked towards the valley in front. However, when he got close, he stopped. Because he felt a fatal danger pressing down on him from the void. Who dared to make a move against him? His gaze was like a knife, looking in all directions. However, he found that those people looked scared, and it was impossible for them to make a move. Then who was it? He frowned. Was there someone hiding in the void? However, in the next moment, he was stunned. He found that there was indeed someone who was showing a strong fighting spirit towards him. Previously, when he arrived, he found that other than where he was, there were also hazy figures in the other 3 spaces. Later, he found out that this was caused by space folding, and he couldn't see through them. However, at this moment, there was an illusory figure in one of the spaces that was displaying a strong fighting spirit towards him. What was going on? Could he attack? Could he still do it through so many spaces? He really felt that it was too unbelievable. Could it be that he had activated his divine body to the extreme just now, and the people in the other spaces had also sensed it? In the space on the left, there were also 8 figures. One of them was standing there with his hands behind his back facing everyone. There was a strange rune between his eyebrows. If there were others here, they would definitely recognize him. This person was Xianxia from the Limitless sect. They didn't expect him to be able to come to this mysterious space world. Near Xianxia, there were also 7 figures with solemn expressions. Without exception, they were all top experts. If these people were outside, they would definitely be on the sage rankings. Some were even stronger than those on the sage rankings. They were all sizing up the valley in front of them. Suddenly, they felt the space fluctuate. Countless cracks appeared around them. In those cracks, there was a golden light shining, like the light of the sun. It was unusually bright. What was going on? These people were shocked. Was there a change in the valley? No. Someone was attacking. Who was it? Was it from the other spaces? They could also see the hazy figures in the other spaces, but they didn't know who they were. They didn't know. At this moment, the people in the other spaces were fighting, and the power was transmitted here. It was really unbelievable. Xianxia was also stunned. In the next moment, a cold light burst out from his eyes, directly shattering the void. There was an extremely strong fighting spirit in his eyes. At the same time, in the space on the right, there were also 9 figures standing. One of them was Wan Jiani. Cracks appeared around them, and there was also a golden light sprinkling down. Was someone fighting? It could actually cause such a change. How terrifying. Everyone was discussing, and even Wan Jiani frowned. He didn't think too much, because he felt that he could also cause such a scene. In the space directly in front of him, there were 7 figures standing there, and one of them was abnormally hazy. Even the people in this space couldn't see through him. Everyone knew that this was a spatial powerhouse. Suddenly, the void around them shattered, and there was a golden light sprinkling down. As the others discussed, Gufeng suddenly frowned. Why did this golden aura feel so familiar? Could it be him? Impossible, he's already dead. In the next moment, the law of space on his body became incomparably terrifying. It was as if his entire body was about to travel through time and space. Lin Xian felt a strong sense of danger after feeling the desire to fight. The void in front of them was constantly shattering. Could it be that someone was going to cross over? Lin Xian frowned. Spatial divine ability? Damn it, it can't be that guy, right? He instantly thought of a person. If it was really the other party, then it would be bad. He couldn't let her come here. The next moment, he took out the white fox drum and hit it hard. The white fox drum emitted an extremely terrifying sound wave. The 2 sound waves combined and shot towards the shattered space. In the next moment, a muffled groan came from within, and the shattered space slowly disappeared. Gufeng retreated with a pale face. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. What a strong power. It even had an extremely terrifying soul attack. Damn it, this space has been modified by someone. I can't completely travel through it. Indeed, although he was an expert of the space attribute and was very powerful, this place was too strange. That black palm had the power to reverse the universe. It was too mysterious. His spatial force was greatly suppressed in this place, otherwise, he would not have been able to use it. He would have already traveled through it. However, the other party actually dared to injure him. A trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. You'd better not let me know who you are. Otherwise, I'll make you regret being born into this world. Seeing that the shattered space did not reappear, Lin Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. However, he still felt a desire to fight. This desire to fight was extremely terrifying. It passed through the void and surged towards him. It shouldn't be Gufeng, but another person. Who was it? Who was it that was so strong? To be able to lock onto him clearly. In the next moment, Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He said, "Retreat." Xianxia and Guan Songhai were stunned. However, their expressions quickly changed and they quickly retreated. Because they felt an extremely terrifying power coming from the void on their left. Suddenly, a blurry palm slapped toward him. What was this? Xianxia screamed. Was someone fighting across space? Who actually had such a method? Lin Xian roared angrily. Light erupted from his body as he also punched over. The two collided. A terrifying explosion sounded. It was even more terrifying than before. The surrounding people all retreated, trembling. In the distance, Bien Mo recovered his body. He wanted to come over to take revenge, but when he saw this scene, he almost fainted from fright. Let's go, he no longer dared to mention the matter of revenge. With such power, he was simply unable to resist. After that attack, Lin Xian felt his arm go numb. Although that palm was hazy and light, it made him feel extremely threatened. He didn't have time to think about who it was. Suddenly, the hazy palm quickly formed a series of hand seals, forming over 1,000 hand seals in a row. Each one was different. These palms erupted together. The power was overwhelming. When Guan Songhai saw this scene, he was simply stunned. Who was it? This nomological ability was too heaven-defying. Was there really someone in the younger generation who could do this? Could it be the legendary 1,000-hand seal? Wasn't that lost? Someone screamed from behind. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He hugged his arms and the Taiji diagram formed was sent out by him. It clashed with the thousand hands imprint. Terrifying power clashed, and terrifying divine powers clashed. Then, the two dissipated at the same time. Even the Taiji diagram disappeared. This person was so strong. Lin Xian was shocked. The Taiji diagram had always been successful. But now, it was actually scattered by someone. It was too unbelievable. The legendary thousand-hand seal? He was shocked. At this moment, the palm formed seals again. Countless nomological laws flew out from the seal, forming a small cauldron that kept bobbing up and down. It was completely formed by the interweaving of great Tao. It was abnormally terrifying. And the small cauldron spat out countless sword beams that began to sweep through the 9 heavens. The cauldron of heaven and earth was also a lost divine ability. Damn it, who was it? The man at the back roared again. It was another lost mystical power. Lin Xian was shocked. He felt that it was too unbelievable. Who was this person? Why did he have so many lost mystical powers? However, when he felt the sword chi there, he snorted coldly. In the next moment, he also burst out with endless sword chi and slashed forward. It collided with the small cauldron. 100,000 streaks of sword chi erupted. This power was truly too terrifying. This continued for a long time before the two sword chis slowly disappeared from the world. Lin Xian looked solemn, but he realized that the other party did not attack again. The mysterious hand disappeared. At the same time, in the space on the left, Chao Tianxing retracted his palm and smiled. The people behind him were dumbfounded. Damn it, what did this guy do just now? Could it be that he attacked from a distance? No way, this guy was actually such a terrifying person. Previously, these people did not take Chao Tianxing seriously. In their opinion, the strength of both parties was about the same. Perhaps they were stronger, but now they realized that they were wrong. The person in front of them was incomparably mysterious. At least, they could not fight from a distance. He should not attack again. Let's go in. Lin Xian waited for a while and realized that there were no more attacks, so he walked in. After he entered the valley, Xianxia, Guan Songhai, and the others also went in. The rest of the people also followed in. After entering, they exclaimed in surprise. They realized that there was a huge cauldron in the valley. It was completely made of bones and was abnormally strange and mysterious. There was red water inside. Lin Xian took a look and realized that it was blood. Moreover, it was blood that contained extremely terrifying power. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes were burning. It was obvious that it was extremely beneficial to the physique. It might even increase one's cultivation. Seeing this scene, their eyes turned red. Of course, they did not dare to act rashly. After all, they did not dare to go against Lin Xian. After seeing it, he was also surprised. He put a hand in. He immediately sensed a whistling sound approaching him. Could it be related to the tiger tribe? Lin Xian was surprised. Go in. As he spoke, his figure flickered, and he directly jumped in. This cauldron was extremely large, enough to hold over 1,000 people. Therefore, when Lin Xian and the others entered, it seemed very spacious. Next, they let their bodies submerge into the energy. He began to crazily absorb the energy. However, the energy contained within was beyond their imagination. Everyone was originally very excited, but a day later, a few people flew out. No, I can't take it anymore. Their bodies split apart. There were even tiger roars coming from within their bodies. It was obvious that they were unable to absorb any more. Damn it. They had only been absorbing for a day, yet their expressions were already filled with unwillingness. But when someone tried to go back, his body broke open. The rest of the people below didn't dare to come any closer. Since he couldn't cultivate it, he would just put it away and cultivate it in the future. Someone took out a pagoda, intending to collect the energy within. However, he discovered that the black runes had directly shattered the pagoda. There was no way to collect them, so he could only cultivate here. Forget it, I'd better heal my body first. These people shook their heads and sighed. Although they could only cultivate for a day, it was already a great opportunity for them. There were still 4 figures left inside. Other than Lin Xian and the other two, there was still one more figure. This person was the man who had recognized the thousand-hand seal. It seemed that his identity was not ordinary, as he could actually last for more than a day. However, he came out on the third day because he couldn't take it anymore. On the fourth day, Xianxia came out. After coming out, he was overjoyed because he discovered that after his seventh tail, there were actually 8 more. His bloodline had become stronger again. This was really unbelievable. Not long after, Xianxia also came out. His physique had also become stronger. Even his bloodline was stronger than before, which made him happy. Sword Fanatic hadn't come out yet? He turned around and saw that Lin Xian was still inside. The others were also paying attention, wondering how long this guy could stay. I guess it'll be at least 5 days. More than that, I guess he might stay for 10 days. These people were discussing. After all, Lin Xian's physique was so strong that it shocked them. However, after 10 days, they found that he didn't show any signs of coming out. After waiting for another 10 days, these people were about to collapse. It had already been 20 days. Was this guy still human? Forget it, let's go. These people sighed. They had seen it once and found that it was impossible to go in again. It was useless to stay here, so these people left. Only Xianxia and Xianxia were left. What do you plan to do? Xianxia asked. Xianxia said, I'll wait for him. Alright, then I'll take my leave first. When Sword Fanatic wakes up, you can tell him this. Thank him very much. If he needs anything in the future, just ask. When I look at Songhai, I definitely won't even frown. Xianxia nodded. He also smiled and said, Don't worry, I think he'll be happy to be friends with you. Songhai also left, leaving only Xianxia and Lin Xian. Xianxia was here to consolidate the bloodline she had obtained. She could even cultivate the inheritance. In the valley, Xianxia began to cultivate. On the other side, Lin Xian was crazily absorbing the power inside. A month later, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He felt that his physique had reached the level of a sacred master. His soul had also reached the level. The only thing he lacked now was his cultivation. Next, Lin Xian was summoned. The Great Dragon Sword Soul began to let him absorb the power. The improvement of the Great Dragon Sword Soul was much more than what he needed. Mount Leiji was a good example. Now that Lin Xian took it out again, the surrounding energy decreased at an extremely fast speed. There was even a whistling sound that shook heaven and earth. In the valley, Xianxia was alarmed. What happened? He wanted to go forward, but he found that the sound wave had exceeded the endurance of his soul. He was forced to leave the valley. At the same time, the whistling sound reached the 9 heavens. The black palm also began to tremble. When Lin Xian saw this scene, he cried out in his heart. Oh no! He hurriedly put away the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Damn, don't alarm that black palm. The black palm came over and probed around. When it found that the whistling sound had disappeared, it floated back. Lin Xian felt a lingering fear. Forget it, he didn't summon the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Instead, he searched for other opportunities. Now that his body had reached a limit, he didn't absorb any more power. However, when he came to the edge, he found something shocking. This skill was called the Tiger Demon Fist, and it was extremely powerful. There were a total of 7 moves. Lin Xian memorized these 7 moves. Then, he started practicing in the valley. After a few days, Lin Xian and Xianxia left. They set off again because they felt that there should be other opportunities. Gradually, they realized that many people had been eliminated, and those who survived were flying in one direction. There was a stairway to heaven, and one had to climb it to cross this space and enter other places. When Lin Xian arrived, he realized that Xianxia and the others were there as well. There were even some people that he had never seen before. Some of them had extremely powerful auras, and they were even more terrifying than Pang Mo, 7th sister. You're here. A voice was heard. Xianxia turned her head and looked over. Then, she revealed a look of surprise. Lin Xian, who was beside him, also looked over. He realized that it was the 9th prince. The ninth prince's aura was much stronger than before. Moreover, there was an eighth tail behind his back. It seemed that the ninth prince had also obtained a great opportunity. There were some princes and princesses beside him, and their auras had also become stronger. They looked around and didn't see the first prince and the others. They were also shocked. Where was that guy? It seemed that they didn't know that the first prince and the others had been killed. At this moment, the voice of the envoy of Green Hill was heard. Alright, it's time for the final test. If you pass, there will be great opportunities waiting for you. After saying that, lightning bolts fell from the sky one after another, striking the people around them. If they couldn't, they would either be killed or fail. A terrifying sound was heard, and the people around him could only scream. The power of the lightning bolts was too terrifying, and some people were instantly pierced through. Some of them were badly mutilated, and some even ran away. I admit defeat. Those who admitted defeat were directly sent out. However, the top experts roared and tried to defend themselves. The law of thunder appeared on Lin Xian's body, and it turned into lightning swords. They slashed in all directions. The thunder that approached him was completely destroyed. Xianxia shook the joyous union bell to defend herself, forming an infrasound defense. On the other side, Guan Songhai displayed his Songhai physique. The phantom of a nine-tailed fox appeared on the ninth prince's body and roared at the sky. When the endless thunder ended, there were only 23 people left in the arena. The rest of the people had either admitted defeat or been killed. That's great, we finally made it through. All 23 of them smiled. They didn't have time to recover from their injuries as they strode up the stairway. However, after ascending the stairway, the voice of the Green Hill messenger was heard again. The stairway to heaven can only carry 9 people. You can decide on your own. What? 9 people? When the 23 of them heard this, they were stunned. D***it, how did this happen? Originally, they thought that by blocking Lei, they had won the final victory. Who would have thought that more than half of the 23 people would be eliminated? In the end, only 9 people were able to successfully leave. They all knew the temper of the Qingzhou emissary, so they didn't dare to ask. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Therefore, these people knew that a great battle would break out among them. Among them, a man with silver lightning revolving around his body shouted angrily. Those who are weak, get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me for attacking. For a moment, some people were shocked. 3 of them felt that they weren't strong enough. Then, they took the initiative to walk down. However, there were still 20 people left. More than half of them had to be eliminated. Why? Is no one going down? The lightning man sneered. Then don't blame me for not being polite. He shouted angrily and roared at the sky, letting out an extremely terrifying roar. The lightning on his body surged in all directions. 5 Lightning Sword Realm. The silver lightning formed a space of thunder and lightning and struck down directly. Although the range wasn't as powerful as the previous lightning tribulation, the attack seemed to be more terrifying than the previous one. Immediately, another 3 people vomited blood and were sent flying. The others tried to block it. At this moment, the 9th prince also laughed sinisterly. I'll help too. He let out a whistling sound and his 8 tails danced in all directions. Another person attacked. There was a black sun floating above his head. It was extremely strange. The 3 of them worked together and finally defeated another 7 people. At this moment, there were only 10 people left standing on the stairway. The fact that these 10 people could hold on was enough to show their strength. However, there was still one person who had to be eliminated. Who would it be? No one would be willing to accept it, these people were hostile to each other. Bien Mo was also here. His tall body carried an extremely strong power. When he looked at Lin Xian, his scalp went numb and he automatically ignored him. He didn't dare to attack Lin Xian. The 9th prince also swept his gaze across. He found that the others either had extraordinary bloodlines or were very strong. If he attacked, there would probably be a shocking battle. Therefore, his gaze finally fell on Lin Xian. Although he had seen Lin Xian fight before, Lin Xian could only defeat Hong Tu Tian. He didn't take him seriously. It was already very difficult for him to hold on until now. He guessed that the only person who had to go down was this human. Therefore, he said, "Sword maniac, go down yourself. Don't make me do it." Hearing this, the others were stunned. Then, they all looked at Lin Xian. Some people snorted with arrogance in their eyes. Some people smiled. It seemed that there would be a good show to watch. However, Bienmo's pupils constricted. The ninth prince dared to provoke this demon king? It seemed that he didn't know what was good for him. Xianxia's expression also changed. "Old Nine, what do you mean, seventh sister? My meaning is very clear. Everyone here is a top powerhouse. If I have to find someone to go down, it's only this kid. I know that your relationship is not ordinary, but at this time, I can't protect him. I'm already being lenient by letting him leave safely. If he doesn't come to his senses, then don't blame me for attacking." At this moment, the voice of the Qingqiu emissary came from the sky again. "What, you haven't decided yet?" It was obvious that the other party couldn't wait any longer. Hearing this, the others' expressions changed. The ninth prince also walked out. "There's no time, sword maniac. Do you want to go down obediently or do you want me to fight for you? If I attack, I won't show you any mercy." The ninth prince's voice was unusually sharp. Killing intent spread out from his body, causing the world to collapse quickly. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. "Ninth prince, it seems like you're really looking for death. To be honest, I didn't plan to attack you. After all, Xian'er is also from the nine-tailed tribe. I think it's good to leave 2 spots for the nine-tailed tribe. But you don't know what's good for you. Since that's the case, I'm sorry. You can go down now." "What did you say? You want me to go down?" The ninth prince was stunned. Then, he laughed. "Kid, you don't think that you have the right to challenge me just because you defeated Hong Tu Tian, do you? Well, since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me." The ninth prince's expression was cold. He waved his hand, and a cold green flame flew out. There was a terrifying law flowing on it. It was a simple attack, but he displayed a strong power. He was indeed a genius with 8 tails, interesting. I wonder how this kid is going to block it. The others were watching the show. The other demons shook their heads and showed a sympathetic expression. Lin Xian's eyes also shone with a cold light. "Are you sure you want to fight me?" Looking at this scene, endless thunderbolts appeared on his palm and turned into a ferocious tiger that pounced forward. It collided with the green flame. "Show me your true strength. Let me see what right you have to make me go down," Lin Xian said indifferently. Now that his strength had increased, he didn't put the ninth prince in his eyes. "You don't know what's good for you. It was just a casual attack." The ninth prince sneered. He had 7 tails before, and now he had 1 more bloodline. He was stronger than before. How could his opponent be his opponent? Thinking of this, he formed a seal with his palm. The green flame on his body quickly swept forward. Fire Fox Seal, the flaming fox flew out. It had green nomological laws on it, and a burning power was pulsating. Lin Xian didn't care. He punched out, and endless thunder intertwined again, forming a fierce tiger. A claw slammed down. With a boom, the fire fox was shattered. Even the pupils of the surrounding people shrank. When they thought about it, they felt that the black palm was coming again. No, the power was different. Why did this kid have a strange feeling? How could this be? The ninth prince was taken aback. His fire fox had actually been easily shattered by the other party. Damn it, what was the other party using? At this moment, Lin Xian made his move again. His fist was like a bolt of lightning as it lashed out. The tiger demon fist emitted a terrifying whistling sound that caused one's soul to return to normal. Damn it! The ninth prince was enraged. His opponent actually dared to take the initiative to attack him. He was truly courting death. He formed a seal with his palm and struck out again. The two of them collided. The ninth prince was forced back. His arm was numb, and the surrounding people were astonished. To be honest, they had thought highly of the ninth prince, but the situation had exceeded their expectations. The expressions of the princes and princesses of the nine-tailed tribe below turned extremely ugly when they saw this scene. They had been defeated, but they didn't leave. Seeing this scene, they were all stunned. Was this human really that strong? The side demon's expression was one of terror. He had just exchanged blows with Lin Xian and naturally knew how terrifying Lin Xian was. Therefore, he sympathized with the ninth prince. You want to take me down with just this bit of strength? I truly don't know where your confidence comes from. Lin Xian replied indifferently. On account of Xian'er's face, I'll give you a chance to live as well. If you scram down obediently, I won't do anything to you. Damn it. The ninth prince was grinding his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. He had always been high and mighty, and didn't even take Xianxia seriously. Not to mention the person in front of him. But right now, this detestable lad had actually dared to threaten him. Humph. I'll let you witness my prowess now. I'll make you regret it. As he said that, he formed a seal with his palm. A terrifying aura spread out, and the phantom of a nine-tailed beast condensed in his palm print. It appeared in the void in an instant. Then, as though they had turned into heavenly blades, those 9 tails slashed out at Lin Xian ferociously. Boom! At the same time, an unparalleled amount of power burst forth that vibrated out between the heaven and earth. At this moment, even those people on the sky stairway were stunned. They could not help but admit that the nine-tail tribe was truly frightening. This ninth prince was indeed a top-tier powerful being. Seemed like this young man was in for some bad luck. Many people shook their heads and sighed. Is it over? The ninth prince's lips curled into a smile. He knew that Lin Xian was no match for him. Is this all you've got? You're so pitifully weak. A faint voice was heard amid the raging power. It seemed as though everyone's divine invitation had been frozen. How is this possible? He's still alive. The ninth prince's pupils constricted. I don't believe it. He slapped out with his palm again, and those 9 tails danced wildly. The void in front of him shattered once again, turning into chaos. However, at this moment, a palm could be seen. Like a ferocious tiger, it bit down on those 9 tails. Then, with a forceful swing, the 9-tail illusion was split into 2. In the next moment, a figure walked out from the shattered void, and golden flames danced on his body. He looked like a sun war god. What kind of movement technique is that? Many people gasped in shock. The pupils of the side demons constricted. He's here. Damn it. This is the physique that sent me flying previously. Now, he's displaying such a strong physique. What is that? The ninth prince was also stunned. He looked at the burning sound in front of him, and his face turned extremely ugly. Who are you? He was really too shocked. He realized that the other party had been hiding his strength previously. Such a terrifying movement technique was something that he had never seen before in the Green Hill world. Damn it, I was too careless. Do you still think that you have the right to ask me to go down now? Lin Xian asked coldly. He was like a supreme war god, looking down at the other party. The ninth prince was extremely displeased with this feeling. He gritted his teeth and said, Kid, don't be arrogant. I've obtained a treasure here, and it's far from what you can understand. Next, I'll let you see the supreme technique of our 9-tail tribe. He formed a hand seal with his palm, and countless green flames danced and swept in all directions, forming a formation. It directly enveloped Lin Xian. The formation had the phantoms of 4 demonic foxes that stood between heaven and earth. Immediately, everyone felt an extremely strong soul fluctuation sweep out. 1,000 fox spirit destruction formation. A cold voice sounded, and the 8 tails behind the ninth prince spun, fully activating his bloodline power. Today, I'll let you see the supreme technique of our Green Hill tribe. Is this an illusion? This kid has a strong physique, but he can't block an illusion. This time, he's probably really in danger, right? Everyone shook their heads. Lin Xian was enveloped by the formation. Countless fox phantoms appeared around him, constantly unleashing all kinds of illusion and soul attacks. They were attacking his soul. If it were any other minor saint, they would have been killed instantly. Lin Xian guessed that even those on the pilgrim list wouldn't be able to withstand the attack. Unless they had an extremely strong soul defense saint artifact, only then would they be able to withstand it. This was the strength of the 9-tailed clan. The ninth prince was absolutely unparalleled outside, but Lin Xian was also a soul expert. Moreover, his soul had already reached the level of a saint venerable. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of such a terrifying illusion formation. Lin Xian stood there. Golden light shone in his eyes, forming strange patterns that kept spinning. Strands of soul energy flew out from his eye technique. It turned into a sword light that kept spinning. Every strike would destroy the fox phantoms that approached him. Lin Xian stood there as if nothing could touch him. What's going on? This kid isn't affected at all. The surrounding people were stunned when they saw this. Xianxia smiled. Even she couldn't compare to Lin Xian's soul power. Although the ninth prince might be stronger than her, it was impossible for him to defeat Lin Xian. Sure enough, the ninth prince's pupils shrank. Could it be that Lin Xian didn't just have a strong physique? Was he also a soul expert? How was this possible? Where did he get the energy to cultivate both his soul and physique at the same time? 10,000 fox phantoms cried. The ninth prince formed a seal again. 10,000 fox phantoms appeared together. This was a killing move that could shatter a person's soul instantly. Not good. The surrounding people also retreated frantically. Xianxia also revealed a solemn expression. The attack on the soul was unusually strange. The soul sword that Lin Xian had conjured was completely engulfed. It seemed that he was also about to be engulfed. At this moment, Lin Xian's eyes burst out with an even colder radiance. His eyes seemed to have turned into the eyes of a god. A fire dragon came out of his left eye and roared at the sky. A lightning tiger came out of his right eye. The dragon and tiger roared. Together, they released soul fluctuations to resist the cries of the 10,000 foxes. The collision of their souls had reached its peak. Boom! Boom! Under everyone's shocked gazes, thousands of Hulai's phantoms shattered. The ninth prince spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky stairway. He fell to the ground, his face full of shock. How is this possible? You actually managed to defeat me in a soul illusion. He felt that it was too unbelievable. In the distance, the princes and princesses of the nine-tailed tribe were stunned too. They ran over and helped the ninth prince up, their faces full of shock. Damn it, who the hell is this kid? Lin Xian retracted his Tianji god eyes and said coldly. Now do you know who will be chased out? To be honest, I never thought of chasing you away. But you just had to recklessly provoke me, so don't blame me. Damn it. The ninth prince was so angry that he vomited blood. His soul had received a huge impact, and he didn't have the strength to go up again. Guan Songhai shook his head and sighed when he saw this. Xianxia's expression was similarly cold. Since the other party had attacked her without regard for her feelings, she wouldn't be polite now. She snorted softly and turned around. All right, the 9 of you can come up now. At this moment, the voice of the Green Hill emissary sounded. Lin Xian and the others took a deep breath and walked up the sky stairway. Soon, their figures gradually disappeared. When they reappeared, they realized that they were in the cave again. Furthermore, they discovered that there were 3 other caves around them. In the other spaces, they could see each other clearly this time. Those people also turned their heads and looked over. For a moment, everyone sized each other up. Among them, someone exclaimed. Obviously, they recognized each other. Xianxia was also shocked. Chao Tianxing, Gu Feng, and Wan Jiani were all there. Qingqiu Cave, you guys are quite slow this time. At this moment, a figure in the opposite cave spoke. Everyone looked up and was shocked. They realized that the aura of this person was similar to the Qingqiu emissary. Could it be that he was also an emissary? They were puzzled. It was them. The Nine-Tailed Tribe. Which tribe were the other 4 from? But they must be extraordinary. The Green Hill emissary walked up and said in a deep voice. We have more geniuses on our side, so I'm afraid it will take a little more time to determine the winner. Hearing this, the other emissaries forgot to come over. Oh, is that so? Let me see. Their eyes were like magic lamps as they scanned the bodies of Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian and the others shuddered as if their secrets were about to be seen through. These people were very powerful and were probably extremely terrifying among the sacred venerables. Only one person from the Green Hill tribe has successfully passed this time. It was really surprising. The emissary on the opposite side laughed. The Green Hill emissary's face also darkened after hearing this. To be honest, the 9th prince and the eldest prince, who he thought highly of, were actually eliminated. It was really beyond his expectations, so when he looked at Lin Xian, his expression was a little unfriendly. Lin Xian felt uncomfortable all over. He naturally knew that he might have unknowingly offended this emissary. He hoped that this emissary couldn't casually attack, otherwise, he would be in a very troublesome situation. Alright, since they're already here, let's begin. Let's not waste time. At this moment, another emissary walked out. He spoke in a deep voice. Everyone turned their heads and saw that the 4 caves stood in 4 different directions, representing different powers and laws. Green Hill Cave mainly focused on illusions and power, while the cave opposite had a violent and sharp aura. The one on the left had a vast aura, while the one on the right had an extremely cold and gloomy aura. Alright, now that you have passed the test, you have one chance to choose a Grotto Heaven. Once you succeed, you will become an unnamed disciple of the Grotto Heaven. When you really come to this world in the future, we will lead you to the Grotto Heaven. The surrounding people were in an uproar. What was a Grotto Heaven? Why hadn't they heard of it? Even Xianxia was stunned. However, Lin Xian's pupils constricted. Others didn't know, but he knew that he had killed people from the Grotto Heaven before. Back then, he guessed that these Grotto Heavens shouldn't be in the 2nd astral realm, and now it seemed very likely. Could it be that the Grotto Heavens were in the legendary 3rd astral realm? What shocked him even more was that the Grotto Heavens were actually related to so many of the 2nd astral realm. Then, would the top figures of the 2nd astral realm have to go to the Grotto Heavens? Lin Xian felt that it was really unbelievable. It seemed that they were paving the way in advance. The others were also in an uproar. They wanted to ask what the Grotto Heavens were. However, the 4 emissaries didn't answer at all. Instead, they directly let them make a choice according to their own laws. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He felt that this was an opportunity. After all, he had killed the 1st prince and defeated the 9th prince previously, and had already offended the Green Hill clan. Even if the emissaries didn't kill him, the Sage King and Sage Empress wouldn't let him off when he returned. Lin Xian transmitted his voice to Xianxia, saying, I might go to other Grotto Heavens. Do you want to go? Xianxia instantly understood what was going on. She naturally knew Lin Xian's current situation. If he stayed here and returned to Green Hill Star, it would be extremely dangerous. Hence, she said, you don't have to worry about me. The 1st prince is dead, the 9th prince is defeated, and I'm the only one who made it to the end. Hence, even if those people suspect me, the Sage King will do his best to protect me. Alright, Lin Xian nodded, indicating that he understood. Then, he walked out and said, I'm going to this Grotto Heaven. Lin Xian was the first to walk out because the others were still thinking about it. However, Lin Xian had his own reasons. Indeed, the 9-tailed fox's eyes shone coldly. To be honest, even though he could choose freely, he was still unhappy that someone had left. Was it this person who had the aura of dragons again? It seemed like he knew that he couldn't stay in Green Hill Cave any longer. The other 3 messengers also walked out. They looked at Lin Xian in surprise. On the surface, they didn't see anything special about him. However, to be able to make it to the end, he must be extraordinary. One of them asked, Oh, which Grotto Heaven are you going to? To be honest, every Grotto Heaven had some top geniuses that other Grotto Heavens wanted to recruit. However, they didn't find anything special about Lin Xian, so they weren't too interested. Lin Xian walked towards Chao Tianxing's Grotto Heaven. He said, I want to enter this one. Chao Tianxing raised his eyebrows and a glint appeared in his eyes. The messenger was also surprised. You can join if you want. Just then, the Green Hill messenger said, young people can join freely, but the messengers have the right to decide. If you want to join, you have to pass a test. Hearing this, the other 2 messengers smirked. Let's see what the first guy is capable of. Sure, I'm willing to accept any challenge. Lin Xian nodded. The messenger smiled, this is Haran Grotto Heaven, and I'm the messenger. Since you're willing to join the challenge, I'll give you a chance. Who wants to challenge him? If he could survive 10 moves, he would be allowed to join. Hearing this, the others whispered to each other. Chao Tianqing's eyes flickered. To be honest, he really wanted to make a move. However, he knew that if it was really the person he guessed it to be, he probably wouldn't use his true abilities at the moment. That would be meaningless, so he didn't make a move. At this moment, a person walked out. Let me test you, a man walked out. He had a vast and ethereal aura around him. Cloud-piercing hand. As soon as he came up, he waved his hands and passed through everything. In an instant, he arrived in front of Lin Xian, intending to send Lin Xian flying. Quite a few people were astonished. Those who were able to come here were indeed not weaklings. Lin Xian smiled faintly. His figure rumbled like thunder as he dodged in an instant. At the same time, he threw out a punch like a ferocious tiger. This punch carried a violent aura. The cloud-piercing hand was torn apart, but the other palm pressed down on the ferocious tiger as if trying to seal it. What a strange palm. Lin Xian was also surprised, but he wasn't afraid. Now that everyone was watching, he couldn't use his divine body and his previous abhijna. Fortunately, he had comprehended the law of thunder and the tiger demon fist, which were enough to deal with everything. Lin Xian waved his fist, and the ferocious tiger pressed down by the cloud-piercing hand suddenly roared at the sky. It let out a terrifying roar and directly shattered everything. He kicked out like lightning, and it was like a divine sword. Countless rumbles sounded between heaven and earth. Immediately after, Lin Xian used his fist technique again and fought with his opponent. In the 7th move, the man was forced back. His arms hung down. His cloud-piercing hand was broken. Lin Xian said indifferently as he retracted his attack. Thank you. Many people around were surprised. The Howren emissary's eyes also lit up. It seemed that he was a top expert. He nodded in satisfaction. Very good, you passed the challenge and can join the Howren Grotto Heaven. The person who attacked also came back. He stared at Lin Xian and asked, how should I address you? You can call me Sword Maniac. Lin Xian said indifferently. Hearing this, the others were puzzled. A few people's pupils shrank. For example, Wan Jiani frowned. Gufeng also had a fierce look in his eyes. They had heard of this name before, but it had only appeared once before disappearing. They didn't expect this person to appear again and show such strange strength. They didn't know which sect this person was from. Lin Xian had successfully joined the Howren Grotto Heaven. When he walked in, he looked at Chao Tianqing. Chao Tianqing nodded slightly at him. Lin Xian was stunned for a moment before nodding his head. He was surprised. This Chao Tianqing was too mysterious. Could it be that the other party recognized him? Moreover, he remembered that someone had fought with him in the valley. He thought about it and felt that it might be this mysterious Chao Tianqing. However, it was just his guess. As for who exactly did it, he didn't know. Next, another 3 people exchanged grotto heavens. Among these 3 people, one of them had surprised him greatly. Because the aura of that person was too cold. It made him frown. At this moment, the person beside him snorted. This guy is arrogant. He's just an earth dragon. Lin Xian turned around and realized that it was a woman who said that. She had dragon scales on her forehead. Was she a member of the dragons? He was surprised. Then, he asked, you mean that person is an earth dragon? Earth dragons weren't dragons. In fact, they had nothing to do with dragons. How could a dragon be so powerful? Don't you know him? The woman turned around with a look of surprise on her face. Legend had it that this person was very mysterious. He traveled underground for many years and actually entered an ancient tomb. It was a relic left behind by a supreme saint, and he obtained it. This guy has a very arrogant name, Nine Nether. He's from the Acheron Hall. Nine Nether, Acheron Hall, Lin Xian's eyes flickered. A cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. Nine Nether, who was in front of him, seemed to have sensed it. He suddenly turned around with a terrifying light in his eyes. Their gazes clashed in the air. Countless people were watching. The woman from the dragon said, do you know him? Do you have a grudge against him? I don't know him, but maybe. Lin Xian said. My name is Meng Qing, and I'm from the Blue Dragon clan. You're sword maniac, right? I don't know which faction you're from. Lin Xian said, I did use the Tiger clan's fist technique, but I'm not from the Tiger clan. Speaking of which, I have a very close relationship with the dragons. Could it be that you're from the dragons? Meng Qing was stunned. Before Lin Xian could answer, the Howren emissary and the others said, let's go. Since no one else has a choice, we can start now. The fact that you can come here is enough to show your talent and strength. Now, you have become the registered disciples of our Grotto Heaven. You have the opportunity to obtain the power of law provided by the Grotto Heaven to temper yourself. As for how much you can gain, it depends entirely on your own luck. As they spoke, the 4 emissaries formed a seal. The Grotto Heaven behind them suddenly became bright, as if it had formed an independent space again. The great Tao inside intertwined and became unusually shocking. Go, and obtain your opportunities. Hearing this, Lin Xian and the others' eyes instantly lit up. They didn't say anything and directly rushed in. After Lin Xian entered, he first felt the vastness of heaven and earth. A huge force pressed down on him. It was so terrifying that he couldn't believe it. Many people beside Lin Xian rushed forward. Chao Tianxing turned into a stream of light. Meng Qing also said, I'll go first. Soon, he disappeared into the energy in front. Then, the violent energy swept over. Lin Xian was even more excited. This was great. His physique was already at the Saint Venerable level, and his soul had also reached the Saint Venerable level. The only thing he lacked was his cultivation. Moreover, he had so much power. This was too beneficial for him. Therefore, he didn't say anything and directly began to absorb the power crazily. He stood there, and the power from all directions entered his body. Lin Xian crazily activated the longevity art and circulated it. Lin Xian fought all the way. Although his improvement was fast, his realm was very stable. This was all because of him, one step at a time with his feet firmly planted on the ground. Therefore, at this moment, after he crazily activated it again, his cultivation increased at a terrifying speed. He was originally at the late stage of Small Saint, but now, he had reached the peak of Small Saint. Furthermore, the speed of the absorption was growing faster and faster. Lin Xian also let out a low growl. Longevity art. He had been cultivating all this time and had never changed it. This thing actually didn't become outdated at all as he improved. In particular, the further they went, the stronger the power they displayed. It was simply incomparably vast. At this moment, his crazy absorption naturally alarmed the others. Who was it? They were all trying to find out who it was that had such speed. It was that kid. His name was Sword Maniac. What kind of person was he? How could he absorb energy so crazily? When Chao Tianxing saw this, he was shocked. On the other side, Meng Qing was even more shocked. Did this kid not want to live anymore? To be honest, although their absorption speed was also fast, Lin Xian was several times faster than them. His body could not withstand such an absorption. How could he know that Lin Xian's physique had long since reached the level of a holy venerate? Furthermore, after the change in his life's natural order, he could completely withstand it. As long as there was a large supply of energy, therefore, in just a few days, Lin Xian had reached the peak of minor saint. Moreover, it seemed that he would continue to break through. The people around him were very far away, because Lin Xian had sucked away all the power that was close to him. But fortunately, this place was big enough for them to absorb energy. Otherwise, they would have attacked Lin Xian. On this day, there was a sudden clap of thunder in the sky, shocking everyone. They stood up one after another and looked into the distance. Could it be that he was about to break through? Lin Xian let out a roar and looked up to the sky. Terrifying thunder gradually condensed and struck down. Come on, Lin Xian had been waiting for this moment. It had been a long time. He merged with the great dragon sword soul in his body and let out a loud dragon roar that shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Meng Qing's eyes widened. Dragon roar, is he really a dragon? To be honest, she felt that her blood was about to freeze. She was a member of the Blue Dragon clan. The other party's dragon roar was even more terrifying than hers. What kind of bloodline is this? However, she also knew that there were many types of dragons. The blue dragon was just one of them. There were also some dragons that were more powerful than the blue dragon. Perhaps the other party was one of those people who walked out of the dragon balls. However, after the other party transformed into a human, he didn't look like a dragon at all. It was really surprising. Lin Xian's lightning tribulation was very terrifying. After all, it was the lightning tribulation for breaking through to the Saint Venerable realm. It was much more terrifying than the previous ones. At this moment, the golden light on his body bloomed. He had no choice. He had to resist with all his strength. Fortunately, the surrounding thunder was terrifying. The others couldn't see it clearly at all. They could only hear the sound of bombardment. At the same time, in the second astral realm, in the pitch-black universe, a blood-red lightning suddenly flashed across. The rumbling was so loud that countless stars and realms could feel it. They looked up at the sky and saw that the sky was blood-red. It shocked them. What happened? Did a super expert fall? They didn't know. Even the Saint Wen Wang was alarmed. One by one, they searched. However, they didn't know what happened either. In the depths of the Destiny Star, the bronze envoy was originally cultivating. But suddenly, he felt a rumbling sound and a blood-red light that filled the sky. Even the Destiny Stone trembled violently. The bronze envoy suddenly opened his eyes. Looking at the scene, his face was filled with shock. Blood-red lightning. Was it the punishment of the heavens? It shouldn't be. Could it be that another person abandoned by the heavens had appeared? At the same time, in this mysterious space, Lin Xian had already entered the late stage. He felt that the energy in his body was increasing exponentially. Once he crossed this step, he would completely surpass the minor saint realm. At that time, he could kill a minor saint with just a glance. However, at the last moment, he felt an intense pressure. The whole sky was about to split open. There was a red light flickering inside. Boom, Lin Xian was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His 9-yang divine body was split open. What's going on? The power of lightning has become even more terrifying. It's many times more terrifying. How could it be? Breaking through to the Saint Venerable realm shouldn't be so powerful. The others were also shocked. What's going on? They felt a chill down their spines. Chao Tianqing frowned and stared at Lin Xian. Then, he sighed. Originally, there were signs of a breakthrough in his body, but he forcefully stopped it. Lin Xian's body recovered and broke through again. However, at this moment, the terrifying aura pressed down on him again. It caused his body to split open once again. What's going on? There's only one step left. Could it be that there's a problem? He raised his head and looked at the sky. The red lightning in the crack became more obvious. It seemed like it was about to descend. Damn it! Lin Xian roared, and a dragon-shaped sword energy flew out of his body and rushed into the sky. This angered the blood-red lightning even more, and it directly descended. With one strike, the 3 rivers were shattered, and the surrounding people were all sent flying, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. Lin Xian also looked as if he had been struck by lightning, and many cracks appeared on his body. It was too terrifying. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. This attack was not weaker than the attack of a Saint King. This was the second time he had encountered such a fatal crisis. What should he do? The Void Divine Furnace. However, there were so many lightning tribulations. Could the Void Divine Furnace block all of them? Moreover, he still had to break through. Just as the blood-red lightning was about to envelop him, the mysterious small sword in Lin Xian's body trembled. It directly swallowed him. In the next moment, Lin Xian disappeared. The blood-red lightning did not fall. Instead, it floated in the sky. That terrifying aura pressured everyone to the point that they were unable to breathe. What exactly happened? Other than Lin Xian, the others were also close to breaking through and attracted the heavenly tribulation. However, at this moment, they had all been passively stopped. Who would dare to break through under the blood-red lightning? Even the Haran envoy was alarmed. After he arrived, he looked at the lightning in the sky, and his pupils constricted. How could this be? He looked in all directions, but he did not know who it was. Even the blood-red lightning in the sky was puzzled. He stared at everyone, but he felt that it was not them. In the end, he slowly disappeared. The large crack in the sky was still bobbing up and down. Everyone was shocked. At the same time, Lin Xian's figure also appeared. He looked around and was greatly surprised by the familiar yet strange scene. This was the mysterious small sword in his body. He had not entered that world for a long time. He did not expect that this time, the mysterious small sword would take the initiative to absorb him. After entering, he found that he was not attacked by the blood-red lightning. Could it be that he was isolated? It was really unbelievable. However, what was going on? Was it because he was abandoned by the heavens? He felt that the aura was very similar. Damn it. What kind of force was behind the bronze envoy? Would he be able to directly trigger the heavenly punishment? It could even affect a breakthrough. This was too heaven-defying. Could it be that he was a martial monarch? That shouldn't be the case. There were no great emperors in this world. Was that a supreme existence above the great emperor? Lin Xian felt a headache coming on. Then what was the world in his body? Why was it able to isolate the heavenly punishment? Could he cultivate here? Lin Xian gave it a try and felt that this world was much more terrifying than the outside world. He could fly in the sky and burrow into the ground outside, but in here, even running was a problem. The laws here were too terrifying, and the suppression was too strong. Lin Xian felt that he could cultivate here, but not now. He was afraid that he would have to wait for his cultivation to improve before he could cultivate here. He had no choice but to take out the dream leaf and send his soul in. The Green Mountain Holy King's soul imprint had been left on the mask, so he had to find the other party and ask about it. The soul imprint of the Green Mountain messenger transformed into a hazy figure. When he sensed Lin Xian's aura, he was also greatly surprised. Are you going to break through to Saint Venerable so soon? Did you receive any threats? Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. I was almost killed by a blood-colored bolt of lightning. What's going on? Green Mountain Sage King also sighed. I knew it long ago, but I really underestimated your breakthrough speed. In my opinion, it was impossible for you to reach this realm so quickly. Therefore, I was prepared to tell you after a while. Now, it seems that I can only tell you in advance. I've said before that we are the same kind of people. You are a person abandoned by the heavens, and I'm afraid I'm the same. We are suppressed by the heavenly Tao. The further we cultivate, the stronger the suppression. Especially every time we break through, others might be facing heavenly tribulation, but we might attract heavenly punishment. Those red lightning bolts are much more terrifying than heavenly tribulation. I think you should have felt it. Lin Xian nodded. Could it be that he couldn't break through in this lifetime? To be honest, he couldn't cultivate when he was sealed by the Black Lotus. He didn't expect that he would be targeted again when he broke through now. He was targeted by the so-called heavenly Tao. What should he do? Green Mountain Sage King took a deep breath. There were two ways. First, go to the buried Emperor Star. Second, go to planet Xiuan. These two worlds were extraordinary. There were some places that heavenly punishment couldn't affect. After all, there were too many great emperors in these two worlds. It's safe for you to break through there. Shi Yuanxing and the buried Emperor Star? Lin Xian was surprised. It seemed that only great emperors could suppress heavenly punishment. However, these two worlds were very far away from him. The buried Emperor Star was said to be in the distant third astral realm. It was impossible to go there. Planet Xiuan? It was possible, but he had to cross many obstacles to return. In order to improve his cultivation, Lin Xian decided to return to planet Xiuan. However, Green Mountain Sage King did say that he didn't need to rush back. Don't break through first. You should know about the Heavenly Tao debate. Go and participate in the Heavenly Tao debate. After you pass, the Sage Kings will personally bring you to planet Xiuan. Another Heavenly Tao debate. Why do I have to go to planet Xiuan? Lin Xian was surprised. Green Mountain Sage King said, I can't tell you too much now. I can only tell you one thing. There's a passage to the buried Emperor Star in planet Xiuan. The moment he heard these words, Lin Xian was completely flabbergasted. To think that there would be some sort of connection between these two unique worlds, It was just that his cultivation was too weak before and he didn't know. It seemed that he had to participate in the heavenly Tao debate. Lin Xian understood. He retracted the illusion. Then, he took a deep breath. Now, he was in the mysterious small sword world to consolidate his cultivation. He was now half a step into the sacred venerate realm. He was just a little bit away from breaking through. However, he wasn't in a hurry now. For safety's sake, he would wait until after the heavenly Tao debate. After consolidating his cultivation, Lin Xian carefully explored the small sword world. He found that with his current strength, he was barely able to enter. He estimated that if he wanted to move freely in here, he would have to at least reach the Sage King realm. At that time, he would be able to explore the mysteries of this small sword world. Suddenly, Lin Xian's eyebrows twitched. He sensed something outside, so he left the mysterious small sword world. Outside, the Howren emissary's face was cold. He was investigating what was going on. However, no one said it clearly. They only knew that someone had attracted this kind of blood-red lightning when he was breaking through. "Where is that sword fanatic?" the Howren emissary frowned and asked. Lin Xian walked out of the void. "Senior, are you looking for me? Oh, you're still here." The Howren emissary had his doubts when he saw that Lin Xian wasn't there. But now, Lin Xian had actually come out. This made him bewildered. "Are you okay?" Meng Qing walked over with a puzzled face. Lin Xian said, "I'm fine. I'm just frightened by the situation just now." Lin Xian wouldn't tell her the truth. Otherwise, if others knew that he was abandoned by the heavens, they would probably be scared out of their wits. Meng Qing nodded and said, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I have to break through quickly." Her aura was about to reach the Saint Venerable level. The others were the same. It seemed that they all wanted to break through to the Saint Venerable level. Lin Xian sat down cross-legged and let the great dragon sword soul activate some of its power to recover. Furthermore, he had always controlled his strength well. He didn't want to attract the attention of the Howren emissary. He looked around in boredom. It could be said that the breakthroughs of the people around him didn't go smoothly. After all, this was a natural chasm that blocked countless small saints. Sure enough, these people failed on the first try. Even Meng Qing failed. Lin Xian shook his head. Fortunately, he had obtained some information from the nine-tailed fox's inheritance. It contained the experience on how to break through to the Saint Venerable level. That was why he could succeed. Of course, if it wasn't for the blood-colored lightning, he would have become a Saint Venerable. Then, another person tried again. The second time, he failed and was seriously injured. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He found that Chao Tianxing was even weirder than him. He didn't cultivate at all. Instead, he opened his mouth and spat out a coffin. It was a coffin made of gold. It was shining brightly. After he opened it, the coffin began to absorb energy crazily. After it was full, he climbed in himself. Then, he sealed the coffin. The coffin was buried in the ground. That scene made Lin Xian's hair stand on end. Who is this Chao Tianxing? How can he cultivate like this? But thinking about it, everyone had their secrets. He had his secrets, so Chao Tianxing must have his too. Lin Xian paid no more attention to Meng Qing. He noticed that Meng Qing's second attempt had failed. He thought for a while and then walked up to her. "Do you need help? You can help me break through?" Meng Qing was surprised. Lin Xian nodded. "I have some experience on breaking through to the Saint Venerable level. It wasn't easy for me to get it, so I can help you. But you have to do me a favor. I came from Clear Autumn World, but I definitely can't go back there. I want you to take me out, back to your world." "No problem, leave it to me." Meng Qing nodded. "Do you really have the experience of breaking through?" Lin Xian said. Of course, he extended a finger and tapped the space between Meng Qing's brows. Following that, he imparted some of his experience in breaking through to the other party. Meng Qing was suddenly enlightened. So that was how it was. No wonder I failed twice. She was really too shocked. Next, Meng Qing broke through again. She finally became a holy venerate as she wished. A boundless aura swept out in all directions. After the others sensed it, their eyes widened. Someone had really succeeded in breaking through. They looked at Meng Qing. Someone frowned. That shouldn't be the case. His previous progress wasn't as good as mine. It was that kid. Did Meng Qing succeed after that sword maniac went? Could it be that there was some secret on that kid? Someone was watching him. Brat, tell me your secret. Two people walked over. Come up. They had already failed twice, so what they urgently needed now was any possibility of a breakthrough. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Get lost. You don't know what's good for you. The two people were furious. So what if the other party was powerful? Who wasn't a top genius? The two of them attacked and prepared to suppress Lin Xian. However, at this moment, Meng Qing slapped out with her palm. The azure dragon claw directly sent the two of them flying. Do you want to die? Damn it, the bodies of the two people were blown apart, and their faces became incomparably ugly. Previously, Meng Qing's strength was about the same as theirs. But now, the other party could seriously injure them with a light palm. This was the change after breaking through to become a holy venerate. They were too envious. Hurry up and get lost. The two of them could only grit their teeth and leave because they were no match for Meng Qing. Meng Qing looked around. She said, Sword Maniac is my friend. Whoever dares to touch him, don't blame me for being rude. As she spoke, she released the aura of a holy venerate. The others were shocked and did not dare to say anything. A smile appeared on Meng Qing's face. Thank you so much. She was really happy. If not for Lin Xian's experience, she might not have been able to break through this time. It's nothing. Lin Xian smiled. Don't forget our agreement. Of course. Meng Qing nodded. She looked at Lin Xian in surprise. You haven't completely broken through? Do you want me to protect you? Lin Xian nodded. No need. I still need to accumulate for a while. Next time. He was now. He did not want to attract the lightning of the heavenly punishment. In the following time, those people tried again. However, this was really a chasm. These people tried 8 or 9 times, but they might not succeed. At this moment, the ground broke open, and the golden coffin appeared again. The seal and chains on it were unlocked. Chao Tianxing walked out from inside. After he came out, he also had the aura of a holy venerate. Did he break through? The surrounding people were shocked. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. Meng Qing was also surprised. This guy was too strange. Did he break through in the coffin? Lin Xian's face was solemn. He had the heavenly secret god eyes. Although Chao Tianxing's movements were fast, he still took a glance. There was a piece of skin in the golden coffin. He only knew that snakes shed their skin. Could humans do the same? Chao Tianxing kept the golden coffin and sat down cross-legged. About 10 days later, everyone's fortuitous encounter came to an end. The Haran envoy set up an array formation to let them leave. Everyone was also given a command medallion. This was the Haran medallion. If they could leave here one day and reach the real Grotto Heaven, they might be able to join the Haran Grotto Heaven. These people came with confidence, but when they left, many of them were disappointed. They did not break through again. Indeed, only Meng Qing and Chao Tianxing broke through in the Haran Grotto Heaven. The other Grotto Heavens should be about the same, with only 2 or 3 people. He wondered how Xianxia was doing. With her talent, she should be fine. Lin Xian thought about it and did not look at her. He and Meng Qing left in the array formation. Planet Tianming. The bronze envoy knelt on the ground with one knee. There was a blood-red light above his head and a terrifying sword shadow. At the same time, a voice came from inside. What's going on? Why did the second astral realm attract heavenly punishment? Was there another person abandoned by the heavens? The bronze envoy's scalp went numb. Sir, I don't know. You don't know? What's the use of having a piece of trash like you? The sword shadow in the sky became even more terrifying. The bronze envoy spat out a mouthful of blood. He said that the previous person abandoned by the heavens had been killed. If a new one appeared, it meant that he did not come to participate in the heavenly mandate. Are you sure that the previous person was completely killed? Did you see it with your own eyes? As soon as he said that, the bronze envoy's face turned ugly. I didn't see it with my own eyes, but I heard that he was hit by a sage king. I don't think he survived. Investigate this matter carefully for me. Otherwise, you know what will happen to you. The sword shadow in the sky disappeared. The bronze envoy heaved a sigh of relief, but soon he clenched his fists. In the next moment, he tore open space and walked out. It seemed that he was going to investigate this matter thoroughly. In the land of the Blue Dragon. It was the world where the Blue Dragon clan lived. At the end of the Blue Dragon clan's world, there was a huge black space. It was a space tunnel. A few figures stood in front of the tunnel, led by an old man. They had dragon scales on their bodies and foreheads. Obviously, they were all from the Blue Dragon clan. Counting the days, little Qing should be back soon. One of the people behind said. The old man in front also nodded. He wondered if he could break through in the next 2 or 3 days. Suddenly, their eyes lit up. They were here. Sure enough, a surging aura came from the space tunnel. In the next moment, 2 figures walked out. Great, they're out. The people of the Blue Dragon clan were pleasantly surprised. Feeling the change in the aura on their bodies, the corners of their mouths also lifted into a smile. Who is this? Suddenly, they stared at Lin Xian and frowned. Is he a human? Why is Meng Qing with a human? Meng Qing said. He's called Sword Fanatic. I can break through this time thanks to his help. Right, he's also a dragon. Sword Fanatic. Help. And he's a dragon. Those people frowned slightly. The old man in the lead smiled. Young master, which clan are you from? Dragons have many branches. Lin Xian smiled. Senior, you're too polite. I just got some dragon blood in the past and consumed it. I'm not a real dragon. So that's how it is. There was a hint of contempt in the eyes of the people behind. However, Meng Qing said that it was all thanks to him that I was able to make a breakthrough. Grandpa, you have to thank him for me. The old man in front smiled. Since you're little Qing's benefactor, you're a guest of the Blue Dragon clan. Please, senior, you're too polite. I'm here mainly to borrow the space transportation formation. He said that there's no hurry. That old man obviously had an extraordinary status in the Blue Dragon clan. He left with the crowd and held a banquet to celebrate Meng Qing's return. At the same time, he also held a welcome dinner for Lin Xian. Many geniuses of the Blue Dragons had gathered at this banquet. When they learned that Meng Qing had returned, they were very happy. However, when they learned that Meng Qing had returned with a human man, they were stunned. They were all stunned. Many people were gnashing their teeth in anger. Do humans dare to stand side by side with us dragons? He was truly courting death. However, they all heaved a sigh of relief when they heard that the other party would only stay here for a few days before leaving using the teleportation formation. Little Qing, now that you've made a breakthrough, I'm sure you'll have a greater chance of winning the Dao discussion. Many elders laughed and said. There's still a long time before the Dao discussion. I should be able to improve again. Meng Qing nodded. However, an elder shook his head. According to the latest information we received, this time is a little special. It seems that it will be brought forward. Just 1 year later. What? It was actually brought forward. Meng Qing was shocked. Even Lin Xian was stunned. What was going on, he didn't know, but it seemed to be because of the blood-red lightning. Something big happened while you were away. That day, a blood-red bolt of lightning illuminated the entire starry sky of the universe. Countless stars and worlds saw it. Even the Sage Kings were alarmed. However, they didn't find anything. Meng Qing was shocked when she heard the news. She recalled that she had also seen the blood-red lightning. She glanced at Lin Xian, but didn't say anything. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. Even the entire second astral world knows about it. Damn it, the situation isn't good. That's right, I don't know why there's such a phenomenon. However, it was confirmed that the Dao discussion would be held in advance. The top families and holy grounds had already been informed. I wonder who's the host this time. Meng Qing was even more confused. This time, it was the Acheron Hall's turn. What? it's the Acheron Hall? Meng Qing frowned. It was obvious that he didn't like the aura of the Acheron Hall. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. It seemed that every time the Dao discussion was held, there would be a holy city hosting it. This time, it was the Acheron Hall's turn. When he thought of the Acheron Hall's silver corpse holy king, a trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. This guy dared to make a move on him, he must teach the Acheron Hall a lesson. Don't worry, we won't be going to the Acheron Hall's headquarters. We'll be going to one of their subordinate worlds. However, I heard that the Acheron Hall is very strong this time. It seems that we have to be careful when we participate in the battle. After the banquet, Lin Xian stayed for another 2 days before he prepared to return. Meng Qing said, "Are you going to return to your sect? There's still a year's time, you might not be able to make it. Moreover, if you're not a disciple of a holy city or a top family, you won't be able to enter. You can only watch from the outside. If you really want to go, why don't you stay here and follow the Blue Dragon tribe?" Lin Xian thought for a while, then nodded. "Alright, I have a year's time anyway." Indeed, it's too late for him to act alone. "That's great, we can learn from each other during this period of time. I feel that you've been hiding your strength." Meng Qing was very happy. As for the young people of the Blue Dragon tribe, their faces turned ugly when they heard about it. They gritted their teeth so hard that they almost broke. Damn it, this guy is still not leaving. Should I find a chance to teach him a lesson? As expected, a few of the Blue Dragon sky prides were ready to fight. On this day, they took the opportunity when Meng Qing was in seclusion to cultivate and headed towards Lin Xian's residence. "Brat, come out and exchange some pointers." These people laughed maliciously. Lin Xian opened his eyes and frowned slightly. He sighed. As expected, there are always some arrogant people who don't know what's good for them. They were like that when he was in the Xianxia tribe. Now that he was in the Blue Dragon tribe, it was the same. It seemed that he had to teach these people a lesson. Lin Xian stood up and said, "Alright, do you want to fight one-on-one or together? Why don't I fight with one hand?" After hearing that, the people of the Blue Dragons were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Damn it, how arrogant. Do you think Meng Qing can protect you? Let me tell you, she's in seclusion and will only come out after a month or 2. No one can protect you. The leader was a young man called Xianxia. He seemed to have 1 foot in the sacred venerate realm. The other 2 were also peak minor saints. To be honest, Lin Xian didn't care about such strength at all. Although he hadn't become a sacred venerate, he was only 1 step away. Even if he encountered a real sacred venerate, he wouldn't be afraid. He even had the strength to kill a sacred venerate. Therefore, he didn't care about these people at all. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian prepared to fight. At this moment, a crack appeared in the sky. Then, a few figures walked out from it. A terrifying bloodline aura shrouded the entire manor. Did someone come again? And it seemed that there were quite a number of people who came, all experts. Lin Xian frowned. Was the Blue Dragon tribe really going to make a move on him? But soon, he realized that was not the case. Because opposite him, those people from the Blue Dragon tribe were also frowning. They shouted coldly. "Who dares to behave atrociously in my Blue Dragon land? Get out here!" A terrifying dragon roar resounded throughout the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Hearing that, Lin Xian was surprised. Were they not here to target him? Who were they? He looked over in puzzlement. In the next moment, he discovered that these people were also flickering with a terrifying dragon aura. They had scales that emitted a cold light. These people should be dragons too. But it seemed that they were not blue dragons. Some of them had wings on their backs and were abnormally terrifying. The other group had scales on their backs that were like sharp swords that were about to rush into the clouds. When Xianxia and the others saw this scene, they also frowned. Why did the winged dragon and sword dragons come to our Blue Dragon tribe, and before coming, shouldn't you have received an invitation and then waited? Who allowed you to come in? The people of the Blue Dragon tribe were indeed angry. What did the other party take their place for? A place where they could come and go as they pleased. I was wondering who it was. So it's Xianxia. You dare to make a fuss in front of us? A dragon's powerhouse with dark golden wings walked out. The corners of his mouth carried a hint of disdain. A man also walked out from Sword Dragon's side. The scales on his back were purple, like 5 purple heavenly swords, abnormally terrifying. Xianxia, you don't have the qualifications to control us. Xian, Sword Star. Are the two of you really going to go against me? The Blue Dragon tribe, those 2 dragons' powerhouses also laughed after hearing that. You can't represent the Blue Dragons. Let those who can speak stand up, damn it. Xiangjia's expression became incomparably ugly. He roared angrily, the dragon blood in his body surging, a terrifying aura pervading out. Want to make a move? Seeing this scene, the corners of Xian's mouth curled up into a disdainful smile. You're no match for us. A terrifying aura also surged out of his body. The dark golden wings on his back flapped, bringing about a powerful golden storm. Buzz, those storms danced between heaven and earth, then quickly swept Xianxia and the others away. The Blue Dragon tribe's expressions changed drastically, their faces were filled with anger. They did not expect these people to take the initiative to make a move. Damn it! Xianxia roared angrily. Blue Sky Seal, he formed a seal with his hands and fiercely. A terrifying palm print bloomed in the sky, as if it could destroy the world. Lin Xian was astonished as he watched from the sidelines. As expected of a member of the dragon tribe, his power was much stronger than that of other saints, however, he still shook his head slightly. Xianxia was extraordinary, but the winged dragon race expert was even more terrifying. That dark golden storm was like a heavenly blade. It was rare for the Blue Sky Seal to be sliced in half from all directions. When Xian saw this scene, he shook his head in disdain. Truly pitifully weak. Oh right, I heard that Meng Qing from your Blue Dragon tribe went to the trial ground. Did she come? Let her come out. Humph, how can you be Meng Qing's match? Let me tell you, Meng Qing has already become a sacred venerate. All of you combined are no match for her, Xianxia roared crazily. Is that so? Has she really become a sacred venerate? On the other side, Xianxing's eyes also shone with a sharp light. Then all the more I want to see it. The 5 purple swords on his back kept trembling. It caused the surroundings to crumble. Humph, Xianxing, you won't even be able to block one move from Meng Qing. Xianxia gritted his teeth and said. Xianxing's face darkened when he heard this. How dare you judge me? He waved his hand, and a purple sword flew out from his back, slashing forward. Damn it. Xianxia's pupils shrank, and there was fear in his eyes. The power of this sword was beyond his imagination. Blue Dragon body, he roared furiously as the bloodline in his body burst forth continuously. A tyrannical physique appeared. He wanted to take the sword head-on. However, with a bang, he flew out like a kite, and many scales on his body fell off. Fresh blood pierced through the void. It's useless. Although the Blue Dragon body is a super strong body refining technique, it can't be used in the hands of trash like you. What a pity. Xianxing shook his head. The people from the Blue Dragon tribe turned pale. This time, they were here to teach a human a lesson. Therefore, Xianxia was the strongest among the people who had come. However, at this moment, Xianxia was nothing in front of the 2 dragons. Damn it, why didn't the Blue Dragon's experts come? Suddenly, they realized that an array had appeared around them, isolating them from everything. No wonder the pterosaur and sword dragons dared to be so arrogant. It seemed that it was time to teach them a lesson and let them know the difference between them. The 2 dragons landed, and it seemed like they wanted to attack again. The people from the Blue Dragon tribe turned ugly. They roared crazily, but it was useless. Just as they were in despair, a cough came from the side. Lin Xian coughed twice, and his expression was a little strange. To be honest, these people could fight however they wanted. However, they shouldn't fight where he was. It would be awkward for him. Hearing the coughing sound, the members of the 3 dragon clans all turned their heads to look. The people from the Blue Dragons were furious. Damn it, it was all because of this kid. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so unlucky today. The Winged Dragon race and Stegosaurus race's people revealed a look of surprise. There was actually someone here, and it looked like a human. There was a human here. It was really surprising. What should they do with this human? Xianxing asked. After Xian saw it, he said that they should just kill him. He was just an ant anyway. As he said that, a sage from the pterosaur dragons walked out from behind him. Hee hee, kid, you can only say that you're unlucky to have met us. The wings on his back flapped, and a terrifying wind blade appeared. Lin Xian's face darkened. To be honest, this was the matter of the pterosaur dragons. He didn't intend to interfere. However, he didn't expect these people to want to attack him. They were really reckless. It seemed that he couldn't just watch the show. He had to do something. Thinking of this, he snorted coldly. With a flick of his finger, a sword chi flew out and shattered the wind blade. Not only that, it even pierced through that person's body. Poof, the sage from the pterosaur dragons flew out and screamed. The people from the blue dragon tribe were stunned. This kid actually dared to fight back. Was he not afraid of death? The people from the pterosaur dragons were also stunned. Then, they became furious. Many people gathered around Lin Xian and surrounded him. Damn it! How dare a mere human attack us and injure our people? Tell us, how do you want to die? Who's going to kill him? I'll reward you handsomely. Xian's voice resounded. Immediately, someone from the winged dragon clan walked forward. I'll do it. This time, it was a late minor saint with terrifying strength. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Don't waste your time. They're not my match. If you want to fight, do it yourself. Lin Xian locked his gaze on Xian. The others were stunned. This brat wants to fight with Xian. Xian was also stunned. Then, he sneered. What a reckless brat. You're not worthy of me to fight. But since you're asking for death, I'll grant you your wish. Dark golden storm. A terrifying wind flew out and shrouded Lin Xian. Haha, die. The people of the winged dragon clan revealed a smile. In their opinion, their boss could kill the opponent in an instant. Lin Xian retracted his hand. His 5 fingers turned into claws and pounced down like a ferocious tiger. Tiger Devil Fist. A single strike split the storm apart. An even more terrifying fist art flew towards Xian. Xian's pupils shrunk. He quickly dodged. The void where he was originally at was shattered. His blood and chi rolled and his face turned pale. It's impossible to kill me in an instant. If you don't show me your true strength, I'm afraid the one who will be killed in an instant will be you. Lin Xian sneered. So powerful, the surrounding people were stunned. The people of the Blue Dragon clan also couldn't believe it. Was this the ant in their eyes? It was unbelievable that he could fight against Xian. If the 2 dragons didn't come and they took action, they would probably end up in a miserable state. Xian's face became incomparably ugly. Being repelled by a human made him lose all face. Brat, you've completely angered me. His palms kept forming seals. 2 dark golden wings spread out behind his back. The great Tao on it kept rotating, emitting a mysterious power. He flapped his wings again, and the law of wind around him surged out violently. Heaven and earth trembled. The people of the Blue Dragon clan quickly retreated. They knew that this was the ultimate skill of the Winged Dragon clan. Wind walking under the heavens. The space in front of him was completely submerged. The pterosaur revealed a smile. No matter who you are, under this move, your astral soul would be completely destroyed. Has it been resolved? Jianxing retracted his gaze and looked at the members of the Azure Dragons again. Everyone thought that Lin Xian would be annihilated by this move. Inside the storm, a palm extended out and tore apart the void. A terrifying palm descended from the sky and slapped towards Xian. How could this be? Xian's pupils shrank. Was the other party still not dead? He resisted, and then was blasted backwards, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His opponent's physique was actually so strong. So that's all there is to you. Lin Xian walked out of the storm that filled the sky. The boundless great Tao on his body blocked all the storms. Was he not injured? The winged dragons were stunned, and the azure dragons were even more dumbfounded. Jianxing frowned, while Xian's expression became malevolent. Damn it, this is impossible. Who exactly are you? Only now do you remember to ask me who I am. Don't you think it's too late? Do you think you can ignore everything just because you're a dragon? I didn't provoke you before, and we don't even know each other. But what about you? You want to kill me directly. Do you think you can withstand my wrath? Lin Xian's eyes emitted an extremely cold radiance. He wouldn't show mercy to those who tried to kill him. Tiger Demon Fist first move. Army Destroyer. Lin Xian waved his palm again. A ferocious tiger coiled around his hand, and his entire palm emitted an extremely terrifying aura. He pushed it forward fiercely. Damn it, how dare you underestimate me? Wind movement, 9 heavens feather. Xian also roared furiously. The scales on his wings turned into sharp swords one after another, and flew down. They were all covered with the true blood of dragons. Not good, retreat quickly. Seeing that the two of them were really angry, the surrounding people frantically retreated. Both of their exceptional superpowers clashed against each other. Xianxing's eyes flickered. Even though this human's strength previously exceeded his expectations. But wind movement, this ultimate move, even he had to go all out to deal with it. Thinking about it, that human shouldn't be able to block it, right? But very soon, he discovered that his thinking was wrong. Between heaven and earth, dragon roars and tiger roars sounded out. Lin Xian's fist seemed to tear everything apart like a broken bamboo, charging in front of Xian. Impossible. Xian screamed, flapping both wings, wanting to escape. But this punch slammed onto his body. Bang, his body was torn to pieces, directly blasted apart. What? Those people in the surroundings were all stunned. Xian actually lost, and was blown up by someone. Those people from the Winged Dragon clan screamed crazily. Xian retreated into the distance. He condensed his body anew, his expression becoming incomparably ugly. Damn it, the other party's attack was actually so powerful. Who the hell are you, trash, you don't have the right to know. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Xian was angered until he vomited blood. It had always been him looking down on others, but now, someone actually looked down on him. Furthermore, the other party defeated him, making him speechless. Xianxing, you're not going to make a move, Xian gritted his teeth and roared angrily. Xianxing's eyes bloomed with a piercing cold light. Interesting, you're worthy of me making a move. He walked out, the 5 paths heavenly swords behind him released terrifying killing intent. Lin Xian cast a glance at the other party and smiled coldly. Don't be anxious, one by one. His gaze locked onto Xian. I'll finish you off first. He charged forward once again. You dare. Xian was enraged, his expression becoming incomparably ugly. The other party actually dared to deal a killing blow to him? Come, men, kill him for me? Following his command, the surrounding people from the Winged Dragon clan rushed up crazily. Get lost, Lin Xian roared angrily, another one blow to break the army, sweeping away 1,000 troops. Those people from the Winged Dragons around were all sent flying by him. The next moment, he arrived in front of Xian. A terrifying fierce tiger phantom circled between heaven and earth. A hand claw directly clasped onto Xian's head. If you dare to touch me, you're becoming enemies with the Winged Dragons. Your outcome, you have to think clearly. We, the dragons, absolutely won't let you off. However, his voice had just faded when his body was directly beaten into a bloody mist. Lin Xian's tiger demon fist was too terrifying. It really had the aura of exterminating everything, directly obliterating the other party's body and soul. Dead, everyone was dumbfounded. Xian, such a powerful expert, already had 1 foot into the holy venerable realm, was actually killed by someone. The Azure Dragon's people were dumbfounded. While the people from the Winged Dragon clan were roaring crazily. However, no one dared to step forward. They looked toward Xianxing. Big brother Xianxing, please avenge us. Xianxing's expression was incomparably gloomy and cold. Honestly speaking, he also did not expect that the other party would actually make a move so decisively, directly killing Xian, making him somewhat shocked. Just what was the background of this person? Was his identity really exceedingly high? Or was it an audacious guy? Seeing that Xianxing was silent, Lin Xian said, if you want to make a move, think about the consequences. You will end up worse than him. Xianxing's pupils constricted. How dare you threaten me? Do you think that you can survive if I don't make a move? You are too arrogant. The person you killed is the pride of the winged dragons. The winged dragons will never let you off. Wait to suffer the wrath of the dragons. Let's go. Xianxia waved his hand and left with his men. No, how could it be? Brother Xianxia, aren't you going to make a move? The people of the winged dragons roared crazily. However, Xianxia didn't even turn his head. This was shocking. Could it be that Xianxia was afraid? The people of the winged dragons also quickly fled, leaving only the people of the blue dragon clan. They looked at Lin Xian, their bodies trembling non-stop. Lin Xian glanced at these people and said, "Scram." He shouted coldly. Immediately, the people of the dragons also left dejectedly. His villa quieted down once again. As for this news, it caused a huge commotion as it spread out. The people of the winged dragons were very angry. There was actually someone who didn't know what was good for him. He didn't put them in his eyes at all. Immediately, they sent a large number of experts to capture Lin Xian. On the other side, the people of the blue dragons also had ugly expressions when they heard the news. Damn it. The people of the winged dragons and sword dragons came in quietly. What were they trying to do? Some people were very angry. However, some people frowned. That human didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He killed Xian in the land of hidden dragons. They were afraid that it would cause a war between the two dragons. What should we do? Someone asked. What else can we do? Capture him and hand him over to the winged dragon clan. However, Meng Qin came out of seclusion. She said, "No, this matter was originally the fault of the winged dragons and sword dragons. We have already given them face by not asking them to come over and apologize. How can we go over and ask for their forgiveness? Isn't this a slap to the face of the Blue Dragon clan?" Hearing this, the others also fell silent. Indeed, they were very unhappy, but if this matter was not handled properly, it would really cause a fight between the two dragons. Elders, do you really think that we will be safe if we hand him over? Don't forget why they came. They didn't come for my friends. Instead, they are targeting our Blue Dragon clan. Their goal was the horn of the Azure Dragon. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Their expressions became incomparably ugly. Damn it. Could it be that these people were really here for the Blue Dragon horn? At this moment, an extremely terrifying roar resounded between heaven and earth. The void fluctuated, and the laws descended. Powerful figures appeared one after another. Who dares to kill the people of my winged dragon clan? Get over here and accept your death. A cold voice resounded between heaven and earth. In the Azure Dragon's territory, the faces of the dragon's people changed. Not good. The winged dragon's people had come. How could they move so quickly? Many dark golden figures appeared in the sky. They were all elites of the winged dragon clan. On the other side of the void, there was a piercingly cold aura. Those were the elites of the sword dragons. They had also come, but they did not show themselves. It seemed like they wanted to watch the battle silently. Xianxia, our people died in your Azure Dragon's territory. Give us an explanation. A middle-aged man stood out and said coldly. The aura on his body was unusually cold. He was a sacred reverend. Xianxia snorted. I haven't asked you, winged dragon clan. Why did you come to our Azure Dragon's territory? Who gave you the right? We are all dragons. Is there anything wrong with us coming here? But what about you? You actually allowed a human to kill our winged dragon clan's genius. Today, you must give us an explanation. Otherwise, this matter will not end. As the middle-aged man's voice fell, the terrifying aura of the Azure Dragons behind him exploded. The wind swept through the 9 heavens, shattering the sky. Do you think we don't know what you are planning? Let me tell you, it's impossible. Meng Qin walked out and said coldly. Xian deserved to be killed. Who asked him to provoke us in our territory? We only killed him and let the rest go. We are already giving your Azure Dragon clan a lot of face. If you continue to be stubborn, don't blame us for being impolite. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's face sank. Little girl, do you think you are so arrogant just because you broke through to the sacred reverend level? Let me teach you. What is a true sacred reverend? With that said, He clenched his fist and endless wind law spread out, forming a terrifying saber light that slashed down. Boom, Meng Qing shouted and formed a hand seal. The azure dragon seal slammed down. The two collided, creating a shocking explosion. Then, Meng Qing was forced back, her face pale. The middle-aged man from the winged dragons laughed. Do you see that? There are strong and weak sacred reverends. If you want to fight me, you will have to cultivate for a few hundred years. Damn it. The people from the azure dragons gritted their teeth when they saw this scene. Damn it, let's fight it out with him. Several people charged over. What's wrong? You want to fight? Do you think that we are afraid of you? The people from the winged dragons gave off a terrifying light in the sky. At the same time, the middle-aged man said, this matter started because of that human. Is he still afraid to come out? Don't let your azure dragons be used as a tool. The moment the middle-aged man said that, the expressions of the azure dragon clan's people changed. A beam of light flashed in the distance. You are looking for me. It has nothing to do with the azure dragon clan's people. He is here. Many people sucked in a deep breath and turned their heads to look. The middle-aged man from the winged dragons narrowed his eyes as well. To think that the azure dragon clan dared to come out. Honestly speaking, he was very surprised as well. Brat, you are pretty courageous. I thought that you would sneak away. Lin Xian, on the other hand, laughed. Why should I run? That genius that you speak of is just trash in my eyes. He thought that he was high and mighty and wanted to kill me. In the end, he got killed instead. It is that simple. Brat, no matter what you say, you have touched our winged dragons people. Moreover, I'm stronger than you, so if I kill you, I can also kill you mercilessly. The middle-aged man's holy venerable aura became even more terrifying. At the same time, many people stared at the people from the Azure Dragon clan. Don't think that the Azure Dragons will help you. Lin Xian laughed loudly. Why would I need other people's help? At this point, a loud dragon roar came from his body and shook the 9 heavens. Roar, roar. Roar, roar. The clouds in the sky were shattered, and countless cracks appeared. The surrounding dragons people all changed their expressions. At this moment, whether it was the Azure Dragon clan, the Winged Dragon clan, or the Stegosaurus clan, their expressions became very shocked. Because the other party's dragon roar had suppressed their souls, and even the dragon blood in their bodies was agitated. How was this possible? What kind of bloodline was this? Could it be that the other party's dragon blood was even more terrifying than theirs? There will be 2 more in a while. But it might be a little slow. Damn it, who the hell are you? The middle-aged man from the Pterosaur Team 1 roared crazily. Even the people from the Blue Dragon clan were stunned. They had heard before that Lin Xian was related to the dragons. However, Lin Xian said that he had only consumed some dragon blood, so he was tainted with dragon aura. Now it seemed that this was definitely not the case. What kind of dragon blood could make a person emit such a pure dragon's voice? This voice suppressed their bloodline. The other party's dragon blood was higher than theirs. The people from the Stegosaurus clan were equally shocked, especially Jian Xing. He had originally come to watch the show. Who would have thought that he would be completely stunned? Fortunately, he did not make a move before. Otherwise, he was afraid that his end would be very miserable. Lin Xian saw that the power of the great dragon sword soul had intimidated these people. The corners of his mouth raised into a smile. Who am I? Have you heard of the Divine Dragon clan? The Divine Dragon clan, these young dragons all frowned. Some elders' eyelids were twitching wildly. How was this possible? Could it be that you are a member of the Divine Dragon clan? Their nerves became incomparably terrified. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He could not expose the matter of the great dragon sword soul. So he thought of the dark red divine dragon. The dark red divine dragon was also a dragon, and its dragon blood was very powerful. So he told them about the Divine Dragon clan. He did not expect these people to be so shocked. It seemed that the status of the Divine Dragon clan among the dragons was very high. Do you still dare to touch me now? Lin Xian did not take the initiative to admit that he was a member of the Divine Dragon clan, but these people did not think so. At this moment, they had already regarded Lin Xian as an existence of the Divine Dragon clan. Their nerves became incomparably terrified. How was this possible? These elders of the Blue Dragons. They also became incomparably shocked. Legend had it that the Divine Dragon clan had been extinct. How could it still appear here, they did not know, but even if he was lying and was not a member of the Divine Dragon clan, then he should be a powerful dragon. His bloodline rank is too high, so it's best that we don't provoke him. We should try our best to rope him in. The people of the Blue Dragon tribe instantly came to a decision. With their relationship with Meng Qing, they had a much better chance of establishing a good relationship with Lin Xian than the other dragons. Thus, the elders soon came to a decision. No matter what. This time, he had to protect Lin Xian. As for the Winged Dragon clan, his expression became incomparably ugly. Damn it, should we make a move? These people gnashed their teeth. To be honest, they really wanted to make a move. However, if the other party's identity was too big, then they would be in big trouble. Therefore, they were now in a dilemma. If they had known, they wouldn't have been so arrogant before. If he were to leave now, it would really be embarrassing. The Stegosaurus race also discussed. They took a deep breath and decided not to target Lin Xian anymore. However, they did not retreat. After all, they only had one goal this time, and that was to obtain the Blue Dragon horn. Alright. This young master turns out to be a member of the dragons like us. I think what happened before was just a misunderstanding. I think the fellow dragons won't pursue the matter anymore. As he spoke, the great elder of the Stegosaurus race looked forward. The middle-aged man of the Winged Dragon tribe also sighed. They said, let's put this matter aside for now. We have another important matter this time. That was the Blue Dragon horn. As soon as these words were said, the people of the Blue Dragon's expression became incomparably ugly. Lin Xian was also surprised. What was the Blue Dragon horn? He had heard of it before, but he didn't expect to hear it again. Could it be that the Blue Dragon horn was very useful to dragons? The Blue Dragon horn is the treasure of the Blue Dragons. When did we allow you to interfere? The people of the Blue Dragons roared. Damn it, their clan leader was in seclusion. Otherwise, these people wouldn't dare to come out. But fortunately, the two dragons didn't have a sage king. This made them heave a sigh of relief. However, the combined attack of the two dragon tribes still caused the Blue Dragon tribe members to turn pale. Since they didn't want to cooperate, then don't blame them for not being polite. The middle-aged man of the Winged Dragon's expression darkened. Previously, he had lost face. This time, he was going to get back his face ruthlessly. So he waved his hand, and the sages of the Winged Dragons in the sky prepared to attack. Terrifying wind laws danced between heaven and earth. On the other side, the people of the Stegosaurus race roared into the sky. Phantoms of heavenly swords appeared on their backs. They pierced through the sky. Damn it, the great elder of the Blue Dragon tribe also shouted angrily and activated the array formation. They didn't expect the two dragon balls to really dare to attack. The two dragons were indeed determined. This time, the Blue Dragon clan's clan leader was in seclusion. It could be said that they were without a leader. This was their best opportunity to attack. If they couldn't take down the Blue Dragon horn this time, then they really wouldn't have a chance in the future. A great battle broke out in an instant. It was abnormally intense. All kinds of dragon roars and dragon blood surged between heaven and earth. Lin Xian was dumbfounded. Did they start fighting just like that? The three dragons started fighting, and it was an earth-shattering battle. Fortunately, the land of the Blue Dragons was protected by a strong array formation. Otherwise, it would have been destroyed long ago, but even so, he could see that the situation of the Blue Dragons was very bad. It could be said that they were retreating. Damn it, are you really going to fall out? When our sage king comes out of seclusion, can you resist? The people of the Blue Dragons roared. The people of the Winged and Stegosaurus dragons snorted coldly. Do you think we don't have a sage king? This time, our sage king didn't come, and we're already giving you Blue Dragon's face. If you don't want to suffer any more losses, then obediently get out of the way. We only want the Blue Dragon horn. Retreat quickly. The Blue Dragon clan's great elder shouted angrily. At the same time, he said, Qing-er, quickly go to Blue Dragon Mountain. Grandfather, I'll help you. Mengqing rushed up, but the Great Elder said, we don't need you here. Hurry up and go to Long Dragon Mountain to unlock the seal of the Blue Dragon Horn. When the time comes, if we can get the recognition of the Blue Dragon Horn, then we'll be safe. Alright, Mengqing also knew that the best way now was. That was to get the recognition of the Blue Dragon Horn. So she nodded, turned around, and flew into the distance. At the same time, another 3 figures also flew out. These were all young people, and it seemed that they were the top existences in the Blue Dragon clan. Only they had hope of getting the recognition of the Blue Dragon Horn. The Great Elder glanced at Lin Xian again. He said, young master, you go too. Although Lin Xian was not a member of the Blue Dragon clan, he was a dragon after all. As long as he was a dragon, he would have a chance to get the recognition. This was also the reason why the winged and stegosaurus dragons wanted to snatch it. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Although he was still not sure how magical the Blue Dragon Horn was, it was a treasure. However, from the looks of it, it should be a precious treasure. Thus, his body flashed and he flew into the distance. Great, Sword Maniac, you're here too. Mengqing heaved a sigh of relief. With Lin Xian around, she felt much more at ease. The other 3 young skyprites frowned slightly. Damn it, what is this guy doing? However, the situation was critical and the Great Elder had given the order, so they didn't say anything. Instead, they gritted their teeth and flew quickly. Soon, they crossed countless mountains and arrived in front of a huge mountain. This mountain looked like a dragon lying there. It was called Mount Azure Dragon, and the Azure Dragon Horn was inside. Open the seal. Near Azure Dragon Mountain, there were 9 powerful dragon clan experts waiting. When they saw Mengqing and the others, they quickly made hand seals and tore open a corner of the seal. Then, Mengqing, Lin Xian, and the others quickly walked in. After entering, Lin Xian felt a powerful aura of the Tao of Dragons in the mountain. Lin Xian felt suppressed. The others were pale. It's too scary. What kind of expert left behind this aura? At the same time, they were also excited. The Azure Dragon Horn was inside. If they could get it, it would be a supreme fortune. Soon, they walked in and found that there was a dazzling light inside. There was a barrier in front of them, and a dragon horn was floating inside. The dragon horn was only the size of a palm, but it was very mysterious. The dragon patterns on it were different. Lin Xian was astonished by the aura he emitted. The great dragon sword soul in Lin Xian's body rumbled. It seemed to be very happy. At the same time, many people arrived outside the Azure Dragon Mountain. It turned out that the pterosaur and sword dragons had shown their power and suppressed the Azure Dragon race. They were now near Mount Azure Dragon. The great elder of the Azure Dragons shouted angrily. "How is it? Did you go in?" The 9 people said. They had just entered. The great elder of the Azure Dragon heaved a sigh of relief. Everyone listened carefully. They couldn't let them take another step forward. They had to protect Mount Azure Dragon and send a voice transmission to the people inside, telling them to hurry up. The great elder knew that the other party had come prepared this time. They couldn't hold on for too long. "It's useless. Don't be so stubborn. You're no match for us." An old figure also descended. The dark golden wings on his back covered the sky and blocked out the sun. Heaven and earth darkened. The great elder of the winged dragons had arrived. The first elder of the blue dragon tribe immediately struck out with the blue dragon seal. As for the other party, it was the wind shakes the 9 heavens. 2 peak holy venerates attacked. Terrifying laws swept out in all directions. The others were also engaged in a great battle, and the situation was abnormally intense. Inside Mount Azure Dragon, Lin Xian and the others heard the sound transmission and the sounds of fighting outside. All of them were extremely solemn. Were those people already here? If they broke through the seal, then they wouldn't have a chance. Damn it, we can't wait any longer. A young man walked out. He was also a heaven. Proud was a half-step holy venerate. At this moment, it cut its palm and dripped its dragon blood on the barrier. At the same time, he said, "Ancestor, please acknowledge me." He was filled with anticipation, and the others were also holding their breaths. However, the azure dragon horn inside the barrier did not move at all. There was no reaction at all. Damn it, how could it be like this? The first young man's complexion turned incomparably pale. He was unwilling to accept this. However, this was the second person. He walked over and said, "Let me do it." Then, he also cut his palm and pressed it on the barrier. This person's cultivation was a holy venerate, the same as Meng Qing. It could be said that his strength and talent were stronger than the first person's. However, the second person also did not succeed. Although he had caused the azure dragon horn to tremble, the seal was not broken. In other words, he did not receive its acknowledgement. Damn it, how could this be? I am your descendant. I have the purest bloodline and the azure dragon body. Why don't you acknowledge me? The second person roared crazily. Clearly, he could not accept this result. Barrier, there must be a problem with this barrier. I must break it. He instantly unleashed the azure dragon body. Then, he formed hand seals and slammed his palm forward. I can't attack. Meng Qing cried out in alarm. However, it was already too late. That person's azure dragon seal struck the barrier and caused it to tremble. Boundless light appeared on the barrier. The great Tao interweaved and sent that person flying. That young man vomited large mouthfuls of blood. He was seriously injured. Buzz, at the same time Azure Dragon Mountain shook. Countless arrays shook as if they would be extinguished and shattered at any moment. What was going on? When the people outside Azure Dragon Mountain saw the scene, their expressions changed. The Azure Dragon's expressions changed. Elder Zhang cried out in alarm. What happened? The people from the winged dragons and sword dragons were also surprised. Could it be that they had been acknowledged? They were very worried. However, after waiting for a while, they realized that there was no terrifying aura coming out. They all laughed. It seemed that they had not succeeded. Azure Dragons, don't waste your energy. Your people can't break the seal of the Azure Dragon Horn at all. Let us do it. If our Azure Dragon race can't do it, then your other Dragon Balls won't have a chance either. If you go back now, we can still let bygones be bygones. If you take another step forward, don't blame us for completely falling out with you. The Azure Dragon's Great Elder shouted coldly. The Winged Dragon's Great Elder snorted coldly. Do you still have the right to negotiate with us now, old friend? Are you still not coming out? As his voice fell, the world shattered. Heaven and earth shattered as another terrifying figure appeared. Terrifying sword chi pierced through heaven and earth. Oh no, it was the Sword Dragon's Great Elder. The people from the Azure Dragon's expressions became extremely ugly. This was also a top-tier sacred venerable. They could still fight against him before, but now that another one had appeared, their Great Elder might not be able to fight against him at all. Sure enough, the Azure Dragon's Great Elder's expression became extremely ugly. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Are the people inside not done yet?" The third person inside had already completed his attempt, but he still failed. Although he was unwilling, he did not dare to get angry. After all, the second person was still seriously injured and almost killed. It was very dangerous to be disrespectful to the Great Elder. Now, there were only two people left. As for Lin Xian and the others, they directly ignored him. He was not from the Azure Dragons at all. How could he be acknowledged by them? So they placed all their hopes on Meng Qing. At this moment, Azure Dragon Mountain shook violently, and there was the sound of the array shattering. Oh no, they were fighting their way in. These geniuses' expressions became extremely ugly. Meng Qing, hurry up. They reminded her. Meng Qing also cut her palm and rushed forward. The Azure Dragon Horn began to spin, and the dragon patterns on it kept flickering and shining. A terrifying aura of the Tao of Dragons filled the air. It seemed that the Azure Dragon Horn was about to awaken. Seeing this scene, the geniuses of the three Dragon Balls widened their eyes. Could it be that Meng Qing could be acknowledged? They were too shocked and envious at the same time. I'm late today because of something. I'll make up for it tomorrow. The Azure Dragon Horn spun violently, making everyone nervous. Meng Qing took a deep breath. Was she going to succeed? But in the end, the seal was not completely broken. How was that possible? Could it be that Meng Qing had failed as well? The three geniuses of the Azure Dragon tribe saw this and their faces turned ugly. Meng Qing's face turned pale as well. To be honest, this was their first time facing the Azure Dragon horn, but it was not the first time for the entire Azure Dragons. The most outstanding geniuses of each generation would come. None of them could awaken the Azure Dragon horn. It could even be said that Meng Qing was the closest to awakening the Azure Dragon horn. But she still did not receive recognition. Could it be that the Azure Dragon horn really could not be revived? At this moment, the Azure Dragon mountain shook even more violently, and the terrifying sound came from outside. It won't be long before the two dragon clans attack us. Damn it. Outside, the Azure Dragon tribe had a look of despair in their eyes. Because these people had already fought to the entrance of the cave. The Winged Dragon tribe and the Stegosaurus tribe laughed. It's useless. Stop struggling. You are no match for them. If you continue fighting, you will definitely die. They had a victorious smile on their faces. Inside the cave, Meng Qing and the rest were also in despair. It's useless. It's a waste for us to stay here. Why don't we join the battle outside? These people clenched their fists. Meng Qing took a deep breath. No, we still have hope. She looked at Lin Xian. The three geniuses frowned. Do you think an outsider can awaken the Azure Dragon horn? Why can't he? Didn't you feel that his aura of the Tao of Dragons was extremely pure? Maybe he can really do it. Meng Qing looked at Lin Xian and said, Sword Maniac, go and try. Lin Xian took a deep breath and nodded. All right then. He walked up. He did not cut his palm because his blood was not dragon's blood. He could only rely on the great dragon sword soul in his body and one other thing, which was the dragon breathing technique. He placed his hand on the barrier and slowly unleashed the power of the great dragon sword soul. The Azure Dragon horn instantly emitted a dazzling light as if it was coming to life. Meng Qing held her breath. The other three geniuses also widened their eyes. Could this kid really do it? It was too unbelievable. However, they realized that they were still lacking a little. While it was stronger than Meng Qing's, it was still insufficient to fully revive the Azure Dragon horn. Lin Xian looked at the scene in front of him calmly. He naturally knew that the great dragon sword spirit had fully recovered. Of course, he could do it. However, with his current strength, he could only do so much. However, it didn't matter. He still had one more thing, and that was the Dragon Ball's breathing technique. After he circulated it, every breath he took contained a mysterious power. Even Meng Qing and the others' dragon blood was pulsing with this power. This left them stupefied. What exactly was this? As for the Azure Dragon horn in front of him, the dragon mark on it blossomed. Suddenly, the sound of a bugle horn was heard. Crack, crack, crack. The enchantment around them shattered, and the voice spread out, shaking Mount Azure Dragon. The combination of the dragon's roar and the horn's sound seemed to transform into the roar of the Azure Dragon. It spread throughout the world. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Near Mount Azure Dragon, the great battle had stopped. The people of the Azure Dragon tribe were shocked. A dragon's roar could be heard. The Azure Dragon horn was revived. Great, they succeeded. These people were incomparably excited. How was this possible? The people of the Winged Dragon tribe and the Saber Dragon tribe were also stunned. Did they succeed? Could it be that the people of the Azure Dragon's generation really had the ability to defy the heavens? Damn it, they were just a little bit away. If they could fight their way to the cave, they would have a chance to be recognized. However, now that the Azure Dragon horn had been revived, they had no hope at all. Sure enough, an extremely powerful sound wave erupted from the entire Mount Azure Dragon, forcing the people of the two dragons to retreat. Retreat quickly. The people of the Winged Dragons and the Saber Dragons turned pale. Many of them were injured. Great, the people of the Azure Dragons were incomparably excited. They felt their blood boiling. Who had been recognized? These people all looked into the cave. Inside the cave, Meng Qing and the others were stunned. They looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. Lin Xian was also surprised. He found that the Azure Dragon horn had arrived in front of him and was spinning non-stop in front of him. The aura of the Tao of Dragons emitted from it shocked him greatly. Did this thing recognize him? To be honest, Lin Xian was also surprised in his heart. He only had the great dragon sword soul and the dragon breathing technique. He was not a dragon himself. He only wanted to give it a try, but he did not expect it to succeed. Great, sword maniac, you really did it. Meng Qing cheered at the side. The other three geniuses clenched their fists. Their eyes were red with envy. This was a heaven-defying opportunity, and it was obtained by an outsider. Let's go, our people are waiting for us. Lin Xian nodded. He felt that the Azure Dragon Horn should be able to solve this crisis. The group of people walked out, and the people outside were filled with anticipation. They were guessing who would be recognized by the Azure Dragon Horn. Could it be that kid Song Qi? He became a sacred venerate earlier than Meng Qing. An elder said. The others also nodded. However, some people said that it was not certain. They felt that Meng Qing was more likely. Although she was not the first to become a sacred venerate. Her talent and bloodline might be better than the others. Alright, let's stop arguing. They will come out soon, and we will know who was recognized by the Azure Dragon Horn. These people widened their eyes. Soon, they heard footsteps. They came out. When they saw a few figures come out, their eyes shone brightly. The people from the two dragon tribes were also watching anxiously. The first person did not have it, and the second person did not have it. Could it really be Song Qi? However, when they saw Song Qi appear, he did not bring out the Azure Dragon Horn. Who could it be? It could only be Meng Qing. Great, this girl did not disappoint us. Many people laughed. The Azure Dragon's Grand Elder also smiled. However, when they saw Song Qi come out, they were dumbfounded. What's going on? Meng Qing did not bring out the Azure Dragon Horn. Who was it? Could it be that the Azure Dragon Horn was not revived? The people of the Azure Dragon tribe became nervous again. On the other hand, the people from the two Dragon Balls were excited. Great, they still have a chance. When the last person appeared, everyone was dumbfounded. Lin Xian walked out. He held the Azure Dragon Horn in his hand, and there was an extremely strong dragon aura on it. When he came out, he was the center of attention. That was the Azure Dragon Horn. The people of the Azure Dragons were the first to scream. In the next moment, everyone was shocked. How was that possible? How did that kid get it? Lin Xian looked around and said, You didn't see wrongly. I have been recognized by the Blue Dragon Horn. What? How is that possible? The people of the three great dragon clans roared crazily. They really couldn't believe it. Humph. The middle-aged man from the winged dragon tribe snorted and reached out his hand to grab Lin Xian. It seemed that he wanted to attack by force. How dare you? The blue dragons roared, but it was too late. After all, Lin Xian had comprehended the law of wind. It was terrifying. Lin Xian was not afraid of the sacred master's attack. He held the blue dragon horn and injected energy into it. The blue dragon horn let out a terrifying sound. Then, the blue dragon mountain behind him seemed to have come alive. It reached out a dragon claw and slapped it. It slapped the middle-aged man from the winged dragons away. The first elder of the blue dragon tribe stepped forward and yelled coldly upon seeing this. He has been recognized by the blue dragon horn. Do you still want to attack? Hearing this, the grand elder of the winged dragons fell silent. The guardian of the sword dragons also looked terrible. They said, Let's go. The people from the two dragon clans left unwillingly. But so what if they were unwilling? They had no other choice. After these people left, the blue dragons heaved a sigh of relief. Many of them looked at Lin Xian with complicated expressions. They hoped that the blue dragon horn would be revived. But they did not expect that the blue dragon horn would be taken by an outsider. But fortunately, Lin Xian's dragon bloodline was strong. Everyone was a dragon. They could accept it. And next, they would try their best to rope in Lin Xian. Sir, this way please. They treated Lin Xian much better than before. They even treated him as a guest of honor. The young geniuses of the Blue Dragon tribe were unhappy at first. But after seeing this, they lowered their heads. They had no choice. Now that Lin Xian said that he wanted to attack them, their elders would probably do anything. They would be knocked to the ground. Lin Xian was also surprised. What's so special about the blue dragon horn? He secretly asked Meng Qing. Meng Qing said that there was such a legend in ancient times. That was that the dragons back then. There was a battle between the dragons. Each of them was king and no one was willing to submit to the other. Then, a super expert of the dragon tribe appeared and cut off one of the dragon horns of the blue dragon tribe's ancestor. Then, he used it to command the dragons. Back then, he was extremely powerful. Let the many years of struggle for the Dragon Balls end. Since then, the Azure Dragon Horn had become a supreme symbol. Legend had it that one could command the dragons. So the dragon horn recognized. That was its that ST dragon lint. T Lin Xian visited the land of the blue dragons. He even browsed through the unique skills of the blue dragon clan. He didn't cultivate the blue dragon body. After all, he had the 9-yang divine body. However, he was very interested in the blue dragon seal and the blue dragon 9 palms. So he asked for the complete cultivation method to cultivate. In the following days, Lin Xian stayed in the land of the hidden dragons. He cultivated these 2 divine abilities. However, on this day, the people of the sword dragons came. This time, the other party didn't come to fight. They came to apologize. They apologized and invited Lin Xian to their sword dragons. Lin Xian was worried. Could this be a trap? However, the great elder of the blue dragons smiled and said, "Don't worry. If it was before, they might have some tricks up their sleeves. But now that you have obtained the recognition of the blue dragon horn, they won't do anything rash. They will only try their best to please you." Hearing this, Lin Xian was relieved. So he left with the messenger of the Sword Dragon clan. After arriving at the Sword Dragons, Lin Xian was also treated very well. He was even able to browse some of the secret skills and inheritances of the Sword Dragons. The sword controlling technique of the Sword Dragon clan was very terrifying. As an expert of the Sword Dao, Lin Xian was very happy about this. Thus, he decided to study it for a while. On the other side, the people of the Winged Dragons also sent messengers to apologize. However, when they arrived at the land of the hidden dragons, they learned that Lin Xian had already gone to the Sword Dragons. So they could only wait patiently. However, after waiting for a few months, they realized that Lin Xian still hadn't appeared. This made them somewhat unable to bear it. Could it be that they had completely offended him? They felt that something was wrong, so they hurried to the place of the Sword Dragons to wait. Fortunately, the Winged Dragons and the Sword Dragons had a good relationship. Therefore, the elder of the Sword Dragon Pearl told Lin Xian about this matter. After hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He was very happy that the Sword Dragons had obtained some cultivation technique inheritances. He wanted to know if the Winged Dragons had any other inheritances. He was very interested in the other party's law of wind. Therefore, Lin Xian also prepared to go. After all, he was only one step away from breaking through to the Holy Venerate level. However, at this moment, it was not the time to break through. Therefore, if he wanted to increase his strength, he could not break through from his cultivation. Instead, he had to obtain great power from other laws and divine abilities. Therefore, he followed the elder of the Winged Dragon clan. The people of the Winged Dragons heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the other party had come. Otherwise, they would have been scared out of their wits. Lin Xian cultivated the law of wind among the Winged Dragons and also cultivated the wind-stirring 9th heaven. This made him very happy. This way, his speed would become even faster than before. After the law of lightning, Lin Xian had another law. Just like this, a year's time was up in the blink of an eye. The people of the Azure Dragons took a deep breath. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. This was because the day of the sage debate had begun. The young geniuses of the Azure Dragons were very excited. Lin Xian also clenched his fists. This time, the sage debate was very important to him. He must succeed and return to planet Xuan. This way, he could break through to the Holy Venerate level. At the same time, in the entire second astral realm, not only the azure dragons, but also the top families and holy cities. It was also very lively. These people were all ready to take action. At the same time, the Acheron Palace also announced to the world. After all, as the host of the Sage Debate, they naturally had to do everything well. This time, the Sage Debate was hosted in the Heavenly Wind World, which was a subsidiary world of the Acheron Palace. Once the news was out, the various great sage cities also took action. The Azure Dragons also prepared to take action. The Heavenly Wind World was also very lively. Originally, the people of this world had been transferred to other worlds. Those who could come were all experts in the starry sky. They were either sages who had been famous for a long time or top geniuses. In short, it was extremely dazzling. And the weak were not qualified to come to this world. If they wanted to watch the battle, they could go to the other worlds and watch from afar. Lin Xian and the people of the Azure Dragon tribe came together and left. After all, he had some things to do. It was not convenient for him to be with the people of the Azure Dragon Pearl. He changed his appearance and used the name of the Sword Fanatic. So, not many people knew him. At this moment, he was walking in the Heavenly Wind World. He saw many geniuses and experts. These people gathered together and discussed intensely. Some of them even talked about martial arts and sparred. Lin Xian even saw a battle between two geniuses of the holy cities. In the end, they were really angry. However, they did not fight to the death. Instead, they stopped. The smell of gunpowder was so strong. Lin Xian analyzed and knew that the Sage Debate was related to the fate of every holy city and their future benefits. These holy cities would naturally not be soft-hearted. This is getting more and more interesting. Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly. Look, that group of people should be from the Joyous Union Palace. Many of the passengers turned their gazes over. Then their eyes turned red. The people in front of him were really like fairies and witches. Two completely opposite temperaments were present in their bodies. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He knew that the Joyous Union Palace mainly cultivated illusions and soul attacks. It was too easy for them to use their souls to influence people. The surrounding people were discussing crazily. These fairies had come to participate as well. They were truly fortunate. He wondered if their most outstanding daughter of the heavens, Xianxia, had come. They were disappointed when they didn't see Xianxia. However, some people said, "What's the big deal? Don't you know?" Recently, the Joyous Union Palace had also risen to prominence, along with the other heavenly beauties. For example, Yusiki. It was said that she had great potential. Everyone started discussing again. Lin Xian was also surprised. He didn't see Xianxia, but he saw Yusiki. She had become stronger than before and could enter the ranks of the top geniuses. This really surprised him. It seemed that her bloodline had really helped him a lot. However, he didn't care. No matter how strong she was still his subordinate. He only needed to use his soul. He would be able to make her submit completely. However, he was still worried about Xianxia. After all, he didn't know what happened in the Green Hill world. Did the Divine Empress attack Xianxia? At this moment, many powerful figures descended. They were from the Demon City. Many people exclaimed. As expected. Many great demons came from the Demon City, and some of them even had very powerful bloodlines. After they arrived, they looked down on everything. Their aura made the surrounding people unable to breathe. That's nine-headed Qilin, right? He actually came out of seclusion. Someone exclaimed. They saw a handsome man. He stood with his hands behind his back like a god. At this moment, he saw that the people from the Joyous Union Palace had also walked over. He didn't know if Xianxia was here. Nine-headed Qilin's voice was unusually calm and full of confidence. The people from the Joyous Union Palace also looked over. So it's ninth young master. Our senior sister isn't here. One of them smiled and said, Ninth young master, if you want to see our senior sister, you have to at least be on the pilgrimage roll. Indeed, Xianxia's status and strength were probably much stronger than those chief disciples. Oh, really? Do you think I'm not qualified? Nine-headed Qilin snorted coldly. He was enraged, and his power erupted. A terrifying Qilin aura spread out in all directions. As soon as this aura appeared, many people's expressions changed. Peak of Minor Saint, their faces were filled with shock. How long had it been? The other party had actually reached the peak of Minor Saint. It was unbelievable. What had the nine-headed Qilin experienced? He was actually able to advance by leaps and bounds. Indeed, when they returned from celestial fate, none of them were little saints. After such a long time, it was already very impressive that he had broken through to the Minor Saint realm. However, he didn't expect that he could reach the peak of Minor Saint. Moreover, this was not an ordinary peak Minor Saint. 9 Qilins, but they were unique beasts of heaven and earth. They possessed the bloodline of the Qilin tribe. How could they be considered top geniuses? Such a person would definitely be able to fight above his level. Nine-headed Qilin asked arrogantly when he saw the people around him discussing. Ladies, do you think I'm strong enough to meet your senior sister now? Indeed, he was very confident now. With his strength, he could definitely make it to the Saint board. The people of Joyous Union Palace were also pale. To be honest, the other party's strength was indeed very strong. It was not something they could fight against. Therefore, they nodded and said, of course, but our senior sister Qin isn't here right now. I'm afraid ninth young lord will have to wait for some time. Oh, really? Alright, when senior sister Qin arrives, I'll let him know. Just tell him that I've admired him for a long time. Nine-headed Qilin turned and left with his people. Wherever he passed, no one dared to stop him. After he left, the people started to discuss again. Someone said, I seem to have heard some news. It said that some time ago, a true expert of the Qilin tribe would come to Myriad Demon City. Do you think nine-headed Qilin's increase in strength has anything to do with the expert of the Qilin tribe? Everyone was shocked when they heard it. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Nine-headed Qilin? He actually grew so fast. It seemed that not only him, but everyone had their own opportunities and could improve by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. However, Lin Xian didn't care about nine-headed Qilin. His current opponent was definitely a saint venerable. His opponent was just a peak minor saint. He didn't care about him anymore. However, at this moment, another exclamation came from afar. It turned out that nine-headed Qilin didn't go far with his people. He stopped again. This time, he was facing Xianxia. This scene caused many people to be shocked once again. Nine-headed Qilin's eyes were also shining brightly. They didn't expect that other than Fairy Qin, such a talented girl would appear in Joyous Union Palace. How should I address you? Xianxia smiled. Ninth young lord was too kind. He wanted to say something, but at this moment, a cold shout came. Come here, the voice was like thunder. Everyone turned their heads. Xianxia was stunned. In the next moment, her pupils shrank as she looked into the distance. Then, she took a deep breath and ignored nine-headed Qilin. She walked forward and soon came to the side of a man. Then, she stood beside him respectfully. Oh my god, what's going on? Everyone was stunned. Xianxia was a talented girl who had just entered Joyous Union Palace. She could definitely enjoy supreme glory. But at this moment, she was so respectful to a stranger. How strong was this person? What was his identity? For a moment, everyone looked at the figure in front of them and started discussing. The one who spoke was naturally Lin Xian. He didn't expect nine-headed Qilin to be so reckless. So, he ordered Xianxia to come over. Xianxia naturally didn't dare to resist. She could only stand beside him. What's wrong? Are you surprised? Lin Xian looked at her. Yusiki shook her head. She had never believed that Lin Xian had been killed by the Sage King's single palm. Because his soul imprint hadn't been removed, she knew that Lin Xian wasn't dead. But she didn't expect him to appear here. And he even changed his face. Everyone was guessing Lin Xian's identity. Nine-headed Qilin's face darkened. There was a cold glint in his eyes. Who dared to fight with him? They didn't know what was good for them. He turned his head and looked. The people of Thousand Demon City beside him also roared. How bold. Yes, that's right. If you know what's good for you, get over here and kowtow. Otherwise, you'll end up in a miserable state. Two great demons walked over. These two great demons were both minor saints. Their auras were extremely powerful. Everyone was waiting for a good show. They didn't know how this kid was going to deal with them. Lin Xian didn't make a move. Instead, he looked at Yusiki and said indifferently, "You should know what happens to those who provoke me." Hearing this, Yusiki didn't say anything. She waved her hand and two terrifying laws flew out, killing the two great demons. The two great demons' eyes widened. Their souls were directly torn apart. What? Looking at the scene of the two great demons being killed, the surrounding people were stunned. It was actually Yusiki who did it. Damn it. Who exactly was this person? The faces of the people from the Thousand Demon City also changed. Did the Joyous Union Palace want to become enemies with the Thousand Demon City? Nine-headed Qilin's face was also extremely cold. Was the other party slapping his face? Very well. Seems like I've been in seclusion for too long. No one knows my name. Since that's the case, I don't mind showing my strength. He walked forward, and terrifying laws appeared on his body. A low roar of a Qilin sounded, accompanied by the hissing of a nine-headed sky snake. With two bloodlines, nine-headed Qilin could be said to be extremely powerful. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at the other party. "Oh, you want to fight me? I advise you not to do so. Otherwise, you'll end up in a miserable state." This guy actually dared to threaten nine-headed Qilin. The surrounding people went crazy. One had to know that nine-headed Qilin was a peak minor saint. With his bloodline talent, he was probably invincible below Saint Venerables. He could even fight against saints. Who was this kid in front of him? They checked carefully, but they didn't find anything. In their opinion, the other party was at most a minor saint. Even if they were in the same realm, could he defeat nine-headed Qilin? Nine-headed Qilin's face sank after hearing this. "Reckless kid, I'll let you know what regret is later. Come out. I'll give you a chance to fight. You're here too." Just as Lin Xian was about to come out, a voice rang out between heaven and earth. Everyone turned their heads. In the next moment, they began to discuss. Nine-headed Qilin's pupils constricted as well. He saw a man in a blue robe walk out. This person's aura was very special. Who was this person? Many people were puzzled. However, they didn't dare to be careless. After all, the aura emitted by the other party was very terrifying. It was even scarier than the nine-headed Qilin's aura. This was definitely a top-notch expert. Nine-headed Qilin's face turned serious. Others might not know, but he knew that this person was called Guan Songhai. He was a top-notch expert from the Azure Ocean Palace. Who would have thought that the other party would actually come here? So it was an expert from the Azure Ocean Palace. Nine-headed Qilin asked in a deep voice. However, Guan Songhai didn't care at all. Instead, he looked at Lin Xian. "I knew you would definitely come," he said with a smile. Lin Xian smiled as well. "Long time no see, brother Songhai." The two of them smiled and greeted him. The surrounding people were all stunned. Nine-headed Qilin's face turned cold. Damn it, he was being ignored. He was a heavenly beast, a top-notch skypride. Who would dare to ignore him? But now, these two despicable fellows actually treated him like air. Damn it, he couldn't take it. "Kid, you're too arrogant. I'll kill you myself." Nine-headed Qilin roared. Hearing this, Guan Songhai frowned. "What's going on? Is this kid going to attack you?" A cold light flashed in his eyes. "It's nothing. He's just an arrogant guy who thinks that he has more lives than others. I'm going to take his life." Lin Xian said indifferently as if he didn't care about nine-headed Qilin at all. Hearing this, the surrounding people exclaimed. "This guy wants to take nine-headed Qilin's life? Where did he get his confidence from? Could he really be an expert?" Nine-headed Qilin's face turned ugly. To be honest, he knew that Guan Songhai was very powerful. He might even be stronger than him. If Guan Songhai was friends with someone like him, he wouldn't be a weakling. He must be a top-notch skypride. However, he was truly unable to tolerate being ignored and looked down upon by others. So, even if this person was a genius, he had to fight him. Brother Sword Maniac, are you really going to fight him? Our opponents are people like Wang Jiani and Chao Tiansheng. I'm afraid he's not qualified to be our opponent. Hearing this, the crowd was stunned again. Nine-headed Kylan wasn't qualified. To be honest, this was like a dream. Nine-headed Kylan was a top-notch expert in the eyes of the crowd. He was even qualified to be listed on the pilgrim's roll. Indeed, some people thought that nine-headed Kylan was no weaker than Lin Xian. Speaking of Lin Xian, the crowd shook their heads and sighed. If this guy was still alive, he would have shone brightly this time. Well, he was too arrogant, so he was killed by the sacred master. Next was nine-headed Kylan, their world. But now, nine-headed Kylan was being ignored, damn it. Nine-headed Kylan was trembling in anger. He fixed his cold gaze on Lin Xian. Damned brat, do you dare to give me a fight? Sure, although you're not qualified to be my opponent, I've been bored recently. I'll use you as a warm-up. Lin Xian nodded his head indifferently. Guan Songhai glanced at nine-headed Kylan and said, I advise the demon city to take nine-headed Kylan away. Otherwise, you'll regret it. The people of Demon City gritted their teeth and said coldly. They didn't need that Songhai Pavilion to worry about this matter. We have our own judgment. To be honest, they had unlimited confidence in nine-headed Kylan. Nine-headed Kylan had just received help from the Kylan clan. His bloodline had improved again, and his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. It wouldn't be a problem for him to fight a nameless genius. Kid, make your move. I'll let you know what regret is. Nine-headed Kylan's face was extremely cold. Lin Xian glanced at him and said indifferently, I advise you to make the first move. Because if I make the first move, you might be killed instantly. Nine-headed Kylan snorted and didn't say anything. Instead, he kept forming seals with his palms, and a terrifying aura spread out from his body. Then, it turned into a terrifying palm and slapped forward. The palm wasn't big, but the law on it was extremely terrifying. Many of the geniuses in the surroundings held their breaths as they felt a shocking power. If they were hit by it, they would be smashed into pieces. The surrounding people gasped. They knew that nine-headed Kylan was really angry. He wanted to kill Lin Xian with his ultimate technique. Lin Xian sneered. He didn't care about the incoming palm at all. When it got close, he used the law of wind and left instantly. This attack hit his afterimage, and a pair of green wings appeared on his back, carrying him through the air at high speed. Trying to dodge? Humph, you can't dodge at all. He applied to become cold again. Myriad Beast's palm. His palm slapped out again, and each attack was accompanied by a terrifying demonic aura. It was the ultimate technique of Demon City. When he used it, it was extremely powerful. Facing the countless demonic beasts that covered the sky, Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. Instead, he raised his palm. His palms formed seals, and the roar of a dragon could be heard. Azure Dragon Seal. Carrying the imprint, he blasted forward. The world in front of him collapsed instantly. The myriad beast fist was destroyed. Bang! Nine-head's Chilant's arms fell to his sides. His body cracked open and he was sent flying while vomiting blood. Boom! After crashing through a dozen mountain ranges, he finally stopped. Dust filled the air and the laws danced in the air. The spectators were stunned. They widened their eyes in disbelief. What did they just see? Nine-head's Chilan was defeated with just one palm. Heavens, how is this possible? Who is this person? How is he so strong? That's Nine-head's Chilan. Now that his strength had increased greatly, he could be famous in the world. However, he couldn't even withstand a single blow from Lin Fan. Is this your strength? You're so weak that it's pitiful. You're not even qualified for me to warm up. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. No, in the ruins in the distance, Nine-head's Chilan stood up. His body was stained with blood. His handsome face had become extremely ferocious. This is impossible. I don't believe it. Who are you? He roared crazily. He couldn't believe that a nameless person was so powerful. He was so powerful. Lin Xian said. You're not qualified to know my name. How are you going to beg for mercy now? Are you going to appease my anger? Damn it. I won't beg for mercy. I was careless just now. Nine heads Qilin roared again. The phantom of a Qilin and a nine-headed sky snake appeared on his body. He held the sky snake sword and the Qilin saber with both hands. The murderous intent on his body was incomparable. He brandished the saber and the sword. The terrifying saber light and sword shadow slashed forward. The void shattered again. Retreat quickly. The surrounding people retreated frantically. This attack could even destroy the soul of a peak minor saint. Lin Xian sneered. He struck out the azure dragon seal again. A loud dragon roar sounded. The phantom of an azure dragon appeared and danced in the air with his palm. It tore the saber light and sword shadows apart. Bang! Nine heads Qilin was sent flying again. In the next moment, he was stepped on by someone. Lin Xian looked down at him. Do you really think you're qualified to compete with me? He felt like he was going crazy. He never thought that he would be trampled under someone's feet. Damn it, only Lin Xian had given him such a feeling back then. However, Lin Xian was already dead. He had no enemies left. Why was he defeated by a nameless person? Damn brat, take your foot off and let go of our ninth young master. The greater demons of the myriad demon city roared madly. Damn it, let go of me. Nine-headed Qilin snorted coldly. He was extremely unhappy. He would definitely investigate this matter when he returned. Who was this person? Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. Let you go? You really are naive. Do you really think that you can fight whenever you want and leave whenever you want? This is not the Thousand Demon City, it is not your territory, no one has to listen to your orders. At this point, Lin Xian stomped his foot and blasted the nine-headed Qilin's body into pieces. The ground was also split into two. Demon blood splattered everywhere. Everyone was stunned. What did he do? Did he attack directly? Heavens, is he going to become enemies with the Thousand Demon City? Is he going to fight to the death? Ah, the nine-headed Qilin's soul let out a tragic cry. The Qilin and nine-headed sky snake's phantom roared madly. However, such a threat had no effect on Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The killing intent in his eyes pierced through everything. He grabbed the nine-headed Qilin's soul with one hand. I've said it before. Anyone who attacks me will have to suffer my wrath. Lin Xian waved his hand and destroyed the other party's soul. No. The people of the Thousand Demon City went crazy. The nine-headed Qilin was killed on the spot. It was too unbelievable. Damn it, they sent out a signal for help. I have to let them know that the experts of the Thousand Demon City are here. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to fight back. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He naturally wouldn't go easy on them. Firstly, the nine-headed Qilin didn't know what was good for him. Secondly, it was time for revenge. When they came out of the gourd world, they were hunted down by the three great sage kings. Among them was the flying sage king of the Thousand Demon City. Therefore, Lin Xian would definitely not go easy on the Thousand Demon City. I know you're not completely dead. You should still have a few lives left. But that's about it. You'd better pray that you don't meet me again. Otherwise, I'll take your other lives. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He waved his embroidered robe and turned to leave. The surrounding people were all stunned. They opened up a path for him. They didn't dare to fight back. After Lin Xian and Guan Songhai left, the people of the Thousand Demon City rushed forward crazily. Ninth Young Master and the others surrounded him. The nine-headed Qilin's bloodline exploded. His broken body healed again. Even his destroyed soul reappeared. Then, he was reborn. He roared at the sky as if he had gone crazy. Damn it. Although he had 9 lives, he had already lost many of them before. He was only left with 4. Now that another one had been killed, he was only left with 3 lives. The Sage Dao debate. It was so dangerous. Having more lives than others was his biggest trump card. But now, his trump card was disappearing quickly. When he was left with only 1 life, he would no longer have any advantage. At this moment, the terrifying aura of a sage sovereign descended from the sky. The 3 great sage sovereigns appeared. They swept through the surroundings. Who dares to attack the people of the Thousand Demon City? The surrounding people were trembling in fear. Of course, most of them had cold faces. They were all disciples of the Sage City. They had status and weren't afraid of the Thousand Demon City. The three great demons of the Thousand Demon City didn't make things difficult for the others. Instead, they searched for the person who attacked. But they didn't find anything. Damn it. He better not let me see him. Otherwise, I'll destroy his soul. The people of the Thousand Demon City were so angry that they vomited blood. But they could only leave. They would be embarrassed if they stayed. The news spread quickly. A nameless expert killed the nine-headed Qilin in one move. It was shocking. What was even more shocking was that Guan Songhai was familiar with the other party. It seemed that it was another top expert. As expected of the Sage Dao debate. Some of the hidden experts in the past would appear now. Everyone was looking forward to what would happen next. On the other side, Lin Xian and Guan Songhai had also left. Xianxia was also with them. Lin Xian looked at Xianxia and asked about Xianxia. Xianxia wouldn't lie. But she still shook her head and said that she didn't know. Senior sister Qin hasn't returned for a long time. We don't know where she is. Lin Xian frowned. She hasn't returned? Then she should still be in the Green Hill world. Thinking about it, with the fortune she obtained, she shouldn't be in too much danger. He didn't know if she had become a sage sovereign. In the next few days, more and more experts arrived. Every aura was incomparably powerful. The heavenly wind world became lively again. Thunder and lightning danced in the sky, as if the thunder god had descended, piercing through heaven and earth. Everyone knew that the people from Thunder God City had arrived. On the other side, Sword Chi swept across, as if it had turned into a world, descending from the sky. Countless sword saints carried long swords on their backs, their expressions cold. Their arrival terrified countless people. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion had arrived. The people from the Ghost Hell Land had arrived, and so had the New Moon Clan. The arrival of Bai Luo and Gao Yu caused countless people to exclaim. The two of them had already reached the small saint realm, and it seemed like their future achievements were limitless. The two of them. One was like a witch, while the other was like a fairy. The two of them fought together, and they were the center of attention. Who would have thought that there would be such fairies among the humans? At this moment, a laugh was heard, followed by a sword light. The surrounding people thought that the people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion had arrived, and were shocked. However, they soon discovered that it was not the case. The person who had arrived had a horn on his head, and the scales on his body were shining. There were 5 purple sword shadows behind his back, and they were made of scales. What was this? The other party's aura was so strong. This was the people from the dragons. Exclamations sounded one after another. They did not expect that the dragons would also come, and that a powerful dragon king had arrived. The person who had arrived was indeed Jian Xing. When he saw Gao Yu and Bai Luo, the corners of his mouth rose. I wonder if the two fairies could give me face and have a meal together. Damn, the surrounding people's eyes were all red. You actually dared to invite the two of them together. Guan Songhai also shook his head. The people from the sword dragons were really arrogant. They simply did not leave any hope for the humans. Lin Xian chuckled. Could it be that Brother Songhai was interested as well? You can actually go and invite them. Guan Songhai shook his head. Forget it. Gao Yu and Bai Luo also frowned. Gao Yu said, another day. I'm a bit tired today, and I don't want to rest. Unfortunately, I happen to have time today, so why don't we do it now? Jian Xing did not back down. After all, he was an expert from the dragons. He had confidence and pride. Why would he change because of a few words from the other party? Don't go too far. How about the people from the Ghost Hell Land and the New Moon Clan? Many people walked up. Jian Xing laughed. So what if I go too far? Speaking up to here, the 5 sword shadows behind him released an unparalleled aura, causing those people to be terrified by the pressure. The Ghost Land and New Moon Songhai, and the people from the New Moon Clan were all shocked, and their faces became pale. So terrifying. Was this the power of a top-notch genius from Dragon Ball? Perhaps only a handful of people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion could compete with him in terms of swordsmanship. Xianxia said with a smile, "Fairies, please." Bai Luo's face was pale, and Gao Yu was also frowning. It seemed that a great battle was unavoidable. The two of them looked at each other and came to a decision. The laws emanating from their bodies also spread out. When Xianxia saw this scene, he laughed. "Oh, the two fairies want to spar with me. Then, you too." At this point, the aura on his body exploded once again. It was obvious that he had not used his full strength before. Seeing that a battle was about to break out, the crowd shook their heads. Even though Bai Luo and Gao Yu were both blessed by the heavens and possessed great strength and talent, they didn't dare to offend the heavens. But they were too young. They couldn't compete with an expert like Xianxia. Even if they worked together, they would still be defeated. Gao Yu and the others were too dazzling. But this time, they were discussing the Tao. Regardless of age, all the experts would come. So, the two of them weren't the best here. Being suppressed by Xianxia made their hearts heavy. At this time, Lin Xian spoke again. He said coldly, "Enough. Don't mess around here. Leave quickly." Everyone was stunned. Who would dare to meddle in other people's business at this time? They all forgot about it. Xianxia frowned. Meddling in his business? Did they have a death wish? He snorted. Sword intent erupted from his body. "I want to see who it is." Before he finished speaking, he saw Lin Xian. In the next moment, he was stunned. His expression was uglier than crying. "Why are you here?" he asked cautiously. "Get lost." Lin Xian frowned again. Xianxia didn't say anything else. He turned into a ray of light and left. Everyone was stunned. Oh my god, what's going on? He was a sword expert from Dragon Ball. His strength was unparalleled. No one present could suppress him. But now, he ran away because of someone's words. Who was this person? They all turned their heads. Some people were puzzled. He was so unfamiliar. They didn't know him at all. However, there were a few people who exclaimed. It was him. They had seen it before. Naturally, they recognized Lin Xian from the battle with Hydra Jin. But they didn't expect him to be so strong. He scared away the dragons with just one sentence. Now, they were very curious. Who was this person? Were they saved? Bai Luo and Gao Yu heaved a sigh of relief. The two of them looked ahead. They were equally puzzled. Who was this person? Why did he save them? Could it be that he had other ideas? The two of them were very nervous. Lin Xian's gaze was calm. He nodded slightly at the two of them. Then, he retracted his gaze. Bai Luo and Gao Yu were stunned. The other party's performance made them feel disappointed. Could it be that they weren't worthy of his attention? Guan Songhai was also surprised. I'm getting more and more interested in you. Could it be that you are related to the dragons? He was indeed surprised. He had also heard of the Sword Star. The dragon race was definitely arrogant and unruly. Furthermore, they were very powerful. Even he couldn't scare them away with just one sentence. But Lin Xian did it. This made him feel very surprised. Lin Xian said. I've seen that guy before. He's probably scared of me after I beat him up last time. Alright, let's go. He hasn't become a sacred venerate. He's not worthy of our attention. Guan Songhai nodded. He had also broken through to become a sacred venerate. So, his opponents could only be people of the same level. They didn't care about other geniuses. The next few days, it became more and more lively. More experts arrived. However, on this day, a shocking piece of news spread. It turned out that another battle had broken out. Moreover, it was the Great Desolate Mansion. It was said that the Great Desolate Mansion had lost a few geniuses. They were furious. Many experts were heading over. Who could be so powerful? Everyone was shocked. It was too unbelievable. Could they be the legendary peerless experts? No, it was a woman. She was the previous holy maiden of the spirit tribe. When he heard this news, Lin Xian was also stunned. Could it be that they were going to find Xiao? He had forgotten that the dark red divine dragon and Murong Qingqing might know that he wasn't dead. However, Xianxia didn't know. He guessed that Xianxia was helping him take revenge. Hence, he hurried over. In front of a huge waterfall, 6 figures surrounded a woman. The 6 people from the Great Desolation Mansion executed the desolation summoning technique and summoned 4 figures each. The 24 summoned figures and the 6 saints of the Great Desolation Mansion formed an inescapable net. At this moment, many people started to worry. Xianxia must be here to avenge Lin Xian. Unfortunately, she couldn't fight against the Great Desolate Mansion alone. Someone sighed. Yes, it was a pity that such a fairy had fallen, but what could they do about it? Facing the might of the Great Desolate Mansion, no one dared to make a move. Xianxia, you don't know what's good for you. How dare you go against the Great Desolate Mansion? That brat is already dead. Why don't you pledge allegiance to the Great Desolate Mansion? The 6 of them revealed sinister smiles. Along with a cold shout, the 24 figures behind them quickly moved. A terrifying desolate aura filled the 9 heavens. Humph, Xianxia's expression was cold as a terrifying aura emerged from her body. Terrifying laws flew out along with her palm. The laws condensed into a sword light that shot towards the 24 figures. Wherever the sword light passed, the void began to crack. It's useless. You're no match for us. The 6 of them were extremely confident. A great battle broke out in an instant. Before long, the desolate aura completely shrouded Xianxia. She should be suppressed. Everyone shook their heads and sighed when they saw this. Lin Xian arrived at this moment. When he saw this, a cold killing intent surfaced in his eyes. However, he didn't make a move because he sensed with his lightning god's eye that Xianxia was protected by an extremely terrifying law. She wasn't hurt. What kind of changes had Xianxia gone through? Lin Xian was shocked. Ever since he returned from the Heavenly Fate planet, he realized that he couldn't see through Xianxia. Now, he was even more puzzled. The power in her body shocked even him. Everything was over. The 6 silhouettes walked forward. However, at this moment, 9 rays of light slashed down from the sky, accompanied by the phantom of a phoenix. The cry of the phoenix resounded through the 9 heavens. Immediately, the 6 people were forced to retreat. 3 of them coughed up blood, and their bodies shattered. Damn it, who dares to meddle in our business? They were truly enraged. There was someone who was so reckless and dared to go against the Great Desolate Mansion at the very last moment. The surrounding people also exclaimed in surprise. In the next moment, their eyes widened. Another fairy-like figure had descended. The other party was dressed in white, as if he had ascended to immortality. Furthermore, there was a phoenix phantom on his body. Could it be that someone from the Phoenix clan had come? Countless people were shocked. The people of the Great Desolate Mansion frowned as well. However, they soon discovered that it wasn't the case. It was Murong Qingqing. She was the saintess of the Kunlun Pavilion. She had actually come. She was probably here to avenge Lin Xian. This Lin Wudi really made people envious. Indeed, countless people's eyes turned red. However, there were also people who sneered. So what? No matter how good he was, he had already been killed. The 6 people of the Great Desolate Mansion turned gloomy. I was wondering who it was. So it was you. Murong Qingqing, do you want to go against the Great Desolate Mansion as well? You better think about the consequences. These people gritted their teeth. Murong Qingqing floated down from the sky and said coldly. So what if I go against you? If you dare to lay your hands on Brother Xian, I will kill every single person from the Great Desolate Mansion. After saying that, she slowly formed a seal with her palm. A terrifying aura was emitted from the seal. Kunlun palm. Murong Qingqing then waved her palm and pressed it down from the sky. It was like the palm of an ancient deity with mysterious runes of the Great Tao. How terrifying. What kind of power was this? This should be the ultimate technique of the Kunlun Pavilion. Many people let out terrified screams. Damn it, how dare you underestimate us? The 3 sages of the Great Desolate Mansion roared in anger. They all performed their ultimate techniques and divine abilities. The aura of desolation spread out between heaven and earth, causing the entire place to become desolate. Boom, boom. The two attacks collided, causing heaven and earth to shatter. Everyone felt as though they were in a destructive torrent. Boom. Boom, boom. That feeling only lasted for a moment. In the next moment, the aura of desolation was torn apart by a palm. The three sages of the great desolate mansion were instantly turned into blood mist. What? She killed them with a single palm. Moreover, she killed 3 pinnacle existences. This Morong Qingqing was too terrifying. Many people were shocked. The other 3 sages also had ugly expressions. Damn it. They roared. However, at this moment, they retreated again with blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. This was because Xianxia, who was being suppressed by the 24 sages, suddenly unleashed his power. The 24 sages were instantly sent flying, turning into an aura of desolation that spread between heaven and earth. A cosmic form of the heavens and earth appeared behind Xianxia. It was extremely mysterious and had a desolate aura. It stood between heaven and earth. When she attacked, she shattered the 24 sages of desolation. She attacked again and killed the other 3 pinnacle existences. In an instant, the people of the great desolate mansion were all killed. Qiao, are you all right? Morong Qingqing looked at Xianxia with a worried expression. Xianxia shook her head. Sister Qingqing, I'm fine. These people from the great desolate mansion can't hurt me. This scene was truly too shocking. They never would have thought that these 2 goddess-like figures would actually possess such strength. Are they courting death? There's only one outcome for going against the great desolate mansion. A cold voice came from within the bloody mist. Then, more figures appeared in the distance. Obviously, the people of the great desolate mansion had come to help. Moreover, these people immediately used the summoning of desolation the moment they arrived. In an instant, they summoned nearly 5 times the number of people. 10 sages of the great desolate mansion summoned 50 phantoms. A total of 60 phantoms surrounded Morong Qingqing and Xianxia. This situation was much more dangerous than before. It's over. This time, it's really dangerous. The spectators retreated as they shook their heads and sighed. Morong Qingqing looked at this scene and asked, Qiao, are you afraid? Xianxia shook her head. They're no match for me. Today, I'm going to take revenge for brother Lin Xian. Their ethereal voices resounded between heaven and earth. Lin Xian was touched when he saw this. He wouldn't let the 2 of them take the risk. Therefore, he asked, Brother Songhai, are you going to watch the show or are you going to join me? A terrifying murderous aura surged from Lin Xian's body. He was like a sleeping dragon that was quickly awakening. Guan Songhai was shocked. Are you going to join the fight? Difficult. Do you know those 2 goddesses? Or are you related to Lin Wudi, me? I just can't stand the great desolate mansion bullying me. Therefore, I'm going to get rid of them. Lin Xian formed a seal with his palms and slapped out the azure dragon seal. In an instant, several azure dragon phantoms charged into the crowd of the great desolate mansion along with the seal. A loud explosion was heard. 9 figures were instantly sent flying. Miserable screams were heard and the surrounding people were stunned. Someone actually dared to attack. Who was it? The people of the great desolate mansion roared in anger. Courting death, kill, they unleashed the power of the heavens and terrifying desolation laws spread out as they fought. Haha, I'm coming too. Guan Songhai laughed. The power of the sea surged and swept across the 9 heavens, turning the entire world into an ocean. They felt a strong binding force that sealed them and made them unable to move. Morong Qingqing, Xianxia, and the others quickly attacked and the 4 of them fought. The 60 phantoms of the great desolate mansion were running around. They should have had the upper hand, but they were defeated by the 4 of them. Oh my heavens, who are these 2? They're too terrifying. I know that one. He's a top skypride of the Azure Sea Pavilion, but I don't know about the other one. It seems that his Tao of Dragon's aura is terrifying. Could he be a member of the Dragon Clan? Damn it, many of them charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved his palms. Every palm strike was accompanied by the power of the Azure Dragon. Moreover, Lin Xian also executed the dragon-breathing technique, making the azure dragon phantom seem to come alive. Boom! Boom! A single palm strike was enough to destroy a top sage of the great desolate mansion. 9 people were killed under 9 palms. Blood mist spread out between heaven and earth. It was terrifying. What kind of power was this? One should know that those who could come here were not ordinary sages. They were all elites among elites, yet none of them had any power to fight back in the hands of Lin Xian. It was truly shocking. Morong Qingqing and Xianxia were also stunned. However, they smiled when they saw Lin Xian blinking his eyes. Its elder brother Xian, Morong Qingqing exclaimed. She knew that Lin Xian wasn't dead, so she recognized him immediately. Xianxia was stunned. However, after Morong Qingqing's voice transmission, she understood. She heaved a sigh of relief. Great, big brother Lin Xian didn't die. However, she also knew that since she had changed her appearance and concealed her aura, she did not want others to discover her identity. So she didn't recognize him right away. Instead, he attacked even more fiercely. The cosmic form behind her was like the fairy of the 9 heavens, powerful to the extreme. Every move carried the supreme great Tao. Morong Qingqing turned into a phoenix and swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The people of the Great Desolation Mansion had gone mad. They had gained an absolute advantage and were even able to suppress and seal the 2 of them. However, he did not expect that there would be people who dared to come to his rescue. Moreover, these 2 people were extremely powerful. Especially the person who struck out with the azure dragon seal, it made them vomit blood. The other party's attacks were too violent. Every move could kill a powerful sage on their side. Damn it, let's kill this kid first. They felt that Lin Xian was the biggest threat. Therefore, they were prepared to attack Lin Xian first. However, it was useless. Those people couldn't even get close to Lin Xian before they were sent flying by the azure dragon palm. Damn it, all of you, back off. Let me do it. Just then, a man roared and walked out. He was wearing the desolate war armor. His palms were forming seals continuously. The desolate war aura quickly spread out and formed a giant desolate war aura. This was also an ultimate mystique. When the desolate war god appeared, the pressure of the heaven and earth followed. The surrounding experts and geniuses couldn't breathe. This was too strong. He could even fight against it, right, as expected of the Tao debate. There weren't any weaklings here. After that person summoned the desolate war god, he revealed a cold expression. Kid, I'll let you know what regret is today. The terrifying desolate war god quickly attacked. That palm slapped down, bringing with it an extremely powerful pressure as the raging waves crashed onto the shore. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He attacked with the azure dragon 9 palms. 9 consecutive attacks. The 9 dragons seemed to come to life under the dragon's breathing technique. They fused to form a giant dragon. The divine dragon swung its tail and collided with the desolate war god. Boom. The laws and mystiques of the 2 clashed in the heaven and earth, creating a destructive storm. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, the desolate war god's palm shattered. Then, it turned into the desolate war aura. The great Huangfu's expert also trembled and retreated. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Impossible, the surrounding people exclaimed. They couldn't believe it. The desolate war god was already able to resist the attack of a sacred venerable. But he still couldn't defeat the other party. Could it be that this kid was a sacred venerable? Senior brother, let us help you. The young geniuses also rushed over. It seemed that they wanted to join forces to kill Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked up to the sky and laughed. Are you a bunch of ants? He swung his fist and attacked with the tiger demon fist. A terrifying whistling sound rumbled between heaven and earth. This was an even more violent and destructive fist. Technique. The dozens of figures that approached him were all blown up. Sacred blood floated between heaven and earth. No, retreat quickly, the man roared crazily. However, Lin Xian held the azure dragon seal again and attacked him. With a single strike, that person's body was blasted into pieces. Quite a few people roared. Were their senior brothers killed by someone? Buzz. A soul flew out from the broken body. Damned brat, I won't let you off. The great desolate mansion will definitely kill you. He flew into the distance. However, Lin Xian sneered. He raised his hand and a sword light flew out. It was the sword controlling technique of the sword dragons. It carried the aura of the great dragon sword soul that could destroy everything. It directly destroyed the other party's soul. The man screamed miserably. In the end, his body and soul were destroyed. Everyone was stunned. This person was too strong. He was definitely a top genius. At the same time, they were amazed. Other than Lin Xian, Guan Songhai, and the others were also extraordinary. As expected of the Dao debate, the geniuses who came here were too dazzling. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As for the people of the great desolate mansion, their faces were filled with despair. Damn it, who the hell are you? Some of them stared at Guan Songhai. We don't have any grudges with the Songhai pavilion. Guan Songhai sneered. We don't have any grudges. However, since my brother wants to attack you, I can only help him. If you don't like it, you can start a war with us. Hearing this, the people of the great desolate mansion snorted. What a joke. Previously, because of Lin Xian, they had already started a war with Peerless City. In the end, they suffered heavy losses. Many worlds were destroyed by Peerless City. If they were to start a war with the Songhai Pavilion, their losses would be even greater. Therefore, unless they had no other choice, they would not start a war with the Sacred City. However, the other party was too much. So what if they bullied you? Lin Xian held the Songhai dragon seal and attacked with both hands. He directly killed the three figures. Then, an extremely cold killing intent erupted from his eyes. Great desolate mansion, none of you are allowed to leave today. Now, these people knew that they had gone too far. When the three great sage kings were chasing after him, did they think that they had gone too far? Right now, he was merely giving him a taste of his own medicine. This time, he would let the great desolate mansion know what pain was. Indeed, under Lin Xian's powerful attack, the people from the great desolate mansion were instantly crushed. The desolate figures that were summoned were also killed mercilessly. Eventually, only one person was left. This person was covered in injuries. He screamed in horror, "Come and save me. How dare you attack the people from the great desolate mansion? No one will be spared today." A terrifying killing intent spread out from the heavens and earth. When the surrounding people felt it, they immediately widened their eyes. A sacred sovereign. A true sacred sovereign had descended. Indeed, a huge hand descended from the sky and charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. A pair of gale wings appeared on his back. He used the laws of wind to increase his speed to the extreme. He dodged instantly. In the next moment, he looked ahead. The void shattered, and a figure wrapped in a boundless aura of desolation walked out from the void. It was a middle-aged man. The aura from his body was very powerful. He was at the beginning stages of the sacred sovereign realm. It's over. That kid is dead. Yes, no matter how strong he is, he can't fight against a true sacred sovereign. Morong Qingqing, Xianxia, and the rest frowned. The sacred sovereign that appeared in front sneered. Go to hell. A desolate heaven seal flew over and enveloped Lin Xian. With a boom, the place turned into nothingness. The sacred sovereign sneered. A mere ant dares to fight against me? You overestimate yourself. Was he killed? The surrounding people were shocked. The difference was too great. Yes, it was difficult for anyone below the sacred sovereign realm to fight against a sacred sovereign. Unless they had a heaven-defying sacred weapon. This kid was too arrogant. He deserved to die. Now that I've taken care of one of you, I won't let the three of you go. The sacred sovereign's gaze was fixed on Morong Qingqing and the rest. However, at this moment, a voice sounded. You're just SOSO. You're too weak. Did you not eat? What? He didn't die? The surrounding people were stunned when they heard the voice. They all turned their heads to look. They saw a figure walk out from the shattered void. Lin Xian's body was surrounded by laws. He was unscathed. How was this possible? Countless people were shocked. Was the other party not injured? What kind of physique was this? That was an attack from a Saint Venerable. Sure enough, the Holy Venerate's expression sank. You are not injured. It seems like you have a saint artifact on you to defend yourself. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant in front of me. In his opinion, it was absolutely impossible for the other party to survive with his own strength. He must have a treasure in his hands. Is that so? Just because I can block your attack, does that mean I have a treasure? And you being able to kill me is your true strength? You really think too highly of yourself. I wonder if you'll still think the same way when I kill you later. Do you really think you can kill me? The saint sneered. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Now, go to hell. His figure flashed, and the desolate aura behind him turned into a stream of light, carrying him towards Lin Xian. Previously, it was just a casual attack from him, which was why his opponent was able to survive. Now, he was going to unleash his full power. So what if his opponent had a saint artifact? He could still kill him. Looking at the Holy Venerate's fist, Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He waited until the Holy Venerate was near him before he attacked. Similarly, he threw out a punch. The first move of the Tiger Demon Fist, Army Destroyer. This punch was filled with boundless baleful aura, as if it was going to destroy everything. Although his opponent was a true Saint Venerable, so what? Lin Xian was not afraid of the Holy Venerate. Boom, you are courting death. Go to hell. Seeing that Lin Xian did not dodge and still dared to fight back, the Holy Venerate was filled with disdain. He was confident that he could defeat Lin Xian with this move. However, when his fist collided with Lin Xian's fist, he regretted it. That was because he could feel an unparalleled power surging toward him. Even with his strength and physique, he could not withstand it. Boom, with a deep sound, the Holy Venerate was pushed back. He shattered the void and his arm hung down. Several cracks had appeared on his palm. He was at a disadvantage in a contest of physique when he used all his strength to fight against Lin Xian. This was something that he could not imagine. The rest of the people were shocked. Oh my God, what kind of physique does this kid have? Why do I feel that he is going to defy the heavens? Exclamations and discussions could be heard. When Morong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu saw the scene, they smiled. The corners of his mouth raised into a smile. They knew that Lin Xian would not be defeated. Guan Songhai, who was at the side, was also shocked. He could feel that Lin Xian had not become a true Saint Venerable. However, Lin Xian's current strength was not any weaker than the Holy Venerate. This really surprised him. One should know that although Lin Xian was only one step away from becoming a Holy Venerate, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. As I said, you are no match for me. Lin Xian said indifferently. Despicable kid, don't be so arrogant. The Holy Venerate roared and spat out a pagoda. There was a terrifying great Tao on the pagoda. Obviously, this was his sacred artifact. Lin Xian glanced at it but did not care. To deal with me, you used your sacred artifact. I can only say that you are too trashy as a Holy Venerate. I feel that you are wasting resources by living. So, go to hell. The terrifying law of wind appeared on Lin Xian's body. At the same time, the law of lightning spread out. As the wind and lightning clashed, he turned into an extremely fast lightning and charged out instantly. You are courting death. The pagoda above his head took out a treasure saber and swept it in all directions. At the same time, his broken arm quickly healed. He used all kinds of divine skills to fight with his opponent. However, the more he fought, the more shocked he became. This was because he realized that whether it was his divine skills or sacred artifacts, Lin Xian could take them all with his bare hands. Furthermore, he did not get injured. The strength of Lin Xian's physique was beyond his imagination. On the 13th move, he was punched through, and his arm was blown off. In the 15th move, the pagoda above his head was sent flying by the Azure Dragon's seal. Then, his entire body was split in half. Oh my God, the people around us are all dumbfounded. What did they see? A young genius was actually beating up a Holy Venerate. What kind of scene was this? The last surviving Holy Venerate of the Great Desolate Mansion thought that he was saved. He even thought that he could kill his enemy. However, he was now in despair. The expert in his eyes, a dignified holy venerate, was actually unable to fight back. In the end, the holy venerate actually escaped. Seeing that the holy venerate had escaped, Lin Xian snorted. He waved his hand and countless sword chi flew out. Sword controlling array. Hearing this, the holy venerate's soul that had escaped felt his scalp explode. This was because he felt spatial fluctuations coming from all directions. A biting cold aura appeared. The boundless sword chi completely sealed the space he was in. The biting cold law of wind controlling array made the world tremble. No, the holy venerate's soul tried his best to dodge. Is he dead? A bona fide holy venerate was directly killed by someone. The surrounding people were flabbergasted. What kind of heaven-defying combat strength was this? Who would have thought that such a terrifying genius would appear before the heavenly Tao discussion? They wondered which power this person belonged to. Let's go. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the azure dragon phantom enveloped the few of them. Then, he tore open the void and disappeared. The spectators knew that a huge commotion was about to happen. The Great Desolate Matter would definitely not let this matter rest. Indeed, the Great Desolate Matter's 6th Dao sage descended and began to sweep through the crowd. However, the 6th Dao sage had already disappeared. They could only grit their teeth and snort. It would be best if they did not meet them during the heavenly Tao discussion. Otherwise, they would let them know what regret and despair was. In an instant, the news spread and shocked the entire heavenly wind world. On the other side, Lin Xian left with a few of them. He sent a message to Murong Qingqing and Xianxia. When there was no one around at night, they would meet again. Night fell. Lin Xian left behind a clone, and then his real body used the void escape to leave. Lin Xian flew over according to the address that Murong Qingqing and the others left. He saw Murong Qingqing and Xianxia waiting for him. Lin Xian, big brother. Xianxia's eyes turned red instantly. Murong Qingqing also said, I was scared to death. Lin Xian said, don't worry. Even without the Great Sage Pagoda, I have the ability to protect myself. Let's go in. The three of them entered the palace, and Lin Xian set up a formation. In the next few days, Lin Xian stayed with the two of them, waiting for the heavenly Tao discussion to begin. On this day, the entire sky was lit up. Countless terrifying auras descended, and everyone in every corner of the world stood up. Their expressions were solemn because they knew that a sage king had arrived. This was a supreme aura that only a sage king could emit. Phantoms of 9 beasts roared in the sky. They were all ancient beasts and were extremely powerful. They were pulling a war chariot, breaking through the clouds and slowly flying over. A terrifying aura shrouded the world, causing everyone to tremble. A figure walked out of the war chariot. The demonic aura around him was even more terrifying. It was as if he was an ancient beast that had awakened. It was the Sage King of the myriad demons. After the soaring Sky Saint King arrived, he looked down on the world and accepted the worship of countless people. However, at this moment, a dozen great demons appeared in the void and knelt down on one knee. Now, he only had 3 lives left. Damn it, a bunch of trash. So many of you can't even protect one person? The greater demons below were trembling. No one could stop the Sage King's anger. They could only kneel and beg for mercy. Sage King, please spare our lives. But that kid was too strange. We were careless and failed to protect him. Who was it? Sage King Fei asked coldly. Could it be that a Sage King had made a move? If that was the case, he didn't mind killing the kid personally. He wanted to let the kid know what it was like to bully the weak. However, the beast said that it was a young man who hadn't reached the Sage King level. His name was Sword Maniac. Not a Sage King, but a young one. Sage King Fei's face darkened. He had no excuse to make a move now. He couldn't interfere with the fight between the younger generation. If he interfered, he would be breaking the rules. Damn it. He really deserved to die. Where did this genius come from? How could he be so strange? He had to investigate this matter. Of course, it was here. He couldn't say it. Instead, he waved his hand and said, "Get in here." Those beasts brought the 9 Qilins into the war chariot. Then, the 9 beasts roared. They quickly tore through the void and flew into the distance. I think Sage King Fei will vomit blood from anger. That's for sure. The genius under him could be incomparably dazzling, but he suffered such a loss as soon as he came. His heart will probably bleed. Do you think Sage King Fei will make a move? That's impossible. That kid looks very young. A fight between the younger generation doesn't need a Sage King to personally make a move. That's not necessarily true. Don't forget how Lin Wudy was killed. Indeed, many people fell silent when they heard that. Lin Wudy was such a dazzling peerless genius. He would definitely become a Sage King in the future. He might even become a great god. Such a person didn't die in the fight between the younger generation, but was killed by a Sage King. It was really regrettable. Someone said, "Stop talking. Do you want to die? Don't forget who the host is this time." That was the Acheron Palace. If they hear us talking about Lin Xian, all of us will be killed. These people's faces instantly turned pale, and they didn't dare to say anything. Not long after Sage King Fei Tian arrived, thunder rumbled between heaven and earth. The Sage King of Thunder God City also arrived. The great Tao of Thunder God City carried a majestic figure as he walked over. He was called Sage King Wanlei. His strength was terrifying, and he had the power to destroy heaven and earth. After Sage King Wanlei arrived, he gathered the sages of Thunder God. Then, he occupied a position in the world. Then, endless sword chi fell, and a figure that looked like a sword god appeared. There were two ancient swords on his back, emitting a biting cold light. With a light wave, he could split a world. The Sage King of Myriad Swords Pavilion, the Divine Ghost Sword King. It was said that his sword technique had unfathomable power. Other than that, the Sage Kings of Great Desolate Mansion, Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, and Limitless Sect also arrived. Sage King Wushuang also came. He had delicate features, like a 16 or 17-year-old youth. However, the Sage King aura on his body was not to be underestimated. Not only did he come, but he also brought a large number of experts and geniuses from Wushuang City. These Sage Kings all found a position in the world. They dominated a region. Some of the top clans also came, such as the Azure Dragons and Winged Dragons. Although they were not the Sacred City, their strength and foundation were not inferior to the Sacred City. The surrounding people were shocked. These were the super forces and Sage Kings. It was rare to see one on a normal day, but now, they were seeing so many Sage Kings. It was truly a sight that was hard to come by in 1,000 years. The people from Acheron Hall are not here yet, right? Someone said. What's there to panic about? They are the last ones to arrive. Sure enough, after waiting for a long time, countless Acheron diagrams appeared. Then, one after another, Acheron figures appeared. The one standing in the center was the Silver Corpse Sage King. His aura made everyone's scalp tingle, as if their lives were about to be taken away. When Lin Xian saw this figure, he also frowned. A cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. It was the other party who almost killed him with a palm strike. There would be a day when he would personally avenge this grudge. Following that, more families and holy cities arrived. The Joyous Union Palace's prestige also arrived. She was called the Closed Moon Sage King. Not only did she come, but she also brought a few people with her. Xianxia was among them. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that. It seemed like Xianxia wasn't in any danger. However, he was puzzled as he didn't see anyone from the Green Hill Nine Tails race participating in the battle. As for the reason behind it, he didn't know. After waiting for another 3 days, the Silver Corpse Sage King stood up when he saw that no one had arrived. He said in a clear voice, welcoming everyone to the Holy Heavens Tao discussion. This is a grand event in the second astral world. Your names will be recorded in the Holy Hall in the future. This is an unparalleled honor. Therefore, you must give it your all in this Holy Heavens Tao discussion. Don't let down the Holy City's expectations of you. Many people clenched their fists when they heard that. This was an opportunity. If they could stand until the end, they would be able to obtain an unparalleled opportunity. They might be able to leave the second astral world and head to the legendary Holy Lands. Their future achievements might even surpass the Holy City. When they thought of that, they felt a surge of excitement. Alright, let's not talk anymore. I now announce the start of the Holy Heavens Tao discussion. A loud voice exploded between heaven and earth as the silver corpse Sage King formed a hand seal and pressed it against the void. The entire sky shattered and the earth shook. Everyone exclaimed as they didn't know what was happening. However, when they saw the Sage King's calm expressions, they calmed down. Even if there was any danger, the Sage Kings could sweep through everything. The entire heavenly wind world was enveloped by a terrifying law. Everyone discovered that changes had occurred in the ground. One arena after another had appeared. These were all arenas that had been passed down from the ancient times or even further back. They were able to withstand the attacks of sacred sovereigns and were specially prepared for the Holy Heavens Tao discussion. Everyone realized that some of the stages had dark red marks on them. Those were the blood that flowed from the battles of the geniuses in the past. Even after countless years, the blood hadn't changed. From this, one could imagine how powerful those people who had fought back then were. There were many stages and they were very wide. They covered the entire land. At the same time, the rules of the Holy Heavens Tao discussion were spread. There were 3 stages. In the first stage, the participants would be separated into different stages based on their cultivation. So they fought. Everyone had 3 chances to be defeated. After 3 times, they would be eliminated. Both sides of the battle also used the form of a challenge. There was no need to worry that no one would make a move. After all, everyone wanted to make a name for themselves in such a rare event. Moreover, he would have the opportunity to engrave his name on the Holy Hall. This was a supreme honor. Therefore, the battle would definitely be very intense. The competition was divided into 3 different areas. The first region was for those under 2,000 years old, and the second region was for those between 2,000 and 5,000 years old. The third area was for those over 5,000 years old. This time, it wasn't based on cultivation, but age. However, no matter how strong a person under 2,000 years old was, he would only be an early-stage Holy Venerate. Hence, everyone felt more at ease. That way, they would not encounter those middle-stage Holy Venerables or even those late-stage Holy Venerables. As for those old monsters, they all had their own battlefields where they could exchange blows. As for the second stage? No one knew yet. What they needed to do was to try their best to earn points in the first round so that they could get a higher ranking. He wanted to make himself even more dazzling. The Holy Heavens Tao discussion did not allow Holy Kings to appear. In other words, Holy Kings and Holy Kings' weapons were not allowed to appear. Anyone who violated the rules would be disqualified. There was another point. In the arena, life and death did not matter. Only victory and defeat were determined. In other words, the battle would not only be intense, but a large number of experts and geniuses would also be killed. Although it was very cruel, the world of cultivation was like that. Everyone who reached the peak had to go through the baptism of blood and slaughter to be able to stand out. After learning about the situation, everyone took a deep breath. Although the path ahead of them was very dangerous, no one retreated. Instead, they all clenched their fists. This time, they would definitely make a name for themselves in the starry sky. As the rules of the competition and the ancient arena appeared, everyone started to panic. Everyone took a deep breath. The Silver Corpse Holy King also announced the start of the Holy Heavens Tao discussion. As his voice fell, figures flew out one after another from different parts of the world. They landed on the arena respectively. On the Lightning God City's side, a woman bathed in lightning appeared. She held an ice and lightning sword in her hand that exuded a destructive aura. From the looks of it, she was a genius. On the Demon City's side, a man walked out. Flames danced around his body. He seemed to be a powerful genius of the vermilion bird race. On the Myriad Sword Pavilion's side, a terrifying sword venerate descended upon them. Terrifying sword chi swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The other sacred cities and powerful families had also sent people to assist them. Every one of them was extremely powerful. If they were in the outside world, they would be able to sweep through an entire world. But now, they were all gathered together to fight for the peak. Around the heavenly wind world, there were 4 small worlds that were filled with people. They came from all over the second astral world to watch the battle. There were also some people who came to watch the battle in the starry sky. When these people saw the terrifying figures standing in the arena below, they immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Previously, they were extremely dissatisfied that they could not enter. But now, they understood. With their strength, they did not have the qualifications to enter. They could only watch from outside. Even Lin Xian saw Xianxia and Morong Qingqing walking out. It seemed that these sacred cities were all planning to use their strength in the first battle to tell the world how powerful they were. A man walked out from the Wushuang city's side. He was also extremely terrifying. But it was not Linghu Chuishui or Fu Hongya. It was another stranger. But it seemed like he was also a top expert. On the Acheron Palace's side, they also sent sacred venerables to fight. This time, they naturally could not be defeated in the Dao discussion. Therefore, the people they sent for the first round were extremely powerful. On the other hand, the Great Desolate Mansion had their own strategy. They decided to hide part of their strength and send out some of their core strength. It was rare to send out a peerless expert in the later stages. But although he was the core strength, he was still a peak small saint. He was not far from becoming a sacred venerable. Basically, all the arenas were filled with people, waiting for others to challenge them. Soon, people flew up to challenge the arenas. When Lin Xian saw this, the corner of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. Very well, it was time to reap the rewards. Demon City, Acheron Palace, Great Desolate Mansion. These were the three holy cities that had hunted him. He would not let any of them go. Huang Yimou stood on the stage with a smile on his face. He felt that his chance had come. This time, he must show his strength to the world. Although he wasn't a saint venerable and was only at the peak of the minor saint realm, he was confident that no one in the same realm as him was his match. As long as he didn't encounter a true saint venerable, he was confident of winning. Buzz who's going to challenge me? His gaze rarely traveled in all directions. Suddenly, he saw a figure transform into a gust of wind and arrive at the arena. Oh, someone's coming. Huang Yimou squinted his eyes and looked forward. The opponent should be using the law of wind. His speed was pretty good, which made him a little interested. He carefully probed but didn't find the aura of a saint venerable from the opponent. Huang Yimou heaved a sigh of relief. Great, this opponent's strength is at most on par with mine. That means I'm not afraid at all. Brat, tell me your name, because you only have one chance to speak. Huang Yimou said indifferently. Oh, is that so? The youth opposite him laughed. Alright, listen carefully. My name is Sword Maniac. Sword Maniac? I think you're an idiot. Huang Yimou sneered. You dare to challenge me? I'll kill you in one move. He sneered and slapped his palm forward. Countless law filled his palm. It was the law of wildfire. It carried a terrifying flame aura and slapped forward. Buzz a pair of dark golden wings appeared behind Lin Xian's back and spread out. It turned into a storm. This was the secret technique he obtained from the winged dragons. It allowed him to move at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, he used the imperial sword technique of the sword dragons. A sword light slashed across. The two of them exchanged blows in a flash and stood in the air with their backs facing each other. Lin Xian immediately put away the nomological laws on his body and walked out of the ring. The spectators were stunned. What's going on? Is the battle over? The people of the Great Desolate Mansion sneered. This kid must know that he's not a match for senior brother Huang Yimou. He's going to admit defeat obediently. That's for sure. Who dares to go against the Great Desolate Mansion? They looked up and laughed. However, they were soon stunned. The reason for that was because they discovered that Huang Mo's body had fallen to the ground. Blood was flowing from his body and dyeing the entire stage red. What? He was injured, that's impossible. The people of the Great Desolate Mansion widened their eyes and screamed in horror. What just happened? Why didn't they see it clearly? The elders and experts of the Great Desolate Mansion frowned as they carefully examined the situation. In the next moment, their expressions turned extremely ugly. This was because they realized that there was no longer any life in the desert. 3 figures descended from the sky. They were the 3 judges. There were 3 referees in each arena. The 3 referees were chosen randomly from different holy cities and families. This would prevent anyone from cheating. They went up to take a look, then shook their heads and said that he had been killed. The sword maniac won the battle. Hearing this, the people of the great desolate mansion were completely stunned. The other people were also in an uproar. Heavens, this sword maniac was actually an expert. Moreover, to be able to kill a peak minor saint with a single strike, what was his cultivation base? Could it be that he was already a saint venerable? I don't know. I can't sense his aura. How mysterious. Everyone exclaimed. The faces of the people of the great desolate mansion turned ugly. To be honest, although they didn't send a saint venerable, they were very confident in Huang Mo. Moreover, there wouldn't be too many experts in the beginning. In this way, their chances of winning would be very high. However, they didn't expect that the sword maniac would be killed in the first battle. This was a provocation. He jumped up and stepped on their faces. Damn it, the people of the great desolate mansion were clenching their teeth so hard that they almost broke. The great desolate heaven king's face turned gloomy. After all, the battle had just begun and the reputation of the holy city was very important. Now, the opponent had embarrassed him. He said loudly, "Don't think that this is a joke. This is a very formal battle. Those who are able to participate in this battle are all top experts and experts. There were even some hidden and secretly cultivated people who would appear. Therefore, you can't afford to be careless here. Huang Mo's death is a good lesson. Do you all understand? Yes?" The people of the great desolate mansion quickly lowered their heads and remembered the great desolate heaven king's teachings. We will treat this battle seriously and not make any mistakes. At the same time, they raised their heads and started to look for Lin Xian. They would remember this grudge. However, they realized that Lin Xian had already disappeared into the crowd. Damn it, he actually let that brat escape. It doesn't matter. He will definitely take action again. When the time comes, we will lock onto him and find someone to kill him when he goes up. He was targeted by the great desolate mansion again. However, Lin Xian didn't care. This time, he was here for revenge. He would never let go of these great sage cities. So what if he was targeted? He went into the crowd and started to look around the arena. He realized that Murong Qingqing, Xianxia, and the rest had already won their first battle. Then, some of them walked down the arena while others continued to challenge. He looked at the peerless city's side and realized that the first unfamiliar man had also won. Then, Fu Hongya also started to fight. Other than that, he also noticed some top experts. For example, Wan Jiani and Chao Tianxing had also successfully broken through to the Saint Venerable realm. He had to admit that these people's strength, talent, and opportunities were very strong. Other than that, there were also some young rising stars. Lin Xian only took a glance at them and didn't pay any more attention to them. These people weren't a threat to him. The ones who were a threat were the disciples of the previous generation, such as Huang Shisan of the Great Desolate Mansion. Back then, he was someone who competed with Fu Hongya. Lin Xian wasn't sure how strong he was now. Lin Xian's eye technique was powerful, so he could overlook the entire battlefield to observe. However, he was suddenly stunned. At the same time, there was a cry of surprise from a distant battlefield. Countless people looked over. Look, that's Fu Hongya. He actually met an opponent. Everyone was stunned. Fu Hongya was the chief disciple of the second generation of the Peerless City. At the same time, he was also a genius on the pilgrim list of the previous generation. He was very strong. Logically speaking, he should be able to kill his opponent easily. However, this time, his opponent was extremely terrifying. He was actually able to threaten Fu Hongya. Lin Xian also frowned. Who was this person? He discovered that this person did not use the Holy City's unique lost skill. That was to say, the other party might not be from the Holy City. Of course, there was also another possibility. This was originally a secret expert nurtured by the Holy City. It was just that at this moment, in order to hide his identity, he displayed some other lost skills. The strength of this person's law was extremely terrifying. It shrouded the entire arena. Fu Hongya was actually suppressed. However, fortunately, after 50 moves, Fu Hongya suddenly erupted with power and injured the other party. That person directly left the arena and disappeared. Took the initiative to forfeit, everyone was surprised. This was equivalent to a failure. There were only a total of 3 chances to fail. Such an expert easily admitted defeat. It was really too much of a pity. However, the powerhouses on the peerless city's side frowned. Damn it. Immediately retreating after failing to hit and hiding his strength. This was clearly a hunter. The Holy Heavens Tao discussion was rarely held. However, it wasn't the first time that some of the elders had participated in it. Naturally, they had seen such things in the past. Every sacred city had some experts who were secretly nurtured. They were usually hidden, but they would take them out at critical moments. For example, the hidden experts would hide their identities and attack the other geniuses of the holy city. Although it wasn't honorable, it was used by many holy cities. They didn't expect someone to target Wushuang City. Who was it? The elders' faces turned cold. They immediately thought of the 3 great sage cities. They were the Thousand Demon City, Acheron Hall, and the Great Baron Mansion. After all, Wushuang City had previously fought with the 3 great sage cities. The relationship between the 2 sides was like fire and water. However, they couldn't rule out the possibility that it was another holy city. They had to be more careful in the future. On the other side, Lin Xian's face turned cold when he saw the situation. Damn it, it seemed like someone was targeting Wushuang City. Since that was the case, they couldn't blame him for being ruthless. He looked around. Suddenly, he noticed that one of the arenas was empty and a figure went up. The person's cold aura was terrifying. It was obvious that he was an expert from the Acheron Hall. Moreover, he was a holy venerate. Many people didn't dare to challenge him. Very well. Lin Xian's eyes flashed coldly. Let's start with this holy venerate. His body flashed and he flew towards the arena. Lung Pao smiled when he got up. With his strength, ordinary people wouldn't dare to challenge him. However, he didn't expect a figure to appear in front of him. He wondered which holy city's expert was from. Lung Pao looked forward. However, he was stunned. He didn't sense any terrifying holy venerate aura from the other party. Could it be that this person isn't a holy venerate? He couldn't believe it. Is this person courting death? Naturally, the spectators also felt this scene and immediately exclaimed in surprise. Heavens, could it be that this brat wanted to court death? Does he think that he can challenge a holy venerate? Exclamations could be heard. Indeed, it was possible for geniuses to challenge those of a higher cultivation level. However, the people here were all geniuses. They were all stronger than those of the same level. It was very difficult to challenge those of a higher level. This was especially so when the other party was a holy venerate. Leaping levels to fight a holy venerate was simply impossible. Kid, if you obediently kneel on the ground and kowtow to me and admit defeat, I'll let you live. Otherwise, you will die a horrible death. Lung Robe's cold voice rang out. In his opinion, he felt that it was beneath him to be an opponent. Lin Xian laughed when he heard that. How arrogant. How could a mere holy venerate be so arrogant in front of me? You look very young. You must be one of the geniuses of the previous generation. If I kill you, I wonder what kind of expression the Acheron Palace will have. Do you really think you can kill me? Lung Pao was stunned, then he sneered disdainfully. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. At this point, an extremely terrifying aura appeared on his body. Endless cold laws condensed into a blade of light, which he held in his hand. The aura emanating from it froze the entire space. Gloomy slash, the black blade of light slashed down, streaking across the void. This blade was abnormally strange. Wherever it passed, black frost would condense. What a terrifying aura. This was the gloomy slash. Many people exclaimed. Under this blade, a holy venerate would not be able to resist at all. It's over. That kid will probably be killed instantly. Puff, as expected, this blade enveloped Lin Xian's body and froze Lin Xian's body. Soon after, the frozen body split into 2. Instant kill in one move, the surrounding people exclaimed when they saw this scene. Lung Pao also laughed. He did not know what was good for him. The people from the Acheron Palace snorted coldly. In their opinion, unless a powerful holy venerate came, it would be impossible to defeat Lung Pao. However, at this moment, the situation changed. Lung Pao shouted angrily. He didn't know when, but many more lightning chains had appeared on his body, trapping him. The aura of thunder and lightning from it made his body numb. How could someone attack him? Who was it? The others were also surprised. Someone exclaimed. Look, there was a figure behind Lung Pao. They looked carefully and saw a figure slowly appearing. He was holding the Law of Thunder in his hand, trapping his opponent. That kid didn't die? How could it be? Could it be that the one that was killed was just a clone? They were really shocked. Lung Pao's pupils constricted. Damn it, the gloomy slash. Many black runes appeared on his body and froze in all directions. Those thunder runes kept exploding, shattering the ice. At the same time, Lin Xian sneered. He used the Azure Dragon seal and slapped Lung Pao's back, sending him flying. Boom, boom. Boom, half of Lung Pao's body exploded, and blood mist filled the air. It was extremely miserable. Everyone was going crazy. Heavens, what did they just see? A young minor saint actually injured a holy venerate. Oh my god, it can't be. Who is this kid, damn it? The people from the Acheron Palace frowned when they saw this scene. What was Lung Pao doing? How could he be at a disadvantage in the hands of a minor saint? Lung Pao's expression was ferocious. He knew that he had been careless. The kid in front of him was much stronger than he had imagined. At least, he wasn't someone that an ordinary peak minor saint could compare to. He gritted his teeth and roared. The gloomy slash on his body quickly healed his injuries. At the same time, he turned his head. His pale face was filled with killing intent. Kid, how dare you hurt me? I will make you pay a painful price. The terrifying law on his body spread out, and the whole world turned dark. A cold aura spread out in all directions. Even those who were watching the battle from afar felt a sense of horror. At the same time, those who were at the extraterritorial temple shuddered. What a terrifying gloomy slash. It seemed that Lung Pao was really angry. Could that kid block it? That was the anger of a holy venerate. At this moment, all the people in the world were watching the battle. Gloomy slash. Lung Pao roared. His speed was like a ghost, and he instantly appeared in front of Lin Xian. The gloomy slash in his hand quickly condensed and formed a palm. The gloomy slash on it kept spinning, and it shrouded Lin Xian. This attack was incomparably powerful. Even a holy venerate of the same level wouldn't dare to face it head-on. The surrounding people exclaimed. He's too strong. No wonder he's a holy venerate. This strength was far from what a minor saint could compare to. Looking at the approaching dark palm, Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Instead of dodging, he made his move. Azure Dragon 9 palms, the roar of a dragon was heard as he threw out a palm strike. The phantom of the Azure Dragon collided violently with his opponent's gloomy palm. Boom, an earth-shattering sound was heard and exploded in the arena. It swept across the 9 heavens and pierced through the sky. The people outside the region screamed. Many of them were sent flying by the force. It was too terrifying. If there was no ancient arena, the world would have been destroyed instantly. So powerful. What's going on with this young man? He can actually fight against a sacred venerable. Has such a heaven-defying genius appeared? Exclamations were heard. Under everyone's shocked gaze, a figure was sent flying. Look, someone is injured. Who is it? They took a closer look and then sucked in a cold breath. Because the person who was sent flying was none other than Lung Pao. After one strike, Lung Pao's dark palm was broken. His palm cracked, and even his bones were exposed. He was sent flying by the force. His face was full of shock. Lung Pao's strength and physique were above his. Impossible, his mind went blank. Lin Xian struck out with his palm, followed by the other 8 strikes. A dragon's roar was heard between heaven and earth. The Azure Dragon 9 palms became stronger as it went on. With every palm strike, Cold Robe's body cracked a little bit. By the 8th palm strike, his body had been completely blown apart. He turned into a bloody mist. No one dared to believe that Coco was a true sacred venerable. The strength of her physique was definitely beyond imagination. Even if a sacred venerable stood there and did not use any techniques, a small saint would not be able to break through their defense. In other words, a small saint would not be able to hurt a sacred venerable without special techniques. That was the difference in strength. But now, someone had actually broken through the gap. He had actually defeated a sacred venerable. At this moment, more than a dozen sacred cities and the elders of the top families were all stunned. Countless gazes were looking in their direction. Even the Saint Kings opened their eyes. Their light transformed into long streaks of light as they looked in their direction. Who is this person? Go and find out. We must get information about him. News came one after another. Above the arena, blood mist filled the air as a soul let out a cold shriek. His soul was hugging a small black bead with a ferocious expression. Damn brat, go to hell, he launched a soul attack. The other party's physical body was strong. However, Xiaoqin was a holy venerate after all. His cultivation was suppressed. Even if the soul of a saint venerable did not specialize in cultivation, it was still much stronger than that of a minor saint. He wanted to use his soul to kill the other party. However, Lin Xian was disdainful. 9 Azure Dragon Strikes, 9th Palm. At the same time, he activated the dragon breathing technique, and the 9th dragon seemed to have been resurrected, transforming into a 9-fold divine dragon. It roared between heaven and earth. That dragon's roar contained an extremely strong power that directly separated the soul of the other party. Under the 9 palms, his opponent's soul was instantly destroyed. Damn it, how dare you! At this moment, a cold roar rang out. At the same time, a terrifying force swept towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. Did an expert sneak attack him? A pair of dark golden wings instantly appeared behind his back as he activated the law of wind to the extreme. However, this aura was really too terrifying. His law of wind could not completely leave. What kind of person was he? Lin Xian felt a chill run down his spine. It seemed that he had to activate the void escape and perform a spatial teleportation. He sighed. Did he have to use his trump card so soon? However, at this moment, another cold snort rang out, startling Lin Xian. He did not use the void escape. A ray of light fell and blocked the terrifying impact of the law of wind. Then, another cold voice rang out. How dare you? Who allowed you to attack? As a judge, how dare you attack a contestant? Do you want to die? Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Xian's figure flashed and directly went to the distance. He was bewildered. At the same time, the surrounding people also exclaimed. Countless eyes looked over. In the next moment, they all saw it. The person who attacked was an old man, and his identity was not ordinary. He was the judge of the arena with a flag on him. What was going on? Why did the judge attack a contestant? Damn it, is there any justice in this world? Cries of surprise rang out. Lin Xian's face also darkened. The Acheron Hall's judge? It seemed that it was related to Cold Robe. Lin Xian turned his head and saw that the person who attacked was an elder from Peerless City. He was also the judge. At this moment, he was the one who saved Lin Xian. The Peerless City's judge said coldly. As a judge, how dare you attack a contestant? You have no right to be a judge. The other people were also discussing spiritedly. Even the elders from the other holy cities were also discussing this matter. That's right. Are there no rules at all? How can we compete in peace like this? I think it's better to set new rules. It was obvious that this was a big matter. If the judge was selfish, it would be extremely disadvantageous for the other holy cities. Therefore, at this moment, no one supported it. The faces of the people from Acheron Hall turned ugly. The elders were also shocked. To be honest, they were also heartbroken that Cold Robe was killed. However, if this matter was not handled well, they would be thoroughly embarrassed this time. If this matter was spread out, no one would look up to Acheron Hall. Even the other holy cities would not be willing to be with them. The Silver Corp's holy king opened his eyes. He said, "Be quiet. I will handle this matter." He stood up and a holy king aura spread out in all directions. At this moment, the elders and experts from the other holy cities all quietened down. They all looked at their holy kings. As for the other holy kings, their eyes were cold. It seemed that they were all waiting for the judge to decide. If they were not satisfied, the holy kings would also attack. Elder Cold Robe, do you know the rules of a judge? The Silver Corp's holy king's cold voice rang out. The elder judge's body trembled. He said, I know. But this kid dared to kill my grandson. The crowd was in an uproar. So this elder was Cold Robe's grandfather. No wonder he attacked so angrily. However, the other party was too despicable. Why couldn't he attack somewhere else? He actually killed Cold Robe in the arena. Moreover, he was a judge. This was something that no one could tolerate. Sure enough, the Silver Corp's holy king snorted. I don't care what the reason is. Since you chose to be a judge, you have to follow the rules of a judge. If you violate the rules, you will be punished. After saying that, the Silver Corp's holy king shot out a yellow spring diagram from his eyes and enveloped the elder. The elder's body trembled. He was a middle holy venerate and was extremely powerful outside. However, in front of a holy venerate, he was pitifully weak. He could not even withstand a glance from the holy venerate. He knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. Holy king, I know I was wrong. Please spare my life. Was he dead? The other spectators felt their scalps go numb when they saw the scene. That was a sacred venerate, a mid-stage sacred venerate. How much did the sacred venerate have to pay to nurture such a person? But now, the sacred venerate was killed just like that. He was really cold and decisive. However, the elders of the other sacred cities were cold and indifferent. This was the only way to let everyone know the rules. As expected, the Silver Corp's sage king's cold voice rang out. The Tao debate was not a game. Everyone had to follow the rules. Especially the elders and judges. They represented not only the sacred cities but also the heavenly Tao. If they couldn't do that, their souls would be destroyed. The other elders all felt their scalps go numb. To be honest, they also had juniors and disciples participating in the competition. They originally wanted to play some tricks, but after seeing this scene, they all forgot about it. How dare they play tricks at this time? They would end up in a terrible state. The competition continued. After the atmosphere froze for a moment, the scene became lively again. After all, every battle was very exciting. Lin Xian once again retreated into the distance and hid in the crowd. A cold smile appeared on his face. Although the Silver Corp's sage king spoke as if he was the messenger of the heavenly god, Lin Xian knew that the Silver Corp's sage king was a despicable and shameless person. The Silver Corp's sage king was able to disregard his status and cultivation to attack a junior like him. He knew how despicable and shameless this person was. Moreover, he also knew that the Silver Corp's sage king was doing this for the other sacred cities. As for not being allowed to play tricks, what a joke. Previously, the operation against Fu Hongya was a small trick played by the other sacred cities. Moreover, it was not just one operation. Lin Xian observed carefully and realized that every once in a while, an unfamiliar person would make a move. Those people were very powerful. They were all sacred venerates, and they specifically targeted the top geniuses of the other sacred cities. Every time they made a move, their moves were ruthless, and they were usually determined to kill in one strike. Lin Xian knew that these people belonged to different sacred cities. They specialized in hunting down young and promising geniuses. Moreover, many of them succeeded. Once they failed and could not win, these people would immediately give up and leave. This made it impossible for others to do anything. It could be said that he was the Grim Reaper walking in the mortal world. It seemed that he had to be careful, because there was no telling when someone like that would target him. At the same time, the people of the great sage city were gathering information. Not only did they have to collect information on some unfamiliar faces, they even began to collect information on Lin Xian. Asked the Silver Corp Saint King from the Yellow Spring Palace. Have you gathered any information about that brat? A figure appeared and said in a low voice, reporting to the Sacred King, we've collected some. This kid was called Sword Maniac. His background was unknown, and he didn't know which sect he belonged to. However, he was very powerful. After coming to the heavenly wind world, he killed the nine-headed Qilin and then killed many experts from the Great Desolation Mansion. Even a holy venerate had died at his hands. We speculate that he is very likely a holy venerate who is hiding his cultivation. Other than that, he had a good relationship with Deep Sea Palace's Guan Songhai. He had even helped Murong Qingqing and Xin Jingqiu. We suspect that he is related to the Wushuang city. Moreover, the super skills that he used were imbued with the sound of dragons. We suspect that he is related to the dragons. Hearing this, the Silver Corpse Saint King's eyes flickered. The surrounding elders furrowed their brows tightly. This person was very strange. Where did he come from? One of the elders said. I guessed that he might be a hunter as well. He was secretly trained by the sacred city. Could he be trained by the Wushuang city? It's very likely. Be careful, he might target us next. Sacred King, should we take action, or should we change our strategy? Said the Wushuang Sacred King coldly. Follow the original plan. Send someone to keep an eye on this brat. I don't care if he is secretly trained by the Wushuang city, I must get rid of him. Once there's a chance, let our hunters go and kill this brat. An operation to target Lin Xian was quietly underway. Lin Xian naturally knew that the other sacred cities would definitely take notice of him after he displayed the strength of a sacred venerate. They might even start to investigate his identity and background. Therefore, he had to take action again to make things more complicated. Next, he would not only target the Acheron Palace and the Great Desolate Mansion, Demon City, Thunder God City, Myriad Sword Pavilion. He would take action against all the sacred cities that had once gone against him. Those who took action were all defeated. As a result, he was very famous now. The sword fanatic's name started to spread. Heavens, what's wrong with this sword fanatic? Why did he take action against so many experts? Do you guys think that he might be a genius secretly nurtured by some power? That shouldn't be the case. Normally, a hunter would have a specific target. It shouldn't be so big. He would definitely incur the wrath of the crowd. Sure enough, everyone was discussing among themselves. Even the people from the Acheron Palace were puzzled. Damn it. Could it be that they guessed wrong? Let's ignore that brat for now, said the Silver Corpse Sacred King coldly. Lung Pao was killed and an elder attacked. This has caused our reputation to fall very quickly. Now, no one is optimistic about us. We have to fight a battle to raise the reputation of the Acheron Palace. Yes, we know. This is the arrangement. Those elders nodded quickly. Indeed, they were not ordinary sacred cities. They were the hosts of the Holy Heavens Tao discussion. They were the masters of the Holy Heavens Tao discussion. If they didn't perform well, it would be a slap to their faces. Therefore, they had to win the next battle. Moreover, they had to win beautifully. Soon, a young figure walked up. He was from the younger generation. He was not older than 1,500 years old. Moreover, his cultivation had reached the sacred sovereign realm. He was much stronger than Lung Pao. With him taking action, they would definitely win. Moreover, it was a signal. It meant that the Acheron Palace wanted to regain their reputation. The other sacred cities would give them face. Therefore, the people from the Acheron Palace were not too worried. It was Shuang. Many people exclaimed when they saw that person walk out. I know this person. He is very strong. He will definitely win the competition. That's for sure. The Acheron Palace is going to show off. Shuang snorted coldly. His body was emitting the aura of the yellow springs and terrifying blood-red light. He wanted to suppress everyone. However, at this moment, the appearance of a figure caused the atmosphere of the entire scene to become tense again. Many people screamed. Heavens, it can't be. Did I see wrongly? That's right. It's that person. He actually appeared again. Screams could be heard as they realized that Lin Xian had entered the arena again. Shuiging's face darkened, and so did the people from Acheron Hall. Damn it, it's that brat again. Does he want to die? Some of the elders gritted their teeth in anger. The Silver Corpse Sage King opened his eyes, and there was a murderous intent in his eyes. To go against him, he was courting death. Sage King, don't worry. Shuang was definitely stronger than Lung Pao. Therefore, he would not lose this battle. That is, no one can go against our Yellow Springs Hall. Lin Wudy was such a genius. Wasn't he the same? Had he fallen, anyone who goes against us will go to hell. Shui Ying's face darkened. Brat, it's you again. Alright, I wanted to kill you anyway. Since you're here, I'll take revenge for Lung Pao. I'll use your blood to pay tribute to his spirit. What's there to pay tribute to a lonely soul? If you're worried, I can send you to hell. Accompany him. Lin Xian sneered. Back then, the Silver Corpse Sage King had tried to kill him. This time, he would let the Silver Corpse Sage King know what pain was. He would kill the experts from Acheron Hall one by one. He would let the Silver Corpse Sage King see the geniuses that he had nurtured fall in front of him. What a sharp-tongued brat. I admit that you're powerful. However, Lung Pao lost because he was careless. Moreover, my strength is far above Lung Pao's. You have no chance of winning against me. Is that so? Lin Xian shook his head. You're too arrogant. I wanted to use only one hand, but it seems that I don't need to use that now. The surrounding people were going crazy when they heard this. Using only one hand? What a joke. Shuang was famous for his coldness and killing. His reputation was terrifying even among the sage sovereigns. As expected, Shuang revealed a cold smile when he heard this. You're really courting death. I don't know what you're relying on, but it's all over now. Boom. A blood-red rainbow instantly appeared in front of Lin Xian. With a palm strike, a blood-red sword slashed down from the sky. The aura emitted from it was extremely cold, causing the eyelids of the surrounding sacred venerates to twitch. Although this blood eagle was less than 1,500 years old, he was even more terrifying than some experts who were more than 2,000 years old. This was a true expert, a genius. Lin Xian struck out with the Azure Dragon seal to contend with it, and the two collided, tearing apart heaven and earth. Then, the two figures quickly retreated. They stood at two different corners of the arena. Lin Xian laughed. You keep saying that you're strong, but from the looks of it, you're just SOSO. He was a little stronger than the cold-robed trash from before, but not by much. Shui Ying's face turned cold. To be honest, he could sense that the other party was not a sacred venerate. However, the other party's physique and strength were not any weaker than a Saint Venerable's. It was strange. He guessed that this kid must have some special body tempering method. Or perhaps it was a special kind of physique. Kid, you must have some special physique and bloodline that can make your physique comparable to a sacred venerable's. It's indeed rare. However, you're still a puny sacred venerable. A true sacred venerable not only had a strong physique, but also had a strong soul, divine ability, and law. Every one of them had surpassed a small saint. So, I'll let you see the power of a true sacred venerable. The law of blood and the law of yellow spring spread out from his body, forming two weapons in his hands. The yellow spring blood spear. The two short spears had a cold sharpness, like the fangs of an ancient savage beast. It was abnormally terrifying. As soon as the two weapons appeared, an extremely terrifying cold storm swept out in all directions. This caused those experts to frown. In the distance, Xianxia looked at the scene in Wushuang City, and she was also worried. On the other side, Morong Qingqing of Kunlun Pavilion's eyes flickered. Obviously, they all knew how powerful Blood Eagle was. As soon as the short spears appeared, Blood Eagle grasped them. Then, his aura became even more terrifying than before. He waved the spears gently. It was as if he had four heavens. The yellow spring gushed out. Under his feet, the water of the yellow spring spread out, completely covering the entire arena. In the next moment, his body merged with the water of the yellow spring, and he appeared behind Lin Xian in an instant. The short spears in his hand stabbed out fiercely. The void was torn apart. This attack was aimed at the back of Lin Xian's heart. If he was stabbed, he would definitely be seriously injured. A pair of dark golden wings appeared behind Lin Xian's back. An endless storm rose up, turning into wind blades and heavenly sabers, slashing towards the space behind him. The void behind him shattered in an instant as he clashed with the other party. A sonorous sound rang out, and endless flames appeared in all directions. Lin Xian used the unique skill of the winged dragons. Coupled with his law of wind, it was truly incomparably sharp. The moment they exchanged blows, it was earth-shattering. With the law of wind and lightning, Lin Xian's speed was extremely fast. On the other side, Shuang was not a speed expert, but with the water of the Yellow Spring, he could appear anywhere in the Yellow Spring. It could be said that his movement technique was unpredictable, like a messenger from hell. In an instant, the two of them exchanged hundreds of blows. It was just a matter of a blink of an eye. The surrounding people were shocked. The people of the Acheron Hall were also nervous. Damn it, this person was more powerful than they thought. He wondered if the Blood Eagle would be able to withstand it. This sword maniac was really powerful. He could exchange so many blows with Shuang. This time, he would not create another miracle, right? Discussions broke out one after another. The corner of Guan Songhai's mouth curled up into a smile when he saw this. Although he had not known Lin Xian for a long time, he knew that Lin Xian's strength was very terrifying. He had even created many miracles. It should not be a problem to defeat Shuang. On the other side, in the space where the limitless sect was, Chao Tianqing's eyes flickered as he looked into the distance. Let me see how much your strength has grown while you've been gone. Obviously, he already knew Lin Xian's identity. He was looking forward to Lin Xian. On the field, the two of them exchanged blows fiercely. There was not a single space that was intact. Shuang's face was completely cold. Not being able to take down his opponent after hundreds of blows was already a slap to his face. He was the truly powerful lord of the great sage, so he was ready to launch a sure-kill attack. Blood Mist, Death of the Yellow Spring. As his voice fell, the law of the Yellow Spring filled the short spike in his hand, and endless blood flowed out. A terrifying killing intent shook the heavens and the earth. Not good. This was a lost art. The combination of two laws could increase the power of the attack by several times. Perhaps no one of the same level could withstand this attack. At this moment, many people were worried about Lin Xian. Lin Xian's eyes also burst out with a piercing cold light. He took a deep breath, and the great dragon sword soul in his body roared. The dragon's breathing technique was used by him. A terrifying aura filled the air, as if the ancient dragons between heaven and earth had been resurrected. Because the surrounding people felt this aura, all of their expressions changed. Heavens, what a terrifying aura. What kind of bloodline did this kid have? At this moment, the expressions of the people from the three great dragons also changed drastically. They realized that the Dragon Dao aura that Lin Xian displayed was even stronger than before. Could it be that this kid was from the Emperor clan, the nest of 10,000 dragons? Under everyone's shocked gazes, the laws on Lin Xian's body quickly condensed. It formed sword chi, accompanied by a cold voice. Sword kinesis technique. The sword kinesis technique of the sword dragons was already very powerful. At this moment, when it was used by Lin Xian, it was truly terrifying to the extreme. As tens of thousands of sword chi fell, the entire world was completely broken apart. It couldn't withstand those sword chi at all. It collided with the other party's divine ability. A violent explosion sounded, as if tens of thousands of beasts were fighting in the sky. That terrifying aura made everyone's scalp go numb. Even some powerful sacred venerables became incomparably solemn at this moment. So strong, it was simply a battle between dragons and tigers. They didn't know who would win in the end. Discussions sounded one after another. Then, they saw two figures emerge from the shattered branches that filled the sky. One was surrounded by sword light, like a sword god, unstoppable. The other was surrounded by the aura of the Yellow Spring and Xianxia. He kept retreating, shattering the void. Was the Blood Eagle pushed back? Heavens, he was even injured. Everyone saw that every time Shuang retreated, a crack would appear on his body. Obviously, he was at a disadvantage and was completely suppressed. How was this possible? The eyes of the experts of the Yellow Spring Hall almost popped out. Shuang was an expert that they had carefully selected to turn the tide. But now, he was actually suppressed by someone, and it was by that detestable kid from before. It was really hard for them to be confident. Lin Xian looked at the disheveled figure and a cold smile appeared on his face. You are nothing more than this. The Acheron Palace is nothing more than this. The surrounding people felt as if they had gone crazy. Countless cries of surprise rang out. At this moment, not only the heavenly wind world, but also the surrounding worlds, the outer regions, and even the distant starry skies. In the countless worlds of stars, the people who were watching through the array formations were all stunned. This young man actually dared to say such arrogant words. This was no longer just aimed at Shuang. Instead, it was a slap to the face of the entire Acheron Hall. The other party was provoking the holy city. When the people from the Acheron Hall heard this, their faces turned ashen as their killing intent surged. He wanted nothing more than to rush over and kill the other party. Shui Ying's face was also ferocious. He would not allow himself to be defeated like this. Roar, with a roar, an extremely cold and gloomy aura emanated from his body. In the next moment, his body began to change. Two types of precepts intertwined on his body. His body was completely enveloped by the picture of the underworld and became abnormally cold. A pair of blood-red wings appeared on his back. At this moment, it was as if he had really turned into an Asura that had walked out from hell. Brat, you should be proud to be able to make me reach this step, Shui Ying's voice rang out between heaven and earth. The surrounding people turned serious. Someone exclaimed. Could this be the legendary Acheron blood spirit body? This was also a type of super strong physique. It was very famous. Who would have thought that Shuang would be able to refine it? Did he use his final trump card? The people of the Acheron Hall heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like Shuang would not be defeated. Shui Ying's face was incomparably cold. The killing intent on his body was not concealed at all. How could he possibly lose to a little saint? How could he possibly lose to a little saint? For someone as prideful as him, this was completely unbearable. Therefore, he had to use his final trump card to kill the other party. Oh, a super strong physique? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He indeed felt that the strength of the other party's physique had far surpassed the previous one. However, he did not care at all. Looks like you still haven't given up. Since that's the case, I'll make you truly despair. Speaking of this, Lin Xian's aura changed again. The sword chi disappeared and was replaced by a violent aura. It was as if a supreme king had shrouded the entire area. Next, he was going to use the tiger demon fist. Buzz, Shuang sneered. He stepped on the soles of his feet and soared into the sky, flying forward. After using his super strong physique, he wanted to engage in close combat with the other party. He wanted to tear the other party apart with his own hands. Lin Xian did not dodge and also rushed forward. It seemed like he wanted to engage in close combat. He had never been afraid of anyone when it came to physique. The surrounding people were stunned. It can't be. The two of them want to engage in close combat. Shuang relied on his super strong physique to engage in close combat. That sword maniac should be an expert in the sword Dao. However, his physique should not be too strong in close combat. Is he going to give up his advantage now? Everyone was puzzled. The people of the Acheron Hall also snorted. What a stupid kid. Let's see how he's going to die next. When Shuang saw this, he also smiled coldly. He did not know what was good for him. He stretched out his palm. Acheron palm. The Acheron Dao diagram in his palm flickered continuously. When he struck out with his palm, the powerful force directly pierced through the void. At this moment, the entire world shook violently. Tiger Demon Fist, Lin Xian, on the other hand, let out a roar. His palm suddenly turned black like a black tiger. There were extremely terrifying Dao runes flickering on it. The Tiger Demon Fist came from the mysterious world of Green Hill Cave. Previously, there was a palm that swept through everything. It was extremely powerful. Lin Xian's cultivation of the Tiger Demon Fist should be related to that long black arm. At this moment, his right hand was also incomparably black and emitted a strange light. A ferocious aura of a king emerged from it. The first style of the Tiger Demon Fist, Army Destroyer. When he struck out, it became the only thing in the world. An earth-shattering sound rang out. Everyone was stunned. The scene froze again. The incomparably powerful Shuang who displayed his super-strong physique was penetrated by a punch. After a long time, the crowd exclaimed. It can't be. Shuang's physique was destroyed. It can't be. That's the Acheron blood spirit body, that punch just now was too terrifying. It could definitely destroy a world. What kind of fist technique was that? Exclamations and discussions sounded one after another. Blood Eagle's eyes were wide open. His original arrogance had turned into fear. He had already used his strongest trump card, but he still could not do anything to his opponent. This scene caused an uproar in the world. Those from the Acheron Hall stood up and roared at the sky. Damn it, this is impossible. I don't believe it, they must be crazy. Those around them took a deep breath. It seemed like they had to re-evaluate this person called Sword Maniac. His strength was far beyond their imagination. Xianxia and those from the myriad demon city looked solemn, while those from the great desolate mansion looked on with flickering eyes. One of the Taoists looked cold. He was Huang Shisan. He said coldly. A rising star with decent strength, but he's no match for me. My only opponents are Fu Hongya and a few others. He was extremely domineering. On the other side, Wan Jiani from the Myriad Sword Pavilion was glaring coldly. Sword Maniac, you better not meet me. Otherwise, I'll let you know who's the real sword expert. Discussions broke out one after another. Those from the Acheron Hall were gritting their teeth so hard that they were about to break. The Silver Corp Saint King said coldly, his eyes were also filled with killing intent. Don't bother about this kid. He's too powerful. Someone will kill him sooner or later. Let's adjust our strategy. The elders under him started to adjust their strategy. On the other side, Lin Xian left the arena. He didn't target the Acheron Hall in the next few fights. However, Xianxia and the Myriad Demon City were suppressed. Those who died in Lin Xian's hands were in trouble. Many of them gritted their teeth and wanted to kill Lin Xian. At this moment, the sword chi on Lin Xian's body was getting stronger and stronger. A ray of light fell from the sky like an immortal light. It turned into a scroll with the names of all the participants carved on it. Those who failed turned grayish-white, while the others emitted a golden glow. The ranking was based on the number of victories. The higher the ranking, the more victories one had. Lin Xian, Sword Maniac, was also on the ranking. Countless people looked up to him. Most of those who were ranked at the top were sacred venerables. They were all very powerful sacred venerables. For example, Fu Hongya and the others were at the top of the ranking. Wan Jiani and the others were slightly behind. However, someone exclaimed at this moment. Because they realized that another person's name had changed. He had rushed to the top. He had obtained a dazzling result. 9 Qilin. How did his result become so powerful? That's right. He only had 10 hearts previously. Now, he had 30 stars. Everyone cried out in surprise. They realized that the 9-headed Qilin had won a match, and that person had 30 stars. He had won 30 matches in a row. 9 Qilin's result. The 30 perfect victories that he represented were all given to the 9-headed Qilin. What's going on? Being able to win 30 matches in a row was enough to show that that person was very powerful. That was definitely a saint venerable. But, to think that he would lose to the 9-headed Qilin, 9 Qilin was a genius, but he was a genius sacred venerables. Could it be that he was also a powerful dark horse? Seeing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes as a cold smile appeared on his face. The 9-headed Qilin might be strong, but it wasn't his turn to shine in the holy heavens. According to his guess, the person who was fighting with the 9-headed Qilin should be an expert that the demon city had secretly trained. At this moment, this powerful being had purposely given the battle results to the 9-headed Qilin. He wanted to push the 9-headed Qilin to a peak so that everyone could look up to it. Artificially created battle records? Lin Xian snorted coldly. As expected, some of the holy cities had already begun to use despicable means. The other holy cities naturally understood this point. Hence, after this incident, several holy cities adopted this method. After all, this was the purpose of secretly nurturing people. For example, Wan Jiani had won 2 matches in a row, And the two people he had defeated were both record holders of 30 consecutive victories. As a result, he now had a winning streak of 60 matches. His ranking instantly skyrocketed, placing him among the geniuses of the previous generation. In fact, he wasn't too far away from Fu Hongya, Huang Shisan, and the others. Countless people started to congratulate him. Many of them laughed and said that the ninth young master was indeed very strong and had unparalleled talent. If this continued, his future achievements would be limitless. That's right. The ninth young master was just a small saint. Once he became a sacred sovereign, his strength would undergo a tremendous change. In the future, we would have to rely on the ninth young master. These people were all followers of the ninth young master. The nine-headed Qilin laughed after hearing this. He was like a supreme immortal god looking down on the world. He made people look up to him. However, at this moment, a cold and mocking voice was heard. Do you really think you're a big shot? Why don't you think about how you got your battle records? Do you have the face to stand in such a position? As soon as the voice was heard, everyone's expression changed. Although they knew that there must be some tricks behind this, they didn't dare to say it out loud. But no one dared to say it out loud. Wouldn't that be slapping the demon city's face? As expected, the faces of the people from the demon city darkened. The nine-headed Qilin snorted coldly. Who dares to talk about me behind my back? Get out here. Let's see if I don't kill you. Is that so? Are you very strong? I'm right here. Try and kill me. On an empty arena, Lin Xian walked up and looked at the nine-headed Qilin. Come on, ninth young master. Your ranking is so high, way higher than mine. I challenge you now. Do you dare? When the surrounding people saw this, they were stunned. Because they realized that the person who came up was the sword fanatic. Heavens, is this death god here again? It can't be. Didn't he go against the Acheron Hall previously? Is he here to slap the demon city's face now? Can he really leave alive after offending so many saint cities? You guys don't know this, right? This sword fanatic killed the nine-headed Qilin when he first came to the heavenly wind world. Now, he's here purely to suppress the nine-headed Qilin. What? Is there such a thing? The crowd was shocked and started discussing. When the nine-headed Qilin saw the other party, his face turned ugly. Damn it. He would never forget this person. He was the one who killed him. To think that he would dare to come out now. Damn it. The nine-headed Qilin gritted his teeth. The eyes of the other powerful people from the demon city lit up. This is great. This is a good chance. Let's kill him quickly. Some of them stood up. Lin Xian was not afraid. Why, nine-headed Qilin, you don't dare to come out. Since you don't dare, you can kowtow to me and beg for mercy. I'll spare your life if I'm in a good mood. Lin Xian's voice was loud and clear. It spread across the world. Even the people at the extraterritorial stand heard it. They took in a cold breath. That's too arrogant. The nine-headed Qilin snorted and said. Your battle record is too low. I don't want to fight with you. Lin Xian laughed when he heard that. My record is low, yes, I only have a 20-match winning streak now, but so what? This record was won by my own hands, match after match. Among them, I've killed more than 10 Saint Venerables. What about you? What's your battle record? Don't you know how many battles you've won? The person who lost to you is a secret expert that your 1,000 demon city has been nurturing. He pretended to lose to you. Do you really think that you're a peerless expert? Lin Xian's words were filled with disdain. Nine-headed Qilin almost vomited blood when he heard it. The others were shocked when they heard it as well. The people from Demon City snorted. Do you want to die? We'll make sure you die a horrible death today. They were furious because this was something that every holy city had silently agreed to. However, Lin Xian did not know what was good for him. Since he did not follow the rules, there was no need for him to exist. The other experts from the holy city also had cold killing intent in their eyes. They also felt that this was a good opportunity to kill Lin Xian because his winning streak was not very high. He had only won 20 matches. However, half of them were obtained by killing Saint Sovereigns. This meant that the Saint Sovereigns from the holy city were killed by Lin Xian the moment they attacked. If such a person did not go out, more saint sovereigns would fall in the future. The people from Great Desolation Mansion also lost too. Saint sovereigns. Hence, their eyes were filled with killing intent. Someone gritted his teeth and said, "Send out our hunters to kill this kid. I don't want to see him again." The other elders also nodded. However, at this moment, a figure stood out. "I don't think we need to do anything. This kid is not ordinary. Let Demon City deal with him." Hearing this, the elders turned their heads. When they saw the figure, they frowned. "Nine Nether, this is not your style of speaking." This man was called Nine Nether. He was very powerful. His original form was an earth dragon. He said, "I know this person. He is more terrifying than you can imagine." "Oh, you know him? Tell us, who is he?" These people were shocked. Until now, they still did not know the identity of this sword maniac. Nine Nether said, "I don't know who he is, but I have seen him in the Grotto Heaven test. He passed the test and entered the vast Grotto Heaven. He can be said to be a top genius." "What? He could enter the secret realm created by the vast Grotto Heaven?" The surrounding people were stunned. This secret realm was not a place that ordinary people could enter. Only top geniuses could enter. For example, Nine Nether had entered. No wonder this sword maniac was so terrifying. He was an expert of this level. Some of the elders took a deep breath. If that was the case, it would not be easy to get rid of this sword maniac. At the very least, it had to be an expert at Nine Nether's level, and there was a risk involved. Therefore, they nodded in agreement. "All right, we'll sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Let the people from the myriad demon city make a move." At the same time, the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, Limitless Sect, and the others also received the news. Among them, Wan Jiani said, "Old Zhang, don't worry. Although he has also joined that Grotto Heaven, I am not afraid." That was because all the top experts had already become Saint Venerables after coming out, but the other party had not. This shows that his talent is no match for mine. Even if he's lucky enough to not die this time, as long as he meets me, he'll definitely lose. On the Demon City's side, Nine Heads Qilin didn't even enter the arena. No matter how arrogant he was, he didn't dare to because he knew that he didn't have the strength to face the other party. Therefore, he would not let the other party continue to live and be arrogant. They sent out a secretly trained expert, who was also a hunter. It was a mysterious figure in a blue robe. He came to the arena, and the blue saber in his hand emitted a piercing light. After coming up, he did not say a word and directly charged towards Lin Xian. With a slash of the saber, the terrifying laws were vast and mighty. It was like a vast ocean, causing the wind and clouds in all directions to change. What a terrifying saber technique. The surrounding spectators' expressions changed when they sensed the terror of this saber. Obviously, this was also an expert, and a Saint Venerable expert at that. Lin Xian sneered. "Nine-headed Qilin, you're really useless. You don't even have the courage to come up. Forget it, then you're not worthy of being my opponent at all. As for this person, he should be a hunter from the myriad demon city. You want to kill me? But that's impossible." He snorted coldly. Thunder surged from his body and surged over from all directions, turning into a huge thunder tiger. It stood indomitable and charged towards the saber light in the sky. As soon as he came up, he used the tiger demon fist. Boom, a terrifying aura erupted. The battle between the two was extremely terrifying. The saber light collided with the phantom of the demonic tiger, tearing apart the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In the next moment, the saber directly split the phantom of the tiger, and then fiercely slashed towards Lin Xian. This person is so terrifying. His strength is above the sword fanatics. It's over. It seems that this sword fanatic is really in danger this time. That's for sure. He recklessly went against the sacred city. His ending will definitely be very miserable. Everyone was discussing animatedly. Lin Xian sneered. Did they send out an even stronger person? He clenched the tiger demon fist and quickly rushed forward. Boom, boom. Boom, the army destroyer struck out, causing heaven and earth to tremble. It directly shattered that ray of light. Then, he charged forward and continuously collided with the opponent's saber. Every collision. It was like a lightning tribulation. The killing intent in the blue-robed man's eyes was really terrifying. His saber technique was extremely terrifying. Every slash could split open a world. He and Lin Xian entered the battle. The two of them exchanged more than 30 moves, and they were evenly matched. Suddenly, at this moment, the blue-robed man revealed a sinister smile and changed his saber technique. Endless blue laws erupted from his saber technique and swept towards Lin Xian. See Demon Saber. As his cold voice fell, a blue saber light slashed down from the sky. When it came to Lin Xian's side, it suddenly split open. The violent aura of destruction filled heaven and earth. At this moment, countless large cracks appeared in the entire world and spread towards the surroundings. What a terrifying destructive power. This was a slash of destruction. Countless people gasped. They felt that the sword fanatic couldn't block this attack at all. Morong Qingqing and the others were also nervous. Damn it, the speed of the change of this saber was really beyond everyone's expectations. Even Guan Songhai revealed a look of worry. On the other side, Nine Nether, Wan Jiani, and the others revealed a cold smile. It should be settled. As expected, he couldn't be compared to them. Chao Tianqing looked at this scene calmly. The blue storm in front of him gradually disappeared. In the next moment, countless cracks appeared. However, Lin Xian's figure had already disappeared. The surrounding people were shocked when they saw this scene. Could it be that he was killed? The beasts of the monster city also snorted coldly. Needless to say, he must have been killed. Moreover, his heart and soul were destroyed. Not even a drop of blood was left. This was the result of going against the monster city. Countless people's faces instantly turned pale. He was too strong. The strength of the holy city wasn't something that a single person could provoke. Is it over? How pitifully weak. Unable to withstand a single blow. The blue-robed man sneered as he sheathed his saber. He turned around to leave, but he was stunned the next moment. The reason for that was because he could sense a strange energy appearing in the air. The smiles of the people around him froze. What's going on? What's that energy? They looked around frantically, and they saw a bolt of lightning tearing through the void and walking out from the spatial crack. A dragon's roar that made people tremble rang out. At the same time, there was a cold voice. The show has just begun, and you want to leave already? How is that possible? Countless people looked at the scene, dumbfounded. The people of Demon City exclaimed. It's that kid, he's still alive. No way, the Saint Sovereign would have died from that attack. How could he have survived? That energy is the energy of a dragon. Could he be one of the Dragon Clan's people? What's going on? The people around them discussed among themselves, and many of them looked at the Dragon Clan in the distance. The three Dragons Clan's people also had strange expressions on their faces. To be honest, they did not know who the other party was. However, they did not believe that such an attack could kill the sword maniac. After all, this guy had obtained the blue dragon horn. Is he still alive? Even many of the saint rulers were shocked. To be honest, they had made a mistake in their judgment. What a mysterious person. Luiwe Sage King was shocked. Silver Corpse Sage King's face turned cold. Skysoaring Sage King's face also darkened. He transmitted his voice and gave the order to kill. On the other side, Peerless Sage King smiled. He now knew who the person was. Sure enough, his junior brother still came. He did not immediately reveal his true identity, but hid himself to fight against the Sage Kings. Interesting, it's getting more and more interesting. He's still alive? Wan Jiani, Nine Nether, and the others' faces turned ugly. Damn it, they had mocked the other party for being weak and unworthy of being their opponent. But now, they had made a mistake in their judgment. It was a slap to their faces. This made them very unhappy. The blue-robed man's eyes narrowed. He was very confident in the power of his attack. He didn't believe that there was anyone who could stop him. Even if there was, it couldn't be the person in front of him. However, the other party had survived, and the aura on his body had become even more tyrannical than before. Could it be that the other party wasn't injured before? When he thought of this possibility, his heart was in turmoil. Could it be that he had a top-grade saint artifact for defense? Damned brat, what did you do just now? Was it a Saint King level weapon? You're cheating, the blue-robed man let out a roar, and the others were also in an uproar. The eyes of the people from the demon city lit up. Yes, that's right, he was cheating. He was asking the referee elder to probe his defense. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Could it be that the other party had really used a Saint King level weapon to defend himself? Hearing this, Lin Xian laughed. I cheated, truly despicable and shameless. It's fine if your myriad demon city is despicable, but now you actually want to pour dirty water on me. Very well, the 3 judging elders, please. In the sky, 3 elders appeared, and they were divided into 3 sides. Their expressions were incomparably cold. To be honest, they were still very resistant towards Lin Xian. After all, one of the judging elders had already been killed because of Lin Xian. Therefore, when facing the other party, they were very careful. Lin Xian said, "Dare I ask the 3 judging elders? Just now, did you sense a Saint King level aura?" The 3 of them looked at each other, and then one of the elders said coldly, "We didn't sense it." The other 2 nodded. "We also didn't sense a Saint King level aura." "Thank you for upholding justice," Lin Xian said with a fist and palm salute. Then, he revealed a smile. "You heard it, I didn't use any Saint King level saint artifacts. You're just too confident in yourself. You think you can hurt me with your strength? What a joke. I'm not someone you can imagine." Lin Xian's eyes revealed a hint of arrogance. This scene made the blue-robed man vomit blood. Damn it, how could it be? Was the other party's strength already so strong? Damn it, I don't believe it. Blue Ocean One Blade. The blue-robed man slashed out with his long blade. With a clang, between heaven and earth, crazy laws descended. It turned into an even more frightening blade light. Earlier, it had been a destructive blade light. However, at that moment, it was extremely sharp. It was capable of slicing anything in half. Lin Xian snorted and stretched out his palm. It turned black again. Tiger Demon Fist, second style, sky-shattering. As soon as his voice fell, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Countless large cracks spread out in all directions with him as the center. It was as if the world was about to end. This scene was really too terrifying. It was even more terrifying than the previous blade. Suddenly, the blue blade light in the sky was enveloped by the cracks, and there was a cracking sound. Then, it was torn apart. Was the peerless blade broken? Countless people were in an uproar. No one expected Lin Xian to be so strong after showing his true strength. How could it be? I must be dreaming. The blue-robed man's pupil shrank. He knew the power of the blade. Even if Lin Xian could block it, he would be injured. However, the other party had easily broken through this set. Why? Are you shocked? Surprised? Lin Xian sneered. Don't worry, the more shocking part is yet to come. At this point, he took a deep breath and threw out a punch. Tiger Demon Fist, third style, soul suppression. Another punch was thrown out. The black fist seemed to have turned into a black tiger. It roared between heaven and earth, and the aura it emitted distorted the void. Feeling the terrifying power surging towards him, the blue-robed man's pupils shrank. The blue-robed man's pupils shrank. Damn it. He frantically retreated but discovered that it was already too late. He could only passively block and use the long blade in his hand to the extreme. Streaks of terrifying saber light shot out one after another. Every single one of them was as terrifying as heavenly thunder. There were tens of thousands of them in the sky, dancing wildly and slashing towards the sky. The momentum was mighty. It was incomparable. I don't believe that I can't cut it. He roared at the sky. At this moment, it was as if he wanted to open the sky. Boom boom boom. However, the Tiger Demon Fist was really too terrifying. It could really suppress everything. The blade lights that filled the sky were all shattered. A shadow of a ferocious tiger pressed down on the blue-robed man. No, the blue-robed man's pupils shrank. He wanted to escape, but it was too late. In the next moment, he was enveloped by the tiger phantom. Boom, the entire ancient arena let out a violent roar. Countless cracks appeared around the arena and spread towards the surroundings. At this moment, the arena was almost split apart, but it endured in the end. The surrounding people were blasted away by the nomological storm. They all held up their holy domains and frantically resisted. When everything disappeared, everyone looked carefully. In the next moment, they saw that there was at least a shadow of a black tiger that suppressed everything. Below it was a seahorse that was close to 1,000 meters long. At this moment, it was crushed into two halves. Blue blood dyed the ground red. The blue-robed man's true form was actually a seahorse. It was unbelievable. Damn it, how could it be? The people of Demon City looked terrible. Many of them stood up and roared crazily. Lin Xian snorted coldly. What, you finally showed your true form? You still dare to say that you're not from Demon City? Damn it, the seahorse kept roaring and trying to break free from the seal. However, it was suppressed. The people of Demon City were also roaring. Damn it, let go of him. Lin Xian glanced at them and said. So you admit that he's from Demon City? The people around were also shocked. That's not right. This guy didn't come from Demon City. I remember that he walked out from the crowd. Yeah, he didn't emit any demonic aura from the beginning. He hid it well. I thought that he was a human expert. That means that he's really from Demon City. And it seems that he was secretly trained. Demon City actually hid such an expert. What's their purpose? Could it be that he's really a legendary hunter? Exclamations and discussions could be heard. The people of Demon City looked terrible. They all came back. An elder snorted coldly. He told the young geniuses to shut up. They were so angry that they gritted their teeth. On the other hand, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Why aren't you roaring anymore? Don't you want to save his life, kid? What are you trying to do? Finally, an elder stood up and said coldly. Lin Xian said. It's simple. I just want to know what's the relationship between him and Demon City. Alright, I can tell you that he's from Demon City. However, we didn't plan to let him participate. So, he hid his identity and came here secretly. We didn't know about it before. Now that I've told you his identity, you can let him go. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding people were in an uproar. This person really was an expert from the Demon City. Lin Xian chuckled when he heard this. Very good, he finally admitted it. He waved his hand, and the black tiger phantom roared and tore the seahorse's body into pieces. Even its soul was swallowed by the tiger. The enormous body shattered and disappeared. Damn it, you actually dared to kill him. The elder of the 1,000 Demon City was furious, and his body emitted boundless cold killing intent. Lin Xian sneered. Why wouldn't I dare? He killed me, so why wouldn't I kill him? Did I promise you that I wouldn't kill him? Damn, the 1,000 Demon City elder was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He realized that Lin Fan really didn't say anything, which meant that he had been conned. Damned brat, just you wait. If there's a chance, I definitely won't let you off. Are you threatening me? Very well, I'm going to go against you guys today. If any of you from the 10,000 goblins dare to come out, I will kill you. I want to see what qualifications you have to threaten me today. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold killing intent. The Soaring Sky Saint King was one of the people who had participated in the hunt for him back then. How could he let the 1,000 Demon City off? Lin Xian's voice was incomparably cold, causing everyone's scalps to go numb. The 1,000 Demon City elder snorted coldly. How could this brat control the competition? Therefore, they did not care about this at all. However, they soon realized that they had been mistaken. The other party had grasped the laws of wind and thunder, and his speed was extremely fast. No matter who it was, as long as it was someone from the 1,000 Demon City, the other party would immediately enter the arena and kill his opponents with the fastest speed possible. Just like that, in the blink of an eye, 8 experts from the 1,000 Demon City had died in the hands of the other party. Among them, there were even 2 saints. This caused the 1,000 Demon City to go crazy, and their hearts to bleed. The Soaring Sky Saint King's eyes shone with a sharp blade light as he glared at Lin Xian. The void around Lin Xian was shattering continuously. He could feel the might of the Saint King. What? The Saint King wants to strike? Bring it on. Didn't you three great sage kings join forces to kill Lin Wudi before? Since you can kill a genius once, you can continue to do whatever you want. Lin Xian's voice resonated throughout the entire universe. Come at me. Lin Xian's voice resonated throughout the universe. The soaring sky Saint King's face turned cold. He snorted coldly and retracted his gaze. On the other side, the silver corpse Saint King's face was also ugly. Damn it. I can't let him continue to be arrogant. Old Zhang from the Thousand Demon City gritted his teeth. They asked who had the confidence to kill him. Everyone thought about it and shook their heads. To be honest, they did not have the confidence. However, at this moment, a figure walked out. I'll kill him. This person's voice was abnormally strong and carried a terrifying power. This was a demonic ape, an earth demonic ape. It had boundless strength and was a mutated species of heaven and earth. His strength had reached the level of a saint. The soaring sky Saint King frowned slightly. According to the information we just received, this person is very strong. He had joined the Grotto Heavens test and even succeeded. I'm afraid his strength is not weaker than Wan Jiani and the others. Hearing this, the surrounding elders of the Thousand Demon City sucked in a breath of cold air. Was the other party so strong? No wonder he could kill so many experts. The earth demonic ape frowned as well. However, he still said, I have some confidence. After knowing that Lin Xian's situation was so terrifying, this fellow still wanted to make a move. One could imagine how terrifying his strength was. However, the Sage King shook his head. Don't make a move first. There's no need to reveal our trump cards in advance for this fellow. Let's wait. Following this, the Thousand Demon City's side actually did not send out anyone. This truly shocked everyone. Could it be that the Thousand Demon City was afraid? One person was actually suppressing a saint city. If they did not see it with their own eyes, they would not believe it. Lin Xian also did not make a move. He even stared at the Thousand Demon City's side. As long as the other party made a move, he would immediately make a move. Being entangled by such a person, the Thousand Demon City felt very sullen. They were probably already the laughingstock of the world. Damn it. Those people gritted their teeth. The soaring sky Saint King's eyes were also cold. To be honest, he thought that the other party would tactfully leave to provoke the other saint cities. That way, they could send out people to fight. However, it seemed like the other party was really going against them. He did not participate in any battles and only stared at them. It was useless no matter what he did. He really did not know what was good for him. Then, I'll play with him. The soaring sky Saint King coldly snorted. He called Sikong Lai over and let him go. Hearing this, the elders were stunned. Was the Sage King going to use his trump card? No matter, he had to use it anyway. This matter was also a difficult opponent. It was best to let Sikong Lai take action. This way, the world would know the consequences of offending the Thousand Demon City. Those elders nodded. Then, they opened a spatial gate and walked in. Not long after, they came out. A young man followed behind them. This person had a pale face and wore a black robe. He had a cold smile on his face. His long and narrow eyes shone brightly. Is it my turn to go on stage so soon? This time, there's a reckless guy who dares to provoke us. He has already killed many saint sovereigns and has set his eyes on us. He has disgraced our sacred city. Go down and kill him. Hearing this, Sikong Lai was stunned. There's such a guy, who is it, Fu Hongya, Huang Shisan? He frowned slightly. In his opinion, only such a person could give the sacred city such a headache. However, the elders shook their heads slightly. No, it's not him. That guy. He pointed at a figure in the distance. So young? Sikong Lai frowned slightly. The next moment, he was even more stunned. Old man, are you sure? This guy isn't even a saint sovereign. Indeed, he isn't. However, he has already killed 4 of our saint sovereigns and 10 peak minor saints. All of them died in his hands. Do you think he's weak? Sikong Lai took a deep breath. He's so powerful. I finally know why I summoned him. I know. Leave it to me, Xikong Lai nodded. The next moment, he floated forward. Look, someone from the demon city has come out again. It seems like they're not going to tolerate it anymore. Countless people exclaimed. Everyone's gazes shifted over. Lin Xian also flew up. Again? Is he courting death? He landed on the arena, looked at the figure in front of him and shook his head. Get lost. You're too young. You're no match for me. Kid, you're very arrogant. No one has ever dared to talk to me like that. However, you're too reckless. You'll die if I attack you. Then, he rushed forward. Lin Xian snorted and threw out a punch. It directly enveloped Xikong Lai. The next moment, a thunderous sound was heard. Xikong Lai's body was blasted away. It can't be. He's killed in one move. The surrounding people were stunned. What's the demon city doing? Why did they send such a weak person? Could it be that they were planning to wear down the sword fanatic by taking turns to tire him out? The surrounding people were also discussing. Lin Xian was also stunned. It shouldn't be. What the hell is the demon city doing? The next moment, he was stunned. The others exclaimed. Look. What's that? They saw that the body that had been split into 4 pieces did not die. Instead, it quickly reassembled, and then 4 figures stood up. Every one of them looked like Spacetime Hunter, and the other party had actually split into 4. Was it a doppelganger? Many people cried out in alarm. This wouldn't do either. This type of doppelganger couldn't be resisted at all. After the 4 of them came out in an instant, they charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian coldly snorted and threw out another punch. However, in the next moment, he was surprised to find that the strength of these 4 people was actually the same, blocking his attack. However, his power erupted and blasted the 4 of them away once again. This time, even more figures stood out. 4 of them were split in half. In other words, all 8 of them stood up. What was going on? A few holy city elders cried out in alarm. This wasn't a clone, but rather a split. Every time his body was destroyed, he would be able to form a completely new body. Could it be that he was the Spacebreaker beast? When these words were spoken, the other elders were also shocked. They had long heard that there were thousands of demons in the Thousand Demon City, and it was incomparably strange. There was a type of demon beast that had this kind of splitting ability, called the Spacebreaker beast. Now it seemed that it was this person. The Spacebreaker beast could form a new body when its body was injured. It was simply immortal and indestructible. Indeed, it was basically impossible to kill it. As long as a bit of its flesh and blood was left, it could fully grow and instantly recover. Unless one's strength surpassed everything and could destroy the Spacebreaker beast completely, not leaving a single drop of blood. However, in order to do this, one had to be an extremely terrifying existence. At least a peak Saint Venerable or Saint King. It was impossible for such a person to appear on this battlefield. For a moment, everyone cried out in alarm, not knowing how Lin Xian was going to block it. Lin Xian also frowned. A Spacebreaker beast, huh? The other party's bloodline was really strange. Xikong Lai revealed a smile and said, Useless brat, this will only increase my strength. Is that so? Of the 8 of you, one must be the main body, right? If I kill your main body, won't you die without a doubt? Lin Xian's eyes shone with a trace of shocking light. In the next moment, his gaze became dim. However, he soon discovered that the 8 of them did not have a main body at all. Their main bodies and clones were all the same. This made him frown. Were they all the same? Were there really no clones? Xikong Lai, who was opposite him, laughed loudly. How could this brat have already found out? Indeed, any one of me can be the main body. What can you use to kill me? Everyone was stunned when they heard this. He was too strong. He was really immortal and indestructible. How could there be such an existence, unless there was a heaven-defying difference in cultivation? However, Spacetime Lai was a Saint Venerable, and Lin Xian was only a small saint. The difference between the 2 of them could not be made up. Now that he had such a bloodline, it was impossible to defeat him. It seemed that the sword maniac had really lost this time. Yes, but with the sword maniac's strength, it was still possible for him to escape now. However, failure was inevitable. With this failure, the sword maniac would have the spacebreaker beast to hunt him down in the future. He would soon be eliminated. Discussions sounded one after another. They did not expect the tables to turn. The sword maniac fell into a predicament so quickly. However, they still underestimated the determination of the Demon City. Not only did they want Lin Xian to fail, but they also wanted to kill Lin Xian completely. In the arena, 8 space-time hunters took action, attacking Lin Xian from 8 directions. Lin Xian quickly dodged. However, 8 against 1, he could not dodge in the end. He could not easily use the void escape. So he had no choice but to slap out with his palm. The Azure Dragon seal instantly sent a few of them flying, and new people appeared from the broken bodies. In the end, there were already hundreds of figures standing in the arena. Each of their auras was incomparably strong. It made people's scalps tingle. The more they fought, the stronger they became. How could they fight, boy, tremble, and despair? This is the result of daring to go against the Demon City. The space-time hunters walked over with a sinister smile. More than 100 figures covered the sky and earth. Lin Xian's expression was cold. Kill, with a roar, he formed a seal with his palm. Between heaven and earth, thunder filled the air, completely enveloping the entire space. He did not believe that he could not kill his opponent this time. The people who were pierced by the thunder quickly changed, and in the end, there were more than 10 million of them. Damn it, even the thunder could not kill them. Lin Xian's face was completely gloomy. Now it seemed that only the power of the great dragon sword's soul could be used. However, if he could not hit them in one strike, it would be useless. After all, any body could continue to split, which meant that he had to think of a way. He had to catch them all in one fell swoop. Otherwise, he would be in danger. In everyone's opinion, Lin Xian was doomed. In fact, Lin Xian had indeed fallen into an extremely dangerous situation. However, he did not panic. At this moment, he was accumulating his strength. He wanted to defeat all of his opponents in one fell swoop. Facing thousands of figures, he fought and retreated. It seemed that he could not hold on any longer. However, a trace of golden light flickered in his eyes. He was using his ocular technique, but he was secretly using it. Moreover, it was not very powerful. He wanted to subtly influence his opponent's soul and not let him discover it. Now that his opponent had the upper hand, he must be very arrogant. He wanted to make use of this point to make the other party arrogant to the extreme. He wanted to make his opponent completely crazy. As expected, seeing Lin Xian retreating, Xikong Lai's lips curled into a sinister smile. Kid, go to hell. Thousands of figures all rushed over, completely enveloping Lin Xian. The entire arena was also completely covered. These figures seemed to have turned into locusts, lying on Lin Xian's body and began to madly absorb Lin Xian's power to strengthen these figures. Lin Xian could not move. He could feel his power draining away, but he smiled. Great, it's finally working. These people all rushed over without a care for anything else. In the next moment, the light flickered. The great dragon sword soul roared and countless sword chi formed a sword Dao world. It directly enveloped these people completely. Pft, pft, pft. In an instant, those figures were attacked and their bodies cracked. However, the sinister voice said, "It's useless. You can't kill me. You'll only make me more and more." Lin Xian did not say anything. He activated the great attack sword soul with all his strength and slashed wildly. Gradually, Space-Time Hunter's expression changed. Damn it, what's going on? He found that his figure had fallen into a pool of blood. Before he could reform a new body, he was destroyed again. Moreover, the sword chi carried a biting cold aura that prevented those wounds from healing. He found that his figure was gradually decreasing. Damn it, his opponent still had such a biting cold sword chi. He wanted to retreat. However, he found that the entire sword Dao world had already enveloped everything. He had no way out. What shocked him even more was that his entire body had entered the sword to the world. Not a single part of him was left behind. How could this be? He couldn't believe it. No matter how arrogant he was, he would still be careful and leave one of them outside just in case. But now, he didn't stay. This was too surprising. Damn it, what's going on? When he saw the strange light in Lin Xian's eyes, he knew he was in trouble. You used an eye technique on me. That's right. Looks like you're not that stupid. I did use an eye technique on you. Therefore, you won't be able to escape. Damn it, I'll fight you to the death. Space-Time Hunter roared. Since he had no way out, he could only fight with his back against the wall. Countless terrifying laws appeared on his body, and the remaining figures charged over together. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Everything was over. Endless sword chi exploded, and everything was over very quickly. Everyone was wiped out, and their blood was wiped out by him. Not a single drop of blood flowed out. At this moment, the terrifying spacebreaker beast was completely slain by him. The spectators outside were also stunned when they saw the scene. They only saw countless figures pouncing toward Lin Xian, and then sword chi surged out of Lin Xian's body, completely enveloping the entire arena. After that, they couldn't see anything. What kind of battle had happened? How was it? The people from the Demon City sneered. How dare you question the strength of the lashing spacebreaker beast? You really don't know what's good for you. Indeed, they weren't worried at all. Only those old monsters could kill the lashing spacebreaker beast. No one in the younger generation could do it. But when the sword chi that filled the sky disappeared, the surrounding people were stunned. What was going on? They found that there was only one person in the arena, and that was Lin Xian. Space-time rift, then where did he go? No way, did he hide? Exclamations rang out. The people from the Demon City were also shocked and doubtful. They roared. Kid, where did you take Xikong Lai? Hearing this, Lin Xian smiled. He had already been sent to hell. What? That's impossible. Everyone was stunned. The people from the Demon City were even more shocked. Soaring Sky Saint King also opened his eyes. His gaze was rarely seen in all directions as a huge soul pressure pressed down on them. It seemed that he was searching, but not long after, his expression became incomparably ugly. What was going on? He really couldn't sense Space-Time Lai's aura. Could it be that he was really killed by him? The three referee elders also descended from the sky and began to search the surroundings. Then, they said that Space-Time Lai's life was unknown. This battle was won by the sword maniac. His life was unknown. Everyone gasped. That was a spacebreaker beast. It could split into countless bodies. How could he disappear? Now that he wasn't here, there was only one possibility, and that was that he had been killed. Not even a drop of blood was left. Thinking of this possibility, everyone's scalps went numb. What kind of method did this sword maniac use to be so powerful? Great. Morong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and the others all heaved a sigh of relief. Wang Jianni also frowned. The other party's sword chi was so strange. As an expert of the sword Dao, he felt a sense of threat. The people of Demon City were completely stunned. I'll fight it out with you, many people rushed out. Lin Xian sneered. Fine, I'll send you to hell together. These people stopped in midair. They didn't dare to fight with the other party at all. For a moment, they couldn't advance or retreat. They were in an abnormally sorry state. A bunch of trash. You don't even have the courage to fight with me. Get lost. Lin Xian roared and looked disdainfully at the surroundings. Everyone returned. Flying Sky Saint King coldly shouted, all the people of Demon City had returned. After that, they didn't make another move because this time, they were truly frightened. Originally, even the Divine King thought that the Spacebreaker Beast's attack was absolutely foolproof. But now, the Spacebreaker Beast was actually killed. Were they going to send out a stronger trump card? They weren't confident. So for a period of time, the people of Demon City seemed to be asleep. No one spoke, and no one attacked. A man and a sword suppressed Shen Cheng's head. This was probably the first time in history. The surrounding Demon City's people also had solemn expressions. Until now, they still didn't know which faction this person belonged to. However, the other party's methods were too terrifying. Demon City was actually afraid of him. As for the other Demon City's people, many of them also died in the hands of the other party. However, everyone realized that the other party didn't attack all the Demon City's people. Instead, he attacked a few Demon City's people. Could it be that this person had a grudge with those Demon City's people? In an instant, they thought of a possibility. Could it be that this matter was really related to Peerless City? Everyone started guessing. Wushuang City dares to go against us? The Acheron Palace's Silver Corpse Sage King received the news and his eyes flashed coldly. Looks like it's time for us to send our hunters to teach Wushuang City a lesson. They sent out their own hunters. Even the Great Desolate Mansion sent out their hunters. In an instant, these hunters moved in the dark, keeping an eye on Wushuang City. Soon, someone exclaimed. Wushuang City also felt the pressure. People like Zhibu Fan and Wang Xiaofeng from Stillwater Sky City were being hunted. Retreat quickly. Fu Hongya shouted coldly, telling them not to fight back. These people had no choice but to retreat. Even Ghostly was severely injured by a slash. In an instant, countless people were in an uproar. They could see that someone was targeting Wushuang City. Lin Xian naturally saw it too. A cold murderous intent appeared in his eyes. These people were so reckless. It seemed like he had to continue. But before that, he had to do something because he had killed a lot of people. Therefore, at this moment, he had a lot of winning streaks. He had won 50 matches in a row. This was an equally dazzling record. So once he appeared, he would be targeted by countless people. Although he was confident in himself, this was a Dao debate after all. There might be a terrifying expert. So Lin Xian decided to give away his winning streak first. Lin Xian's eyes flashed, waiting for an opportunity. Soon, he sent a message to Murong Qingqing. Murong Qingqing smiled and walked down, while Lin Xian went up. In the surroundings, those people were all stupefied when they saw this. It couldn't be, right? This guy was actually going to make a move against the favored daughter of heaven. Even the people from Demon City were stunned. This guy was going to attack Kunlun Pavilion? It shouldn't be. Wasn't he from Wushuang City? Could it be that their judgment was wrong? The people from Kunlun Pavilion were also stunned. But soon, they widened their eyes in disbelief. After Lin Xian went up, he said calmly. So it's Fairy Murong. I've heard of your name. Now that I've met you, you're really amazing. I hope that fairy will show mercy. Murong Qingqing threw out a palm strike. Lin Xian didn't resist and immediately retreated. Fairy's palm strength is so good that I am ashamed of my inferiority. Then, he turned around and walked down the arena. Everyone was dumbfounded, and I cursed the heavens. What was the meaning of this? Was he admitting defeat just like that? Damn it, he was giving away his winning streak. Some of the sacred cities instantly understood what was going on, and they gnashed their teeth in anger. They couldn't say anything. They were willing to do this kind of thing. Moreover, Lin Xian made them vomit blood. Lin Xian said, I learned it from Wan Yaoqing. The people from the Demon City were about to go mad with anger. Just like that, Murong Qingqing obtained Lin Xian's 50-match winning streak and instantly entered the 100-match winning streak. This was a very difficult task. After all, everyone here was an expert and a genius. A 50-match winning streak was already heaven-defying. A 200-match winning streak could be said to be a legend. At this moment, Murong Qingqing completed a 100-match winning streak. She was the first to do so. In an instant, countless people looked up to her. Damn it, we have to speed up. Wan Jianyi too, hurry up and get the hunters to come back and give him his winning streak. He also wanted to achieve a 100-match winning streak. The Great Desolate Mansion, Lei Shencheng, and Acheron Hall were the same. The battles became even more intense. Lin Xian didn't have any more winning streaks. His eyes shone with a cold light. Very good, it was time to start hunting again. This time, his target was Acheron Hall. This time, he was going to beat Acheron Hall into submission. Murong Qingqing returned to the place where the Kunlun Pavilion was located with 100 consecutive victories. The elders of Kunlun Pavilion were also confused. Qingqing, do you know that person? To be honest, they naturally knew that they were giving away their winning streaks. Murong Qingqing smiled and said, maybe I know him. The elders of Kunlun Pavilion didn't ask further. After all, it was a good thing for them. On the other side, the people of Wushuang City were also surprised. Who is this person? Why do I feel that he is on our side? Wushuang's sage also smiled mysteriously. He didn't say anything because he felt that it wasn't the right time yet. However, when he looked down, he frowned. He said, "You guys should pay attention. The hunters from Sacred City have already made their move. If you encounter an extremely strong enemy, you must protect yourself. Losing 1 or 2 matches isn't scary." The people of Wushuang City also looked serious. Indeed, they had suffered a fierce attack previously. Some of the genius disciples of the 3rd generation had also lost. Even some of the disciples of the 2nd generation had been affected. At this moment, an earth-shattering sound suddenly erupted from the distant battlefield. Terrifying energy swept out in all directions. It attracted everyone's attention. When the people of Wushuang City saw this, their faces changed. Not good, it's Junior Sister Shin. Damn it, are these people attacking again? They realized that an extremely cold aura had suddenly exploded from the battlefield where Xianxia was. 2 white bone claws covered the sky and covered the earth. They could tear everything apart as they suppressed Xianxia. Junior Sister Shin was in danger. Fu Hongya and the others' eyes instantly turned red. They had already lost Lin Xian. They couldn't let Xianxia be in danger. In an instant, they rushed to the side, but they couldn't enter the arena. After all, there were rules in the competition. Lin Xian naturally noticed this scene. He was still thinking about who to attack, but now he saw someone attacking Xianxia. A cold murderous intent appeared in his eyes as he walked closer. The person who was attacking Xianxia was extremely skinny. He looked like a skeleton. At this moment, 2 white bone claws appeared. They had a cold aura that drowned everything. This person was so strong. Countless people were shocked. They didn't expect such a terrifying expert to be hidden in this battlefield. Lin Xian also frowned. Indeed. This person was much stronger than the average sacred artifact, moreover, he was using a secret technique. He could feel that this person was crazy. He didn't hesitate to destroy his own foundation to attack Xianxia. In the sky, 4 white bone claws appeared at the same time and forced Xianxia back. The terrifying power made people's hearts palpitate. Xianxia steadied herself. There was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, but a Dharma appearance appeared behind her. It was surrounded by chains of the great Tao. It was as if an ancient deity had been resurrected. This battle had attracted the attention of countless elders in the holy city. Even the saint rulers had opened their eyes. They stared at the Dharma appearance that day. Many of them were puzzled. Over at the Acheron Hall, the Silver Corpse Sage King's eyes lit up. She was indeed mysterious to be able to summon such a phenomenon. From the looks of it, her fortuitous encounter was not small. However, it was a pity that she was going to lose this time. Lin Wudi was already dead. There was no need for anyone related to Lin Wudi to live in this world. They could all go to hell. In the arena, the white bone claws shone again. Blood dripped from the corner of the skinny man's mouth. His body was swaying. Not good. Xianxia is in danger. Everyone exclaimed. Lin Xian transmitted his voice to Qiu. Retreat quickly. Xianxia wanted to launch an attack to defend herself. But when she heard Lin Xian's words, she retreated without hesitation. The cosmic form behind her stretched out 2 palms to block in front of her. It was like 2 mountains blocking all the attacks. Xianxia was pushed back and spat out another mouthful of blood. But she had already left the battle area. She actually left? Many people were shocked. Even the people from Wushuang City were discussing. They were also worried. They did not expect Xianxia to retreat. She was so decisive. The people from Acheron Hall were left with a grim expression. Damn it. They did not manage to keep her here. It was a pity. But her cosmic form was indeed out of their expectations. There was no hurry. There were plenty of chances. They had already figured out her strength this time. They would not let her escape next time. The Silver Corpse Holy King said coldly. On the other side, the 4 skeletal hands returned to the man's body. The man's face was pale. He stared at Xianxia and revealed a cold smile. You actually escaped this time. The next time I meet you, I will kill you. Hearing this, the people from Wushuang City turned pale. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Next time? Do you think you can live until the next time? A terrifying sword intent was released from his body, causing everyone to be frightened. The skinny man was stunned. But then he laughed. Don't you know the rules here? You can't fight outside the arena. Try attacking me. I can guarantee that you will die miserably. He walked down the arena. He came to Lin Xian's side with a hint of provocation. Kid, I will not give you the chance to attack. Is that so? Lin Xian laughed. Do you really think that I am willing to attack you? When you attacked previously, you exploded with power that surpassed everything. It has already burned your foundation. You are destroying yourself. Trash like you is not worthy of me attacking you. However, I've already guessed your background. If I let you witness the fall of your Acheron Hall's peerless genius, I'll be able to kill you. I don't know how you feel about it. At this point, Lin Xian turned around and walked away. People of Acheron Hall, you're dead meat, do you want to die? A terrifying killing intent erupted from the skinny figure's eyes, but he was unable to make a move. Lin Xian smiled. Looks like you know the rules very well. You won't be able to stop me outside the arena. Damn it, he had said those words to prevent the other party from attacking him. Who would have thought that he would end up slapping his own face? The skinny man was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. The people around him were really surprised. Heavens, looks like this sword maniac is going to attack the Acheron Palace. Does he think that our Yellow Springs Hall is a pushover? When the people from Acheron Hall heard this, they snorted coldly as well. Since the other party dared to come, they had a way to get rid of him completely. Lin Xian arrived near the Yellow Springs shop and said coldly. Come on, you bunch of despicable and shameless people. Is there anyone who dares to come out and stand with yours truly? I heard that there's someone called Nine Nether in your Yellow Springs shop. Get out here. The moment these words came out, everyone was speechless. Was this a challenge? They wondered if the Acheron Hall would reply. Who was Nine Nether? He was a stranger. Some people were surprised. However, some of the top experts narrowed their eyes. They knew this person. His strength was unparalleled and extremely terrifying. He had even participated in the test of the paradise and succeeded. He had even broken through to the Saint Realm. A person like this was far from those Saint Realm saints from before. The sword maniac was challenging someone like this right from the start. When the elders of Acheron Hall heard this, they were enraged. Nine Nether stood out. You don't know what's good for you. Challenging me? That's good. It's time for me to show off my strength. After saying that, he flew forward. The Silver Corpse Saint King did not stop him. He felt that Nine Nether would not be defeated. He knew Nine Nether's strength very well. Nine Nether's true form was an earth dragon. He had entered a few ancient ruins and obtained many powerful trump cards. There were not many people who could defeat Nine Nether. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Following that, a figure landed on the arena like a comet. He waved his hand. Get up here and die. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You actually dare to come out. This is really beyond my expectations. Looking at your identity and strength, you should be a top genius of the Acheron Hall. If you die, I wonder what the Acheron Hall's reaction will be. I'm looking forward to it. The two of them faced each other head-on. Their auras were extremely terrifying. The moment they appeared, the laws on their bodies tore the nine heavens apart. Countless cracks appeared. Sword Maniac, you are very strong because you have also participated in the test of the paradise. Unfortunately, your strength and talent are nothing in front of me. I have successfully broken through to the Saint Realm, but you haven't. This is the difference between us. Is that so? I didn't break through to the Saint Realm because I don't need the cultivation of a Saint Realm to kill you. I can also kill you as a small saint. Lin Xian's body emitted an extremely terrifying aura. Countless sword chi revolved around the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was an extremely spectacular scene. On the other side, Nine Nether also made his move. An endless cold aura appeared behind him. It was as if he had rushed out from the netherworld. He turned into 5 demonic shadows, flickering in the sky. These 5 demonic shadows were extremely terrifying. They were like dark clouds that covered the 9 heavens. The 5 demonic shadows roared, shaking the heavens and splitting the earth. Then, they quickly charged over. How terrifying. Why do I feel that he can kill a Saint Realm expert with just a casual attack? Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Get lost. With a roar, thunder surged on his body. Accompanying it was the sound of a dragon. It was as if a sea dragon had been resurrected. At this moment, the bodies of the surrounding people trembled. Their blood and chi froze. The 3 dragons in the distance also sucked in a breath of cold air. Their opponent's dragon roar had shocked them. At the same time, the 5 demonic shadows in the sky split open one after another. They turned into dark clouds and rolled up. A dragon's roar had destroyed an ultimate technique. It was really unbelievable. Lin Xian took a step forward and sneered. Don't embarrass yourself with such insignificant skills. Show me your true strength. Otherwise, you will die a horrible death. Why is this kid so strange? That's the Acheron Palace. Some of the elders frowned. These 5 demonic shadows were extremely terrifying. Even the elders had to be careful when facing them. However, they were shattered by the opponent's roar. How strong has he become? 9 Nether's face sank. His eyes were burning with black flames. Interesting. Your strength is beyond my imagination. It seems that I have to take you seriously. Yi Shiwen thought. I hope you won't disappoint me. 9 Nether sneered. A terrifying aura surged out from his body. Endless demonic runes surged out of his body. 9 Gloom roared as if he was wearing a layer of ancient armor. A terrifying aura spread in all directions. In the next moment, he seemed to have turned into the god of war. What kind of armor is that? But it doesn't look like it. Why does it feel like a super strong physique? What is Netherworld's original form? Isn't he an earth dragon? Why does he have such a physique? Sounds of discussion rang out. They all felt that this physique was very strange. This doesn't seem to be a cultivation technique of the Acheron Hall. Some people were surprised. In the legends, earth dragons could travel through the earth and had been to many ancient ruins. He had many trump cards in his hands, so this might be a supreme superpower that he obtained from an ancient ruin. Kid, do you think you can win against me with that little bit of strength? What a joke. I'll let you know how powerful I am. 9 Gloom's aura surged like the sea. Then, he stretched out his palm and slapped forward. Boundless black flames danced, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. It was like the palm of the king of hell, covering the sky and covering the earth. 9 Gloom flames. How terrifying. Many people trembled when they felt the cold flames. Flames usually had a violent and scorching aura, but the 9 Gloom flames were cold. Wherever it passed, it would freeze everything. Lin Xian was tense. He knew that the other party was an expert, so he didn't let his guard down. A pair of dark golden wings appeared on his back, surrounded by a terrifying storm. At the same time, there was a terrifying sword chi that pierced through the sky. Every sword chi was like a divine sword. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, he had turned into a sword god. Kill. He charged forward, turning into a wind shadow and disappearing instantly. When he reappeared, a sword chi flashed between heaven and earth and slashed directly at the black palm. Buzz. Sword-wielding technique. The sword chi swept in all directions. The black flaming palm stopped abruptly and enveloped the sword chi in the sky. In the next moment, a sonorous sound rang out. The 2 types of laws and superpowers clashed continuously. The wind and clouds changed. Poof. Poof, the black palm covered everything and swallowed all the sword chi. However, not long after, it kept trembling and cracks appeared on it. A stream of sword chi pierced out, riddling the palm with thousands of holes before shattering it. How could this be? 9 Nether's pupils shrank. Even after he used the nether body, he still couldn't resist his opponent's divine ability. What kind of sword chi was this? His face was incomparably cold. At this moment, the golden wings on Lin Xian's back flapped once more, and he turned into a bolt of lightning that shot over. At the same time, he slowly formed a seal with his palm. Azure Dragon Seal. The phantom of an azure dragon emerged from his palm and roared between heaven and earth. As he breathed in and out, it was as if he had been resurrected. Dang Nine Nether did the same. Once again, he waved his nine nether palm. It collided with the dragon's shadow, and a rumbling sound rang out. After a violent collision, Nine Nether was forced back. Blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. His body also landed heavily on the ancient arena, causing it to shake non-stop. You dare to hurt me? You're courting death." Nine Nether was thoroughly enraged. Previously, he was so high and mighty. In his opinion, he had successfully broken through to the Saint Venerable realm. How could a mere minor saint be his match? Therefore, he was disdainful. However, he was at a disadvantage in both exchanges. Even now, he was injured by his opponent, he couldn't bear it. The surrounding people were all stunned. How could this be? Was his opponent so strong? The people of Yellow Spring Palace shook their heads frantically. Impossible. It must be Nine Nether's carelessness. Just wait and see. That brat will definitely be torn into pieces. Nether Spear. The boundless Nine Nether flame danced and turned into a long spear that was held in Nine Nether's hand. Wherever the spear passed, the space would constantly crack, as if it had turned into the abyss of hell. The long spear continued to thrust out, turning into a bottomless abyss that charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved the azure dragon 9 palms. The terrifying phantom contended with it, and the battle between the two was earth-shattering. However, at this moment, on the other side of the arena, which was behind Lin Xian, the void suddenly split open, and a white bone claw suddenly fell. That white bone claw turned into a heavenly blade and slashed towards Lin Xian. The dark golden phantom wings on Lin Xian's back were cut off. This attack landed on his body and sent him flying, injuring him and causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. He felt a burning sensation on his back, as if half of it was about to split open. Fortunately, he had a divine body, so he was able to block this attack. Otherwise, if it were any other sacred venerables, they would probably be split in half instantly. He was able to block it. Nine Nether's face darkened when he saw this scene. The other people exclaimed. They were too strong. They couldn't block the means of these two people at all. Just looking at it made their scalps tingle. The people of Yellow Spring Palace sneered. Just wait and see. Nine Nether would soon use all kinds of secret techniques. This brat wouldn't be able to block it at all. This was just the beginning. Lin Xian was also enraged. He stepped on lightning and transformed into a beam of sword light, charging over as well. It was the Azure Dragon Seal again. It also carried the power of thunder and charged towards the other party with a violent aura. The two of them fought at lightning speed. It was impossible to see clearly. One could only see the sky full of laws and spatial cracks dancing in the air. At this moment, the void behind Nine Nether suddenly split open. A sword shadow flew over and slashed Nine Nether's body. Nine Nether was sent flying. The battle armor on his body was split open, and no blood flowed out. Damn it. Nine Nether roared. His eyes were red. Lin Xian sneered. How is it? How does it feel to be attacked from behind? I learned it from you. He knew the sword controlling technique. Sword chi appeared and disappeared unpredictably. This was to teach the other party a lesson. Damn it, the wrath of the heavens, Nine Nether roared and waved his spear. Endless black flames burned on it, and it was incomparably cold. Thousands of spear lights swept towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't take it head-on again. Instead, he used the wind shaking the 9 heavens again. He appeared and disappeared unpredictably, and his speed was extremely fast. Brat, what's the point of just dodging? If you have the ability, fight me head-on. Seeing that the other party's speed was very strange, Nine Nether roared crazily. Lin Xian snorted coldly. I'm dodging? Why don't you say that you can't keep up with my speed? As soon as he said that, more than a dozen sword lights slashed over from all directions and draped over the other party's body. Fortunately, Nine Nether had some defense and used the battle armor on his body to the extreme. However, he still retreated continuously, his blood and chi churning. Damn it, Yellow Spring, Nine Nether roared and shot out a yellow spring diagram that covered the 9 heavens. At this moment, he was going to use the Holy City's secret technique to kill the other party. The yellow spring gushed out with an incomparably cold aura. It spread in all directions. The expressions of the surrounding people changed. The map of Acheron hung down, and the endless Acheron water filled the sky. Everywhere it passed, the void cracked. Nothing could withstand it. The Acheron water rushed towards Lin Xian at an extremely fast speed. Some of the water was extremely corrosive. No matter how strong one's physique was, even if one had armor to defend against it. The space around the arena was completely covered. In the end, there was nowhere to hide. The Acheron water was everywhere. He was completely surrounded. Even the upper valley arena was corroded. Everyone was shocked. The Acheron water was too terrifying. As expected of Nine Nether. Even with a sacred weapon, he might not be able to withstand it. Seeing this, Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. He said coldly, "Do you think you can trap me like this? I'll show you my secret skill." In his right palm, there were endless black runes that wrapped around his fist. In the next moment, his entire fist turned black. Tiger Demon Fist. A low voice was heard. The fist was swung as if a demonic tiger had been resurrected. It tore the void apart, and the mineral water was instantly torn apart. Useless kid. No matter how strong your physique is, you won't be able to withstand it. Nine Nether laughed. But soon, his pupils shrank. How was this possible? He realized that the black fist had torn apart the Acheron water. Impossible, how could his fist block this kind of power? However, just as he was in a daze, Lin Xian tore apart the Acheron water, and then used the secret skill, Army Destroyer. The terrifying power blasted on the opponent's body, and he was sent flying. Wherever it passed, large cracks would spread continuously, and it would almost explode. Half of his body was cracked. At this moment, his face was full of shock. Impossible. What kind of fist technique was that? He was too shocked. The people from the Acheron Hall were also shocked. The elders of the other holy cities sucked in a breath of cold air. However, a few people who had participated in the Grotto Heaven trial gasped. Why was it so similar to the heaven-piercing palm that this fellow executed? However, only a few people had seen it before. Back then, the heaven-piercing palm could even seal a sacred ruler's weapon. The others didn't know at all, and those who knew shook their heads frantically. They didn't believe that no one would be able to learn such an absolute art. Although Nine Nether had participated in the Grotto Heaven test, he did not come from Green Hill Cave. Therefore, he had never seen the black palm before. At this moment, his eyes were red. I don't believe it. Again. The endless water of the yellow springs exploded once again, covering the sky and the earth. This time, the corrosive power was even more terrifying, causing the surrounding people to retreat. In fact, as soon as the aura came out, it caused the world around the array formation to shatter. I don't believe that you can withstand it this time. Lin Xian sneered. His opponent's yellow spring water was indeed terrifying. It could corrode everything. Even if it was the Azure Dragon's seal or the wind shakes the 9 heavens, it would still be difficult to resist. If he wanted to contend against it, he would have to use the 9 Yang divine body or the great dragon sword soul with all his strength. But no matter what, he would be instantly recognized. Lin Xian didn't want to reveal his identity yet, so he decided to continue using the Tiger Demon Fist. The Tiger Demon Fist was extremely frightening. It was very similar to the black palm that reached the heavens. Back then, that palm was immune to all kinds of divine abilities. The corrosive power of the yellow springs was also a kind of divine ability, so Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all. The second style of the Tiger Demon Fist, sky-shattering. The surrounding yellow springs water instantly collapsed. It couldn't withstand the attack at all. The third style of the Tiger Demon Fist, soul suppression. Another cold voice rang out, and a ferocious black tiger appeared between heaven and earth. It was as if the divine monument was suppressing him. Sensing the aura, 9 Nether's eyes were filled with fear. Damn it. He quickly retreated. However, he found that the black monument was completely staring at him, making it impossible for him to dodge. Get lost, he roared at the sky. He used his absolute art to block it. Boom. 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 An earth-shattering sound was heard, and there was a burst of bright light. Everything disappeared. When the light dissipated, everyone saw that Nine Nether had been suppressed by the divine monument. His body was bleeding terribly. What? Was he defeated? Nine Nether was defeated? It was unbelievable. Countless people exclaimed. The people of the Acheron Hall were also stunned. How was this possible? Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. He walked forward. Suddenly, his eyelids twitched as he felt a fatal danger. A golden light flashed in his eyes. He could feel that although Nine Nether seemed to be seriously injured, there was an extremely terrifying power hidden in his body. And it seemed that it could erupt at any time. Damn it. This guy actually dared to set up a trap. Then he would beat him at his own game. As he walked, he secretly created a clone. His true body instantly used the void escape technique and disappeared. Throughout the entire process, his body was surrounded by sword light, so no one noticed it. Even the sages didn't pay attention to him. They were all focused on Nine Nether. Interesting. The Flying Sky Sage King and the Desolate Sky Sage King sneered. The eyes of the people of the Acheron Hall turned red. The Silver Corpse Sage King said, "Don't be anxious. Just watch patiently." Hearing that, these people were stunned. What was going on? Could it be that he could turn the tables? Just as they were puzzled, Lin Xian's clone had already arrived in front of them. He said coldly, "You're worthy of being called a genius with such strength. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? You really don't know what's good for you." Nine Nether, who was suppressed on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes. He opened his mouth and spat out a terrifying blade light. This attack was really too sudden, and the blade light was too terrifying. It was enough to sweep through everything like a peerless blade. In an instant, Lin Xian's clone was split into two. What? He could still fight back? What a terrifying attack. He wasn't injured at all. Many people instantly screamed. It's over. The sword maniac is seriously injured. The sword maniac has been fooled. Exclamations were heard one after another. The expressions of Morong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and the others instantly changed. They were extremely nervous. The Peerless Sage King was also stunned. There was a cold light in his eyes, and it sank. Ha 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 ha. Nine Nether shattered the illusory stone tablet and stood up. There was a hint of savagery in his eyes. What an idiot. Did I kill you so easily, brat? You're too weak to fight with me. His arrogant voice resounded through heaven and earth. The surrounding people were all stunned. The people of the Acheron Hall also smiled. Great, so it was a trap just now. I knew it. How could God Nine Sons lose? That sword maniac didn't know what was good for him and still wanted to challenge Nine Nether. It seems that he's dead meat now. Don't worry, with senior brother Nine Nether's strength, he won't let that kid die so easily. Nine Nether was smug and arrogant as he strode forward. Even if he didn't kill the other party, he would still be severely injured. Next, he would torture the other party. However, at this moment, a piercing sword light came from behind him and instantly split him apart. A miserable cry was heard. This time, the surrounding void was completely shattered. The surrounding people were all stunned. What's going on? Who attacked again? Wasn't the sword maniac already killed? Nine Nether also couldn't believe it. His soul swept behind him. The next moment, he roared in horror. How is it possible? You're not dead. Lin Xian walked out from behind him. Do you think your little trap can trap me? What a joke. Lin Xian attacked forcefully. His sword chi was like a dragon, directly hitting Nine Nether until he kept retreating. Many sword wounds appeared on Nine Nether's body. He was severely injured. Retreat quickly. In the distance, the eyes of the people from the Acheron Hall turned red when they saw this scene. They really didn't expect Nine Nether to be defeated. The other holy cities were even more shocked. Nine Nether gritted his teeth and roared. He retreated into the distance. he was defeated. He was unwilling to accept it, but as long as he could leave the battlefield, then the other party wouldn't be able to attack him anymore. Lin Xian attacked with the wind shakes the nine heavens. The terrifying law of wind swept the surroundings and blocked his path. Get lost. Nine Nether roared. His hands turned into black flames as he attacked continuously. At this moment, he didn't hold back at all. However, Lin Xian's sword chi flew over and extinguished all the flames with a crack. Nine Nether vomited blood and was sent flying. At the same time, he attacked with the chain of thunder and wrapped it around Nine Nether. It made it impossible for the other party to escape. No, damn it, don't you dare. The people from the Acheron Hall in the distance went crazy. The Silver Corp's Holy King opened his eyes and shouted coldly. Enough. When a Holy King spoke, everyone had to give face. Even if they won, they couldn't kill. However, Lin Xian didn't care. How could he stop just because the other party said so? He snorted coldly and sent out a sword chi. It carried an aura that could destroy everything and destroyed the other party's soul. Was he dead? Everyone went crazy. The other party actually killed Nine Nether in front of a Saint King. The people from Acheron Hall roared. The Silver Corp's Saint King's eyes flashed with terrifying killing intent. The other party actually dared to not give him face. Did he want to die? The pressure that belonged to a Saint King surged out, and it rarely reached the nine heavens. At this moment, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. Lin Xian said coldly as he naturally felt the immense pressure. What? You're a dignified Saint King, and also the host this time. Could it be that you want to break the rules? Lin Xian sneered. The Silver Corp's Saint King's face turned pale as he gritted his teeth. He snorted coldly and sat down unwillingly. He couldn't attack, but he definitely wouldn't let the other party have an easy time. The surrounding people exclaimed in surprise. He was too arrogant. He didn't even take a Saint King seriously. What was this kid trying to do? Was he trying to defy the heavens? That despicable fellow, I'll go and kill him. Many people in the Yellow Spring shop gnashed their teeth. Even the hunters in the crowd started to move. The man who attacked Xianxia earlier was so angry that he vomited blood. Previously, he didn't care about Lin Xian's threat. However, he didn't expect that Lin Xian would really let him witness the death of a genius. That was the top genius of Acheron Hall. If he died, it would be a huge loss. Therefore, he couldn't help but want to attack. However, Lin Xian didn't give these people a chance. He didn't have any intention of joining the battle. Instead, he stood there and watched the battle with a cold smile. This made everyone who wanted to kill him vomit blood. They were the ones who set the rules, but they didn't expect that they would be trapped by the rules. Damn it, if he dares to kill our genius, we'll kill his genius. The elders gritted their teeth and said. Saint King, let's attack. He must be related to Wushuang City. We'll kill Fu Hongye and Linghu Chuishue. Saint King Wushuang nodded and the hunters moved. However, Fu Hongye's side didn't attack. However, Linghu Chuishue's side was in danger. Linghu Chuishue was over 2,000 years old. However, he was only 2,300 years old. However, he had already arrived at another battlefield. This battlefield was for people between 2,000 and 5,000 years old. The people here were all Saint Venerables. Furthermore, they were all extremely terrifying Saint Venerables. An extremely terrifying elder made his move and charged at Linghu Chuishue. He was holding a large black bell in his hand and was shaking it non-stop. The bell's chimes shook heaven and earth. Terrifying sound waves swept in all directions. This battlefield naturally attracted the attention of countless people. Oh no, they're attacking eldest senior brother. The faces of the people from Wushuang City became extremely ugly. They were gnashing their teeth. Even Saint King Wushuang's face turned cold. Lin Xian's face darkened. These people saw that they didn't have a chance to attack him, so they turned to attack someone else. He started to worry for Linghu Chuishue. After all, the enemy Linghu Chuishue was facing was extremely powerful. Linghu Chuishue received the attack. He was knocked back repeatedly and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. A terrifying light burst forth from his eyes as he unleashed an unparalleled secret technique to block the incoming attack. However, that old man only smiled sinisterly. It's useless. Go to hell. Oh no, that old man is a late-stage Saint Venerate. Sensing that old man's aura, the crowd's expressions all changed. They began to worry for Ling Huchuishue. A terrifying attack. The large black bell directly pressed down. It was trying to completely suppress Ling Huchuishue. Everyone despaired. The people from the Acheron Hall revealed sinister smiles. However, at this moment of crisis, the sword in Ling Huchuishue's hand burst forth with an incomparable light. Boom! Boom, boom. A loud and clear sound echoed in all directions. When the light dissipated, the crowd was stunned. They discovered that Ling Huchuishue had been injured. However, the old man opposite him had been sliced in half. How could this be? Had Ling Huchuishue reached late-stage Saint Venerate, they had all gone mad. Saint King Wushuang laughed. How could his eldest disciple be weak? Damn it, the people from the Acheron Hall clenched their teeth and gave the order to kill. That old man's body healed, and he stood up. However, he had still underestimated Ling Huchuishue. After revealing his true strength, Ling Huchuishue did not show any leniency. Each and every one of his attacks caused heaven and earth to tremble. In the end, that late-stage Saint Venerate was directly killed. Ling Huchuishue's entire body was burning with blood. However, his aura was incomparable. The crowd was astonished. Ling Huchuishue was most definitely a late-stage Saint Venerate. Furthermore, he was an extremely terrifying existence among late-stage Saint Venerates. Countless people cried out in alarm. Was this the strength of Peerless City's eldest disciple? He was truly too powerful. The people from the other holy cities also became incomparably serious. In the second battlefield, the strength that Ling Huchuishue had displayed in his age group had truly astonished everyone. As expected, Ling Huchuishue did not stop there. Instead, he continued to kill his enemies. He continued to kill many powerful sacred sovereigns, and the Acheron Hall suffered heavy losses. 3 sacred sovereigns died in his hands. Similarly, the Great Desolate Mansion and Demon City lost 2 sacred sovereigns as well. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Ling Huchuishue's battle record exploded once again. He was originally ranked in the 50s of the second battlefield, but now he was ranked in the 30s. Moreover, his ranking was still rising. He had also broken through the 100 battle winning streak. Is this guy trying to get into the top 10? The surrounding people were going crazy. One should know that most of the people in this battlefield were from the older generation. After all, some of them were 4,000 to 5,000 years old. Those who were 2,000 to 3,000 years old were the top disciples. However, no matter how strong they were, they would not be able to fight against those elders. However, Ling Huchuishue seemed to have broken this rule. When Peerless Sage King saw this, he smiled. The disciples of Peerless City cheered excitedly. Great! Our senior brother is mighty, Lin Xian laughed when he saw this. Some people really don't know what's good for them. He looked at the Acheron Hall with a gloating expression. The people of the Acheron Hall were going crazy. At the same time, the people of Demon City and Great Desolate Mansion were vomiting blood. They could only compete with each other and look for an opportunity. At this moment, Peerless City was once again in the limelight. Lin Xian was also looking for an opportunity. However, his body suddenly trembled and his face changed. Not good. After the continuous battles, his strength had increased again. The seal that was originally suppressing him was about to break. If he broke through, he would be punished by the heavens. It would be an attack that could destroy the world. Lin Xian's face turned pale. The surrounding people were also shocked when they saw this. What's going on? What's wrong with this kid? Is he injured? He must have been too arrogant. How could he not be injured? It would be best if he was seriously injured. Seeing Lin Xian's performance, cold laughter could be heard one after another. They felt great. If this kid's injuries were to explode, they would have one less powerful enemy. The people of Peerless City were also shocked. Peerless Sage King frowned. He transmitted his voice and asked, Junior brother, what's wrong? Lin Xian said, I can't suppress my cultivation anymore. I might break through to Holy Venerate. Peerless Holy King was speechless. If others wanted to break through to Holy Venerate, they would be overjoyed. However, the other party was still trying to suppress him. If word of this got out, the geniuses here would probably vomit blood from anger. However, as soon as Lin Xian explained, he understood that Lin Xian's situation was different. He was suppressed by the Great Tao and could not break through. If he tried to break through by force, he would be punished by the heavens. He could only go to planet Xiuan, a world with powerful enemies. It seems like I'll have to help you. Peerless Saint released a clone. He quietly came to Lin Xian's side. Then, Lin Xian entered the mysterious small sword world in his body. The Peerless Saint King said, I'll use the Peerless Seal to suppress your cultivation for now. This way, you don't have to worry about anything and can attack to your heart's content. Then, he used the Peerless Seal on Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian realized that the feeling of breaking through had disappeared, which made him heave a sigh of relief. It was too dangerous. If he broke through while fighting, it would be a big joke. Senior brother, can I go to planet Xiuan if I win the competition? Lin Xian asked. Peerless Saint King smiled. Well, I'll give you some hope. You can fight first. Anyway, with your strength, you'll definitely be able to go to planet Xiuan. Peerless Saint King smiled mysteriously, then he left. The people around could not see Lin Xian, so they asked, where did that kid go? Who knows, maybe he was too injured and ran away. Sigh, what a pity. But thinking about it, he was able to kill so many experts. How could he not be injured? Previously, he was just holding on. Sigh, a genius of the generation has fallen. It's a pity that he did not die on the battlefield. Morong Qingqing and Xianxia were also worried. However, after Peerless Saint King returned, he sent a voice transmission to the two of them, which made them heave a sigh of relief. That's great. That kid is seriously injured and probably won't appear for a while. He might even die from his injuries. Many people laughed. The people from Demon City also sent out their own geniuses to rejoin the battle. Great Baron Mansion and Acheron Hall did the same. Huang 16 came to the arena and sent a sacred venerable flying in 3 moves. In the next 3 battles, he won within 5 moves, which attracted the attention of many people. The people from Great Baron Mansion smiled in satisfaction. Old 16's strength has improved quite well. It seems that he will definitely be able to make it to the top 30 this time. If we nurture him well, he might even become a Saint King. They were very satisfied, and Huang 16 did not let them down. Soon, he won 20 consecutive battles, defeating his opponents within 5 moves. Everyone knew that another hidden genius had appeared, who dared to challenge him. Huang 16 stood there with his sword pointing in all directions, exuding a domineering aura. At that moment, many people fell silent. They did not even dare to look him in the eye. There were too many dark horses in this world. Previously, there was an expert like the Sword Maniac. They thought that if the Sword Maniac did not appear and disappear, those geniuses would be able to make a comeback. Who would have thought that there was still a hidden expert? Huang 16 appeared. He did not make a move before, but now, he dominated the world. There was really a second Sword Maniac. What's there to be arrogant about? Why didn't he make a move when the Sword Maniac was here? Now, he's here. In the distance, Wang Xiafeng and the others gritted their teeth. They were very dissatisfied with the other party's arrogance. However, the other party did have the right to be arrogant. Why? Is there no one who dares to challenge me? How disappointing. Huang 16 roared. This feeling of looking down on the world is really great. I've only been away for a short while, and someone can't wait to show off. When the tiger is not around, the monkey will be king. Since you want to fight, I'll accompany you. A cold snort was heard. Then, a stream of light landed on the arena. The surrounding people were stunned. Who's so arrogant? Who dares to challenge Huang 16? However, when they saw the figure, they were all stunned. Isn't the Sword Maniac seriously injured? He probably won't be able to participate in the competition for the rest of his life. How is it possible that he's back? In an instant, countless people exclaimed. The faces of the experts from the great sage city turned ugly. The killing god is back. The eyelids of the people from the great desolate mansion twitched. Huang 16 was also stunned. His face darkened. So it's you. To be honest, the other party was indeed very strong. He had to treat him seriously. Lin Xian said, yes, it's me. Didn't you say that no one wants to challenge you? Fine, I'll challenge you now. Make your move. As soon as he said that, the crowd went into an uproar. Everyone knew how powerful the sword maniac was. Although Huang 16 did not fight much, he seemed to be able to dominate the world. The two of them would definitely fight fiercely. However, the people from the Acheron Hall were indeed worried. They were full of confidence in Nine Nether. However, the result made their hearts bleed. The crowd went crazy when they heard that. What did that mean? Did the great desolate mansion have no confidence in Huang 16? Otherwise, why would they ask Huang 16 to go back? Huang 16's face darkened. Did their elders not believe in him? Damn it. He gritted his teeth and did not leave. Lin Xian laughed when he saw that. Why are you still here? Your elders are calling you back for dinner. Hurry up and leave. You trash. What did you say? Huang 16 roared. Don't be too arrogant. I'm not afraid of you. Today, I'll fight you to the death. I'll show everyone who's stronger. Huang 16 raised his right hand and a desolation sword appeared in his hand. It shone brightly. Old 16, come back quickly. The elders of the great desolate mansion shouted again. Huang 16 turned around and looked into the distance. He gritted his teeth and said, Old Zhang, trust me. I'll definitely kill this kid. Please give me a chance. What? The elders hesitated. To be honest, they did not want Huang 16 to return. After all, it would be a huge blow to their confidence. However, saving their lives was more important. However, at this moment, the Silver Corp Saint King said, let him fight. Otherwise, this will become his inner demon. He would never be able to advance in his life. Indeed, everyone had been through this stage. They knew that if they could not defeat a strong opponent, they would be defeated. They would be suppressed for the rest of their lives. It was a terrible feeling. Therefore, the elders of the Acheron Hall did not stop him. Instead, they said, be careful, don't worry. I won't let him continue to be arrogant. Huang 16 was extremely confident. Kid, no one, be it Saint Venerables or experts, could last more than 5 moves from me in the previous battles. Killing you will not be an exception. Huang 16 displayed an unparalleled domineering aura, causing everyone to exclaim in surprise. The people of the great desolate mansion nodded. It seemed like there would be no problem. After all, this sword maniac seemed to be injured. Perhaps he had not recovered yet. He was only temporarily suppressed. This way, he would not be able to unleash his full strength. Humph. His time of death has finally come. Not more than 5 moves. In the arena, Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes after hearing this. He stretched out 3 fingers and said, if I can't finish you in 3 moves, I won't fight again for the rest of my life. Wow. Even more arrogant. Everyone thought that Desolate 13 had become even more arrogant. Unexpectedly, the sword fanatic was even more arrogant. Finish the battle in 3 moves, wouldn't he be too arrogant? Some people frowned. Although they knew that Lin Xian was very powerful, Huang 16 was also a top-notch expert. Could such a person be defeated in 3 moves? Desolate 16's expression darkened. The other party actually dared to look down on him, which made him very unhappy. Kill, with a roar, the barren sword in his hand slashed down with a terrifying aura. It slashed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't waste any time either, saying that he would kill his opponent in 3 moves. He would not be soft-hearted. With an angry roar, he went all out. The first move of the Tiger Demon Fist, Army Destroyer. The Black Fist blasted out, directly hitting the barren sword. The terrifying power shattered the Desolate sword, and the terrifying aura swept towards Desolate 16. Boom, Desolate 16's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be so strong. He quickly retreated, but in an instant, half of his body was shrouded by the power and turned into a bloody mist. What? He was severely injured in one punch. The surrounding people went crazy. Why did the sword fanatic seem even more terrifying than before? The people of the great desolate mansion also had ugly expressions. Could it be? Did they make the wrong decision again? They wanted to shout for Desolate 16 to come back, but it was too late. After Lin Xian's first move succeeded, the second move of the Tiger Demon Fist, Heaven's Fall, appeared. Again. Damn it. Sensing the change in Lin Xian's fist technique, Desolate 16 roared. A pagoda rushed out of his body, emitting a desolate aura. At the same time, he spat out two shields in front of him. He didn't believe that he couldn't block it. These were all extremely terrifying weapons. Their defense was super strong. However, under the second move, everything was torn apart. Nothing could stop it. Desolate 16's body also cracked under the Heaven's Fall, turning into a bloody mist. Ah! Desolate 16 raised his head and roared, his voice filled with endless fear. He turned into a bloody ray of light and flew into the distance. The arrogance he had before was all gone. Killing the enemy in 5 moves, he threw all those thoughts to the back of his mind. He wanted to escape because he realized that Lin Xian was too strong. He was no match for Lin Xian. Desolate 16 had actually fled. The spectators were all stunned. The experts of the sacred city were also shocked. The people of the great desolate mansion were also nervous. However, Desolate 16 was decisive. He ran away when he couldn't win. This still gave them hope. Don't you think it's too late for you to run? The third move of the Tiger Demon Fist, Soul Suppression. Lin Xian roared and unleashed his strength to the maximum. A whistling sound was heard. It shocked the heavens and earth. Suddenly, the shadow of a black tiger descended from the sky and suppressed Desolate 16, who was running away. Desolate 16 fell onto the arena and spat out a mouthful of blood. He didn't run away, countless people exclaimed. The people of the Acheron Hall were also looking terrible. They felt despair. Was another prodigy going to fall? Desolate 16 roared crazily. Damn it, kid, let me go. My brother is Desolate 13, a top expert of the previous generation. You're dead meat if you touch me. How dare you threaten me? I don't care who your brother is. Even if your ancestor is a sage king, I won't let you go today. Lin Xian sneered and slapped Desolate 16. Desolate 16's face was shattered. He couldn't say a word. His eyes were filled with fear. Lin Xian laughed. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I'll just cripple you. I'll turn you into a piece of trash. Desolate 16 still had a glimmer of hope, but when he heard Lin Xian's words, he lost all hope. Lin Xian was a demon. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't. At the next moment, he felt a terrifying sword-intense surge into his body, directly destroying his foundation. At the same time, his soul was severely injured and became extremely weak. He was finished. The cultivation and strength that he had cultivated for thousands of years were all destroyed. He had become a piece of trash. This was worse than killing him. Get lost, piece of trash. I don't want to kill you. Lin Xian kicked Desolate 16 away. Desolate 16's body was like a kite with a broken string as he fell into the distance. He landed in front of the elders of the great desolate mansion. The elders of the great desolate mansion gritted their teeth. They went forward to check on Desolate 16 and found that he had become a piece of trash. What a terrifying move. The surrounding people were stunned. Lin Xian was going to fight to the death with the great desolate mansion. The Silver Corpse Sage King's eyes shone with a terrifying light as he stared at Lin Xian. No one had ever dared to provoke them like this. Lin Xian was courting death. However, Lin Xian didn't care. When these Sage Kings wanted to kill him, they didn't expect this to happen. He snorted coldly. At the same time, a roar came from the second battlefield. Then, a figure that looked like a demon flew over. He looked down at the 8 barren lands. Who dared to cripple my brother? A cold voice rang out, sending chills down everyone's spine. Everyone looked up in fear and exclaimed. Xianxia, he's going to fight. He was from the same generation as Fu Hongya. Even though he was 2030 years old. Hence, he was assigned to the second battlefield. Fu Hongya was 1800 years old and was still in the third battlefield. What? You're not happy? I'll kill you like a dog in the next battle. Lin Xian's voice was so cold that everyone almost fainted. Is this kid really that reckless? What a reckless kid. Xianxia's face was cold, and a terrifying aura was emitted from his body. He was about to fight. However, a few elders flew over and said coldly, Xianxia, please follow the rules. Otherwise, we'll kill you. Despicable. Xianxia didn't attack, but roared at the sky. Kid, just you wait. Do you think the rules can protect you forever? I'll make you wish you were dead in the next round. Desolate 13 turned around and walked away from Law. The surrounding people exclaimed. What does this mean? Can Xianxia fight in the second round? They didn't know, but if this was true, then this sword maniac was really in danger. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The second round? I'm looking forward to it. However, some people obviously couldn't wait until the second round. The desolate Heaven Sage King was preparing to send a super hunter to kill Xianxia. Even the Demon City and the Acheron Palace were preparing to go all out. Peerless Saint King sent a telepathic message to Lin Xian, asking him not to make any more moves to avoid any danger. Lin Xian nodded. It's about time. The rest will be left for the second round. Hence, he didn't attack. Although he had given the record to Murong Qingqing before, he had made up for it by killing a couple of top warriors later on. He had also won 100 battles in a row. Hence, he wouldn't have a problem advancing to the next round. Lin Xian didn't attack anymore. Instead, he kept watching. There were a few people he paid attention to. For example, Wang Jiani and Chao Tiansheng. Those who went to the second battlefield with him were too terrifying. The Acheron Palace and the other great sage cities saw that Lin Xian wasn't attacking, and they were about to vomit blood. Damn it. They were preparing to kill Xianxia together, but they didn't expect that they would punch the air. They clenched their teeth to their teeth, but they couldn't do anything about it. From the looks of it, this guy wanted to enter the second stage safely. Did he think that he could escape after entering? Just wait, the second round will be his death. I'll let him know what hell is. These Saint Kings gnashed their teeth. Finally, after another half a month, the ancient arena slowly disappeared, and the battles came to an end. Knowing that the first trial was over, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Is over. Is SSSSS. At this moment, the entire heavenly wind world was filled with the smell of blood, causing people to faint. The people in the extraterritorial observatory were terrified as well. These dead geniuses and experts could easily sweep through a region in the outside world. But now that he had fallen, was it worth it? The experts and elders of the Saint City also had ugly expressions on their faces. But in the end, they took a deep breath and dispelled the sadness in their eyes. Although the losses were heavy, it was worth it. The path of martial arts was bound to be extremely dangerous. Only those who lived and grew could become the ultimate powerhouse. The faces of the people from the Great Sage City, the Yellow Spring Palace, the Great Desolation Mansion, and the Demon City grew even uglier. This was because their side had suffered even more losses. Nearly half of their people had been killed by Lin Xian. Many of them were top-notch geniuses who had the potential to become Saint Kings in the future. But now he's fallen. Next was the recuperation period. Everyone had 10 days to recover. 10 days later, the second stage would be opened. As for what the second stage would be, it was still unknown. They could only raise their cultivation and strength to the peak to deal with any possibility. On the 9th day, the Silver Corpse Holy King walked out and announced. The first stage is over. Those who have achieved 50 consecutive victories will pass the second stage. When the announcement was made, there was an uproar. That was because some of the survivors would be eliminated. After all, they had not achieved 50 consecutive victories. The conditions were too strict. Many people sucked in a cold breath. Those who entered the second stage were definitely the strongest of the experts. The Tao discussion is a matter of the second heavenly boundary. Although most of the participants are experts from the Saint City, we have invited some wandering cultivators. However, the second stage is too difficult for wandering cultivators. It needs to be done in groups. Therefore, these wandering cultivators can join the Saint City. They can complete the second stage together. When the announcement was made, everyone understood. At the same time, the hunters who had appeared as wandering cultivators walked out. They then walked in all directions. It seemed that they were truly going to return. When the people from the Saint City saw this, their eyes flickered. They were not going to give them a chance. They were going to let their hunters return under some guise. Lin Xian naturally knew this. He immediately snorted coldly. However, he had also appeared as a hunter. Therefore, he had to choose a sect. It seemed like the second stage was not an individual battle. Could it be a group battle? It seemed like it was time to return. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. The others were also paying attention. They wanted to know which faction this kid belonged to. However, they were not sure. Among them, Meng Qing walked out and said, "Sword Maniac, why don't you join the Blue Dragon race? We can definitely help you pass the second stage." When the words came out, everyone was shocked. Could it be that this guy was related to the dragons? The winged and sword dragons also hurried out and sent out invitations. They knew that Sword Maniac had the blue dragon horn. If they could get closer to him, they would gain endless benefits in the future. Therefore, the three dragons were competing with each other to invite him. Everyone was stunned. What was this kid's relationship? Guan Songhai represented the Azure Sea Pavilion to invite him. Even Xianxia came out to invite him. Morong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu also came out to invite him. Everyone was dumbfounded. Their eyes were red with envy. Who didn't want to be treated as a VIP by the great sage city? Their dreams were actually fulfilled by a young man. Lin Xian thought for a while and said, "It was hard to refuse everyone's invitation. I'm embarrassed to reject anyone. How about this? I'll leave it to fate. Let's see who God wants me to choose. After this sword spins, I'll join whichever faction the sword peak is facing." Lin Xian waved his hand, and a sword light spun in the sky like a fiery wheel. Finally, the sword tip pointed towards Peerless City. Of course, he was secretly controlling it. Because he felt that it was time to return. Seeing this, the people from Peerless City were stunned. Such a top expert was going to join them. If that was the case, their chances of winning the second stage might be higher. Peerless Sage King squinted his eyes and laughed. This kid wanted to come back, but he still used so many tricks. The people from Thousand Demon City in Acheron Palace were filled with murderous intent when they saw this. They had guessed that the other party was related to Wushuang City, and it seemed like it was true. Damn it, I'll send all of them to hell this time. Their eyes were filled with coldness. The Silver Corpse Sage King walked out and said, "The second stage will begin tomorrow, and I'll tell you the rules of the second stage. The second stage. All of you will enter a unique space where you will fight. There is no age restriction, but Sage Kings and Sage King level weapons are not allowed to appear." Everyone was in disbelief when they heard this. What? No age restriction? Does that mean all the people from the first and second battlefields can come? Oh my god. Although they were all sacred venerables, the people from the third battlefield were all early sacred venerables. The first and second battlefields were different. The second battlefields were mostly mid-sacred venerables, and there were a few late sacred venerables. The first battlefields were all late sacred venerables, and they were all old monsters who had lived for more than 5,000 years. If they fought, they would most likely die. Who could stop them? In an instant, everyone was in an uproar. However, the eyes of the experts from the great sage city flickered. It was obvious that they already knew about this rule. Said the Silver Corpse Saint King in a low voice. Everyone quieted down and he continued. The Sage Heaven's Tao discussion is not only a test of talent, but it is also a risk to survive in the myriad of worlds. Therefore, the second stage of the battle is to make it as realistic as possible. Only those who can survive in the complicated battle are the geniuses and experts that we want. Moreover, you don't have to fight alone, you can form an alliance, and it's up to you. I will give each of you a command medallion, but each command medallion will be different. There are 3 types of tokens: heaven, earth, and mortal. Only by gathering all 3 types of tokens can you pass the second stage. You have 1 month in the second stage. Everyone was stunned. Not only did they have to survive against those old monsters, but they also had to gather all 3 types of tokens. There was also a 1-month time limit. Oh my god, this is an impossible task. Lin Xian was also stunned. He asked, what's wrong with senior brother? If that was the case, there would be very few people who could pass the second stage. The peerless Sage King sighed and transmitted his voice. This wasn't the first time this had happened. Originally, they didn't expect too many people to pass the second round. He didn't plan on letting too many people pass. Lin Xian was shocked. What was going on? Could it be related to going to planet Xiuan, no matter what? He has to pass. The other sacred cities also inquired about this matter. However, after learning about it, these people quieted down. He was afraid that the second trial would be even more brutal than the first. Alright, once you enter the second stage, you won't have any chance of admitting defeat, so it's not too late to back out now. A cold voice sounded. However, those participants' gazes were resolute. Although they knew that the road ahead was dangerous, so what? They had encountered so many dangers along the way. It wasn't easy for him to come this far, so how could he give up? As long as there was a glimmer of hope, they had to fight hard, so no one gave up. Very good. The Silver Corpse Saint King smiled when he saw this. He would rest for another day. Tomorrow, when the sun rises, it will begin. Everyone went back and gathered together to discuss countermeasures for the second stage. After all, the second stage wasn't an individual battle. It was a group battle, so the distribution was very important. Most of the sacred cities had to select a few geniuses, which meant that even if they got the token, they would give it to those geniuses first. They had to ensure that those geniuses successfully appeared. Peerless City was also discussing this matter. Lin Xian was surprised to find that Peerless City didn't send too many people this time. There were only about a dozen people in total. Although there were quite a number of people, compared to the other sacred cities, it was much smaller. That was because the other sacred cities only had a few dozen people. The difference in numbers was 2 to 3 times. However, Peerless Holy King didn't care. He was very confident. Lin Xian also found out that the participants this time were all direct disciples, which meant that they were trained by Peerless Holy King. There were a total of 7 people. Other than that, there were also Lin Xian and Xianxia. That was a total of 9 people. There were also 2 advanced sacred venerables of the older generation. Altogether, there were 11 people. Although the number of people was small, Peerless Holy King was very confident. The other sacred cities also quickly made their preparations. The night passed quickly. When the sun rose the next day, everyone took a deep breath. They all stood up. The great sage kings also walked out. Silver Corpse Holy King stood above the 9 heavens. He said, "Open it." These holy kings formed hand seals and pressed down on the void. The entire void let out a loud roar. Soon, an ancient phantom appeared. It was indomitable, like an immortal king. He held a mirror in his hand. The mirror was drawn into a whirlpool door. Silver Corpse Holy King said coldly, "Walk in and you will enter the second stage." With that, the people from Acheron Hall rushed in. 47 people from Acheron Hall entered. Each of them was extremely powerful. After they entered the Thousand Demon City. Thunder God City, Great Desolate Mansion, and other sacred cities all entered. Peerless Holy King also took a deep breath. He said, "You all go in too." With the 2 older generation figures taking the lead, Lin Xian and the others also soared into the sky and walked inside. Looking at the disappearing figures, Acheron Hall, Great Desolate Mansion, and other sacred cities had cold killing intent in their eyes. This time, they would not return. After everyone left, the holy kings formed hand seals again. The mysterious mirror in the sky shone brightly. Then, it formed a light screen. When the surrounding people saw the scene in the mirror, they exclaimed. It was the person who had just entered. Indeed, the mirror had transformed into the person who had just entered the room. Not only that, the mirror formed 24 light screens. Between heaven and earth, everyone could see it. Even those from the extraterritorial region could see it clearly. So this is what the second stage looks like. Although they had entered, they could clearly see the situation of these people. They wondered what kind of intense battle would break out next. Lin Xian took a deep breath after entering. He knew that it would be very dangerous. However, when he appeared, he was stunned because he realized that there was no one around. Random teleportation. He was surprised. If that was the case, he had to meet up first. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous. Fortunately, everyone would be randomly teleported. Therefore, he was not afraid that there would be a situation in the early stages where they outnumbered him. They had already thought of such a situation, so they had thought of a strategy to deal with it. Lin Xian took out his token and sent a voice transmission. They began to gather. The geniuses who were scattered all over the place also started to move quickly. At the same time, the elders of the great sage city were watching the battle silently. They were extremely nervous. After all, they couldn't control the situation inside and could only watch from the outside. Suddenly, someone exclaimed as they realized that someone had fallen. The one who was killed was a sacred venerate from the 7-star tower. The one who attacked was Xianxia from the great desolate mansion. He was extremely terrifying and no one could escape from him. The people from the 7-star tower looked terrible, but they couldn't do anything about it. Next, everyone watched the battle anxiously. In this space, Lin Xian frowned. He had a strong advantage, and that was his God's Eye of Heaven strike, which allowed him to see more space than others. When he used his heaven-grade God art, he had a strange feeling that he was being stared at by countless people. Could it be that the people outside could see what was happening inside? Lin Xian was surprised, although he wasn't sure. However, it was better to be careful. Endless thunder filled his body and covered his golden eyes. Then, he used his Eye of Heaven strike to look around. Buzz, suddenly, Lin Xian's body swayed and he quickly dodged. Where he originally stood, an extremely terrifying crack appeared, splitting everything apart. It was a ray of light that was more dazzling than the sun. It was indestructible. Fortunately, Lin Xian reacted quickly and dodged it. The person who attacked in the dark was also surprised. He actually dodged it. However, when Lin Xian turned around and the person saw Lin Xian's face, he smiled bitterly. It's you, sword maniac. He turned around and fled without saying a word. To be honest, he didn't know who Lin Xian was when he launched the sneak attack, but now he saw it clearly. He knew how terrifying the sword fanatic was, so he was very decisive when he fled. Lin Xian frowned and waved his hand. A ray of sword light shot out like thunder. It directly sent the person flying, causing him to vomit blood. No, don't kill me. I didn't know it was you. I'm willing to hand over my token. Please spare my life. This person was an expert from the Limitless sect. At this moment, he was very decisive. Lin Xian took the token and snorted coldly, scram. If it was outside, even if the other party was from the Limitless sect, he would not have let them off. But here, he didn't go overboard. At least, he didn't kill the other party. He knew that the Yellow Spring Hall, the Great Desolation sect, and the Demon City would definitely team up. Even Lei Shunqing and the 10,000 Swords Pavilion would join hands. Therefore, Peerless City had a lot of enemies. If they wanted to fight back, they had to join forces with other forces. So now, he was looking for some allies that he could unite with. At this moment, a mirror appeared in the sky and shrouded the area below. It was obvious that it was a sacred artifact. It seemed that someone had already started looking for it. At the same time, several pairs of eyes appeared in the sky. Evidently, these were all terrifying eye techniques. Lin Xian, on the other hand, relied on his heavenly secret divine eyes to move quickly. He has already defeated several people, he had also obtained quite a number of tokens. However, he still hadn't managed to gather all of them. After all, everyone had different tokens. There would be a lot of overlap. Moreover, he planned to continue attacking even if he managed to gather all of them. This was because he wanted to eliminate as many people from the holy city as possible. When the experts outside saw this scene, they were shocked. This sword maniac is actually so fast. Yes, he has already obtained 6 tokens. Why do I feel that he can instantly locate the enemy's location? Could it be that he has a powerful eye technique as well? These people were puzzled. Even the Sage Kings frowned. They seemed to want to see through the light screen. However, Lin Xian had a layer of lightning defense on his body. Moreover, they couldn't interfere with the situation inside the space. Therefore, they could only stare. Next, the other geniuses started attacking quickly. They had obtained many more tokens. Some of them were killed. Some of them only lost their tokens and didn't die. Therefore, they just needed to snatch the tokens back within a month. Therefore, they became even crazier. For a time, all kinds of battles broke out. Suddenly, the ancient mirror in the sky lowered its gaze and shrouded Lin Xian. At the same time, countless laws were sprinkled in the surroundings, forming a seal. At the same time, a cold smile appeared on the lips of some people in the distance. Found it. They were people from the demon city. At this moment, 3 figures rushed over. Are you going to attack me? Lin Xian sneered. He threw a punch at the seal, causing it to tremble non-stop. At the same time, the expressions of the 3 great demons who were rushing over changed. Not good. Speed up. He seemed to be fighting back. A pair of wings of shrouding heaven appeared behind one of them and wrapped the 2 of them. The wings moved gently and directly tore through the void. Their speed increased by several times. The other person was wrapped in the wings. His palms were constantly forming seals, causing the mirror in the sky to continuously hammer down light. An unparalleled power erupted from the mirror, causing the world to constantly collide with each other. So much so that some people nearby also sensed it. Their faces turned pale and they quickly retreated. Someone was attacking. What a terrifying attack! Exclamations could be heard. At the same time, the people watching from the outside naturally noticed this as well. The swordsman was targeted. A great battle was about to break out. They were extremely nervous. And in the space, Lin Xian's lips curled into a disdainful smile. The sword chi on his body burned, making him look like a sword god. With a sword, he split the seal. However, Lin Xian didn't leave. Instead, he was waiting. These people wanted to kill him. He was here to send these people to hell. The 3 great demon saints were very fast. They arrived in an instant. Seeing that Lin Xian didn't escape after breaking the seal, the 3 of them were stunned. Then, their faces darkened. Kid, you actually dare to wait here. You're really impatient. Well, I'll take you down today. Earth-shattering power erupted from the 3 of them. The light of laws shot into the sky. It was as if the 3 volcanoes had been resurrected. Lin Xian didn't say anything and directly used the tiger demon to attack. Army Destroyer. Sky Shattering. Soul Suppressor. The 3 attacks were endless. Between heaven and earth, a tiger's roar sounded. It was abnormally terrifying. The 3 great demon saints naturally knew how powerful it was. They roared and attacked together. The 3 of them used their terrifying unique skills. Among them, the person with the wings of shrouding heaven on his back turned his wings into 2 heavenly blades. A terrifying light flashed. Another person controlled the mirror and used a soul attack. The last person let out a roar as he punched out with a terrifying fist, causing the world around him to collapse. The people outside exclaimed when they saw this scene. The sword maniac shouldn't be able to block it this time, right? Boom, boom, boom. The 3 divine powers collided with the tiger demon fist. Rays of light exploded, and the terrifying laws shocked the world. Then, the 3 divine powers were torn apart, and the 3 beast overlords were sent flying. The spectators outside sucked in a breath of cold air, revealing incomparably shocked expressions. The sword maniac was too powerful, right? The 3 beast overlords in the space also had ugly looks on their faces. The other party was able to fight against them, and the 3 of them were able to enter them. A cold light burst out from their eyes, and they attacked with all their might. With a roar, their bloodlines were fully activated. The terrifying wings of shrouding heaven fluttered between heaven and earth. The ancient mirror kept growing bigger and bigger, like a mountain descending, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. The last beast overlord even waved his fist, shattering the void. It had the power to wipe out thousands of troops. These were the three ultimate moves, but they were easily broken by Lin Xian. The three of their bodies split apart, turning into rain that scattered between heaven and earth. Lin Xian's strength was far beyond their expectations. The three of them probably didn't expect it even when they were dying. The attack formed by the three of them was broken so easily. They were really weak. After Lin Xian killed the three of them, he took their storage rings. Then, a large black hand grabbed at the void. He directly controlled the mirror. The mirror wanted to fight back, but Lin Xian slapped it. His heavenly secret divine eyes shattered the soul imprint on it. The Thousand Demon City was really courting death. Lin Xian snorted. He directly controlled the mirror and began to search around. He was looking for the people of the Thousand Demon City. The spectators outside exclaimed in surprise. The faces of the people of the Thousand Demon City turned ugly again. Would the nine-headed Qilin be in danger? That's right, Lin Xian was indeed looking for the people of the Thousand Demon City. Originally, he had a heaven-level divine power, but once he used it, he was afraid that he would be exposed. But now, with this ancient mirror, there was nothing for him to be afraid of. His soul power flowed in continuously, allowing him to scan his surroundings. Soon, he saw the phantoms of a few demonic beasts. Kill, Lin Xian controlled the mirror and flew out. Soon, he arrived in the sky and shot a shocking bolt of thunder at the mountain range below. A crazy roar came from below. A lizard suddenly transformed. Its tail was drawn in the shape of a 1,000-mile mountain range, sweeping across the sky. However, it was easily pierced through by Lin Xian. After 3 moves, the giant lizard was blown apart. After seizing the token and storage ring, Lin Xian continued on his way. Next, he attacked fiercely, killing 5 terrifying demonic beasts. Finally, he met a person. When he saw this person, a smile appeared on his face. Nine-headed Qilin. Nine-headed Qilin's expression was extremely ugly. There were only 2 people beside him. Logically speaking, with his status, it was impossible for him to have so few guards. But after all, it was a random teleportation. After he arrived, he did not have time to gather others. But now, he was found by Lin Xian. This made him feel like he was facing a great enemy. When nine-headed Qilin saw Lin Xian, his face turned green. He turned around and ran. Lin Xian shot out a bolt of thunder, which turned into a sea of lightning and completely sealed the entire space. In the next moment, he walked forward. Why? You want to leave so soon after seeing me? Where's your arrogance from before? Damn brat, if you dare to do anything, you're dead. The experts of the Thousand Demon City are nearby. Nine-headed Qilin gritted his teeth and roared. Outside, the people of the Thousand Demon City were also stunned when they saw this scene. Soaring Sky Sage King even stood up, his eyes bursting with a cold murderous intent. A terrifying aura shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Everyone trembled. His cold voice sounded. Sword Maniac, you're dead. The 3 dragons' faces darkened. Peerless Sage King even sneered. Why can't you keep your cool? If you're afraid of death, why let him in? Besides, it's useless for you to scream here. Go in if you dare. Damn it. Soaring Divine King was about to vomit blood. He couldn't control this space, so naturally, he couldn't go in. Besides, there were so many Sage Kings. If he broke the rules, he would be attacked. He sat down coldly and gritted his teeth. If anything happens to nine-headed Qilin, he's dead. The Sword Maniac will definitely die. Whoever dares to protect him will be going against the Demon City. I'll definitely destroy his soul. His cold voice made everyone know that the Thousand Demon City was really angry this time. I wonder what will happen to nine-headed Qilin. Does this Sword Maniac dare to make a move? In the space, Lin Xian looked at nine-headed Qilin and laughed. You still dare to threaten me? Looks like you don't know what's good for you. Go, the two of you, kill him. Nine-headed Qilin roared. Beside him were two demon sages. One was shining like the sun, while the other was cold like a demon. These two were powerful guardians. Roar, the one on the left was a flaming sparrow. It opened its mouth and spewed out divine fire that burned the 9 heavens. The one on the right spewed out terrifying demonic clouds that covered the sky with a cold aura. When the two of them attacked, it was really terrifying. However, it was a pity that they met Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't care at all. With a wave of his hand, the tiger demon fist and blue dragon seal exploded again. The dragon roared and the tiger roared. The heavens fell and the earth cracked. The sky full of divine fire and terrifying demonic clouds were all shattered. The two of them also exclaimed. Not good, ninth young master. He's too strong. We should hurry and escape. Nine-headed Qilin's expression became extremely ugly. Can we escape? As expected, thunder and terrifying sword chi kept appearing around Lin Xian. The sword chi cut off everything. The three of you don't have to surrender. If you kneel down obediently, I can consider leaving your corpses intact. Nine-headed Qilin gritted his teeth. He knew that the 1,000-demon city had targeted the other party. The other party would definitely not show mercy. Therefore, he said that the two of them had to hold on for a while. He was going to use a secret technique. He gritted his teeth and the illusion of a 9-headed sky snake and a Qilin appeared on his body. At the same time, he spat out a huge seal. There was a Qilin coiling around the seal. It was abnormally terrifying. Could it be a treasure left behind by a legendary powerhouse of the Qilin race? When the spectators saw this, they exclaimed. They didn't expect 9-headed Qilin to have such a trump card. When the two demon sages saw this scene, they also took a deep breath. This was the only way. Therefore, their eyes turned red. They were going all out. The laws on their bodies exploded and they let out terrifying roars. The two of them used their secret techniques and rushed over again. Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The wind and thunder laws condensed in his hand, forming a huge and indestructible sickle. When the sickle slashed down, it destroyed everything. Soon, screams were heard. The two demon sages couldn't even block a single move. They were directly killed. Their souls wanted to run, but they were directly enveloped by two balls of golden flames. They burned rapidly. Ah, the miserable screams made one's scalp tingle. 9-headed Qilin was stunned. They can't even block a single move? He gritted his teeth and spat out blood, staining the Qilin seal. The Qilin seal exploded with an unparalleled radiance. A terrifying roar was heard from it. It was as if a Qilin had been resurrected and rushed into the sky. Great! The 9-headed dragon was overjoyed when it saw this. It turned into a stream of light and tried to leave with the Qilin seal. However, at this moment, a large black palm slapped over and enveloped him. Damn it! The 9-headed dragon roared and blew at the Qilin seal as it charged forward. It wanted to fight against the other party. The Qilin charged into the clouds and wanted to tear the black palm apart. Boom, the two collided and terrifying laws swept in all directions. Countless large cracks spread rapidly. I blocked it. The 9-headed dragon heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, I can fight against the other party. However, he soon realized that he was too naive. There were strange runes on the black palm and it directly blasted the Qilin's attack away. The black palm closed and grabbed the Qilin directly. At this moment, another palm slapped over. Like the phantom of an azure dragon, it rushed towards Qujin. The 9-headed dragon screamed in pain and its body was instantly torn apart. No. Outside, the people of the demon city roared crazily when they saw this scene. The 9-headed dragon couldn't block such an attack at all. He would definitely be killed. The 9-headed dragon only had 3 lives left. Now, he only had 2 left. Can he still fight against it? Damn it, why don't those people dare to come? The 9-headed dragon was indeed killed. The azure dragon heart was definitely not something he could withstand. However, his bloodline was special and he could revive after death. Not long after, the 9-headed dragon phantom appeared on his body. After he was revived, his expression became extremely ugly. Damn it. I will definitely take revenge. He ran away again. However, the Azure Dragon seal. Once again, it came over. The nine-headed dragon screamed crazily. Lin Xian sneered. You want to beg me? I'll give you a chance. The nine-headed dragon gritted its teeth. I'm a peerless genius. I'm usually high and mighty. How could I beg for mercy? However, he only had 2 lives. The other party could completely destroy him in 2 moves. In order to save his life, he could only grit his teeth and kneel on the ground. Please let me go. I will never go against you again. Ha ha ha. Lin Xian threw his head back and laughed. His eyes shone with a terrifying light as he looked up at the sky. Did you see that? The peerless geniuses of the myriad demon city that you have groomed are now kneeling before my feet. I wonder how you feel about that. The people outside were all stupefied. The nine-headed spirit was actually kneeling and begging for mercy. This was truly out of their expectations. Furthermore, Lin Xian's unrestrained provocation shocked them even more. The greater demons of the myriad demon city roared madly. They were originally ferocious demonic beasts. Usually, they were the ones who suppressed others. No one dared to provoke them. However, at this moment, they were being crazily slapped in the face. Even their most outstanding disciple was kneeling at the feet of that person. Damn it, those elders were so angry that they almost vomited blood. The flying sky Saint King's eyes exploded with a terrifying saber light that pierced through everything, causing the surrounding sky and earth to shatter. The nine-headed Qilin was also roaring crazily inside. Who are you? Who are you? Why are you targeting our myriad demon city? He really doesn't understand. Lin Xian sneered. You people from the demon city use your power to bully others. Do you think you can bully others just because you have the upper hand? Today, I'll let you have a taste of being bullied. I'm here for revenge. As he said that, Lin Xian struck out with soul-suppressing strike. The terrifying black stone tablet descended, completely suppressing the nine-headed Qilin. Lin Xian struck out with a dragon-shaped sword qi that entered the nine-headed Qilin's body, completely sealing him. The nine-headed Qilin felt his strength disappear and became terrified. What are you trying to do? I'm already kneeling and begging for mercy. Lin Xian sneered. Don't worry, I won't kill you now because you're still useful. I'll give you a big gift. He waved his hand and kept the nine-headed Qilin. The people outside were all stunned. Lin Xian didn't attack directly. This was simply too shocking. But thinking about it, they knew that the nine-headed Qilin was probably feeling worse than death right now. They didn't know what Lin Xian was planning. On the other hand, the people from the myriad demon city were all discussing. Lin Xian was here for revenge. Who was he? They had offended many people because of their 5 Yang's might. But so what? No one should be able to go against them. The flying divine king's face darkened as well. He was thinking about who Lin Xian was. Suddenly, he thought of someone. But soon, he shook his head. Impossible. That guy was poisoned by the yellow spring diagram. He shouldn't be alive. Even if he was alive, he shouldn't be so strong. So, he really didn't know who Lin Xian was. Lin Xian left after suppressing the nine-headed Qilin. He didn't kill him. Because he was going to use the nine-headed Qilin to threaten the myriad demon city. Who knew, it might be useful. But now, he should meet up with the people from Wushuang City. He continued to activate the ancient mirror above his head to search. In other places, the other people were doing the same. They were also searching for the other party and fighting for the token. In the boundless mountains, 4 flashes of lightning unceasingly flickered and transformed into 4 human figures. They were the 4 experts of the Thunder God. At this moment, they were looking at a figure by the waterfall in front of them, and a smile appeared on their faces. Someone was there, and he was alone. They directly rushed over and fought in all 4 directions, completely surrounding that person. Looking at the other party's appearance, they should be from Peerless City. A cold smile appeared on their faces. They had enmity with Wushuang City. So, did they see the people from Wushuang City kneel at our feet obediently and accept our judgment? We can leave you with an intact corpse. In front of them, a young man was sitting on a rock under the waterfall. He was fishing with a fishing rod. Seeing the four figures around him, he raised his head and frowned. People from Xianxia City, you scared my fish away, get lost, otherwise, die. A cold voice echoed between heaven and earth. The four people from Xianxia were stunned. Then, they sneered in disdain. What did this kid say? Tell us to get lost, tell us to die, ha 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 ha. Who does he think he is? If you were Fu Hongya or Ling Hu Chueshua, we would leave immediately. But you're not. How dare you be so arrogant in front of us? Looks like you're tired of living, some people were always so reckless. The young man rose to his feet. The fishing rod in his hand was still swaying gently. A low and deep voice was heard. 1,000 mountains, absolute flight. After the voice sounded, the surrounding scene changed. Thousands of illusions of mountains appeared around the waterfall, blocking their path. At the same time, some piercing rays of light tore through the void, shattering the entire void. Puff. Puff. In the blink of an eye, the four sacred venerables from Xianxia City were pierced through thousands of times by those black shadows. Blood dyed the sky red. In just an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The bodies of the four people also turned into a bloody mist. How could this be? The four of them roared in horror. What happened just now? Wasn't the opponent's divine ability too terrifying? Since you've disturbed my fishing, then you'll become my fish. The young man's eyes once again burst out with a terrifying light. Not good, this is a hidden expert. Run, the four sacred venerables from Thunder God City. Just as they were about to turn and run, a cold voice rang out between heaven and earth. 10,000 paths, no trace. Crack, crack. Time between heaven and earth seemed to have stopped. The four sacred venerables also stopped in their tracks. Then, they shattered like glass. Their souls were directly shattered. They could not believe that the opponent actually had such a terrifying divine ability. The people who were watching the battle outside were also stunned. Oh my god, who is this person? He could actually kill four experts of the same level so easily. His means were simply heaven-defying. He was from Wuxuang City. Impossible. Other than Fu Hongya and Ling Hu Chueshua, was there anyone else in Wuxuang City who was so terrifying? The people of the Thunder God City all had ugly expressions on their faces when they heard the commotion. Damn it, they had lost four experts in an instant. They raised their heads and looked at Wuxuang City. They weren't the only ones looking over. Everyone was looking over. Wuxuang Sage's lips curled into a smile. Did these people think that he did not have any trump cards? What a joke. Wuxuang City did not send any hunters before this. It was not that they were not strong enough, but that some people needed to use them at a critical moment. For example, the strength of the second stage was enough to shock these people. In front of the waterfall, the young man killed four sacred venerables of the same level as him, as if he had done something insignificant. He also raised his head and looked at the sky. It was as if he could see through the void. I am Wuxuang Sage's third disciple, Lu Yuan. His voice spread in all directions. The spectators' pupils shrank. Wuxuang Sage's personal disciple. They did not expect that other than Ling Hu Chueshua and Fu Hongya, there was actually such a terrifying disciple. They wondered if Wuxuang City had any other trump cards. Everyone was shocked. In fact, it was not only Wuxuang City. Other sacred cities also had some powerful geniuses. For example, the Myriad Swords Pavilion. Other than Myriad Swords Pavilion, there was another person with terrifying strength. Lu Xuanqin. He was a secret genius nurtured by the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Now, he had revealed his talent. At this moment, he was facing the three great sage lords. With a single slash of his sword, he forced the three great sage lords to retreat. Third, the great sage knew that he was no match for them and took out the token to save his life. Get lost. Lu Xuanqin waved his hand, and three tokens floated in the air and flew toward him. A smile appeared on his face. This time, he was going to let the heavenly smiting myriad worlds know how powerful it was. The third great sage retreated, his face pale. To be honest, they were unwilling to accept it, but what could they do? The other party's strength was far above theirs. They couldn't withstand that sword strike. If there were a few more sword strikes, their souls would probably be destroyed. Truly terrifying. Who would have thought that there would be such a terrifying expert aside from Wan Jiani? Just as the token was about to fly into Lu Xuanqing's hand, the situation suddenly changed. Between heaven and earth, a horrifying sound wave rang out, causing the heavens to crumble and the earth to crack. In the distance, the three great sage lords who had yet to retreat felt an intense impact on their souls, as if they were about to be torn apart. What a terrifying sound. Who was it? They came back to their senses and looked into the distance, only to see Lu Xuanqing roaring. Sword chi burst out from his body, shrouding his body like a ray of light. At the same time, he sneered and said, "Who dares to attack me?" No one appeared between heaven and earth, but the sound wave was even more terrifying. Lu Xuanqing snorted coldly, "You don't know what's good for you." As soon as he finished speaking, he drew his sword. The sound of the sword rang out, and a dazzling sword light appeared, crisscrossing. It swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands, completely sealing off the entire space. With one slash, heaven and earth were destroyed. Finally, the sound wave disappeared. A figure walked out of the cave. To think that he could block my sound wave. Interesting. That person was half human and half demon. He was extremely terrifying. After the 3 great sage lords saw the sword Dao, their pupils shrank. They didn't expect it to be the Azure Sky Rock. This was an extremely frightening expert. He didn't know if this genius from the Myriad Swords Pavilion would be able to resist those people outside. Seeing this scene, they were also shocked and started discussing. Inside the space, Lu Xuanqing narrowed her eyes and sneered when she saw the other party. I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be a demonic beast. A mere demonic beast dares to be arrogant in front of me? Kneel down and accept your death. Along with her voice, the entire space was completely pierced by sword chi. The terrifying sword chi seemed to want to tear the 9 heavens and 10 lands apart. The Azure Sky Rock was originally disdainful, but when he saw the terrifying sword chi, his pupils shrank. I didn't expect you to be able to master the mysterious heaven sword formation. No wonder you're so arrogant. The Azure Sky Rock was indeed shocked. The mysterious heaven sword formation was a very terrifying sword formation in the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. It was very difficult to master. It was said that even the 10,000 Swords Pavilion couldn't master it. He didn't expect the person in front of him to have mastered it. It had been 3,000 years since it appeared. Now that he had mastered it, it was truly terrifying. I didn't expect you to be a sword genius. Since that's the case, then forget it. I don't need to compete with you. I'm pressed for time. With that, a pair of terrifying wings appeared behind the Azure Sky Rock. He spread his wings and was about to fly. Now wasn't the time to fight. However, Lu Xuanqing sneered. You think you can come and go as you please? Once my sword formation is out, I'll use you as a sacrifice. At this point, the terrifying sword chi in the surroundings kept on ringing. One after another, sword shadows appeared between heaven and earth. They were like divine swords that could split the heavens and earth. The sword chi that filled the sky slashed forward. You're courting death. The Azure Sky Rock's face sank. He didn't expect the other party to be so arrogant. Very well, then I'll see if the mysterious heaven sword formation is as powerful as the legends say. With a roar, he carried the heavens on his back and charged over. A picture of the heavens formed on his back. It was abnormally terrifying. It was said that the Azure Sky Rock could carry the heavens away. One could imagine how terrifying it was. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. One was a terrifying mutated beast, while the other was using a lost technique, the mysterious heaven sword formation. The power of the two was unparalleled. The 3 lords of the great sage in the distance were instantly sent flying. They looked at the scene in the distance with pale faces. Fortunately, they had decisively handed over their tokens. Otherwise, they would have been killed long ago. The spectators outside were also shocked. They didn't expect that there would be hidden geniuses in the second stage. They already knew about some experts in the first stage. They originally thought that the second stage would be a battle between them. They didn't expect that the people in the second stage would be even more terrifying. Every one of them was incomparably terrifying. Whether it was the Azure Sky Rock or Lu Xuanqin, they were both extremely terrifying. However, some people frowned. The mysterious Heaven Sword formation was indeed extraordinary. The Azure Sky Rock was probably in danger. No way, right? The picture of the Azure Sky Rock couldn't suppress the sword chi? Some people couldn't believe it. Not long after, the blue sky painting shattered and was torn apart by the sword chi. The Azure Sky Rock's body was also pierced by the sword chi, and blood splattered out. Countless people exclaimed in shock. Lu Xuanqin sneered. "You're nothing much." With a roar, the Black Heaven Sword formation became even more terrifying. Sword chi danced in the air, trying to tear the Azure Sky Rock apart. Roar, an earth-shattering roar sounded. The Azure Sky Rock transformed into its true form and launched a peerless attack. It tore apart a corner of the sword formation and quickly fled. However, it was very miserable. Half of its wing was cut open. Blood flowed and dyed its huge body red. Fortunately, it was talented. It activated its bloodline and directly fused with the heavens and disappeared. The spectators were shocked. Defeated. The incomparably terrifying Azure Sky Rock was actually defeated. Is this the legendary Black Heaven Sword formation? It's too terrifying. Did you run away? I'll definitely kill you next time. Lu Xuanqin snorted coldly, retracted the sword formation, and flew into the distance. Suddenly, she saw a terrifying sword light cutting through the void in the distance. Its senior brother won. She was overjoyed and couldn't help but speed up. Soon, she saw a few figures standing in front of her. One of them had an aura that was even stronger than hers. It was Wan Jiani. "Senior brother won," Lu Xuanqin shouted. The people in front turned their heads. Wan Jiani also smiled. "Junior sister Lu." He waved his hand. Lu Xuanqin flew over. The two sides met up, and the people around them praised. "Senior brother Wan and senior sister Lu are unparalleled when they join forces. No one can fight against us." The group of people attacked aggressively, and no one dared to stop them. They collected the tokens very quickly, and in the end, they only wanted to eliminate the enemies. Finally, they saw a figure in front of them. One of them slashed at the sky with sword chi, but the other party dodged it. They were surprised that the other party could dodge it. No one could block it before. They knelt and begged for mercy, but the other party didn't seem to be like that. Interesting. I've finally met an interesting opponent. The people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion smiled. Lin Xian frowned. Although he had the ancient mirror, there weren't many people from Wushuang City. There were only 11 of them, so it was more troublesome to gather them. However, he did not expect to run into people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. When the 10,000 Swords Pavilion sent out a sword chi, he instantly dodged it. In the next moment, he was surrounded by 10,000 Swords Pavilion's people. Lin Xian's eyes glinted coldly. "You want to fight?" He ignored the others and stared at Wan Jiani. The people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion were also stunned. They didn't expect it to be the other party. They were greatly surprised. They knew about Lin Xian. After all, the sword fanatic had caused a ruckus and eliminated many experts. Wan Jiani's eyes also emitted a biting cold-killing intent. Although he didn't know the other party was very threatening. It was better to get rid of such a potential enemy as soon as possible. The people who were watching the battle outside were stunned once again. Then, they burst into exclamations. They did not expect that the two great powerhouses would meet so quickly. No matter if it was the sword maniac or Wan Jiani, they were both extremely terrifying. Besides, there was also Lu Xuanqin, who had made a name for herself. When the two sides met, an unparalleled battle would definitely erupt. Some people from the sacred city let out a cold smile. Great, this kid is definitely dead. Indeed, Lin Xian was alone, while the 10,000 Swords Pavilion had many people, not to mention two great sword experts. In a one-on-one battle, who would be stronger, him or Wan Jiani? Some people started to discuss. The elder from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion sneered. How could he be a match for Wang Jiani? He couldn't even defeat Lu Xuanqing. That's right, who does he think he is? He will definitely die when he meets the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. The elder from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion was very confident. Lu Xuanqing also narrowed her eyes and looked at the person in front of her. She also sneered. You must be the sword fanatic. You were so arrogant before and even dared to attack the people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Now, how are you going to die? Lin Xian glanced at her and said coldly. Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to speak here? Get lost. Let Wang Jiani talk to me. Lin Xian didn't care about the other party at all. In his opinion, only Wang Jiani was worthy of his attention. Lu Xuanqing's face sank completely. He dared to look down on her. Unforgivable. An unparalleled aura erupted from her body. Kid, you dare to provoke me? Senior brother Wan doesn't need to do anything, I can deal with you. As she spoke, she strode forward. With every step she took, countless sword chi formed under her feet. After 5 steps, the sword aura that filled the air sealed the entire space, completely shrouding Lin Xian. It was about to start. Everyone was excited. They didn't expect Lu Xuanqing to make a move so soon. Lin Xian also revealed a look of surprise when he sensed the sword chi. His strength is not bad. He looked at her again and said indifferently, Tell me your name. I don't kill nameless people. My name is Lu Xuanqing. Remember that I will be your nightmare for life. Lu Xuanqing shouted angrily and endless sword chi exploded. You really don't know what's good for you to go against our senior sister Lu. The people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion behind her sneered. Wang Jiani didn't make a move. In his opinion, Lu Xuanqing was enough to kill her opponent. Lin Xian struck out with the blue dragon seal. A dragon's roar was heard between heaven and earth. A huge dragon danced quickly and collided with the terrifying sword chi. Like a comet colliding, the sound of the heaven-shaking squad was heard. The sword chi was all sent flying. However, even the blue dragon's shadow was penetrated. One could imagine how terrifying Lu Xuanqing's sword chi was. Kill, the sword chi turned into seawater and surged in all directions. Lu Xuanqing's face was gloomy. She wanted to kill her opponent as soon as possible. Lin Xian was also surprised that his opponent could block his blue dragon seal. He was really surprised. Interesting. He struck out with the blue dragon 9 palms again. Terrifying power exploded. Every palm had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Both sides were evenly matched. Interesting. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. The people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion behind him were all shocked. They knew how terrifying Lu Xuanqing's strength was. Her simple attacks were enough to kill a Saint Venerable of the same level. However, her 2 strikes couldn't do anything to her opponent. The people watching the battle outside were also surprised. This sword maniac was indeed strong. They wondered who would win this battle. The situation seemed to be getting more and more confusing. Lu Xuanqing gritted her teeth. Her opponent's strength was beyond her imagination. Lin Xian said, Your name is Lu Xuanqing, right? I'll remember it. You're worthy of my full strength. The people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion didn't believe that Lu Xuanqing didn't use her full strength. Lu Xuanqing snorted coldly. Don't be so arrogant. I didn't use my full strength just now either. I'll let you see my ultimate skill. As she said that, she formed a seal with her palms. Countless sword chi flew out and formed a sword array around her. They could feel the power of the sword formation. Lin Xian was also very surprised. He felt a sense of danger, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He had never seen this kind of formation from the other saints of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion before. In fact, he didn't know that this formation had been around for 3,000 years, and no one had mastered it. Lu Xuanqing was the first. When the 10,000 Swords Pavilion saw this scene, a hint of envy and jealousy appeared in their eyes. This showed how powerful Lu Xuanqing's talent in the sword Dao was. Slash, Lu Xuanqing roared. Suddenly, the Black Heaven sword formation began to rotate, transforming into thousands of sword chi that charged forward. The world shattered, and terrifying laws rushed into the sky, accompanied by a shocking killing intent. Everyone was stunned, and the people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion also clenched their fists. The fist was too powerful. The sword maniac would definitely die. Lin Xian took a step forward and waved the tiger demon fist to resist. He used the army destroyer, sky-shattering, and formation spirit one after another. Then, the fourth divine ability appeared. Demonic transformation. The roar of a tiger sounded between heaven and earth, and the demonic clouds churned with an extremely terrifying aura. The two divine abilities collided between heaven and earth. Lu Xuanqing's palms kept forming seals, and the black heaven sword formation changed, forming millions of sword god phantoms that quickly charged out. They tore the tiger demon fist apart. Lin Xian used the laws of wind and thunder. Countless storms on his left formed a wind sword that bloomed with incomparable light. On his right, an ice and thunder sword formed with a destructive aura. The wind and thunder swords slashed forward. They collided with the phantoms. At the same time, Lin Xian also formed seals with his palms. He used the laws of the 5 elements to form the 5 elements sword formation. Boom! At this moment, his sword intent erupted, and a terrifying sword light cut through the void, forcing all the millions of sword god phantoms to retreat. The people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion were stunned. The spectators outside also sucked in a breath of cold air. The sword maniac was indeed a top swordsman. Under everyone's nervous gaze, Lu Xuanqing's black heaven sword formation changed again. It turned into a sword shadow that reached the heavens and slashed down, breaking apart the wind and thunder sword and the 5 elements sword. Even Lin Xian was surprised. His figure flashed as he used the wind shakes the 9 heavens and quickly dodged. At the same time, he said, "Your swordsmanship is much stronger than I imagined. No wonder you dared to stand against me. However, it is still impossible for him to defeat me." Lin Xian's eyes shone with a terrifying light. In the next moment, an astonishing sword intent burst forth. Obviously, he was going to go all out. Hearing this, Lu Xuanqing was shocked. Did the other party want to die? However, when she felt the sword intent, her expression changed. How was that possible? Could it be that he hadn't used his full strength before? She was completely enraged. She formed a seal and the mysterious heaven sword formation erupted with a violent force. It swept out. One sword shadow after another formed between heaven and earth. The power formed by the combination of these sword formations was incomparably mysterious. First slash of the black heaven. The giant sword that reached the heavens was held by a hand. Then, it slashed down crazily, as if a god was really angry. The power of the mysterious heaven sword formation was terrifying again. Probably not many sacred venerables could withstand it. Only the older generation could withstand it head-on. When the spectators saw this scene, they immediately exclaimed. Indeed, Wang Jianyi's nerves were also tense. To be honest, he felt threatened now. Lu Xuanqing was younger than him. If she was allowed to grow for another 100 or 200 years in the future, she might really surpass him. This shocked him greatly. Could its power still be increased? Lin Xian was surprised. He saw that Lu Xuanqing had already activated the sect convergence sword. It was obvious that she had strengthened the power of the formation. Thinking of this, he also waved his hand, and a biting cold aura burst out. A flying sword appeared in his hand, which turned into tens of thousands of sword chi and rotated crazily around him. Sword kinesis technique. At this moment, as he moved, all the sword chi began to tremble violently. At the same time, a low dragon roar sounded from within his body. Those sword chi seemed to have transformed into huge dragons that suddenly roared towards the sky. The terrifying power caused the entire space to tremble violently. At this moment, even the people in the distance looked up. There were peerless experts fighting. Go quickly. They were scattered all over the world, but at this moment, they were gathering in the same place. What a terrifying sword chi. What a terrifying power. Lu Xuanqing was also surprised. To be honest, other than Wang Jianyi, she didn't care about anyone else. She didn't expect this sword maniac to be such a threat to her. So what? She was extremely confident in the mysterious heaven sword formation. This was a sword technique that no one except her had mastered. with a roar, a flash of light appeared in her eyes. Then, the giant sword slashed down crazily. Boom, a gigantic sword clashed with countless terrifying sword shadows. Then, tens of thousands of thunderous roars erupted. The world completely shattered, and the surrounding people of the myriad sword pavilion kept retreating. They couldn't withstand this power at all. On a mountain peak in the distance, the azure sky rock's eyes were filled with shock. This was the aura of the mysterious heaven sword formation. Who was fighting with the other party? He had experienced the power of the mysterious heaven sword formation before. Even he couldn't withstand it. Now, an even more terrifying swordsman had appeared? Thinking of this, he quickly retreated. The mountain peak that he was originally standing on also cracked. Crack, crack, crack. In the sky, countless cracks appeared on the heaven-reaching sword, like a spider web on one side. Then, with a cracking sound, the sword light turned into countless laws and scattered in the sky. The heavenly sword shadow was directly shattered. Countless people were shocked. They didn't expect Lin Xian's sword technique to be so powerful. How was this possible? The elders of the myriad sword pavilion were stunned. That was the mysterious heaven sword formation. How could anyone break it? Lu Xuanqing kept retreating, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Her face was full of shock. She couldn't believe that it was the mysterious heaven sword formation. It was her most powerful ability. But now, it had been shattered. Damn it, what kind of sword technique is this guy using? Why is his sword intent so powerful? At this moment, he felt like he was in a dream. He roared like crazy. Buzz, Lin Xian waved his hand, and countless sword chi descended again, sending Lu Xuanqing flying. Then, he said, "You're not my match. However, your strength is not bad. Judging from your talent in the sword Dao, you might be above the myriad sword one. Why don't you submit to me and I'll take you in as my disciple?" To be honest, Lin Xian was also surprised. Although he wasn't as strong as her, he didn't expect her to be so young and beautiful. It really shocked him. He could tell that this sword technique was very terrifying. Even the myriad sword one wouldn't be able to do it. Otherwise, the other party would have already used it during the previous battle. With such talent in the sword Dao, he had the heart to cherish talents. "You want to take me in as your disciple?" Lu Xuanqing was so angry that she almost vomited blood. Was he older than her? What kind of joke was this? She was a top genius, and she felt that he was slapping her in the face. "Kid, don't be too arrogant. Kill me if you can." Lu Xuanqing gritted her teeth and said. Lin Xian shook his head. "Your sword will be even stronger in my hands." The people from Wanjian Pavilion went crazy when they heard that. Even the saint ruler of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion had an ugly expression on his face. What a load of nonsense. Wanjiani rushed up with a murderous aura. He said, "Junior sister, don't listen to him. He wants to destroy your cultivation. This guy is too despicable. Let's kill him together." Together? Lu Xuanqing was stunned. The spectators were also shocked. No way. Wanjiani came in. Is he not confident? To be honest, Wanjiani's face turned cold when he saw Lin Xian's strength. He was confident. However, it was very troublesome. He might even be able to defeat him. However, he might not be able to kill him. He had to get rid of such a person as soon as possible. Therefore, he decided to join forces with Lu Xuanqing. This guy is too despicable. We can definitely kill him if we join forces. However, Lu Xuanqing hesitated. Although she was arrogant, she had never thought of joining forces with others. In her opinion, geniuses would not bother to join forces with others. Unless it was a team battle. She really didn't want to fight two against one like now, so she said. Before she could finish, Wanjiani said, "No buts. If I let this guy go, there will be endless trouble." In order to survive, she had to kill him. How shameless. Lin Xian sneered when he heard that. This Wanjiani is indeed ruthless. Now he wants to join forces to kill me. Wanjiani, are you not even qualified to fight me one-on-one? How dare you call yourself a sword genius? In less than 3 years, you will be surpassed by this junior sister of yours. Kid, no matter what you say, you won't be able to escape death today. Wan Jiani pulled out his sword. He activated 10,000 swords and an extremely terrifying aura burst out. This power was even more terrifying than Lu Xuanqin's. Lu Xuanqin did not make a move, but the 6 experts from Wan Jiani pulled out their swords and fought in 6 directions. They followed Wan Jiani's orders and would not let Lin Xian escape. Lin Xian's face darkened. Since the other party wanted to die, he would fulfill their wish. Although he was in a very dangerous situation now, facing 2 top-notch experts and 6 experts from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, he was still in a very dangerous situation. However, he was still not afraid. At most, he would use his trump card to reveal his identity to everyone. When he thought of this, his eyes lit up. A terrifying sword intent appeared on his body. It soared straight into the clouds. From the looks of it, Lin Xian was also about to make a move. However, at this moment, a voice rang out from the sky. Bullying with numbers. Do you really think that there's no one left in Wushuang City? As soon as he said this, the faces of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion members changed. Even Lin Xian was stunned. The people from Peerless City had arrived. Who was it? Was it Senior Brother Fu or Senior Brother Ling Hu? He raised his head and saw that it wasn't her. Instead, it was a man in green who descended from the sky. His face was unfamiliar. However, Lin Xian knew that this was one of the senior brothers of Peerless City. When Wan Jiani saw that it wasn't Fu Hongya, he sneered. Just anyone dared to come and seek death. Kill him. As soon as his voice fell, the 6 experts unleashed a terrifying sword qi and rushed towards the other party. Not good. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He didn't know the strength of this young man in green. The young man in green said coldly with a calm gaze. Thousands of mountains, flying away. Countless mountain peaks appeared between heaven and earth, enveloping the 6 sword saints. Then, black phantoms flew out from the mountain peaks. They were like sharp blades, covering the sky and earth. There were at least 10 million of them. In an instant, the 6 sword saints retreated. Countless bloody holes appeared on their bodies. Their bodies were dyed red with blood. In the blink of an eye, they were seriously injured. So powerful, everyone's pupils constricted. Wan Jiani was also stunned. Lin Xian was the same. He took a deep breath. What a terrifying supernatural power. It seemed that this person should also be a top-notch genius. Who are you? Wan Jiani gritted his teeth and asked. He didn't expect Peerless City to have such an expert other than Ling Hu Chueshue and Fu Hongya. I'm Lu Yuan, the 3rd disciple of Peerless Saint King. Wan Jiani, you're a top-notch genius on the pilgrim list. How can you be so despicable now? You want to fight me with numbers? You can try now. Lu Yuan stepped in the air, and an extremely terrifying aura erupted from his body. Wan Jiani's face was very ugly. They originally had an absolute advantage. However, Lu Yuan's appearance directly injured the 6 sword saints, causing them to lose their advantage in an instant. It was just Lu Yuan. If they really fought, Wan Jiani wasn't afraid at all. However, in the next moment, his face became extremely ugly. That was because at that moment, another ethereal voice sounded. Oh, someone wants to bully Peerless City. As soon as this voice was heard, everyone's soul trembled violently. They felt that their souls were about to split open. Even Lin Xian took a deep breath. What a terrifying soul expert. Moreover, it was someone from Peerless City. Everyone looked up and saw a woman walking over in the sky. She was wearing a black dress. Like a flower that bloomed in the netherworld, her hair was snow white. The 2 contrasting colors on his body were incomparably strange. Her eyes were black and white, as if they were yin and yang. Her appearance caused the entire world to become oppressive. Who was this person? Everyone was shocked, and so were the elders of the sacred city who were watching from the outside. Did Peerless City have another top-notch genius? Impossible. How could there be so many geniuses? Who are you? Wan Jiani gritted his teeth and asked. He felt that the other party's cultivation was ordinary, but her eyes were too terrifying. That was an eye technique, and her soul was extremely powerful. It was a great threat to him. I am the 6th disciple of Peerless Sage King, Yu Rua. The mysterious woman's voice sounded between heaven and earth, and countless people took a deep breath. Another personal disciple. How many disciples did Peerless Sage King take in? The people of Wanjiani Pavilion had ugly expressions. The people of Acheron Hall and Great Desolation Mansion also looked gloomy. Damn it, they were too careless. They had underestimated Peerless City. They didn't expect Peerless City to have so many hidden geniuses. Yurua stood in the void and said coldly. Wanjiani, you said that you wanted to fight as a team. Alright, let's start now. As she spoke, an extremely powerful soul storm swept over. Wanjiani roared and activated Wanjiani's body to defend himself. Lu Xuanqin also used the Black Heaven Sword technique to cover her body. The 6 injured sword saints also wanted to defend themselves. But soon, their glabella cracked and their souls were destroyed. Are they dead? Wanjiani gritted his teeth in disbelief. His opponent's soul was so powerful. The people outside were also stunned. This person's soul is probably close to the middle stage of the Holy Venerate realm. Lin Xian was also shocked. Isn't this too powerful? Even his heavenly secret divine eyes felt a pressure. He didn't know what kind of eye technique the other party had cultivated. His senior brother had taken in so many geniuses? He didn't know about it before. That's right, a team competition? Lu Yuan also laughed. Looks like we haven't fought for a long time. Time to let them know how powerful we are. Wanjiani was furious. What a joke. He wanted to fight as a team battle because they had the advantage. But now, the other party had more experts than them. It would be very disadvantageous for them to fight as a team. So he snorted and stared at Lin Xian. You're really shameless. You wanted to fight a group battle because you had the advantage in numbers. Now that you have nothing to do, you want to fight one-on-one? Who do you think you are? Lin Xian sneered. The others also discussed spiritedly. This Wanjiani is really too despicable. Yeah, I used to think that he was a proud swordsman. I didn't expect him to be so sinister. Hearing this, the people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion had ugly expressions, but they didn't say anything. Because Wanjiani's current action was the wisest. Wanjiani also snorted coldly. He didn't care about anything, whether it was despicable or shameless, as long as he could win. So he said, how do I know you don't dare to? Trying to goad me? Lin Xian laughed. Very good, I'll fall for that. I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian walked out, causing countless people to be stunned. This sword maniac's brain must be damaged. He actually wants to fight one-on-one at this time. He's too arrogant. Even Lu Yuan and Yurua were stunned. However, when they saw Lin Xian's confident smile, they didn't say anything. Lin Xian walked out. He looked at Lu Xuanqin. I'll let you see how the top swordsman of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion is defeated by me. At that time, I hope you'll submit to me. Damn it, don't be arrogant. Senior brother Wan will definitely not lose. Lu Xuanqin gritted his teeth. Lin Xian smiled. Oh, is that so? Since you're so confident, do you dare to make a bet with me? If I lose, I'll let you do whatever you want. But if he loses, you'll submit to me. As soon as these words came out, the people watching the battle outside were stunned. This sword maniac didn't seem to be joking. Could it be that he's serious? What kind of joke is this? He's too arrogant. If it was a sacred king who did this, everyone would naturally be willing. But a young man, and a small saint at that, seemed to be joking no matter how they looked at it. Yurua was also stunned. Black and white light bloomed in her eyes, enveloping Lu Xuanqin. At the next moment, she revealed a look of surprise. Could it be that he has the body of a sword spirit? The body of a sword spirit? Lu Yuan was also stunned. Many people were in an uproar. It can't be, it's a very terrifying body constitution in the starry sky. Who would have thought that the 10,000 Swords Pavilion would find it? The people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion did not say a word. They were gritting their teeth so hard that they were about to break. Damn it, not only did he get slapped in the face, his secret was also exposed. Lu Xian was indeed a sword spirit in her heart, which was also a rare physique. Moreover, his achievements in the sword Dao were extremely terrifying. His future achievements would definitely be above that of a Saint King, so he was worth nurturing. Originally, they had planned to keep this a secret. After all, if the secret was leaked, they would definitely be targeted by the other holy cities. However, he didn't expect Yurua to see through it. "Junior sister, don't worry. This brat is definitely not my match." Wan Jiani walked out and said, "Kid, do you dare to swear on your Dao heart? Let's fight one-on-one. No one is allowed to help us." Why wouldn't he dare? Lin Xian sneered. He had long wanted to have a battle of swordsmanship with his opponent. Now was the perfect opportunity. Buzz. Lin Xian waved his hand, and a piercingly cold sword chi directly pressed down. Its speed was extremely fast. It was also the sword manipulation technique of the sword dragons. Humph, Wan Jiani snorted and also waved his hand, and a sword chi was also released. The two collided, and the terrifying sword Dao Law swept out in all directions. Countless large cracks continued to spread. Lu Xian quickly retreated. On the other side, Yu Rua and Lu Yuan also retreated to a distance, silently watching the battle. Lin Xian waved his sword chi, and it turned into battle dragons one after another, flying out. There was a terrifying dragon Dao aura on them. These sword chi could easily pierce through everything. Feeling the danger, Wan Jiani's face darkened, and he sneered. "Do you know? The sword in my hand is called the Dragon Slaying Sword, and it is just right to counter you." The power of the sword burst out, and all the sword shadows were all blown away. A terrifying light rushed towards Lin Xian's throat. The Dragon Slaying Sword was Wan Jiani's weapon, and it was a famous sword in the Myriad Sword Pavilion. Legend had it that 8,000 years ago, there was a supreme sword saint in the Myriad Sword Pavilion who wielded this sword. He was an expert who killed 9 supreme dragons, and his name shook the universe. Therefore, this sword was named the Dragon Slaying Sword. Later, it was passed down to Wan Jiani, and when he used it now, it was also incomparably terrifying. The people of the 3 great dragons also looked gloomy when they saw this scene. Although the dragons that were killed back then were not from their 3 races, they were still dragons after all. The other party used their blood to make a name for himself, so naturally, they were unhappy. Therefore, many people gritted their teeth, hoping that Lin Xian could win. Sword controlling technique, 8 Dragons' Fury. Lin Xian waved his hand, and 8 shadows of swords appeared under his palm. It was abnormally terrifying. The 8 sword chi vibrated non-stop, and an extremely terrifying dragon roar was released, matching with his breathing technique. It was earth-shattering. The sword chi from Wan Jiani's dragon-slaying sword was also shattered. Wan Jiani's pupils shrank, and he could only withdraw his sword to defend himself. He kept retreating, and the surrounding void turned into a black hole. What a terrifying sword! Lu Xuanqin was shocked when she saw the scene. Wan Jiani was forced back, and his face turned ugly. Then, he quickly attacked. The two of them exchanged blows, and it was like 2 divine swords colliding non-stop. Every strike had the power to destroy the world. Divine sword controlling thunder. Wan Jiani's fury was harmonious, and the sword chi was swung. Above the 9 heavens, dark clouds gathered, and thunder fell one after another. It merged with the sword chi, forming a terrifying and destructive aura. This was a shocking scene, and it was also the top sword technique of the Wan Jiani Pavilion. At this moment, it was being used, and it was attacking Lin Xian. Lin Xian's sword chi was wide open, and he fought against it. He had seen many supernatural powers at Mount Longhu before, and now they were all merged together. The sword chi that was formed was extremely mysterious, and every sword had an unpredictable power. Lin Xian swung 5 sword chi towards the sky in a row, tearing all the thunder apart. At the same time, his body shone brightly, and a sword chi shot out like a divine sword. He immediately charged towards Wan Jiani. With a boom, the defense on Wan Jiani's body was instantly torn apart, and the sword pierced into his body, leaving a sword mark. Battle Dragon Armor. It was the armor formed by Wan Jiani's dragon-slaying sword chi, and it was extremely powerful. Even sacred venerables of the same level couldn't tear it apart, but at this moment, he was roaring crazily. The laws of the sword on it kept flowing. His armor also made the sound of glass shattering. His face was full of shock. He couldn't believe it. Lu Xuanqing sucked in a cold breath. Wang Jiani was actually injured. It was too unbelievable. Countless people outside exclaimed, and Wang Jiani roared angrily. Get lost, a terrifying sword intent erupted, and it directly broke Lin Xian's battle sword. Then, he used 10,000 swords, and his body shone brightly, healing his wound. With a roar, he streaked across the sky, and with a dragon-slaying sword in his hand, he charged over. Along with it, there were 10,000 thunderbolts. Buzz, Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all, and he shot out flying swords that filled the sky to fight back. The intense collision between the two was like fireworks blooming in the sky. Along with it, there were countless sounds of thunder. At this moment, those who came from afar also stopped in their tracks. They even retreated again. There was no way to go forward at all. This battle was really too terrifying. The people of Wang Jiani Pavilion couldn't believe it. It was simply too powerful, but Wang Jiani was even more terrifying. Especially Wang Jiani, who was now a sword saint. How terrifying was his strength? Lin Xian, on the other hand, was only a minor saint. They couldn't believe that they were evenly matched. Buzz, suddenly, a sword chi tore through everything, and it charged towards Lin Xian's throat. It was an edgeless sword. This sword chi was silent, and it carried a biting cold-killing intent. Seeing this strange sword, Yu Rua and Lu Yuan's hearts tightened. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was expressionless. He was prepared to use all kinds of strange techniques at any time. Therefore, when he saw this scene, he opened his mouth and spat out a sword light. It was a soundless sword. Then, he opened and closed and charged forward. Imperial Thunder Sword. 10,000 swords fought against the Thunder Sword. However, after 10 moves, he retreated again. His all-returning swords was almost repelled by the other party. How was this possible? He was shocked that the other party could find his weakness. Lin Xian sneered. He had also cultivated the all-returning swords, so he naturally knew where the weakness was. At this moment, he charged forward again. Imperial Sword Technique, Roar of the Eight Dragons. Another terrifying sword sound was heard. At the same time, Lin Xian swung his long sword again. 8 Swords of the Sea Dragon. This was also a peerless sword technique. The sea water between heaven and earth surged, and the sound of dragons could be heard. This sword technique was extremely vast, and it charged over with the power of heaven and earth. Wang Jiani's all-returning swords was extremely powerful. He blocked the terrifying sword. At the same time, he attacked the 8 Swords of the Sea Dragon. At this moment, his sword technique kept hitting the waves, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea. He couldn't make any waves at all. The 8 sea dragons stirred up heaven and earth, as if the whole world had turned into an ocean. The water child sword technique and the sword law kept surging. The combination of the two completely suppressed the Imperial Thunder Sword. Especially under the dragon's breathing technique, the 8 sea dragons seemed to have come alive. They roared at the sky, and their power increased. Every attack was powerful enough to overturn the sea. In the end, all the thunder was completely drowned. Wang Jiani's expression changed. He quickly retreated and didn't use the Imperial Thunder Sword again. What do you think? You're no match for me. Lin Xian snorted. Lu Xuanqing was completely stunned. She didn't expect the other party to be so powerful. Wang Jiani's expression was extremely gloomy. He gritted his teeth and said, "Kid, don't be arrogant. I'll show you my ultimate technique." As he spoke, he waved his hand. Countless sword chi flew out again, forming a sword formation that covered heaven and earth. Is senior brother Wan going to use the eightfold sword formation? Lu Xian was shocked and quickly retreated. Lin Xian also frowned. He also felt that the aura around him had become terrifying once again. It was even more terrifying than the mysterious heaven sword formation. Firstly, the formation that Wang Jiani was using was called the eightfold sword formation. It was also a terrifying sword formation. Moreover, Wang Jiani's strength was above Lu Xuanqing's, so his power was even more terrifying than before. Eightfold sword formation: heaven, earth, water, fire, thunder, mountain, wind, lake. There were 8 different great Daos in 8 different directions. The great Daos formed from each other were extremely terrifying. At this moment, even Yu Rua and Lu Yuan had a change in expression. The people watching the battle from outside also exclaimed. Wang Jiani actually knew the eightfold sword formation. It was too terrifying. This guy's talent in the way of the sword was actually so high. The people from Peerless City furrowed their brows when they heard the commotion. Brat, can you feel the power of my sword art? Next will be your death. Wang Jiani snorted and waved his hand. The eightfold sword formation danced quickly. The sky churned, and countless sword lights descended as if the sky was hanging down. This was the sword of heaven. Its strength was extremely terrifying. If one was hit by it, they would definitely be crushed into a bloody mist. Lin Xian snorted and used his sword art to resist it. At the same time, the ground cracked open. The sword of earth rushed out and combined with heaven and earth, completely sealing Lin Xian. Lin Xian was forced back, and his qi and blood were in turmoil. Wang Jiani laughed when he saw this. Brat, do you see this? This is the difference between us. You're not even a saint venerable. What do you have to fight me? Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Eightfold sword formation? That was interesting. It seems that you're a little more powerful than I thought. But so what? Lin Xian's eyes burst out with a cold sword light. Then I'll let you see my sword art. As he spoke, the 5 laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth appeared on his body. They surged rapidly. The 5 elements sword formation. 5 types of great Dao sword qi surged around him. Each of them was extremely sharp, and they combined with each other endlessly. Sword of fire. Lin Xian struck out with his sword. Monstrous flames flew out and engulfed the 9 heavens. It collided with the other party's sword of heaven. At the same time, he stomped his foot. Endless water laws also surged and formed a sword of water, which turned into a boundless sea to fight against the other party's sword of earth. The two collided, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. This was a confrontation of different great Daos. At the same time, it was also a collision of different sword formations. The power of the explosion made everyone dumbfounded. Those who were watching the battle outside exclaimed again. They originally thought that Lin Xian was dead for sure, but they didn't expect that Lin Xian also had a formation. He actually mastered the 5 elements laws, and the 5 elements were combined. Some people frowned. This sword maniac was actually so difficult to deal with. Wang Jiani's face was also cold. 5 elements combined? Why did he feel that it was so familiar? If he remembered correctly, there was a detestable brat before who knew the 5 elements. He didn't expect to see a similar law today. This guy, could it be that brat? A doubt arose in his heart. But soon, he shook his head and denied it. Impossible, that detestable brat had already been attacked by a sage king. He would definitely die. There was no way he could survive. The sky shook and the earth shook, and the sound of an intense collision rang out. Lin Xian blocked the other party's attack. Then, he said, your sword formation isn't that good either. It's my turn now. Sword of water, see. As his voice fell, endless water swords surged, turning into a monstrous sea that swept across the sky. At this moment, the boundless land was completely covered by the sea. It turned into an ocean. It emitted a terrifying power that seemed to be able to swallow everything. Even those who were extremely far away changed their expressions. It was too terrifying. Who exactly was the one who attacked? Their eyes turned red as they looked into the distance. Boom, boom, boom. The sea surged, drawing out many whirlpools that swallowed Wang Jiani. It wanted to seal Wang Jiani. Wang Jiani snorted coldly, causing the earth to split open and crazily absorb the sea water. The two were in a stalemate again. At the same time, he sneered, do you think I don't have water? The eightfold sword formation also contained the law of water. At this moment, his law of water also surged out, clashing with Lin Xian's water swords. At the same time, the law of fire also surged out. The 4 laws of heaven, earth, water, and fire all appeared together. It suppressed Lin Xian's 5 elements sword formation. Lin Xian used the law of earth and the law of gold to block it. The sword qi of the 2 laws clashed again. At the same time, the law of wood covered the sky and covered the earth. The 5 elements combined and suppressed the other party again. Wan Jianni's face was cold. He roared angrily, and between heaven and earth, tens of thousands of thunderbolts exploded. The terrifying power swept across everything, and the law of wood was directly restrained. Brat, it's useless. Your wood sword chi can't block my thunder sword at all. As expected, the laws formed by the wood sword chi were continuously shattered. Your 5 elements sword formation only has 5 types of laws, while my 8-fold sword formation has 8 types of laws. What do you have to fight with me? Wan Jianni roared. Another terrifying storm blew, and the 6th law appeared, completely suppressing the 5 elements sword formation. A terrifying storm tore through the surroundings, causing the sky to crumble and the earth to crack. Everyone was shocked. The 8-fold sword formation was too powerful. It was Wan Jianni's most terrifying technique. At this moment, Wan Jianni's sword technique and laws were all integrated into the formation. This sword maniac was going to lose this time. Yes, he should be proud to be able to contend with Wan Jianni for such a long time. He was still a small saint now. If he grew into a saint venerable, he might be able to defeat Wan Jianni. Discussions sounded one after another. Of course, there were also people who sneered. Do you think he can still leave alive? Today is the day he dies. Lin Xian was indeed suppressed, but he was not afraid. He also laughed. Do you think you're the only one who has wind and thunder? Unfortunately, I also have 2 types of laws. As expected, the laws of wind and thunder erupted beside him at the same time. Once again, he blocked the 6 laws of the other party. At this moment, the 2 sword chis collided once again. The boundless power caused the void to crumble continuously, causing many large cracks to appear. The entire world began to shake violently. Retreat quickly. Lu Xuanxin, Yu Rua, and the others also quickly retreated. Useless brat, my 6 types of laws are independent of each other. The power of the 8-fold sword formation is endless, and you only have the 5 elemental laws. The laws of wind and thunder can't be integrated into your sword technique at all. Wan Jianni sneered. He unleashed his power again, wanting to turn the whole world upside down. That power emitted a desolate aura. Yu Rua and Lu Yuan were also a little worried because Wan Jianni was right. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Who told you that I'm still in the 5 elemental sword formation? My current formation is called the 7 slaughter sword formation. Feel the power of my sword technique. Lin Xian let out a roar as the 7 types of laws surged incessantly, erupting with boundless might. Heaven and earth were split open, and there was a powerful force that seemed to have crossed time and space. At this moment, the 7 laws were connected, and each of them had an extremely strong killing power. It was as dazzling as a divine sword. No way, this kid's formation is even stronger, everyone exclaimed. Wan Jianni was also pushed back and spat out a mouthful of blood. He gritted his teeth and roared. So what if it's the 7 slaughter formation, 8-fold sword formation? Rise for me. The last 2 laws also erupted, the law of mountain and the law of lake. Between heaven and earth, tens of thousands of mountains surrounded the land. The ground had turned into a swamp, which was incomparably strange. At this moment, the 8 laws revolved around each other, tearing everything apart and completely enveloping the 7 annihilation sword formation once again. The battle between the 2 was extremely shocking. Lu Xuanxin was extremely nervous. He could not tell how the battle was going. From afar, Lu Yuan asked, "What do you think?" Yu Rua's eyes were black and white. They bloomed with an extremely strange light. She said with a frown. Not good, the 8-fold sword formation was really terrifying. The 8 types of laws fused together and actually gave birth to the aura of chaos. What? Lu Yan's expression changed when he heard that. The aura of chaos? How was that possible? Was this Wan Jianni able to merge the 8 sword skills to such an extent? It was too unbelievable. Sure enough. The 8 types of laws revolved around each other. A chaotic sword beam was directly activated by the 7 kills sword array and slashed at Lin Xian. With a clang, Lin Xian was sent flying. A sword wound appeared on his body as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Not good. The spectators also exclaimed in surprise. What was that? Some of them were shocked. The people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion were shocked. They cheered happily. The chaotic sword beam was actually condensed into a chaotic sword beam. That was really unbelievable. They did not expect Wan Jian's strength to be so strong. The spectators were even more shocked when they heard that. That was the aura of the origin of heaven and earth. It was really shocking that this guy could actually create it. The people from Wushuang City looked terrible. Not good, the sword maniac is in danger. Wushuang Sage King also frowned. Little junior brother, how are you going to block it? Lin Xian felt the change in his opponent's sword energy. His eyes also lit up. This aura was not the aura of the 8 types of laws. It was the aura of the fusion of laws. Kid, are you shocked? Let me tell you, this is a chaotic sword beam. You can't block it at all. Next, I'll let you know what despair is. Chaotic sword beam? Lin Xian took a deep breath. It was indeed very powerful. Was his opponent already able to use such sword energy? At the same time, the battle attracted the attention of the experts from all over the world. They were originally scattered, but now they were all gathered together. When they saw the chaotic sword beam, they were all stunned. This Wan Jian was too powerful. Some of the experts from Wushuang City frowned. Chao Tianxing's eyes also lit up. On the other side, Gu Feng stood in the void, floating up and down. He was indeed a peerless enemy. He muttered to himself. Xianxia, Guan Songhai, and the rest also frowned. It was obvious that Wan Jian's strength was beyond everyone's expectations. Could it be that this guy had a temporary breakthrough and fused the chaotic sword beam? This sword maniac was finished. Discussions were heard all around. None of them believed that Lin Xian would be able to withstand the attack. Brother Xian. Morong Qingqing also came. She was watching from afar. Her heart was also in her mouth. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Chaotic sword energy, it seemed that he could only show his true strength. To be honest, he wanted to hide some of his strength. But Wan Jian's strength made it impossible for him to hide. Since that was the case, he would fight it out. Why? Do you still want to fight me? Wan Jian shook his head. You are not my opponent at all. You can't block my chaotic sword beam. Wan Jian pushed the 8-fold sword formation and charged over. Yu Rua and Lu Yuan frowned when they saw this. Should they make a move? After all, the other party had temporarily joined their Wushuang City's camp. They would not leave him in the lurch. The two of them took a deep breath and prepared to make a move. However, Lin Xian waved his hand. Around the original 7 laws, another law appeared. A law that was as bright as the sun illuminated the 9 heavens. As soon as it appeared, it lit up the entire sky. Countless people were shocked. This kid actually had a law. The 8th law had appeared. But it was not enough. If it was just 8 laws, it would not be able to block the 8-fold sword formation. After all, the other party had fused 8 laws and formed the chaotic sword beam. Sure enough, Wan Jian was also stunned. Do you still have a trump card? But you can't do anything to me. He rushed over even faster. Lin Xian, on the other hand, continued to wave his hand. After the 8th law, the 9th law appeared. It was a pitch-black law. As soon as it appeared, everyone felt their bodies shaking and their blood solidifying. It was as if their lives were about to be taken away. The 9th law had appeared. Moreover, it was an extremely terrifying cold law. This guy had actually mastered 9 laws. Everyone was shocked. Who on earth was this sword maniac? Yu Rua and Lu Yuan were also stunned. Originally, they thought that Lin Xian had lost, but now it seemed that was not necessarily the case. Therefore, the two of them did not make a move. Chao Tianxing's eyes lit up. Is he going to fight with all his might? He whispered. Morong Qingqing was also nervous. It seemed that Lin Xian did not intend to hold back. After the solar law and death law appeared, Lin Xian did not stop. Instead, he let the 2 laws fuse. They formed a Tai Chi diagram. What's that? Seeing this scene, many people exclaimed, and some people's pupils shrank. How is that possible? Yin-yang fish. Could it be the law of yin and yang? This guy actually knows a type of origin law. Everyone went crazy. How is that possible? Wang Jiani also stopped, looking extremely shocked. 5-element sword formation and the law of yin and yang? How is that possible? Could it be that you're that person? You're not dead? He was really too shocked. The more the other party used, the more he felt that the other party was that person. What's going on? Could it be that this sword maniac has some other identity? Some people discussed animatedly. However, some people's expressions became incomparably ugly. They thought of a person who should not exist. Could it be you? You're not dead? Wang Jiani shouted coldly. Lin Xian sneered and did not answer. Instead, he used the 9 laws to the extreme. 9 tribulations, the 9 laws descended from the sky like 9 heavenly tribulations, attacking the 8-fold sword formation. The two sides once again engaged in a great battle, and the 8-fold sword formation was suppressed. Wang Jiani was furious and quickly shot out a chaotic sword light. Lin Xian also shot out a yin-yang sword light. The two were like 2 divine swords that devoured the sky and split the earth. He blocked it, this kid really blocked it. When the spectators saw it, they could not believe it. That was a chaotic sword chi, absolutely no one could block it. They did not expect the other party to know the yin-yang sword chi. Exclamations sounded one after another. However, some people's expressions became incomparably ugly. For example, Soaring Sky Sage King, Desolate Sky Sage King, and Silver Corpse Sage King's eyes emitted a shocking light. Sage King Silver Corpse's face was filled with disbelief. How is that possible? Was it that guy? But that guy had already been killed by him. He was still not sure. Damn it. Wang Jiani was roaring nonstop as well. He had not expected that even after unleashing his chaotic sword light, he would still be unable to do anything to his opponent. Chaos destroyed the heavens. He raised his head and roared. The 8-fold sword formation quickly fused together, and the chaotic sword light became even more terrifying. So what if you have the 9 tribulations? I can still kill you. Is that so? Lin Xian unleashed the power of the 9 laws even more terrifyingly, blocking the chaotic sword light. He said at the same time. Do you think that your 8-fold sword formation is really that powerful? Today, I'll break it for you. At this point, another precept rushed out from his body. That was the law of the sword, which was abnormally terrifying. As soon as it appeared, it was accompanied by a loud and clear dragon roar. It was as if a divine dragon had been resurrected. The 10th law had appeared, countless people were stunned. A single person had actually grasped 10 types of laws. How heaven-defying was that? The addition of the 10 bells law caused the sword formation to change once again. Lin Xian roared in all directions. It was like a peerless sword. Absolute kill of all sides. Boom. Boom, the power of the great dragon sword spirit also erupted at this moment. The dragon-shaped sword shadow directly slashed out, colliding with the chaotic sword chi. Clang, the 8-fold sword formation finally couldn't hold on anymore, and the chaotic sword light was sent flying. The 8-fold sword formation shattered, and Wang Jiani's body split open. Impossible, right? Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. The people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion roared crazily. The 8-fold sword formation was defeated. Damn it. At the same time, some people exclaimed. It was that kid. He didn't die. The third great sage king suddenly stood up, and an extremely terrifying light burst out from his eyes. The people of Peerless City were also stunned. Lin Xian was still alive. And his strength had become so terrifying. What? Lin Xian, are you talking about that Lin Wudi? Heavens, wasn't he killed by the Yellow Springs Dao diagram of the Silver Corpse Sage King? How could he still be alive? At this moment, everyone went crazy when they heard the news. Legend had it that Lin Xian was hit by the Sage King. A small saint would definitely be killed by the Sage King's attack. But now, he came out alive. What was going on? How could it be? The Soaring Sage King frowned, and they looked at the Silver Corpse Sage King. The Silver Corpse Sage King frowned. I don't know either. I did hit him. Could it be that he still has some trump card? It's you? You didn't die. Countless exclamations could be heard from within the cracked space. For example, the people of the Yellow Springs Palace, the Great Desolate Mansion, and even Gu Feng's pupils shrank. Their faces darkened. Lin Xian looked around and said coldly. That's right, it's me. I'm still alive. Why? You didn't expect it, right? At the same time, his gaze pierced through the void, as if it could see through everything. Silver Corpse Sage King, you attacked me without any care. Today, I will make the Yellow Springs Palace pay a painful price. And you, the Demon City and the Great Desolate Mansion, I won't let any of you go. Lin Xian's voice was filled with strong killing intent. Everyone's scalp went numb. Such a genius survived in the hands of a Sage King and returned with a strong momentum. What would happen next? Everyone didn't dare to imagine. At the same time, some of them suddenly understood. No wonder he targeted the Demon City and the other Saint Cities. So this was the reason. Damn it. The people of the Yellow Springs Palace gritted their teeth. The other Saint Cities were also about to vomit blood. On the other hand, the people of Wushuang City were extremely excited. The corner of Wushuang Sage King's mouth curled up into a smile. Finally, he revealed his identity. Since that was the case, there was no need to hold back anymore. Lu Xuanqin was completely stunned. She had always thought that her greatest opponent in the future would be senior brother Wan Jianni. But she didn't expect that this godlike senior brother would lose. And lose to a minor saint. Is this the legendary Lin Wudi? She looked ahead, her heart trembling. Lin Xian looked at her and said coldly. Wan Jianni has lost. Are you going to submit to me? Lu Xuanqin's face turned pale. Submit to him? She was unwilling. But the scene in front of her was too shocking. But at this moment, a roar was heard. The broken blood mist turned into Wan Jianni's figure again. His face was pale. It was obvious that he was severely injured. But he didn't die. His whole body seemed to have merged with the eightfold sword formation. There was also a chaotic aura surrounding him. It's really you, you're still alive. Wan Jianni roared crazily. Lin Xian was the same. His eyes were filled with cold light. You're still alive. As he said that, he attacked again. The eightfold sword formation attacked crazily. Wan Jianni kept vomiting blood. Damn it. Stop it. The people of the Wan Jianni pavilion rushed over, wanting to stop them. But at this moment, Yu Rua and Lu Yuan also moved. What? You want to fight a group battle? Do you think we're air? Lu Yuan snorted. Thousands of mountains, flying. Thousands of illusions of mountains appeared. Countless light blades began to sprinkle in the void. Thousands of paths, no traces of people. Another terrifying sound was heard. Then, a destructive aura rushed towards the people of the Wan Jianni pavilion. Those people roared crazily and fought back. Many people vomited blood and were sent flying. Of course, there were also people who rushed out. After all, those who could come here were all experts. Some experts rushed out and attacked Yu Rua and Lu Yuan. At the same time, there were terrifying figures moving in the distance. Obviously, the Wan Jianni pavilion was not the only sacred city. The other sacred cities had also made their moves. You want to fight? Yu Rua roared as her black and white eyes turned. A black ink plate and a white light rotated in the sky as terrifying souls rushed out. The surrounding time seemed to have turned black and white as everyone was pulled into a strange soul illusion. They felt a huge impact on their souls. Lone fishing, cold river snow. Lu Yuan formed a seal with her palm and the surrounding ice started to blow. Those who were trapped in the illusion were frozen. They were shattered by countless illusions of mountains. All of a sudden, all sorts of miserable roars were heard. Quick, attack! We can't let the people from the Acheron Hall get here. Countless laws were hammered down. On the other side, the people from the myriad demon city also attacked. All sorts of demonic beasts roared in the sky. There were even many people from the Great Desolate Mansion who summoned barren figures. They attacked. A huge battle broke out as many people charged towards Yu Rua and Lu Yuan. Some of them charged towards Lin Xian as they felt that he was more dangerous and they had to get rid of him quickly. Lu Xuanqin formed the Shantian sword formation to block them. To be honest, he didn't want to bully Wang Jiani with numbers. However, if he didn't attack now, Wang Jiani might be killed. Buzz, the Shantian sword formation erupted with endless power once again. It cooperated with the eightfold sword formation to resist Lin Xian's 10 ultimate sword formation. However, at this moment, a beautiful figure descended from the sky. Morong Qingqing appeared with the Kunlun 9 slashes and the Shantian white sword. The two beautiful figures clashed. Lin Xian snorted. Wang Jiani, do you think you can still escape? The 10 ultimate sword formation erupted, causing Wang Jiani to vomit blood again as his body cracked. Damn it! Wang Jiani roared. He knew that he wasn't Lin Xian's match. He couldn't believe it and could only escape quickly. Come quickly! He roared as he wanted to seek help. 5 people from the Myriad Sword Pavilion rushed over. They released their peerless sword techniques and their killing intent sword. Lin Xian roared furiously as he unleashed 10 types of magical laws and attacked madly. With a slash, the 5 people were completely penetrated by the sword chi. Their souls were destroyed. At this moment, someone else attacked. The people of Thousand Demon City and Acheron Hall attacked as well. 8 silhouettes rushed towards him. Lin Xian roared as the great dragon sword spirit completely erupted. Together with the 10 types of laws, they transformed into the 10 absolute sword formation and swept out in all directions. Wherever he passed, no one could stop him. He was too strong. At this moment, Lin Xian was like a peerless god of death. He was simply unstoppable and powerful to the extreme. The spectators outside were all stupefied. What kind of battle prowess was this? Was this brat trying to defy the heavens? Wang Jiani's body tensed up again. If it wasn't for the eightfold sword formation and the primal chaos sword light, he would have been killed long ago. Even so, his situation was still very dangerous. He could be destroyed by his opponent's sword formation at any time. 2 desolate sabers descended from the sky. The 3 yellow springs diagrams in front of them kept spinning. The 2 greater demons at the back quickly attacked. This was a Saint Venerable from a different generation making a move. Lin Xian's chi and blood were in turmoil from the attack. Once he revealed his identity, he no longer hid it. The 9 yang divine body shone brightly. The golden light made him look like a golden god of war. He forcefully blocked these forces. At the same time, he activated his sword chi again. Wherever it passed, no one could stop him. In the end, he used the powerful 10 absolute sword formation to break the eightfold sword formation and pierce through Wang Jiani's body. Wang Jiani used the primal chaos sword light to defend, but his body was completely destroyed. The aura of the great dragon sword spirit made it impossible for him to revive. In the end, the primal chaos sword light protected his head. Damn it, save me quickly. Wang Jiani was really frightened. This was his last hope. If his soul was destroyed, then he really couldn't revive. With a scream, the primal chaos sword light was sent flying again. Everyone went crazy. However, at this moment, a spatial crack appeared in the sky and directly swallowed him. Lin Xian's sword also hit empty air. It pierced through the void, but he realized that he didn't hit the other party's head. Did he escape? Impossible. Lin Xian used the heaven-level god eye. At this moment, he stared at a figure. A hazy figure descended from the sky and stood there, emitting an extremely terrifying aura. Gu Feng. Lin Xian's face darkened. Gu Feng was a genius, an expert of the space element. It was him who used the void great divine ability to move the other party's head away. Why? You want to save him? Ask the sword in my hand if it agrees. Lin Xian's voice was cold. On the other side, many spatial cracks appeared on Gu Feng's body. His body seemed to have completely merged with the world. A terrifying aura spread out. The two of them faced each other, while the surrounding people were fighting. Yu Rua, Lu Yuan, Morong Qingqing, and the surrounding people attacked, forming a terrifying attack. However, there were too many people around them, so they were gradually suppressed. Morong Qingqing snorted and released the light of Kunlun. Immediately, the people of the Kunlun pavilion in the distance quickly came to help. But it was still not enough. This time, the other party had at least 4 saint cities, while they only had 2 great sage cities. Fortunately, Morong Qingqing and the others were all top experts, so they could fight against many of them. That was why they were in a stalemate. The faces of the people of the four great sage cities became extremely ugly. They had suffered heavy losses. As for the other party, they were only slightly injured. None of them died, which made them go crazy. Lu Xuanqin also retreated, her face was full of disbelief. The crowd scattered, forming a confrontation. They all looked forward. In front, Lin Xian and Gu Feng were facing each other. The aura on their bodies was getting more and more terrifying. Especially the 10 types of laws on Lin Xian's body, which turned into 10 divine swords, rampaging in all directions. Even the people of the four great sage cities felt their scalps go numb. The other party was just a minor saint, but his power was enough to kill them easily. Gu Feng was even more terrifying. The other saint venerables couldn't resist him. But he acted as if nothing had happened to him. More than 10 large cracks appeared around him, tearing the void apart. He swallowed all the terrifying sword qi. It seemed like he had been banished into the void. Lin Xian didn't act rashly because the space technique was extremely terrifying. Moreover, the other party was from the monarch clan, so he must have cultivated the void scripture. It was probably more terrifying than Wang Jianni's eightfold sword formation. On the other side, Gu Feng didn't act either. To be honest, although he had an extremely powerful space technique, his power was too strong. But the other party's law was too strong. He could even form the yin-yang image, which really surprised her. Lin Xian. Very good, you didn't die. Looks like we will have a battle in the end. But not now. Next time. Gu Feng's body gradually disappeared into the void. His voice resounded between heaven and earth. Lin Xian said coldly. I'll be waiting for you. When Gu Feng disappeared, the faces of the people of the four great sage cities became even uglier. Lu Yuan and the others heaved a sigh of relief. This Gu Feng wasn't simple. He was the king of space. That wasn't something that could be said casually. Yu Rua also nodded solemnly. Her black and white eyes carefully sensed. Although Gu Feng had left, the people from the four great sage city were still there, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. They had already sent out a signal, and more experts would come to support them. Sure enough, many figures appeared in the surroundings, and a few of them were abnormally powerful. A demonic ape with a terrifying aura walked out from the myriad demon cities' side. With a stomp of its foot, countless large cracks appeared, turning the ground into a canyon. A few terrifying figures also came from the great desolate mansion, and one of them was a middle-aged man who was carrying a bronze coffin. It was really strange. His appearance shocked countless people. In addition, 6 experts from the Acheron Hall came, and 2 of them were abnormally strange. They were a man and a woman. The man was wearing a black robe, and the woman was wearing a white dress. The 2 of them were abnormally mysterious. The cold aura from their bodies made everyone's scalp tingle. The experts from the 3 great sage city arrived one after another, but the morale of the myriad sword pavilion was somewhat low. After all, Wang Jianni was killed until only his head was left, and he fled in panic. Even if he survived, he would be severely injured. Their confidence was damaged. Lu Xuanqin also left, and the remaining people were also terrified. However, people from the Thunder God City came. One of them was holding the Great Tao of Thunder, which was extremely terrifying. They surrounded Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian's expression was cold, and it seemed that a terrifying battle was about to break out. However, Lu Yuan snorted coldly. Did they really think that there was no one on our side? Buzz, the sound of a guqin could be heard. Then, countless laws were blown down, and a person with a guqin on her back descended. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, and she had a transcendent aura. However, the sound of the guqin was mesmerizing, and they almost vomited blood and died. Everyone was shocked. Another expert had arrived. It was Gao Jianfei, the 4th disciple of King Peerless. The person who came shouted coldly. Boom, the sky fell and the earth cracked. A person who looked like the divine king had arrived. He looked disdainfully in all directions, stepping on the phantom of a divine beast, and his body was surrounded by endless light. He appeared as if he was a king. He said coldly, I am King Peerless' seventh disciple, Lingyaojuan. Everyone was shocked. It was another two powerful geniuses from Peerless City. Although not many people came, their strength was abnormally terrifying. Just the few of you dare to contend with us? A woman in a white dress from the Acheron Palace sneered. The man in black armor next to her also snorted coldly, unable to withstand a single blow. Is that so? Why don't you give it a try and see if it can't withstand a single blow? Another voice rang out as two streaks of light streaked across the sky. It's Senior Marshal Brother Fu. Lin Xian smiled. That's right, the person who came was Fu Hongya. His body was surrounded by laws, and he could attack at any time. Beside him was a figure. It was also a beautiful woman. There was a sly smile on her face, and she did not show any fear because of the terrifying battle. I am King Wushuang's fifth disciple, Shangguan Xiaoxian. Buzz. Shen Jingqiu arrived. She came to Lin Xian's side and looked at him as well. Apart from senior brother Ling Hu, most of the people on our side have already arrived. The lineup on Wushuang City's side was very strong. Each of them was a top figure. They were facing the five great sage city without fear. Wushuang City is really courting death. Now, surrender obediently and accept our judgment. The woman in white from the Acheron Palace said coldly. You dare to judge me? Shangguan Xiaoxian walked out. What, you want to fight one-on-one? The woman in white also walked out. The two of them stood in the void. Suddenly, the woman in white attacked. A Acheron sword slashed out. At the same time, the Acheron diagram and the Acheron chain flew out. It was a killing move right away. Terrifying laws and supernatural powers surged out, as if nothing could stop them. Everyone was watching, wondering how Shangguan Xiaoxian was going to defend herself. Shangguan Xiaoxian did not care. With a wave of her hand, she took out a golden brush and a book. Like a scholar, the golden brush drew one golden Dao pattern after another in the air. It was just a few strokes, but it formed a picture. It was a heavenly master holding a rune to suppress the ghosts under his feet. This golden picture carried with it an overwhelming aura as it pressed forward. The woman in white was disdainful at first. However, when she felt the aura from the picture, her expression changed immediately. She frantically retreated. The righteous aura was very effective against her. Soon, all the supernatural powers she cast were shattered. She also suffered from the impact and spat out a mouthful of blood. Sister, seeing this, the man in black armor shouted angrily. He stomped his foot and rushed over. He drew a black torrent and a long spear appeared in his hand. He stabbed at the golden picture in front of him with his sword. In the next moment, the collision of the two caused a deafening sound. The Heavenly Master's protection on the golden picture seemed to have come alive. She waved her hand and threw the rune at the man in black armor. The man in black armor was also on guard. However, at this moment, the white-robed woman charged over once again. The killing sword in her hand pierced through the golden rune. The two of them attacked Shangguan Xiaoxian together. Are they trying to bully me with numbers? Gao Jianfei walked over from behind. He took out the guqin on his back and played it with his fingers. High mountain and flowing water, heavenly sound kill. An extremely terrifying heavenly sound wave rushed out. Buzz. Buzz, the two of them worked together and sent the two Saint Venerables from the Acheron Hall flying. Countless exclamations were heard. The people from the Acheron Hall looked pale. They did not expect that the two of them would lose. One should know that the two of them were known as the Acheron messengers. They could not defeat King Wushuang's personal disciple, damn it. The two of them gritted their teeth. At this moment, the middle-aged man from the Great Desolation Mansion walked out. He placed the coffin on the ground. Immediately, the world shook. He opened the coffin with force. He sneered. Everything was over. An extremely terrifying aura spread out. Shangguan Xiaoxian and Gao Jianfei's expressions changed. The two of them cast out their supernatural powers. The terrifying aura of desolation tore everything apart. However, they did not relax. They did not know what was inside. Buzz, after the coffin was opened, the hand that had been training reached out. There was only a palm and nothing else. However, the aura it carried was incomparably terrifying. It was as if the hand of a god was suppressing everything. The golden picture that Shangguan Shaoxian cast out collapsed. Even the sound waves from the mountains and rivers were shattered. The two of them were shocked. What was that? Seeing this, Fu Hongya shouted coldly and retreated quickly. It was a secret treasure. Indeed, it should be a hand left behind by an ancient saint. The expert from the Great Desolation Mansion must have practiced it. There was a crack on the hand. A mysterious eye peeked out from the crack. It was emitting a terrifying light. Shangguan Shaoxian and Gao Jianfei immediately felt that their bodies were bound. They could not retreat at all. At this moment, Lin Xian shouted coldly. He activated the 10 ultimate sword formation and slashed the hand away. You're courting death. How dare you stop me? The middle-aged man shouted angrily. He stretched out his hand. The mysterious eye in the palm could affect one's soul. However, he still underestimated Lin Xian. Lin Xian's 10 severing swords carried a sharp sword aura that was capable of destroying everything. Therefore, the 10 extinction swords formation instantly enveloped the palm and then shattered it. A crazy roar was heard as blood flowed. The middle-aged man vomited blood and flew backward. How dare you, he shouted angrily, but he was scared out of his wits because Lin Xian charged over with the sword formation. He was slashed into a bloody mist. Was he dead? Everyone was shocked. This Lin Xian was too terrifying. Buzz, someone from the demon city made a move. The woman formed a seal with her palms. Her 2 arms turned into 2 huge mysterious flowers. They were purple with strange Dao patterns on them. The flowers bloomed. A fragrance wafted out. Everyone was shocked and held their breaths. They were terrified. The 2 strange flowers attacked Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted. He waved the 10 extinction swords. However, at this moment, another figure walked out. It was Ling Ao Jun. Ling Ao Jun said coldly as soon as he appeared. Fleeting beauty. With a cold shout, the 2 mysterious flowers withered instantly. Then, the woman's face turned pale as she roared in horror. Her arms fell to her sides. She no longer had strength. Everyone was shocked. It was too terrifying. Each of the personal disciples of unparalleled Sage King had strange laws. At this moment, they were really terrifying. For a moment, they suppressed several great sage cities. However, at this moment, a palm reached out from the 9th heaven and grabbed Lin Xian. Indeed, the power contained in this palm was too terrifying. Even Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He activated the 10 extinction swords to block. The 10 swords of law continued to dance and slash at the palm. With a clang, he was forced back, his blood and chi tumbling. The surrounding people were all shocked. Who on earth could actually injure Lin Xian? A cold voice sounded between heaven and earth. Kid, today is the day you die. Then, a figure walked out. Huang Shisan. He actually came as well. Huang Shisan was an expert from the previous generation. Moreover, he was already a middle-stage Saint Venerable. Xiao Chen's strength far surpassed that of an early-stage Holy Venerate. As expected, once he made his move, Lin Xian's 10 absolute swords were unable to do anything to him. Lin Xian's face was cold. Fu Hongya walked out. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end. He was also a middle-stage Holy Venerable, so the 2 of them fought for a long time. The other people shouted coldly and attacked. So what if the other party was strong? Sure enough, a spatial array appeared behind them, and the others were all teleported over. The number of people instantly increased by several times. In an instant, Lin Xian and the others were surrounded. The young Skyprides were not the only ones among them. Many older generation figures had come. Aside from Huang Shisan, many middle-stage holy venerates from the other holy cities also came. It could be said that Wushuang City's situation was extremely dangerous. Morong Qingqing also asked the Kunlun Pavilion to send some masters. However, he was still unable to turn the situation around. Everyone's expression turned ugly. Those who were watching the battle outside all revealed cold smiles. The Acheron Palace's Silver Corpse Holy King looked at Wushuang Holy King and said coldly. It's a pity that these genius disciples of yours are all going to fall here today. I wonder how you feel about this. Soaring Sky Holy King also snorted coldly. Dead geniuses were nothing. Only those who were alive had a future. They all had a hint of mockery. The people of Wushuang City had an ugly expression. Wushuang Holy King also said coldly. You guys better not be happy too early. It's still not certain who will emerge victorious. What? Do you want to turn the tables around? Desolate Sky Holy King sneered. How is that possible? So what if the other party was a genius? There were only a few of them, and they were no match for the great sage city. The surrounding people also shook their heads and sighed. They all felt that Wushuang City was really finished this time. They were surrounded, and none of them could break out of the encirclement. These people are too despicable. Yurua gritted her teeth. Shangguan Xiaoxian and the others also turned pale. They knew that the upcoming battle would be very difficult. Lu Yuan took a deep breath. He was the third disciple, and Fu Hongya was not around. He was the leader, so he said, listen up, if there's a chance, break out of the encirclement. Leave by yourself. Leave as many as you can. Obviously, he was prepared for the worst. Everyone took a deep breath. Lin Xian, on the other hand, said, Senior brothers, don't worry. If they were to compete in numbers, they would be courting death. Hearing this, Yurua and the others were stunned. What does he mean? One should know that even if all the people of Wushuang City came, there would only be 11 of them. In addition to Murong Qingqing's Kunlun Pavilion, there would only be 2 forces. There was no way they could resist. On the opposite side, the people of Acheron Palace and Great Desolate Mansion sneered. You really don't know what's good for you. Looks like you won't cry until you see the coffin. Well, I'll let you know what despair is. These people were emitting terrifying laws. They would torture these people to death. Lin Xian sneered and didn't care. To be honest, he wasn't afraid of competing in numbers. In the next moment, he took out the blue dragon horn. Then, he used it, and a deep and resonant dragon's roar spread out in all directions. Is it a sonic attack? Be careful. When the surrounding powerhouses of the holy city saw this scene, they quickly put up a defense. One after another, laws formed and shrouded them. However, they were soon stunned. Because they realized that it wasn't a sonic attack. They weren't affected. What's this then? The people outside were also stunned. Is this kid deliberately mystifying them? When the powerhouses of the dragons all over the world heard this sound, their expressions changed. It was the sound of the blue dragon horn. It was the sound of gathering. Go quickly. The people of the 3 dragons quickly gathered in the place where the sound was coming from. On the other side, a few powerhouses of the great sage city were furious. They felt that Lin Xian was playing with them. This kid was deliberately mystifying them. Don't bother with them. Just attack. These people were angry. The laws on their bodies completely erupted. However, at this moment, a dragon's roar came from afar. Then, countless dragon auras sounded between heaven and earth. Dragon shadows rushed into the sky. He quickly rushed over here. The blue dragons were here, an angry roar was heard. Then, the people of the blue dragons descended from the sky. They arrived nearby. The surrounding people were stunned. Are the people of the dragons here? The situation of the battle became even more confusing. The people of the Acheron Palace frowned. The people of the dragons? Don't bother with them. The people of the Demon City walked out and said, Friends of the dragons, we are dealing with some things. Please don't interfere. The one who spoke was a black lion. He was also a mutant. He was very powerful. However, after the powerhouses of the blue dragons heard this, they snorted coldly and ignored him. Instead, they went directly to Lin Xian and the others. Sword Maniac, it's really you. Meng Qing said with a smile. The powerhouses of the blue dragons had solemn expressions. They took a deep breath. Young master, why did you summon us? What was going on? The people of the Demon City were stunned. The Dark Lion's expression also became extremely ugly. No matter what, he was a middle-stage holy venerate expert. Furthermore, he was a natural variant. This Azure Dragon race member actually dared to ignore him. Even the elders outside were stunned. The three experts from the great sage city took a deep breath. They naturally knew what it was, but they didn't say anything. And in the trial space, there were countless terrifying sword lights slashing over from afar. Were the experts from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion here again? They all turned their heads to look. But soon, they realized that wasn't the case. Because these sword lights carried a powerful aura of the Tao of Dragons. They were from the Sword Dragons. The people from the Thousand Demon City exclaimed. The people from the other holy cities were also shocked. Another dragon had arrived. When the people from the dragons arrived, they also looked at Lin Xian and asked. Why did young master summon us, what? The surrounding people were dumbfounded. What was going on? The sword dragons were actually so respectful to Lin Xian. And from their words, the two dragons were here because of Lin Xian's summon. When did Lin Xian summon them? Could it be because of the horn just now? Winged dragons greet young master. In the sky, a storm swept across the 9 heavens. One figure after another descended. Their wings covered the sky. They were the people from the winged dragons. They also came and stood beside Lin Xian. The 3 dragons were led by Lin Xian. Everyone was stunned by the scene. The Saint Kings outside narrowed their eyes. Some of them looked at the 3 dragon tribes and their faces became extremely solemn. Among them, the soaring sky sage king gritted his teeth. Could it be that the kid had the Azure Dragon horn, that was a peerless treasure of the Azure Dragon clan? It was actually taken by a human. These sage kings had naturally heard of the legend of the Azure Dragon horn. But in their opinion, it was impossible for such a thing to be spread. They didn't expect it to be in Lin Xian's hands. Damn it, they were too careless. The desolate Sky Sage King and the Silver Corpse Sage King's faces were ugly. The soaring Sky Sage King stood up and looked into the distance. Are you 3 dragons really willing to listen to the orders of a human? Why don't we work together to kill that kid and you can regain control of the Azure Dragon horn? This way, both of us will benefit. As soon as these words came out, the other holy cities gasped. It seemed that these people actually had designs on the dragon balls. The faces of the people from Peerless City changed. Peerless Saint King even stood up and sneered. What? You want to use despicable means again? You can try it. The 3 dragons looked at each other, then shook their heads and sighed. One of the elders stood up and said calmly. Soaring Sky Saint King, you must be joking. The Azure Dragon horn's approval is not something anyone can change. We are also powerless. After he finished speaking, he sat down again and no longer paid any attention to him. Damn it. Soaring Sky Saint King's face turned ugly. His opponent was actually ignoring him. He couldn't believe it. The Silver Corpse Saint King and the others also had a cold expression as they communicated through voice transmissions. It's fine. So what if there are 3 dragons? We still have the advantage. Indeed, other than the Yellow Spring Hall, the Great Desolation Mansion, and the Myriad Demon City, there was also the Lightning God City and the Myriad Sword Pavilion. They were the 5 forces. Other than that, they could also negotiate with the Purple Sun Palace and the Spirit Gathering Pavilion. Let the other party join their camp. This way, they would become even stronger. He didn't believe that these people could overturn the heavens. In the space, the people of the 5 great sage cities were also shocked. Even the people of the Peerless City were shocked. Morong Qingqing and the others were also stunned. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. I have summoned you here for a reason. Follow me to battle. All right. Meng Qing nodded. She and Lin Xian were friends, so she naturally wouldn't have any objections. The people of the winged and sword dragons were stunned. To be honest, they weren't too willing to fight with the 5 great sage cities. Because they didn't want to be involved in such a whirlpool. But when they saw the Azure Dragon horn in Lin Xian's hand, they sighed. The other party had the Azure Dragon horn and could command the dragons. But at this moment, a voice rang out. What right do you have to order us? When this voice rang out, the people of the 3 dragon balls were stunned. What was going on? They had already acknowledged the other party's identity. Who was the one resisting? Lin Xian frowned. He turned his head and saw two figures flying over from afar. They were two beginner sacred masters. One of them was like a demonic beast, with a demonic aura around him. He even had scales on his face and a tail on his back. This must be someone from the Flood Dragon tribe. He frowned. Beside the lady stood a burly man with a dragon horn on his forehead. The aura of the Tao of Dragons around him was extremely strong. What was going on? Lin Xian frowned. Meng Qing was also stunned. Songju, what are you doing? Are you going to defy the order of the Azure Dragon Horn? This man was from the Azure Dragon tribe. He had been training outside. This time, he seemed to want to oppose Lin Xian. Lin Xian said coldly when he saw the other party. He took out the Azure Dragon Horn. When Songju saw this, a cold light flashed in his eyes. A third eye appeared between his eyebrows. It was the eye of the Azure Dragon. It was emitting green light and looked extremely mysterious. He locked his gaze on the Azure Dragon Horn. Brat, this item belongs to us dragons. What right do you have to take it? Hand over the Azure Dragon Horn obediently and I'll give you a chance to live. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. A cold voice sounded. The lady from the demon tribe laughed. Since when did the dragons allow themselves to be manipulated by a human? I think you'd better listen to Songju. As soon as he said that, the faces of the people from the three great dragon tribes darkened. The people from the demon city sneered. This lady from the demon tribe was on their side. From the looks of it, they had already succeeded. Let these people fight amongst themselves first. Why? Are your souls affected? You're Songju, right? It seems that you don't know what's good for you. You don't even know who I am? I'll give you one last chance. Listen to my orders. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Songju sneered. You're just an ant. How dare you order me around? I have the eye of the Azure Parasol. I'm the best candidate for the Azure Dragon Horn. Now, I want it back to its rightful owner. With a roar, the dragon energy on his body surged. The eye between his brows emitted a shocking light and charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's face darkened. He attacked mercilessly. The 10 laws formed the 10 extremes formation again and attacked, shattering that green gaze into pieces. In the next moment, his cold voice sounded. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me. Then, he activated the Great Dragon Sword Soul and Dragon's Breathing technique. A terrifying aura of the Tao of Dragons surged. At this moment, Lin Xian was like a divine dragon that had come back to life. The powerful aura of the Tao of Dragons enveloped the 9 heavens. At this moment, everyone's face changed. This aura. Is this brat really a human? Could he be from the Dragon Ball too? Songju was originally disdainful. As long as he killed this human brat, he would be able to get the Azure Dragon Horn. At that time, he would be able to command the 3 dragons. Who would be able to go against him? But now, when he sensed the aura coming from this person, his expression changed. Impossible, such a terrifying aura of the Tao of Dragons? None of the 3 dragons could use it. Who was this person? Why was his aura of the Tao of Dragons so pure? Could it be that he was even more powerful than the 3 dragons? Or was he from the Emperor clan, the nest of 10,000 dragons? The aura was too terrifying. The lady from the dragon tribe was forced to kneel on the ground, unable to resist. Songju, who was beside him, looked pale as he roared crazily. Impossible. When he realized that it was the truth, he quickly retreated. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? With a roar, he unleashed all his strength. The 10 extinction swords turned into an eternal radiance and slashed over. As the sword landed, Songju was split into 2 and his soul was extinguished. Was he killed? The people from the Blue Dragon tribe narrowed their eyes while the others' faces changed drastically. Lin Xian said coldly as he held the blue dragon leg in his hand. Who dares to disobey? At this moment, the 3 dragons were convinced. Lin Xian's voice continued to resound. Everyone obeyed and attacked the 5 great sage cities. As soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead and rushed over. The 10 Extinction Swords formation exploded and split the 2 Sacred Masters apart. The other 4 Sacred Masters were sent flying. Damn it. Quickly counterattack. The people from the 5 great sage cities roared and quickly attacked. In an instant, the people from the Kunlun Pavilion and the 3 dragons erupted. The battle between the 2 sides was extremely intense. Everyone was stunned. Such a battle was enough to destroy everything. Fortunately, this was the trial ground. It was a supreme existence that had been set up for tens of thousands of years. That was why they could withstand it. Otherwise, no matter how many worlds there were outside, they would have been destroyed. Lin Xian was unstoppable as he destroyed everything in his path. No one could stop him. In the end, only the middle sacred masters could come. The one who attacked was the Dark Lion from the Demon's City. He roared and charged over. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. The 10 Extinction Swords formation blocked in front of him and forced him to retreat. However, in the process of retreating, he had injured 2 experts from the Great Desolate Mansion. One could imagine his strength. How would the situation turn out? Those who were watching the battle from outside looked extremely solemn. No one could predict the outcome of such a battle. The people of Acheron Hall gritted their teeth, while the Saint Kings looked extremely solemn. Right now, they couldn't wait to charge in and start a massacre. The battle was exceptionally intense. At that moment, countless purple auras appeared in the sky. Another holy city had joined in. The people from the Purple Sun Palace had come. Which force did they come to join? After the people from Purple Sun Palace arrived, they actually joined Yellow Spring Palace. The 5 great sage cities on Acheron Hall's side were overjoyed. This was great. Their side had become the 6th great sage city. They didn't believe that the other party could resist them. Lin Xian roared. Aside from the aura of the Way of the Dragon, there was also an extremely terrifying devil chi. He swung his sword at the sky. The heavenly devil cover region. Boundless demonic clouds billowed with terrifying power. Then, the demons in the distance also rushed over. The heavenly devil race quickly descended. Lin Xian brandished his sword. Kill! The sky demons joined the fray and charged over. The sky demons also joined in? The people of Acheron Hall and Great Desolation Mansion looked grim once again. The little advantage they had just gained was gone again. But soon, they were in despair. Because they realized that this was just the beginning. Then, countless bells rang in the distance. Xian'er came with the people of Joyous Union Palace and said with a smile. Young Master Lin, let me help you. She also joined Lin Xian's side, increasing the strength of Lin Xian's side. Not long after, Guan Songhai also came. Sword Maniac, I didn't expect you to be Lin Wudi. You really surprised me. He laughed and also joined Lin Xian's side. In an instant, Lin Xian's side became 8 major forces. The situation had taken a shocking turn. The people of Acheron Hall couldn't resist at all. In an instant, they were retreating. Run! The difference between the 2 great sage cities was too great. Even they couldn't resist. So, they prepared to retreat. They were really mad. To be honest, they didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to gather 8 major forces. It was simply heaven-defying. Those who were watching the battle outside were also shocked. The Sage Kings all stood up, their faces were extremely grim. Their hearts were bleeding. With such a difference in strength, they couldn't resist at all. In just a short while, many of their geniuses and experts had fallen. Damn it! Purple Sun Sage King roared, his face was terrifyingly gloomy. Wushuang Sage King snorted. Serves them right. Wushuang City and Purple Sun Palace didn't have any grudges, but they chose to go against them at the crucial moment. Now that they were killed, it could only be said that they deserved it. As for the people of Acheron Hall and Great Desolation Mansion, they were gritting their teeth. They didn't expect that a dead young man was still alive. Moreover, it brought about such an earth-shattering change. Kill! Lin Xian took the lead and rushed over with his men. With the 10 Extremes formation, he seemed to have turned into a killing god. Ordinary early-stage Saint Venerables couldn't resist at all. Only mid-stage Saint Venerables could. The 6 great holy cities that were originally complacent were being beaten back repeatedly at this moment. Above the 9 heavens, Desolate 13, who was fighting with Fu Hongya, was also enraged. Damn it, he wanted to go down and help, but Fu Hongya shot out a ray of red leaves. It formed a crack in the sky, blocking his path. Your opponent is me. Damn it, Desolate 13 roared. Do you really think that I can't defeat you? At this moment, he unleashed his strength, and the desolation aura on his body was shattered. He summoned a barren canyon, from which countless illusionary figures charged at Fu Hongya. Fu Hongya's body shone brightly, and the phantoms of maple leaves appeared behind her. Countless maple leaves charged over with terrifying nomological laws. Both of them were fighting with real anger. The battle was terrifying. In the trial ground, in an uninhabited mountain range, the void cracked open. A figure walked out. It was Gu Feng. At this moment, Gu Feng was expressionless as he walked inside. A voice came from inside. Who is it? As soon as the voice came out, the surrounding mountains shattered. Gu Feng said, "It's me." A human figure floated out from the 3 fangs. It was actually just a head that was surrounded by chaotic sword light. It was Wan Jiani, who had escaped earlier. Wan Jiani was seriously injured, and he was injured by the 10 ultimate sword formation and the great dragon sword soul. Therefore, his broken body couldn't recover in a short time. Fortunately, he was able to escape with Gu Feng's help. As long as he was given enough resources and time, he would be able to recover. Thank you for your help this time. Don't worry, I'll remember this favor. If you need any help in the future, just let me know. Wan Jiani's eyes were filled with gratitude. At the same time, there was a trace of killing intent. That damned Lin Wudi, I'll never let him go. The pain that I suffered today, I'll pay it back 10,000 times in the future. Hearing this, Gu Feng's lips curled into a smile. Is that so? I have something that I need your help with now. What is it? Wan Jiani was shocked. He was seriously injured, and his strength was very weak. Now that Gu Feng wanted his help, he was very confused. Gu Feng flipped his hand and took out an ancient rune. This sudden change left Wan Jiani dumbfounded. When he was enveloped by the ancient runes, he felt an intense soul attack. Then, he roared crazily, "Damn it, what are you doing?" The wanton sword light that surrounded him also rushed out, as if it could destroy the heavens and the earth. Gu Feng used his spatial ability to create many large cracks, directly banishing the power of the chaotic sword light into the void universe. In the next moment, he said coldly, "Don't you want to repay me? Then I'll use you." Damn it, you want me to be your battle servant? What a joke. Wan Jiani also understood that he was really angry. Previously, he was still grateful that Gu Feng had joined forces with him. But who would have thought that Gu Feng was actually targeting him? He was a peerless sword venerable, extremely powerful, and had mastered the 8-fold sword formation and cultivated the chaotic sword chi. His future was limitless. How could he lower his head to others? It's useless, stop struggling. If you were at your peak, I naturally wouldn't dare to use such methods to subdue you. But now, you're heavily injured and can't even use 1/10 of your power. Although you have the chaotic sword chi, it's just a trace, it's really too little. How can you fight against me at my peak? Speaking of this, the spatial laws on his body became even more terrifying. It was as if the entire world was under his control. Damn it, Wan Jiani gritted his teeth, even if I die, I won't let you get what you want. I might even drag you down with me. Speaking of this, the chaotic sword light became even more terrifying. But he still underestimated Gu Feng. A terrifying black hole appeared on Gu Feng's body, directly enveloping the chaotic sword light. At the same time, his cold voice sounded, "Don't worry, I'm not making you my battle servant, I'm just planting a seal in your soul. I just need you to help me with some things, I won't make things difficult for you. As for your soul, it's no different from usual, and I'll even give you a chance." What chance? Wan Jiani was stunned, he didn't believe it. Gu Feng obviously wanted to control him and borrow his power. The chaotic energy that you cultivated is too weak, I can send you to the real chaotic land to cultivate. I can let you cultivate the sword of chaos completely. What? Wan Jiani's pupils contracted, then he snorted, "What kind of joke is this? Do you think I'm so gullible?" Gu Feng sneered. You are too naive. The place I am talking about is naturally not the second astral realm, but planet Xiuan. To tell you the truth, I came from planet Xiuan. Planet Primordial had a holy land called the All Beginnings Holy Land, which cultivated the primal chaos energy. As for the legends of planet Primordial, I think you should have heard some of them. Once these words were spoken, Wan Jiani fell silent. Indeed, among the myriad of worlds, there were two worlds that were the most unique. Planet Xiuan was one of them. At this moment, Gu Feng spoke again. I have another secret to tell you. The person you hate the most is Lin Wudi. He also comes from the origin star. What? Wan Jiani's pupils shrank. This time, he was truly stunned. That guy was actually from the primordial star. No wonder he was so terrifying. Damn it, he said through gritted teeth. I can join hands with you, but can you not place a soul restriction on me? Gu Feng's expression also turned cold. He said, this is not up to you. Now, I'll give you two choices. The first is to listen to me and place a soul restriction on you, and I'll give you a good fortune. Or I'll destroy your soul. Wan Jiani had no choice. He had no power to resist at all. He could only listen to the other party. The next moment, he felt the ancient runes enter his soul. Then, a tearing pain came over him, causing him to almost faint. The next moment, shock appeared in his eyes. He felt an ancient voice in his soul reminding him. It told him to respect the person in front of him. He knew that it would be difficult for him to escape from Gu Feng's control in this lifetime unless he could break through and become a sage king. He had to get rid of this soul restriction. Very good. Gu Feng's lips curled up into a cold smile. Subduing such a peerless expert would make it much easier for him to act in the future. What happened here was very secretive. Other than the two of them, no one else knew. This was because the others were attracted by the great battle. The six great sage could not resist at all, so they fled in all directions. On the other hand, the 8 forces led by Lin Xian continued their pursuit. At this moment, not only did they want to snatch the token, but they also wanted to eliminate these people as much as possible. Thus, a great pursuit began. In the sky, Fu Hongya and Huang Shisan were locked in a fierce battle. Desolate God's Claw. The terrifying desolate law surged out like a flood. Nothing could stop it. Huang Shisan's attack was extremely powerful. Those who were watching the battle from outside narrowed their eyes. They were also looking forward to the battle and were shocked. They wondered how the battle between these two old enemies would turn out. Fu Hongya naturally felt the terrifying power coming from the desolate God's Claw. His opponent was extremely powerful. He did not dare to underestimate him. In the next moment, he kept forming seals with his palms. Countless red leaves appeared in his hands. Then, he waved his arms. The collision between the two was earth-shattering. Huang Shisan had already summoned the desolate Grand Canyon. A few chains rushed out from the canyon. Then, there was a hazy figure. It was a majestic figure. He was abnormally powerful, like a deity. There was a terrifying aura about it. The experts of the sacred city outside were all shocked by this scene. What was that? Even the people of the great desolate mansion were stunned. Some of the elders gasped. Could it be that thing? Did Huang Shisan succeed? Sacred King Desolate Heaven looked solemn. He did not expect the battle to reach this stage. It was too much for Huang Shisan to use such a technique. As soon as the majestic figure appeared, Fu Hongya kept retreating. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The red maple leaves he shot out turned into powder. There was nothing he could do. The strength of his opponent was beyond his imagination. Even Huang Shisan's face turned pale. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. It was obvious that the figure he had summoned was beyond his control. He used his blood to draw something on his forehead. It was a mysterious rune. Then, he kept forming seals with his palms. Then, a crack appeared on his forehead. A stone tablet flew out from the crack. The tablet was full of cracks. Some parts of it were even broken and incomplete. However, the aura it emitted was too terrifying. As soon as the majestic figure appeared, he let out a roar. He dashed towards Xianxia, seemingly wanting to destroy the tablet. Xianxia quickly retreated. His blood dyed the stone steel, drawing out one line after another as they floated into the air. Then, a cold voice sounded. The figure stopped Fu Hongye in his tracks. He quickly rushed over and was tightly bound by the 6 chains around his body. However, he was too strong. He could still shatter the heavens and earth even when he was bound by the chains. Oh no, Hongye is in danger. The people of Wushuang City tensed up when they saw this. The people of Great Desolate Mansion sneered. They did not expect Xianxia to be able to control Fu Hongye. This figure was really out of their expectations. It seemed that they had won this battle. Fu Hongye was dead and Xianxia had joined the battle. Although Lin Xian and the others were stronger, they could still turn the tables. Xianxia, you are indeed stronger than before. However, it's impossible for you to defeat me. Fu Hongye's eyes shone with a cold light. He quickly formed a seal with his palms. Then, the maple tree behind him started to sway rapidly. A terrifying aura spread out. The maple tree seemed to have come alive. Mysterious runes appeared on the maple tree. A terrifying energy spread out and dyed the heavens and earth in red. Countless people were shocked when they saw this. Even the experts of Sacred City were shocked. This Fu Hongye actually had such a shocking skill. It was truly inconceivable. Although the red maple tree was just an illusion, it was becoming more and more real. It was as if it had transcended time and space. The entire world shook along with the maple tree, but Fu Hongye's expression was incomparably nervous. Even his hands were trembling slightly. It was clear that he had also used an ultimate technique that was beyond his strength. The ancient blood sealed everything. A deep voice rang out, accompanied by endless red leaves that swept through the 9 heavens. The entire world turned red. Everything else lost its luster. The people who were watching the battle from outside narrowed their eyes. They saw that the maple tree was rapidly swaying, and boundless leaves were rushing out from it. Each of them carried the power to seal the heavens and earth. Everything was sealed wherever they passed. There was no way to stop them. This mystic skill shocked them. Initially, Xianxia had a cold smile on his face. He knew that he was going to win this time. His opponent would not be able to stop him because he was casting a forbidden mystic skill. Even if he won, he would be severely injured. However, when he sensed the power of the red leaves that filled the sky, his expression turned incomparably ugly. In terms of power, it posed a threat to him. It could even affect that majestic figure. Damn it. His expression changed, and he spat out another mouthful of blood, staining the broken stone tablet. His palm continued to draw runes, and the majestic figure became even more terrifying. With a roar, his strength increased again. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, it merged with the red maple leaves that filled the sky. Boom, boom. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out as a terrifying storm of laws swept out in all directions. The originally red world was now filled with a desolate aura. Everywhere he passed, everything became barren and ruined. What happened? All the people in the space looked up, and even the experts of the holy city who were fighting stopped and turned their heads to look. They saw the destruction of the world. It was a battle between Fu Hongye and Xianxia. Someone cried out in alarm. Was the victor going to be decided? The people outside were even more nervous. The terrifying rumbling of the laws lasted for a long time before it slowly disappeared. Next, they saw a maple tree rooted between the sky and the earth, shaking non-stop. A figure stood under the maple tree. It was Fu Hongye. His face was pale. It was obvious that he had exhausted too much of his strength, but he still stood there. On the other side, Xianxia was sent flying while spitting out blood. His body was shattered. It was obvious that he had been severely injured in the previous battle. He had been completely suppressed. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were all stunned. They could not believe it. Especially the people of the Great Desolate Mansion. They felt like they were dreaming. That was Xianxia, and he had used the taboo god call. The figure that he had summoned was so terrifying that even a middle saint venerable would not be able to resist it. However, Fu Hongye had blocked it. It was unbelievable. At this moment, Fu Hongye made another move. The endless red maple leaves condensed into a red sword, which he held in his hand. Huang Shishan's pupils shrank. Damn it, he wanted to attack again. Was he trying to kill him? He quickly gathered his strength and fled into the distance. Buzz. In the next moment, the red maple leaves fell and landed on Huang Shishan's body. Desolate 13 tried to block the attack with the broken stone tablet. With a clang, the cracks on the steel became even more terrifying. 1/3 of the steel had turned into dust. Huang Shishan's heart was bleeding. He spat out blood and was sent flying. Fortunately, he managed to block the attack. Then, he used a secret technique and disappeared. Even Huang Shishan was defeated. The people of the great sage city originally still had hope, but when they saw this scene, they were terrified. Their scalps went numb. Run away. They fled even faster. Fu Hongye wanted to chase after them. However, he soon frowned because he felt that an even more terrifying existence was descending. Retreat, everyone, leave. With a roar, he quickly retreated. The endless maple leaves formed a red mountain in front of him to block the attack. Bang. He was forced back. Not good, senior brother Hongye is injured. Damn it, a late Saint Venerable is here. Yu Rua, Lu Yuan, and the others cried out in alarm. Their faces became extremely grave. Sure enough, an aged figure appeared in the sky. He stretched out a finger. Scram. At this moment, another voice sounded. It was an extremely terrifying voice. Following that, a sword light slashed down. You dare to attack my Wushuang city? Do you have the ability? Linghu Chuishiwa walked out and stood in the sky. He confronted the powerful late Saint Venerable old man. At the same time, even more terrifying figures appeared in the surroundings. There were people from the Yellow Spring Hall and Lin Xian's side. Those holy venerables also seemed to have gathered at this moment. The surrounding people felt an extremely terrifying suppression. Although they were all holy venerables, their strength would undergo an earth-shaking change every time their cultivation increased. Compared to them, late Saint Venerables were too terrifying. They simply did not have the strength to resist. For a time, everyone retreated. Lin Xian and the others also broke up and began to fight on their own. After all, they were too big of a target if they gathered together. It was easy for late Saint Venerables to target them. Big brother Xian, what should we do? Morong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and the others asked. Lin Xian said, be careful. Do not fight with those late Saint Venerables old monsters. I'll go deal with one person. After saying that, a cold murderous intent burst out of Linghu Chuishiwa's eyes. Then, he soared into the air and flew into the distance. Lin Xian left alone to hunt down Huang Shishan. Although Huang Shishan was a prodigy of the previous generation, he was very powerful and had reached the middle stage of the sacred venerable realm. However, Huang Shishan had been severely injured in the battle with Fu Hongye. Lin Xian felt that this was a good opportunity, so he was ready to make a move. He activated his heavenly secret divine eyes, and a pair of divine eyes looked down from the sky. At the same time, he activated the ancient mirror to investigate. Soon, a smile appeared on his face. Is he hiding? Looks like he's seriously injured. Thinking of this, he increased his speed. There were a few mountains in front of him. Although they were not tall, they exuded a primordial aura. It was like a divine mountain. Looks like Huang Shishan has chosen a good place to escape. After Lin Xian arrived, he felt an unusual aura, which made him feel shocked. In the next moment, he snorted and waved his hand. The blue dragon's 9 palms rushed out. It was as if the 9 divine dragons had come back to life. They blasted out in all directions. Suddenly, there was the sound of barriers breaking. It was obvious that Huang Shishan had set up a formation here. He's quite cautious, but it's useless. Lin Xian sneered. Come out, I've found you. No one came out, but there were countless laws descending and sweeping in all directions. Soon, a sneer came from inside. Kid, how dare you come here alone? Are you here to die? Along with the voice, a figure walked out. It was Huang Shishan. At this moment, his body was stained with blood, which was abnormally glaring. His face was extremely pale. However, his eyes were filled with endless killing intent that stirred the surrounding wind and clouds. He locked his gaze on Lin Xian. "You're wrong. I'm not here to die. I'm here to kill you," Lin Xian said in a sonorous voice. "Kill me?" Huang Shisan looked up to the sky and laughed, his eyes filled with disdain. "Kid, do you think you can challenge me just because I'm injured? You're courting death. Looks like you still don't know the difference between us. Let me tell you, even if I'm injured, I'm not someone you can challenge." When the people outside saw this scene, they were also in an uproar. This Lin Xian was too audacious, wasn't he? Even he wanted to kill Huang Shisan. The faces of the people from the great desolate mansion turned ugly. The elders gritted their teeth and said, "Kill this brat." Truth be told, they were worried about Desolate 13's injuries. If it was Fu Hongya who came after them, they would naturally be afraid. However, they didn't take Lin Xian seriously at all. The other party was strong, but he was only an early-stage holy venerate. However, Huang Shisan was a true middle-stage holy exalted. "Die for me." Desolate 13 snorted coldly. Two brilliant rays of light shot out from his eyes. Boundless divine rainbows streaked across the sky like two shooting stars. Suddenly, the sky shook and the earth shook. The void continued to shatter as the ground cracked open. A terrifying power swept out towards Lin Xian. The expressions of those who were watching the battle from outside became solemn once again. Even though Huang Shisan was severely injured, he was still able to unleash a powerful attack. He wanted them to know that even if Huang Shisan was injured, he wasn't someone who could be defeated by just anyone. Lin Xian naturally knew this as well, so he didn't dare to be careless. In an instant, he unleashed 10 different types of laws. The 10 ultimate sword formation was instantly unleashed and surrounded him. Terrifying sword chi rose from the ground. It slashed forward. Boom. Boom, boom. 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 At this moment, the faces of the trial takers in the space changed once more. "Who is it?" They looked at the terrifying scene in the distance and gasped. Another top-notch expert was fighting. They didn't go over because they couldn't even take care of themselves. The 6th Great Sage City was fighting against the 8 major forces, and many late-stage Holy Venerate seniors had also come out. When the battle broke out, everyone had to focus on dealing with it. However, the 6th Great Sage City was doomed to suffer heavy losses. "It's useless. Now that you're severely injured, I can kill you." Lin Xian took a step forward. The sword chi on his body swept across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. At this moment, he was like a peerless sword, as if he could control the world. The sword chi formed by the 10 laws circled around him. He looked forward. "You don't know what's good for you. Today, I'll use your head to show off my might," Huang Shisan also roared angrily. Suddenly, the surrounding sky and earth spun, shaking for thousands of miles. He was completely enraged. At this moment, he swallowed a pill to suppress his injuries. Then, he quickly charged over. Buzz, buzz. Buzz, he waved his palm. The laws between heaven and earth surged violently, forming 5 scimitars with an extremely terrifying desolate aura. It could take away all life. These 5 scimitars were like crescent moons. They descended from the sky and enveloped Lin Xian. The moon was in the wilderness. A powerful divine ability and absolute art was unleashed. Lin Xian snorted coldly and unleashed a sword technique to contend with it. The two's attacks were earth-shattering. The sonorous sound of swords and sabers rang out. Lin Xian felt a huge force coming toward him. It made his hand numb. He snorted and activated the great dragon sword soul with all his strength. A shocking force erupted again. It forced the 5 scimitars back. Huang Shisan also had eyes. Damn it. His opponent's strength was beyond his imagination. Although his opponent was only a small saint, his strength was far beyond an early-stage Saint Venerable. He was not far from a mid-stage Saint Venerable. Moreover, he was injured previously. He could not unleash his full strength at this moment. He was actually forced back by his opponent. With a roar, he formed seals with his palms and blasted over like lightning. They were like two black suns descending from the sky. This aura was really terrifying. Desolate sky, bright moon seal. The 10 ultimate sword formation shook. Lin Xian also felt his blood and qi churning. He spat out a mouthful of blood. However, his eyes became even brighter. 9 yang divine body. His physique shone with endless radiance. A terrifying force burst out. Lin Xian continued to wield his sword aura and slashed forward. Kill. I. The 10 ultimate sword qi used the Tai Chi diagram as the foundation. It spun continuously and brought with it a destructive force. It clashed fiercely with the other party's desolate sky bright music seal. Boom. An earth-shattering sound rang out. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Then, the two's ultimate skills disappeared. The people who were watching the battle outside were stunned. What? They were evenly matched. Could Lin Xian really contend with Xianxia? It was too unbelievable. They felt that they had gone crazy. This guy was fighting across several realms. The faces of the people of the great desolate mansion turned ugly. Xianxia gritted his teeth. He roared and rushed forward. Every step he took was intertwined with the great Tao. One step seemed to cover 1,000 miles. In an instant, he arrived in front of Lin Xian and threw out a punch. The clouds moved in all directions. Heaven and earth lost their color instantly. Heavenly steel palm. The terrifying fist turned into a huge heavenly steel and soared up into the sky. It wanted to suppress Lin Xian. With a furious roar, Lin Xian also punched out with his fist. The 10 senses sword formation revolved around his fist and exploded with the power of the tiger demon fist. Boom. Boom, the battle between the two was earth-shattering. All kinds of skills were used. It was unimaginable. At this moment, a terrifying light burst out from Lin Xian's eyes. Heavenly secret divine eyes. Overturning heaven and earth. Xiangshi's body trembled. A look of confusion appeared in his eyes. His soul was violently impacted. Then, he vomited blood and was sent flying. Ah! He roared at the sky. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. It was a miserable sight. The injuries that he had suppressed erupted again. Many cracks appeared on his body. Not good. Xianxia was injured. Moreover, his previous injuries had erupted. When the people outside saw this scene, they all cried out in surprise. How dare you injure my soul? I'll kill you. Desolate 13 roared at the sky. His glabella split open and the broken stone tablet appeared once again. It suppressed the heaven and earth and blocked the terrifying soul attack. At the same time, he spat out a mouthful of blood and a mysterious talisman appeared on the stone tablet. Then, a huge canyon appeared behind him. The sound of chains rattling could be heard from the canyon. Then, a tall figure appeared. The figure was abnormally blurry, but it was indomitable and intimidating. There were 6 chains wrapped around his body and the ends of the chains were in the canyon. Obviously, this person was sealed in the canyon. Just who was it that could seal such a supreme existence? It was truly unbelievable. Kid, let's see how you're going to die. Desolate 13's face turned even paler, but he smiled. He knew that his opponent would not be able to stop him. Even if his opponent had 10 types of laws and could form the 10 senses sword formation, he would not be able to stop this figure. Unless his opponent's cultivation was at the same level as him, a mid-stage Saint Venerable, then he would have a chance to fight him. Otherwise, he would definitely die. Outside, the people of the great desolate mansion were also laughing. They knew that there was no suspense in this battle. Although Xianxia had suffered more severe injuries after the battle, he was still happy that he had managed to kill Lin Xian once and for all. The people of Acheron Hall and Myriad Demon City sneered. The elders of Wushuang City were extremely nervous. After all, it was this divine ability that had injured Fu Hongya. No matter how strong Fu Hongya was, she could not kill Desolate 13. Could Lin Xian do it now? It was not that they did not believe in Lin Xian. Lin Xian's talent was already heaven-defying. He was probably stronger than Desolate 13 and Fu Hongya. However, Lin Xian was only a small saint. He was still far from becoming a Saint Venerable. Not to mention fighting a mid-stage Saint Venerable. It was too difficult. You're finally using your strongest trump card? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. I admit that your trump card is very strong. But so what? Do you think I don't have any trump cards? Lin Xian sent out his trump card. The great dragon sword spirit merged with the 10 senses sword formation. He gripped the dragon-shaped sword shadow, and the power of the 10 ultimate sword formation enveloped it completely. Then, Lin Xian roared, "Immortal!" The sword slashed down. At this moment, he did not hold back at all. All the power in his body was gathered in this sword. With one sword strike, his body became somewhat unstable. However, he still clenched his teeth and roared out, gripping it tightly. Under this sword, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Even the expressions of the late-stage holy venerables in the distance changed. Oh no, who is it? They felt a chill run down their spines and turned their heads to look. Huang Shisan's expression changed drastically. How was this possible? How could his opponent possess such an attack? He roared crazily and wanted to retreat, but it was too late. He could only resist. When he thought of this, he unleashed his power to the extreme, disregarding the consequences of activating the figure. The person who was chained up in the canyon also roared at the sky when he felt the power of the dragon-shaped sword soul. His palms split open the sky like a mountain, and his aura was oppressive. Then, he clapped his palms together. It was as if it had turned into a peerless heavenly blade, slashing forward. Clang, with one strike, the sound of thunder could be heard, spreading for tens of millions of miles. The people in the distance. Their ears were bleeding from the deafening sound. In the collision, the person's arm suddenly shattered, and endless cracks appeared. He roared and flew out, crashing into the canyon. The illusory image of the canyon faded. Then, under this sword, a crack actually appeared in the canyon. Damn it, this is impossible. Seeing this scene, the people of the great desolate mansion roared crazily. What the hell is this? How could it be so terrifying? The eyes of the other holy kings were also shining with extremely terrifying light. They pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, wanting to see clearly. Huang Shisan was not in the mood to care about what kind of trump card it was. He only wanted to escape. However, he could not do so. After the cracks appeared in the canyon, it automatically disappeared. He could only use the broken stone tablet to block in front of him. However, this time, the stone tablet shattered into pieces, and he was also slashed apart by the sword strike. Throughout the entire process, there was nothing blocking it. It was too terrifying. When the elders of the holy city saw this scene, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. This kid was simply heaven-defying. There was still hope for the people of the great desolate mansion. They were only slashed apart, so they should not die. Indeed, at their level, it was not easy for them to die. However, after waiting for a long time, they realized that the slashed body did not fuse back together. In fact, Huang Shisan's body fell from the sky. What's going on? Is he dead? This saber strike had directly annihilated the soul. Those people went crazy. Lin Xian also fell from the sky, crashing into the ground. His face was also incomparably pale. The sword strike just now was extremely powerful, but it also came at a great price. All the energy in his body was drained. He did not even have the strength to stand up. If anyone else came here, he would be in great danger. The people of the great desolate mansion went crazy after Huang Shisan was killed with a single slash. The people of the Acheron Hall and Myriad Demon City were also nervous. They did not expect their opponent to have such a trump card. They did not dare to believe it. However, when they saw that their opponent was completely powerless, they revealed a ferocious expression. Great, now is the time. They must take this opportunity to kill their opponent. These Saint Kings formed seals with their palms, and actually used an exceptional mystical power, and began to transmit their voices inside. This was their only chance to kill Lin Wudi. Moreover, they were very interested in the dragon-shaped sword shadow that Lin Xian used. It was definitely a terrifying treasure. Some sage kings were also interested in the azure dragon horn. This was because this thing could command a group of dragons. Soaring Sage King wanted it very much. There were also sage kings who wanted Lin Xian's 9 yang divine body. It could be said that Lin Xian's body was full of treasures. If they could obtain it, they might be able to break through again. These sage kings did not speak, but they secretly gathered their energy and used powerful methods to transmit messages. Soon, Soaring Sage King's face was covered in cold sweat. Silvercorp Sage King's face was also pale. After all, this was an inheritance that had been passed down for countless years. Outsiders would not be able to interfere with it. It was already so strenuous for them to transmit a message. However, with so many Sage Kings secretly acting, they really succeeded. They managed to transmit a message. Soon, the experts who were still fighting received the message and their eyes lit up. They turned around and rushed into the distance. Lin Wuti must die. They must obtain the thing on Lin Wuti. Everyone's eyes turned red, especially those late-stage sage venerables. They directly tore the void apart. "Where are you going?" Ling Hu Chuishue roared and rushed over with his men. These people were very fast. Soon, they arrived at the mountain range from before. When they saw that the entire world had been split apart, they were all stunned. What kind of battle had happened before? Look, it's Xianxia. Some sage venerables almost fainted when they saw the scene in front of them. The people of the great desolate mansion knelt on the ground. This is impossible. Was Xianxia killed? The scene that unfolded before their eyes had truly shocked these people. Soon, they discovered that there was another person besides Xianxia who was killed. Another person was also lying in the ruins. It was Lin Wuti. Countless people exclaimed. Could it be that Lin Wuti killed Xianxia? The surrounding people went crazy. Some of the experts from the holy cities had cold expressions. They had already heard about this from the holy kings. Their goal was to capture Lin Xian. So, when they saw this scene, they did not say anything and directly attacked. A huge palm covered the sky and the earth. It was like an ancient demonic mountain pressing down on Lin Xian. The powerful force caused the entire world to tremble. This was a late-stage holy venerate from the Yellow Spring Hall. When he attacked, it was shocking. The surrounding people felt their blood boil. Fu Hongye roared, "How dare you!" Ling Hu Chuishue even brandished his sword and blocked the Yellow Spring hand. The surrounding holy cities all attacked. For a moment, Lin Xian was in extreme danger. "Big brother Xian, leave quickly!" Morong Qingqing exclaimed. At the same time, she ordered the late-stage holy venerate from the Kunlun pavilion to attack. However, Lin Xian could not escape at all. Not good. Yurua's eyes were black and white. She looked forward and frowned. He has almost no energy left in his body, quickly take him away. Lu Yuan also moved. The others also wanted to save Lin Xian. However, the experts from the other holy cities sneered. They would not allow these people to attack. For a moment, the world was completely sealed. You want to save him? In your next life, today will be the day of his death. Cold sneers could be heard one after another. These late-stage holy venerates held their swords and walked forward. It's over. The people watching the battle outside shook their heads and sighed. This time, Lin Xian would definitely die. When Lin Xian saw this scene, his face turned pale. He swallowed a medicinal pill and recovered some energy. However, this bit of energy was not enough for him to escape. Moreover, he did not plan to escape. Didn't these people want to kill him? Fine, he would accompany them to the end. Lin Xian stretched out his hand and formed a seal with great difficulty before his voice sounded. Everyone, please enter the dream. At this critical moment, he activated the illusion leaf. Rays of brilliant light burst out from the leaves and encapsulated the heavens and earth. In the next moment, everyone felt as if the world was turning upside down. When they came back to their senses, they realized that their surroundings had already changed. What's going on? What happened? A few people cried out in alarm, not understanding at all. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up into a smile. He was no longer weak here. Instead, he stood in the void. Welcome to my world, where I am the master. What makes you think you can dominate us? You don't even have the slightest bit of strength left. How are you going to dominate? An early-stage holy venerate demonic beast from the 10,000 fiend city laughed coldly. This holy venerate demonic beast attacked mercilessly, throwing a punch that immediately shattered space. It looked like he wanted to knock Lin Xian away. However, Lin Xian moved his finger, and a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, shattering that holy venerate demonic beast. A bloody mist spread out, startling everyone. What's going on? Did he recover his strength? Damn it. How can this be? Those early-stage holy venerates all retreated, on high alert. After all, when Lin Xian was at his peak, killing early-stage holy venerates was no different from chopping vegetables. There was no need to be afraid. He could not do anything here. However, the late-stage holy venerates smiled coldly. So what if the other party recovered his strength? One of the old men threw a saber strike. A terrifying saber light swept out in all directions. The surrounding people were knocked back. However, Lin Xian's figure instantly vanished. He appeared in another place. It is useless. You cannot injure me at all. I am the master here. What's going on? That old man's expression sank. Soon, someone exclaimed, damn it. This is not the real world. This is the spiritual world. We fell for an illusion. Damn it. Undo the seal. Someone formed hand seals, wanting to escape from the illusion. However, he found that it was impossible. The people watching the battle outside were stunned as well. They discovered that the holy city's experts all stood there, not moving. It was like they had turned into statues. Damn it. What's going on? Some of the holy city's elders roared, quickly attack. However, some of the holy kings frowned. Could it be that they fell for an illusion? That can't be. Lin Wudi is already so injured. How can he still execute such a strong illusion? Damn it. Did he use a holy king weapon? An extremely cold light burst out of the divine flying king's eyes. To be able to instantly control so many late-stage holy venerates, this was definitely the strength of a holy king. However, some people frowned as well. That should not be the case. If the divine flying king used such strength, he would immediately be suppressed. He might even be sent out and disqualified. However, that was not the case now. For a moment, these holy kings did not understand. The dream leaf was indeed given to Lin Xian by a holy king. However, this thing relied on Lin Xian's soul as its foundation. Hence, the judgment of strength was based on Lin Xian's soul. Lin Xian was a ruler, not a holy king. Hence, this space would not treat the dream leaf as a holy king's power. Lin Xian took a deep breath and a smile appeared on his face. He said, "Senior brother, quickly attack. I can't hold on for long." Indeed, although the dream leaf was miraculous, it could not control so many experts for a long time. Furthermore, there were several late-stage holy venerates. Lin Xian felt that the dream leaf could imprison these people for 5 seconds. Linghu Chuishue and the others took deep breaths. Among them, the eyes of the experts from the Kunlun realm, the Blue Sea Pavilion, and the Joyous Union Palace all lit up. This was an opportunity for them. As for the experts from the Yellow Spring Hall, they roared, quickly break out of the encirclement. Don't let them surround you. Since the other party laid an illusion here, they had to break it. Instantly, all sorts of auras erupted. These people's souls spread out in all directions. As for Lin Xian, he snorted coldly. Imprison everything. He was the ruler of the entire dream realm. Hence, he gave the order to imprison the surroundings. The people from the holy cities could not move. Not good. Linghu Chuishue and the others roared, quickly attack. They erupted with their strongest strength and attacked frantically. Pooh! A sword light flashed, and the Yellow Spring Hall's late-stage holy venerate got chopped in half. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they all went crazy. Is heaven really that horrifying? Run! They struggled even more intensely, and the surrounding space shook quickly. Clearly, they could not hold on any longer. Lin Xian's expression turned cold. They only had 5 seconds. Even Xiaochen was not confident of how far he could go. 5 seconds was very short. However, to these experts, it was enough. Boom! The 10,000 Fiend City's late-stage holy venerate got torn apart. The Kunlun Mountain suppressed the great desolate mansion's late-stage holy venerate. The Thunder God's late-stage Holy Venerate got drowned by the Blue Sea's water. As for the early-stage Holy Venerates and middle-stage Holy Venerates, they suffered even more disastrous losses. The Thunder God's late-stage Holy Venerate exploded. 5 seconds passed quickly. During this time, all the Holy Venerates were severely injured. After 5 seconds, the surviving late-stage Holy Venerates roared wildly. Crack! The entire dream realm shattered like a mirror. In the next moment, the Holy Venerates could move again. They returned to the real world. Run, their thoughts were not revenge, but escape. Earlier, they had truly been severely injured. 10 odd late-stage Holy Venerates had been killed, their souls forever destroyed. Their bodies fell into the rubble. Half of the Holy Venerates had died. The surviving Holy Venerates were also severely injured. Their souls merged with their bodies, causing them to vomit blood. Run! These people were running away crazily. Linghu Chuishue and the others were chasing after them. Those who were watching the battle did not know what was going on. When they saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. What was going on? Only a few seconds had passed. The experts on their side had been severely injured and had even fled. What exactly had happened? Damn it, seeing their side crumbling again, the Saint King elders' faces turned ugly. Their hearts were bleeding. They had even discovered that there were really late-stage Saint Venerables who had fallen. Moreover, there was more than one. There were more than a dozen of them, the remaining people were dying even more. Not good. If this continues, there will be more deaths. Many elders gritted their teeth and said. The Saint Kings knew this too. Especially the Silver Corpse Saint King, his face was pale. He found out that the Acheron Palace had lost 4 late-stage Saint Venerables. Damn it, they stood up, and their aura surged in all directions. The peerless Saint King sneered. You can't hold it in anymore? I've said it before. Don't jump to conclusions too early. The 3 dragons also smiled. It seemed that following the Azure Dragon Horn was the right choice. This time, if they could really defeat those saint cities, they would gain a lot of benefits. We can't let this continue. I suspect that the brat used some extreme methods. The Soaring Sky Saint King stood up and said coldly. The Desolate Sky Saint King nodded. That's right. The scene just now was too strange. He clearly didn't have any strength, but he could cause such an outcome. I'm very suspicious. Lei Shencheng, 10,000 Swords Pavilion, and Purple Sun Palace's Saint Venerables also stood up. They said that they couldn't let this continue. They had to stop or change the rules. Stop, why didn't you think of stopping when you were attacking us? The peerless Saint King snorted. Indeed, when the 6 great sage cities attacked them, no one stood up and said such a thing. Now that the situation had changed, these people couldn't take it anymore. What a joke. The peerless Saint King also snorted. You want to stop? Do you think this is a game? Obviously, both sides had different opinions and started to quarrel. Some of the Saint Kings even emitted terrifying auras. The whole world started to collapse. The surrounding people's scalps went numb, and the extraterrestrials also gasped. Would this cause a Saint King level battle? Demon City, don't go overboard. The experts of the 3 dragon clans stood up. The people of the Blue Sea Pavilion also frowned. Some people were still unable to cover the sky with a single hand. The people of Kunlun also snorted coldly. You want to fight? We will accompany you to the end. Stop arguing. At this moment, a cold and gloomy voice sounded, shaking the surroundings. Everyone turned around and saw that the one who spoke was the Silver Corpse Saint King. Flying Sky Saint King said. Whatever you say is useless. Yellow Spring Hall is the host this time. Brother Silver Corpse, what? Do you think? Yes, they had to stop or change the rules. The Silver Corpse Saint King's face was gloomy. He said, what happened before is too strange. I also feel that it is very unfair if this continues. Thus, I decided to use my only chance to change the rules of the second stage. The Flying Divine King and the others revealed ferocious looks when they heard this. Peerless Saint King and his allies, who were smiling, furrowed their brows. However, they didn't say anything. After all, as the host, Acheron Hall did have a chance to change the rules. Of course, this rule had to be approved by the majority of the people. Otherwise, if they changed the rules to only benefit Acheron Hall, the other saint cities wouldn't agree. How do you want to change it? The Azure Dragon's king asked coldly. It was very simple. Pick your opponent, each faction would take turns as the host and pick their opponent. Those who were picked could reject it. However, that was equivalent to failing twice. Those who rejected 3 times would be disqualified. They couldn't participate in the next stage. Those who were killed or kicked out of the stage would be disqualified. Of course, late-stage Saint Venerables couldn't take the initiative to pick opponents who were 2 levels lower than them, unless they sealed their own cultivation. What do you think? The moment he said this, the surrounding people started discussing. The Flying Sky Saint King and the others were naturally willing. As long as they could stop the battles, they would raise both hands in agreement. However, Peerless City's side was silent. To be honest, this rule sounded fine, but it was very dangerous when it was actually implemented. After all, it was very easy for the strong to fight against the weak. Needless to say, Yellow Spring Hall would still target them. However, if they used it well, they could continue to hunt down those people. Therefore, the Peerless King nodded and said, I have no objections. However, I have to remind you that you only have one chance to change the rules. After this, you won't have another chance. I'd like to see if you can still smile after changing the rules. You don't have to worry about that. The Silver Corpse Saint King snorted coldly when he heard that. Since even the Peerless Saint King agreed, the other Saint Kings also nodded. After all, if they didn't agree, the Silver Corpse Saint King would probably propose an even more disadvantageous rule. In that case, let's begin. After saying that, the Saint Kings formed hand seals and flew into the distance. Of course, it wasn't their real bodies. They all sent out a clone and merged into the space. In the next moment, the space broke open and countless terrifying figures appeared. As a result, the people who were still fighting in the space were all stunned. Stop! The Silver Corpse Saint King roared, and the sky shook. Everyone stopped, and some of them narrowed their eyes. What's going on? Why are the Saint Kings here? Are they going to make a move too? From now on, stop fighting. There's a change in the rules. Everyone was shocked when they heard that voice. Changing the rules? Lin Xian, Linghu Chuexiue, and the others frowned. Damn it, these guys wanted to change the rules when they saw that they were at a disadvantage. How despicable. Moreover, what shocked them was that they actually succeeded. They didn't say anything and quickly retreated. The Saint Kings of the Sacred City in the sky also stood on one side. Then, they called everyone back. Master, what's going on? Linghu Chuexiue and the others asked when they returned. The Peerless Saint King sneered. Of course, they wanted to change the situation because they had one chance. However, they wouldn't let them turn the tables. The rules were quickly announced, and the others' eyes lit up. The Silver Corpse Saint King said, All right, let's begin. After saying that, the people from the Acheron Hall sneered. As the host, they were the first to be the ringleaders. This time a middle-stage Saint Venerate walked out. His face was extremely cold. In an instant, he looked at Lin Xian and said coldly, Get out here. As expected, they were targeting Lin Xian. The people from the Peerless City also darkened. Lin Xian had not recovered his strength and was still very weak. Now that he was targeted by a middle-stage Saint Venerate, it would be very dangerous. If they refused, it would be equivalent to failing twice. Moreover, the people from the Acheron Hall would definitely not do it themselves. Next, the Great Desolate Mansion, the Myriad Sword Pavilion, and the Demon City would definitely call for Lin Xian. Kid, what's wrong? You don't dare, if you don't dare, kneel down and admit defeat. If you dare to target me, I'll let you know what regret is. The middle-stage Holy Venerable didn't hide the murderous intent in his eyes. He was targeting Lin Xian. The crowd gasped when they heard Lin Xian's words. They didn't know what Lin Xian would choose. Would he just admit defeat? That way, he could buy some time to recover. Damn it, I'll fight you. Fu Hongya snorted and was about to attack. However, the person opposite her sneered. You don't have the right to choose. I'm the champion now. I can choose. Lin Xian's brother, Xianxia, also looked nervous. She said, why don't we reject this battle first and win after recovering our strength? Indeed, the others had the same idea. Lin Xian took out a pill from his storage ring and swallowed it. He said, no need, I still have the strength to stand. Help me up. What? The people from Wushuang City were stunned. Junior brother Lin, don't be impulsive. Fu Hongye frowned. Yurua said, you're too weak now. You don't even have 1/10 of your strength. You can't resist at all. Shangguan Xiaoxian also said, they're obviously targeting you. Don't fall for their provocation. Lin Xian said, don't worry, I really still have the strength to stand. As he spoke, he coughed twice and almost lost his balance. The surrounding people could only roll their eyes. You can fall with a gust of wind. You still have the strength to stand? What a joke. Kid, are you okay? Wushuang Sacred King also transmitted his voice. Lin Xian nodded and gave him a reassuring look. Wushuang Sacred King then said, alright, since he insists, let him try. Junior brother Linghu Chuishua and the others wanted to say something, but Wushuang Sacred King stopped them. Since the Sacred King said so, perhaps Lin Xian really had a way. Well, I don't have enough strength to fly now. Send me up. Lin Xian said. Shen Jingqiu became his assistant. Shangguan Xiaoxian also walked over and said, let me help you too. The two of them supported Lin Xian and flew him into the distance, landing on the arena below. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they went crazy. Oh my heavens, what's the meaning of this? This Lin Wudi still wants to fight, what kind of joke was this? He couldn't even fly and had to be supported by others. He still wants to fight. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Morong Qingqing was also nervous. Even Meng Qing and Guan Songhai had no idea what Lin Xian was up to. Those from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion and the Great Desolate Mansion also had strange expressions on their faces. This brat was too arrogant. Did he think that he was invincible after defeating Wan Jiani and killing Huang Shisan? Humph, today is the day he dies. These people gritted their teeth. The arena master of Acheron Hall was stunned. Then, a smile appeared on his face. That was great. From the looks of it, the other party did not seem to be faking it at all. Didn't have much strength. He could kill such a person with just a raise of his hand. After placing Lin Xian on the arena, Shen Jingqiu and Shangguan Xiaoxian left. That arena master said, tell me, brat. How do you want to die? I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian glanced at the arena master and sat on the ground. He ate some medicinal pills to recover his strength as he spoke. Although I don't even have 1% of my strength now, it's more than enough to kill a piece of trash like you. The moment he said that, the crowd was shocked. Arrogant, he was really too arrogant. At this moment, everyone thought that Lin Xian was just putting up a strong front. The face of the Acheron Hall's person sank. Are you provoking me? Very well, I will make sure you die without a burial ground. In the next moment, his body shone brightly as a terrifying law erupted. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a bolt of lightning and arrived in front of Lin Xian. Go to hell. He slapped down, wanting to turn Lin Xian into a bloody mist. The surrounding people were all stunned. This was a middle-stage holy venerate. How strong was he? Even if Lin Xian was at his peak, he might not be able to block such a move. Buzz. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian's body began to sway. However, Xiaochen suddenly raised his head, and a golden light flashed in his eyes. Strange talisman scripts spun quickly in his eyes. He activated his heavenly secret divine eyes. An extremely terrifying eye flame charged forward. Ah! On the other side, the Acheron Hall's middle stage holy venerate shrieked miserably. That holy venerate hall's palm did not fall. Instead, he grabbed his head and rolled around in the air. He looked like he had gone crazy. The surrounding people were stunned. What's going on? Is it a soul attack? That's impossible. This brat's soul can even injure a middle-stage holy venerate. Everyone was stunned. The Acheron Hall's people did not dare to believe it either. The other party could not even fly, yet he could injure a middle-stage holy venerate. This was simply unbelievable. Lin Xian also paled. He withdrew his gaze. Honestly, although Xiaochen's soul energy was strong, it was not possible for him to injure a middle-stage holy venerate. However, Xiaochen was not without means. He used the dream leaf. This was a spiritual world that a holy ruler created. It contained strong soul energy. At this moment, Lin Xian directly extracted the soul energy in the dream leaf. He used it to strengthen his heavenly secret divine eyes. This way, it was equivalent to him obtaining a strong soul energy. Hence, he could injure the other party. However, the soul energy in the dream leaf was limited. Once Xiaochen used it up, then he would no longer be able to injure a middle-stage holy venerate. Hence, Xiaochen had to do his best to recover his strength quickly. Lin Xian had used his heavenly secret divine eye flame. The other party could not endure it at all. At this moment, the other party did not stand up. Clearly, his soul was severely injured. As for Lin Xian, he staggered to his feet and even vomited a mouthful of blood. However, Xiaochen still managed to stand up in the end. He said, "I already said that I still have the strength to stand. I won this battle." Hearing this, countless people were shocked. Some people from the holy city fell silent. Their expressions were extremely ugly. Xiaochen had indeed won. Xiaochen, a powerless person, actually won the battle. It was hard to believe. The people from the Acheron Hall vomited a mouthful of blood. The previous battle had caused them to suffer heavy losses. Half of them had fallen, and the remaining half had survived. They could be said to be the elites of the elites. However, they did not expect to be severely injured as soon as they entered the arena. This was a complete loss of face. "Help me back." Lin Xian stood up and won the battle. Then, he waved his hand in the distance. Then, Xianxia and Shangwan Xiaoxian flew over again and helped him back. This scene was extremely strange. You are already so weak, but you are still so strong. How were they going to let others live? Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Lin Xian returned to the peerless holy ruler's side. The peerless holy ruler nodded in satisfaction. Then, he said, "Well done. It seems that the people from the Acheron Hall are too weak." The Silver Corpse Holy King's face turned ashen. What a slap to his face. They had suffered heavy losses before this. More than half of their experts had fallen. Now that they had changed the rules, they thought they could regain their reputation. Who would have thought that they would lose so miserably in their first battle? The other holy city's experts' faces turned ugly. This guy had no strength, but his soul was still so powerful. Damn it, the second battle was between the Limitless Sect and the Seven Star Towers experts. The two of them fought, and the Seven Star Towers experts won. Next, it was the Great Desolate Mansion's turn. The eyes of the Great Desolate Mansion's experts were filled with killing intent. They had also lost a late-stage Saint Venerable on their side. Moreover, Huang Shisan had been killed by the other party. Therefore, they wanted to kill Lin Xian too. However, they were not confident. They began to discuss among themselves. "Should we make a move on this brat?" Someone said that it would not be easy. This brat's soul was very powerful. Of course, there were also people who said that it was not certain. No matter how strong he was, he could not fight against a mid-stage Saint Venerable. I guess that should have been the last of his strength. Let's try again. Another mid-stage Saint Venerable walked out. He also challenged Lin Xian. The crowd gasped again. Right now, Lin Xian was furiously absorbing energy to recover. When he heard another challenge, he opened his eyes. He said, "Help me up. I can still fight." If this was the case again, this brat was really trying to mystify things. Who knew if he would be able to withstand it this time? With the support of Xianxia and Shangwan Xiaoxian, Lin Xian came down to the arena again. The Lightning Lord of the Great Desolate Mansion sneered. "Brat, I don't believe you have any strength left." With a roar, he charged out. However, he soon let out a miserable shriek. His soul had also been attacked. This time, his soul was directly destroyed. Is he dead? The surrounding people went crazy. Not only did this brat's strength not weaken, he became even stronger. He killed a mid-stage Saint Venerable. How did he do it? The hearts of the great desolate mansion's experts were bleeding. The other holy cities were also on high alert. Su Chen sneered. However, his pupils shrunk. Obviously, the power he used just now was beyond his tolerance. This time, he was injured again, but it should be enough to intimidate these people. Sure enough, no one dared to attack him for a period of time. However, they changed their target. They decided to attack Lin Xian's people. For example, the 10,000 Swords Pavilion was preparing to attack Xianxia. Another mid-stage Saint Venerable Sword Saint. His powerful aura penetrated in all directions. At this moment, he was staring at Xianxia. Come out, you will definitely die today. The situation at Wushuangqing City had turned ugly. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a piercing cold light. Damn it, these people couldn't defeat him, so they decided to attack the people around him? Yu Rua and Shangguan Shaoxian had said that not everyone in the middle stage of Holy Venerate realm could turn the tables and fight. It would probably be very difficult for others. However, Xianxia took a deep breath. I won't admit defeat so easily. Even if I can't win, I will still go. As she spoke, she walked forward. Lin Xian asked. There should be no problem, right? Don't worry, big brother Lin Xian can do it. With that, her figure flashed and she flew down like a fairy. The surrounding people in the holy city were stunned when they saw this. No way. Was he really going to accept the challenge? It was too inconceivable. Could it be that the other party also wants to fight a middle stage Holy Venerate as an early stage Holy Venerate? The expert from the 10,000 Swords sect sneered. You really don't know what's good for you. Great, he was going to use his opponent's blood to drive Lin Xian crazy. Seeing Xianxia descending, a biting cold sword light directly slashed towards her. The violent power was unparalleled. Xianxia didn't try to hide. Her figure flashed and she dodged the attack. In the next moment, a cosmic form of heaven and earth appeared behind her, releasing a mysterious radiance. At the same time, she said coldly, the rules of the competition state that the battle will only last for 15 minutes. If I can endure it, I should be able to win, right? The crowd was in an uproar. It turned out that the other party was planning this. Indeed, there was a time limit this time. They only had 15 minutes to fight. However, the person from the 10,000 Swords sect sneered. Do you think you can last 15 minutes against me? What a joke. If I can't kill you in 3 moves, I'll kill myself. Is that so? Very well, you've already used 1 move. You still have 2 moves. I want to personally see how you kill yourself. Xianxia snorted coldly. Dragon Elephant Sword Technique. What he used was an extremely terrifying sword technique. His movements were grand and powerful, and his power was boundless. When he slashed out with his sword, the image of a dragon elephant appeared. This was an attack from a middle stage Holy Venerate. An early stage Holy Venerate would not be able to block it at all. However, he still underestimated Xianxia. Xianxia's cosmic form blossomed, forming 2 illusions. They formed a triangle in the sky. Then, they switched positions. They could switch positions at will between the 3 worlds. It was equivalent to 2 teleportation arrays. She used form displacement to dodge the 2 streaks of sword light. Then, she smiled and said, 3 moves have passed. You can't hurt me at all. Now, you can kill yourself. What? She actually dodged it? The person from the 10,000 Swords sect did not believe it. The others were also in an uproar. What exactly was this? A cosmic form, damn it. The face of the person from the 10,000 Swords sect became extremely ugly. He had only said it casually earlier. Because with his strength, it was simply too easy for him to kill the other party in an instant. After all, not everyone was as heaven-defying as Lin Xian. However, the outcome of the matter was beyond his expectations. The woman in front of him also had strange methods. Hearing the other party's mockery, the Sword Saint snorted coldly. Damn it, you've completely angered me. Speaking of which, the Dragon Elephant Sword technique covered the sky and the 3 illusions. I don't believe you can dodge it this time. The surrounding people also cried out in alarm. It's over. This Xianxia is in danger. That's right. Previously, when he switched positions, he relied on the element of surprise to dodge it. Now that he had been seen through, there was no way for him to escape. Unless he was able to withstand this sword, how could he possibly withstand it? The surrounding people shook their heads. In fact, even Lin Xian and the others grew nervous. Boom boom boom. The dragon elephant sword technique exploded and drowned everything. Between heaven and earth, countless sword shadows were formed. It was shocking. When everything disappeared, the cosmic forms in the sky disappeared. There was no trace of Xianxia anymore. Could it be that she had been destroyed? It seemed like not everyone could withstand it. Ha 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 ha. The arena master from the 10,000 Swords sect laughed coldly. The people from the Great Desolate Prefecture and the other sacred cities also laughed coldly. They had forgotten about Lin Xian. Kid, let's see what you can do now. Lin Xian's face changed. He did not believe that Qiao would die just like that. After all, he had absolute confidence in Xianxia. Everyone thought that Xianxia's soul had been destroyed. However, Lin Xian smiled. So that was the case. This little girl was quite smart. In the arena, the person from the 10,000 Swords pavilion sneered. Lin Xian, now you know the consequences of going against us. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. From now on, we won't let go of anyone who is related to you. I want you to see them die one by one. He laughed proudly. However, at this moment, a voice sounded. Oh, is that so? Who told you that my soul has been destroyed? What? Impossible. His laughter seemed to have been crushed by someone's hand. He roared crazily. Who is it? Sneaking around, get out here. He looked around, and his sword energy was even more destructive. The surrounding people were also stunned. Who was it? Someone said in a trembling voice. It was Xianxia's voice. This was impossible. That woman's soul had already been destroyed. How could she still be alive? Illusion. This must be Lin Wudi's illusion. However, the next moment, everyone saw a figure appear in the sky. It was Xianxia. She was unharmed. How was this possible? She was fine. How did she dodge the dragon elephant sword technique? The sword saint from the 10,000 Swords pavilion was also stunned. Impossible. How did you do it? Xianxia snorted coldly. You want to kill me with your sword technique? It's impossible. Half of the incense's time has passed. There's still half of it left. I don't think you can hurt me. It seemed that it was a draw. She had planned for it to be a draw. After all, her opponent was a middle-stage Saint Venerable. She was only at the initial stage. A draw was not considered a failure. Damn it. Dragon elephant annihilating the sky. The sword saint roared crazily. He erupted again. At this moment, his power was even more terrifying than before. However, when everything disappeared, he thought that Xianxia had been destroyed. In the end, he found that Xianxia had appeared again. This happened 3 times. After the incense's time, Xianxia was unharmed. The battle ended in a draw. While the people from Peerless City were cheering, the people from 10,000 Swords Pavilion had ugly expressions on their faces. Was it a draw? Damn it, this was simply a slap to their faces. Yorua, Shangguan Shaoxian, looked at Xianxia and smiled. Lin Xian also said, well done. Xianxia revealed a smile and then went back to 3 minutes. Damn it, I don't believe that the people around him are all so powerful. Next, those people were prepared to attack Murong Qingqing. This time, it was the people from the Demon City. However, they failed as well. Murong Qingqing was also very strong. She also managed to dodge the attack of a middle-stage Holy Venerate. Next, Qin Xianer, Guan Songhai, and even Meng Qing and the other members of the 3 dragons were challenged one after another. They dodged. However, not everyone managed to escape. For example, some of the sword dragons fell. The winged dragons also had people die, which infuriated the dragons. Damn it, it was time for them to counterattack. The Kunlun Pavilion's Joyful Union Palace also made their moves. Since the two sides were already enemies, there was no need to be polite. They also sent out middle-stage holy venerates to attack the early-stage holy venerates. At first, there were still people who accepted the challenge. In the end, after 2 were killed, the remaining people directly admitted defeat. They would rather lose 2 rounds than come out. Soon, it was Wushuang City's turn. Everyone tensed up and paid close attention. They did not know who Wushuang City would send out. This was especially so for the Yellow Spring Hall's people. They acted as if they were facing a great enemy. If Linghu Chuishiwei or Fu Hongye made a move, they would directly admit defeat. They would absolutely not give the other party a chance to counterattack. However, they soon discovered that it was not those 2 people but Yu Rua. Yu Rua challenged an early-stage holy venerate from the Demon City. It was nothing much. They could just fight. After all, they were all elite experts. They did not believe that they would lose to others. Hence, this person from the Demon City directly went up. In 10 moves, he was killed by Yu Rua. Yu Rua's black and white eyes were extremely terrifying. She domineeringly killed a genius of the same cultivation realm before returning. Damn it. These people clenched their teeth. Following that, the people from the 3 dragons also challenged the people from Thunder God City and the Great Desolate Mansion. The people from Thunder God City directly admitted defeat. The people from the Great Desolate Mansion went up and were killed. Both sides suffered losses. However, the people from the Yellow Spring Hall were so angry that they nearly vomited blood. They had already lost more than half of their geniuses. Now, they could not afford to lose. Of course, there were also some people who displayed great strength. For example, Lin Xian. Aside from him, the people from Wushuang City were all very strong. There were also Morong Qingqing, Guan Songhai, and the others. They were also extremely dazzling. However, there were 2 people who were even more terrifying. The first was Chao Tianxing. He defeated a middle-stage holy venerate from the Giant Spirit Pavilion. His strength was shocking. The other was Gu Feng. Gu Feng did not participate in the fight between the Yellow Spring Hall and Wushuang City. He attacked the people from the returning Principal Palace. In the end, he defeated a middle-stage holy venerate. This scene shocked everyone. It seemed that these 2 people were not weaker than Lin Xian. That was for sure. Between them and Professor Lin Xian, who was stronger, discussions broke out one after another, but these people had forgotten one thing. Whether it was Chao Tianxing or Gu Feng, they were both early-stage holy venerates. Lin Xian was only a peak small saint. However, he was so strong that people forgot about his cultivation realm. Soon, the first round came to an end. Some people won, but there were also people who fell. The people from the Yellow Spring Hall were not willing to accept this. When the second round began, they changed their strategy. They did not attack Lin Xian and the others. Instead, they decided to eliminate the peak fighting strength of Wushuang City. This time, a late-stage holy venerate came out. The person he wanted to challenge was Fu Hongye. Everyone was shocked by the scene. It seemed like these people were going to kill him, senior brother. The people from Wushuang City looked at Fu Hongye. This was truly a difficult choice. Fu Hongye was strong, but she did not have much chance of winning against a late-stage holy venerate. Fu Hongye took a deep breath. I will try. You want me to admit defeat? I am not willing to do so. Go, do what you can. The Wushuang City sacred ruler said the same thing. This battle will be a challenge from Fu Hongye. Let's see where his limits are. I accept the challenge. Fu Hongye left. When she came out, it caused an uproar. It can't be, right? Is she really going to accept the challenge? The people from the Yellow Spring Hall revealed sinister smiles. This is great. This time, they will not fail again. That old man's eyes shone with a cold light. Fu Hongye came to the arena and took the initiative to attack. She turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly appeared beside that old man. The red leaf in her hand kept falling. Crack! 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 An extremely terrifying light appeared on the old man's body, directly shattering all the maple leaves. Then, he sneered and grabbed the white bones of the yellow spring with one hand. With a crack, half of Fu Hongya's body was grabbed, but there was no blood. Instead, it turned into countless maple leaves. His real body appeared in another place, and his expression became extremely ugly. Just now, he was only using his clone to test the waters, but the difference in strength was too great. The other party could easily destroy his divine ability. It's useless. You can't escape. Yellow fist destruction. The old man formed a seal with both hands and pressed toward the void. Immediately, the surrounding yellow spring water quickly spread and completely enveloped the entire world. Fu Hongya couldn't escape at all. Die. The old man laughed sinisterly, and a terrifying law erupted. Not good. When the people of Wushuang City saw this scene, their expressions became extremely ugly. They were all worried for Fu Hongya. Fu Hongya's pupils constricted. He snorted coldly and suddenly burst out with an unparalleled secret technique. The fivefold increase in strength had caused a crack to appear on it. He rushed out. He could actually dodge it. The old man was surprised. You struggled and scattered. Fu Hongya had been suppressed, but whenever he was in danger, he would activate the unparalleled secret technique. He unleashed several times the strength to dodge. The old man didn't succeed. No way. He could actually block it. Unbelievable. This Fu Hongya was no ordinary person. When the old man saw that he couldn't catch the other party in half an incense stick's time, his face turned gloomy. He roared angrily, and the yellow spring diagram rotated, forming 3 clones that fought in all directions, forming a yellow spring formation. It directly locked Fu Hongya. This time, no matter what, he wouldn't let the other party escape. Fu Hongya was in an extremely dangerous situation. He merged with the maple tree behind him and charged forward. It was useless. The old man slapped out, and directly made Fu Hongya vomit blood. However, Fu Hongya didn't retreat. He quickly charged forward as if his entire body had turned into a maple tree. When his palm fell, endless maple leaves swayed and directly hit the old man. The old man's body swayed, and he was also injured. How could this be? That elder was stupefied, and the others were also shocked. There was a difference of an entire cultivation realm between the two of them, yet Fu Hongya could really break through his defenses. What exactly was this maple tree? It was too terrifying. Just like that, the two sides engaged in a fierce battle. Fu Hongya kept coughing up blood. However, the more he fought, the braver he became. In the end, the old man was beaten until his hair was disheveled. Although he wasn't seriously injured, he had completely lost face. In the end, the time it took for an incense stick to burn disappeared, and he still couldn't completely defeat Fu Hongya. Damn it. The old man shouted angrily. Even after the time was up, he still wanted to attack. Saint Emperor Wushuang harumphed coldly. A black vortex appeared and took Fu Hongya away. Then, he sent the old man flying with a slap. The old man's body was immediately split in two, and he roared crazily. The killing intent in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by fear. What a disgrace. Get your ass over here. When the Silver Corpse Saint King saw this, he snorted coldly and unleashed the Yellow Springs diagram to turn the old man back. Then, 2 slaps flew over. The old man knew that the other party was saving him. Otherwise, if he fell into the hands of Saint Emperor Wushuang, he would probably suffer a fate worse than death. Sure enough, Saint Emperor Wushuang's face was cold as he stared at the Silver Corpse Saint King. He didn't attack again. Instead, he brought Fu Hongya back. At this moment, Fu Hongya's body was covered with injuries. It was obvious that he had been severely injured in the fight earlier. Hurry up and recover, Wushuang said. The others also had worried expressions. Lin Xian's eyes exploded with a biting cold killing intent. Ling Huchuishue was even more furious. Next, the other Saint cities challenged Lin Xian again. They didn't believe that Lin Xian was so strong. Moreover, even if they were to exhaust Lin Xian, they would exhaust him to death. However, Lin Xian was much stronger than they had imagined. With the eye technique that Lin Xian could use now, he could kill 5 mid-stage Saint Venerables. Moreover, his strength was still recovering. Lin Xian killed another 3 mid-stage Saint Venerables. After that, no one dared to challenge him again. When it was time for Peerless City to issue a challenge, Linghu Chuishue stepped forward. He challenged the Yellow Spring Hall's late-stage Saint Venerate by name. It was the old man who had attacked Fu Hongya. That old man had a gloomy expression. He attacked frantically, wanting to kill Linghu Chuishue. However, Linghu Chuishue's strength shocked him. Although he was nearly 3,000 years older than Linghu Chuishue, he was no match for him at all. Within 30 moves, he was defeated by Linghu Chuishue. That old man's soul wanted to escape. However, Linghu Chuishue did not give him the chance. A terrifying sword aura erupted and sealed everything, robbing the old man's soul. Damn it! My Yellow Spring Hall will not let you off, that was the old man's final roar. However, Linghu Chuishue's sword descended. I will not let your Yellow Spring Hall off either. Damn it! The Yellow Spring Hall's people were driven mad with anger. Another peak expert was killed. They were unable to tolerate it. The others also felt their scalps go numb. It would appear that this was a scene that would not rest until one of them was dead. The Silver Corpse Holy Monarch also had an ice-cold expression. He stared at Linghu Chuishue with a terrifying gaze. The yellow spring was surging in his eyes. The Peerless Holy Monarch snorted coldly. What's wrong? Do you want to fight? I'll accompany you anytime. At the same time, a black vortex appeared in the sky, swallowing continuously. The killing intent of the two kings filled the air again. Everyone's scalps went numb. Humph, the Silver Corpse Holy Monarch snorted coldly and did not attack. In the following battle, his expression turned even uglier. That was because the people from Peerless City were specifically targeting them. Regardless of whether it was Lu Yuan, Shangguan Xiaoxian, or Leng Aojuan, they were all very strong. Therefore, after a few rounds of fighting, they suffered heavy losses. The others like the Great Desolate Mansion and the Thousand Demon City were not doing well either. They were targeted by the Three Dragons, the Kunlun Pavilion, and the Joyous Union Palace. A new round had begun. This time, the people from the Thousand Demon City were ready to attack. They had used their ultimate skill, the Void Beast. After all these years of nurturing, the Void Beast had reached the early stage of the Holy Venerate realm. Its strength could be said to be extremely strong. Moreover, the other party was also proficient in spatial magic. Initially, they wanted to continue holding back. However, they were eager to get rid of Lin Xian. This time, they would let the Void Beast attack. With a flash, a black-robed figure appeared on the stage. His entire body was covered by the black robe and no one could see him clearly. Only a cold voice could be heard. Get over here and die. Everyone was shocked. Was he here to challenge Lin Xian again? Lin Xian stood up. This time, he did not need anyone to support him. He could fly. After arriving, he said, "Tell me, how do you want to die?" That person sneered and charged over. He struck out a palm. At this moment, Lin Xian had recovered about 70 to 80% of his strength. Hence, his eyes shone brightly. He did not use any soul attack. Instead, he stomped his foot and punched out. Similarly, his fist was like a sun, blooming with light. Both of them unleashed an unparalleled aura. Then, they both retreated. Lin Xian summoned the 10 ultimate sword formation. He stabbed out with his sword towards the black-robed figure. The black-robed figure was instantly slashed apart. However, to everyone's surprise, no blood flowed out. There was not even a figure. Only the black-robed figure fell to the ground. What's going on? Where is he? Everyone was stunned. Even Lin Xian furrowed his brows. In the next moment, his pupils shrank. His figure swayed. The place where he was originally standing was instantly torn apart. The aftermath of the energy hit him and sent him flying. Damn it! Someone sneaked an attack. When he turned around, he found that there was no one behind him. Those people were also shocked. Could it be a spatial ability? Exclamations could be heard. On a mountain peak, Gu Feng stood there. When he saw this scene, his eyes shone with a cold light. Void Beast? He did not expect the Thousand Demon City to use such a trump card. Lin Xian frowned as well. A heavenly void beast. To be honest, it was not the first time he encountered it. He had fought with it twice. However, both of them were below the small saint realm. He did not expect the other party to grow so quickly. It had actually become a holy venerate. The spatial law was very powerful. It was called a king-level law. It was not a joke. This void beast was probably more dangerous than an early-stage holy venerate. As expected, the void beast appeared and disappeared mysteriously in the next few times. Every time, it would appear in an extremely strange place and attack Lin Xian. Fortunately, Lin Xian's physique was strong. Otherwise, he would have been in danger. Another spatial crack shot towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt that there was a terrifying power in the surrounding void that wanted to tear his body in half. He snorted coldly and unleashed his 9-yang divine body to the extreme. At the same time, he activated the 10 senses sword formation. Terrifying sword light swept out in all directions, bringing with it a destructive power that enveloped the entire area. At this moment, Lin Xian's mental state was incomparably solemn. He stood in the center of the array formation like a sword god. A powerful aura burst forth. His palms formed seals, and the terrifying sword formation of 10 senses began. It opened and closed widely, sweeping in all directions. Nothing could get close. The void beast was extremely terrifying. Dozens of cracks appeared around him as he charged over. The terrifying sword lights were all swallowed into the space and transported. This way, there would be nothing that could hurt him. Soon, he reached Lin Xian's side. Lin Xian's eyes blossomed with a terrifying golden light. They formed a pair of divine eyes that could see through everything. He saw a blurry figure charging at him at high speed. The other party was actually holding swords and sabers formed from spatial dimensional fragments. Along with the extremely strong power of the laws, they continued to slash down. Lin Xian was very passive in the battle. When the people of the demon city saw this scene, the corners of their mouths curled up into a smile. Humph. He was definitely not a match for the void beast. Even if he had 10 types of laws, so what? They couldn't compare to the laws of space. Do you really think that I can't see you when you're hiding in the dark? Lin Xian's eyes blossomed with an extremely terrifying light. He used his eye technique to the extreme. At the same time, the 10 senses sword turned into a divine sword. He held it in his hand and slashed forward. With a slash of the sword, everything was shattered. The spatial fissures were also collapsing non-stop. Boom. Under this sword, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The blurry figure was actually sent flying. In just an instant, he disappeared into the void. The world was completely silent, and there were no more attacks. This made everyone puzzled. What was going on? Could it be that the void beast was injured? That was impossible. How could the laws of space be injured? In the void beast hid. He also frowned. To be honest, the other party was very troublesome. With his strength, it was really too easy to kill people of the same level. It had never taken more than 3 moves. But this time, he met his opponent. The other party was very difficult to deal with. The other party's sword technique and strong physique made it impossible for him to hurt the other party. On the contrary, the other party's eyes seemed to be able to see through him. Lin Xian stood on the arena and sneered. Why? Don't dare to make a move. Do you think I can't find you if you hide? In the heavenly secret divine eyes, the golden light swept in all directions. At the same time, he mobilized the power of the great white dragon and directly slashed at the void. With a bang. The void beast's pupils shrank, and he quickly dodged. The void where he was originally standing shattered. At the same time, he felt a chill down his spine. Damn it. He kept dodging and then began to attack Lin Xian. All kinds of spatial dimensional fragments flew over. Lin Xian dodged. He directly locked onto the void beast and chased after it. What? Lin Wuti could actually find the traces of the void beast. How did he do it? His eye technique had already reached such a powerful level. Exclamations came one after another. Gufeng frowned. This guy was indeed strong. On Wushuang City's side, Yurua was also shocked. To be honest, her black and white eyes couldn't completely capture it. She could only see a blurry shadow. In other words, it was impossible for her to keep an eye on the void beast every time. However, Lin Xian could do it. Spatial exile. Get the hell out of here, the void beast roared, forming a large spatial rift and directly swallowing Lin Xian. He wanted to exile Lin Xian into the void of the universe. Lin Xian's figure disappeared. Everyone was surprised. Could it be that he was really exiled? In this case, even if he didn't die, he would have failed. Exclamations came one after another. Morong Qingqing and the others were nervous again. The void beast raised a disdainful smile. He couldn't withstand a single blow. However, just as he finished speaking, there was a sword light in the space. It directly pierced through his body. With a puff, the void was shattered. Countless people exclaimed. The void beast was also stunned. However, his body also used the power of space and dodged this sword. It's useless. You can't kill me. Before he finished speaking, he roared crazily. This was impossible. He discovered that although his body rushed into the void, he was still injured. However, he was still injured. The sword had split him in half. Puff. First. Blood splattered. After the two halves of his body fell into the water, they rushed into the void. Then, roaring sounds came from all directions. Impossible. Damn it, how did you do it? He was really crazy. All of them were stunned. Gu Feng's pupils also shrank. Did the other party break the space loss technique? Those people from the demon city were shocked. They didn't dare to believe it. What was going on? Lin Xian sneered. Do you really think that I won't be able to kill you? Today is the day you die. At this point, the great dragon sword soul erupted again. The 10 absolute swords attacked crazily, constantly piercing through the void. The void beast roared again and again. Damn it. Those people from the demon city were nervous. Soaring Sky Saint King also roared. Return. He really didn't expect that even the void beast couldn't do anything to the other party. Since that was the case, he would let the void beast return to preserve his combat strength. The void beast received the order and escaped into the void. Lin Xian sneered. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? The terrifying 10 ultimate sword formation rumbled. The terrifying sword soul filled the air, forming a peerless killing formation. The void beast sensed great danger and roared into the sky. He unleashed his strongest power, the space divine ability, to the extreme. He instantly disappeared. One had to admit that the void beast was very powerful. At this moment, Lin Xian's heavenly secret divine eyes disappeared. But in the next moment, he took out a beast skin. It was the void beast's beast skin. With this, he could sense the location of the void beast's main body. The 10 senses sword technique erupted and attacked in that direction. The power of this sword was beyond imagination. The sky cracked as the sword pierced through the void beast's body. The void beast came out, his eyes filled with disbelief. His opponent had discovered him, and he could feel his vitality rapidly draining away. The wound could not be healed at all, and there was also the law of death madly destroying his body. Stop. How dare you, a terrifying roar sounded. The elders of the demon city roared crazily. Soaring Sky Saint King also stood up. Stop, we've lost this battle. You, let him go. Clearly, the void beast was very important to them. Lin Xian snorted coldly when he heard that. Release him, let me ask you. Previously, when you 3 great Saint Kings attacked me, did you ever think of sparing my life? Kid, is this how you speak to a Sage King? Do you believe that I can destroy your soul again? Soaring Sky Sage King exuded a terrifying killing intent, causing Lin Xian to tremble. Peerless Sage King snorted coldly. Try it. He also stood up, and the terrifying law of devour swept across the sky. Silver Corpse Sage King and Desolate Sage King also stood up and looked at Peerless Sage King. What? Do you want to fight again? If I can kill your disciple once, I can do it again. A cold voice resounded through the sky. Peerless Sage King was not fighting alone this time. Kunlun Sage King, Baiyu Sage King, Songhai Pavilion's King, and the 3 dragons were all on his side. Both sides faced off again. Seeing that a great battle was about to break out, at this moment, their gazes were all startled by a voice. Those Saint Kings did not continue to confront each other. Instead, they all looked over. In the next moment, they saw Lin Xian swing his sword and split the void beast in half. The gathering and destruction of the walking souls. The void beast was destroyed, and its life force was extinguished. His body appeared. It was a dark purple demonic beast. There were strange runes on its body, making it look exceptionally ferocious. At this moment, he was lying in the ruins, motionless. Blood pierced through the 9 heavens. Dead, how dare you kill him? Soaring Sky Saint King was instantly enraged. With a roar, his palm turned into a blade and a green blade light slashed down towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. The law of devour appeared in front of him and devoured the light. Peerless Saint King snorted coldly. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? At this moment, he was full of energy. Both sides were about to fight. The other Saint Kings tried to persuade him. Don't do it. This is the battle of the holy halls. We have no right to interfere. If they really fought, there would be an unprecedented crisis. Under the persuasion of these Saint Kings, the Saint Kings and the others gritted their teeth. Indeed, they did not dare to fight. Otherwise, they would not be able to bear the consequences. Soaring Sky Saint King gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. Damn it. They did not know whether the 9 Qilins were dead or alive. The void beast was killed again. In addition to those geniuses who had died before, their losses this time were too heavy. Next, the people from Demon City seemed to have gone crazy. They also issued challenges. In an instant, the Kunlun Pavilion and Azure Sea Pavilion were attacked. Even Peerless City was attacked. Gao Jianfei was injured. Shangguan Shaoxian was also injured. Their situation was extremely dangerous. However, Fu Hongya had killed a mid-stage Saint Venerable expert. Kunlun Pavilion also sent out experts. Azure Sea Pavilion's Guan Songhai personally attacked and killed the enemy. The battle between the two sides became more and more intense. When the battle ended, both sides' eyes were red. If it were not for the rules, the elders and Saint Kings would have attacked by now. Another round. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion's Lu Xuanqin attacked. She looked at Lin Xian with a hint of hesitation in her eyes. To be honest, she wanted to take revenge, but she did not have the strength, so she chose someone else. This time, she chose to know Chao Tianqing. However, she was defeated even faster. Chao Tianqing's strength was too mysterious. The Black Heaven Sword formation could not do anything to him. Instead, it was defeated by him within 50 moves. This caused an uproar again. In addition to them, Gao Yu and Bai Luo from the New Moon Clan and Nether Holy Land also attacked. The two of them also displayed powerful strength. Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's Li Hongxiu was also powerful. She had been challenged by several people and won. However, when she challenged Gu Feng, she lost. Gu Feng's spatial laws were obviously stronger than the void beasts. He even mastered an ancient inheritance. Therefore, Li Hongxiu lost. She was injured, but her life was not in danger. Gu Feng looked at Lin Xian, but in the end, he did not challenge Lin Xian. Was it because he had scruples or some other reason? During this period of battle, Lin Xian had recovered his strength, so he was prepared to go all out. He still had some soul power left, so he was prepared to attack again. Through the information from Wushuang City, Lin Xian learned that there were some core geniuses from Acheron Hall. Of course, there were also personal disciples. One of them had a very popular identity. Not only was he a personal disciple, but he was also the grandson of the Silver Corp's Holy King. This person was called Iron Arms. His strength had reached the middle stage of the Holy Venerable Realm. He was Lin Xian, the target of this challenge. Didn't the Silver Corp's Holy King want to kill him? Then he would pay back an eye for an eye and kill this Iron Arms. The Silver Corp's Holy King's expression would definitely be very interesting. Lin Xian walked out, attracting the attention of everyone. No one knew who this guy was going to challenge. Some of the geniuses from the opposing holy cities lowered their heads. To be honest, although they wanted to attack, they did not dare to. They were even more afraid of being called out. For a moment, everyone was silent. Lin Xian walked over. His eyes flickered, and then he looked at Acheron Hall. The corners of his mouth curled up. He heard that there was a grandson of Iron Arms in Acheron Hall. Who was that? When these words came out, everyone was speechless. He was targeting Acheron Hall again. But thinking about it, it made sense. After all, it was the Silver Corp's Holy King who attacked with a sure-kill attack. If Lin Xian did not have a trump card, he would have been killed long ago. Now, he naturally wanted to take revenge. However, when they heard the two words Iron Arms, they were indeed stunned. They naturally knew who Iron Arms was. Iron Arms was naturally angry. He roared. Damn it, who are you calling a grandson? Of course I'm calling you a grandson. Why, are you unhappy? Lin Xian sneered. Kid, are you courting death? Iron Arm's eyes shone with a terrifying light. He was mad. He must kill Lin Xian. Kid, you better take back your words. Otherwise, I have the right to kill you. Another figure stood up. It was a middle-aged man. He was very powerful. There was an extremely strong killing intent in his eyes. He was Iron Hand's father, the son of the Silver Corp Saint King. His cultivation had reached the late stage of the Saint Venerable realm. He could be said to be a top-notch expert. Lin Xian sneered. What? Did I say something wrong? Isn't he the grandson of the Silver Corp Saint King? Do you think he's still my grandson? I don't have such a trashy grandson. As soon as he said that, the people of Peerless City laughed. Songhai and Kunlun Pavilion also laughed until they bent over. Many people laughed until tears came out of their eyes. This guy was definitely doing it on purpose. The middle-aged man gnashed his teeth in anger. Iron Hand roared, damn it, I'll kill you with my own hands. As he said that, he wanted to rush forward. However, the Silver Corp Saint King roared, don't be impulsive. This is a provocation. The surrounding elders also advised, yes, don't fall for that kid's trick. That's right, he's obviously trying to provoke you. Hearing that, Lin Xian laughed. Grandson, did you hear that? Those people don't think highly of you. You'd better obediently squat there and be a grandson. Damn it, I'll definitely kill him. Iron Hand roared. He turned his head. Father, grandfather, believe me, I can definitely do it. What? The middle-aged man hesitated. The Silver Corp Saint King asked, did you bring that thing with you? Don't worry, grandfather, I've always brought it with me. Alright, then go and bring me his head. After receiving the order, Iron Hand's lips curled into a smile. Great, I can finally take revenge. Those elders originally wanted to persuade Iron Hand, but when they knew that Iron Hand had a trump card that could save his life, they all heaved a sigh of relief. If there was no danger to his life, then they had nothing to worry about. Moreover, Iron Hand was very powerful. He might not even need to use his trump card to kill that kid. Stupid ant, today will be the day you die. Iron Hand stepped forward in the air and flew forward. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were also surprised. Iron Hand actually wanted to fight. This was really unexpected. One should know that. Lin Xian had killed many experts before. In other words, ordinary holy masters would not dare to fight with him now. As for the late-stage holy venerates, they could not attack. Given this, no one could deal with Lin Xian. But now, Iron Hand had actually made his move. What did he have to rely on? Lin Xian smiled. Are you out? Very good, the provocation worked. He would make the Silver Corp's Holy King regret it. Lin Xian said indifferently, take out your strongest technique, or you won't have a chance to attack. How dare you look down on me? Taisho angrily shouted as his aura erupted. Nomological laws filled the sky as a powerful and cold aura swept out in all directions. When the surrounding people felt this aura, their expressions changed. So powerful, this Iron Arms was indeed worthy of his reputation. It seemed like the other party had absolute strength. At the same time, a yellow Springs mirror appeared on his forehead, protecting his soul. Kid, your soul is indeed powerful, but I've made sufficient preparations. This time, you can't hurt me at all. Without a soul, let's see how you're going to fight me. Boom. Taisho threw a palm strike, and a metallic luster appeared on it. A terrifying roar reverberated between heaven and earth. The surrounding people were shocked. This force was too strong. Furthermore, Taisho already defended his soul. What was this Lin Xian going to use? Taisho was probably finished this time. They didn't expect Iron Arms to be so well prepared. Discussions broke out one after another. Everywhere Taisho's palm strike passed, space shattered. Its might was unimaginable. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Did Taisho take defense? It looked like Taisho was targeting Xiaoqin's characteristics. Thinking of this, Xiaoqin took a deep breath. Light burst out of his body, forming a golden giant. Taisho opened his hands and blocked in front of him. Boom. When Taisho's fist collided with the golden giant, space shook intensely. The impact knocked Lin Xian back, shattering space. However, he was not injured. The strength of the nine-yang divine body surpassed everything. The two golden hands were like two huge mountains, blocking the other party's attack. Your physique is rather strong. However, why are you only defending passively? Didn't you say that you wanted to kill me? Where is your courage from before? Iron Arms looked at the other party with a cold smile on his face. Previously, the other party's soul was extremely terrifying. That eye technique could instantly kill a middle-stage holy venerate. But now, he had blocked this kind of fatal blow. Based on his opponent's cultivation alone, there was no way he could contend against him. Next, it was time for him to take his revenge. He would let the other party know what despair was. Not good. The expressions of the surrounding people also changed. They had already discovered that Lin Xian had lost his advantage. If that was the case, they would definitely lose this battle. Iron Hand's lips curled up in a sneer. The strength within his body rapidly erupted and the law swept out. His palm became even more terrifying. That light seemed to have turned into a holy city. He continuously attacked Lin Xian's nine-yang divine body. Under such a violent palm technique, the flames on Lin Xian's nine-yang divine body also jumped and flickered. Clearly, he was being suppressed, even with the strength of the nine-yang divine body. It was impossible to completely block such an attack. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they all had different expressions. There was shock and disbelief. There were also sneers. Some of them shook their heads and sighed. Lin Wudi was too arrogant. This time, he was dead for sure. Indeed, in the midst of such a violent storm of attacks, Lin Xian was like a small boat in the ocean that could be swallowed up at any moment. The people from Peerless City, as well as Morong Qingqing and the others, were somewhat puzzled. To be honest, they knew that Iron Arms was very strong. However, they also had some understanding of Lin Xian's strength. This was especially so with Lin Xian's character. He would not fight a battle that he was not confident in. Why was he not making a move now that he was being suppressed? Ignorant fool. The people from the underworld hall sneered. The people from the other holy cities also heaved sighs of relief. This battle could end. However, the few Saint Kings were frowning. They did not believe that the other party would be defeated so easily. After all, the other party had killed many experts earlier. Furthermore, the other party had escaped from the Holy Kings. What was this kid doing? The corner of Peerless Holy King's mouth curled up into a smile. Although Lin Xian was constantly retreating, he could feel that the power in Lin Xian's body was constantly gathering. It was obvious that he was going to use some ultimate moves. Lin Xian was indeed preparing some ultimate moves because he only had 2 more soul instant kill left. Moreover, the other party had taken defensive measures, so he did not plan to use his soul. In this way, although he could contend with the other party, it would not be so easy to completely kill the other party. Especially after he displayed his strength, the other party would definitely escape. And he would definitely not allow the other party to escape. Iron Hand stood in the void and looked down at the figure that kept retreating. His eyes were filled with disdain. He said coldly, "I thought you were some powerful expert. But I didn't expect you to be nothing without your soul. With your strength, you can't compete with me. You can go to hell." The aura on Iron Hand's body became more and more terrifying. A cold murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Countless laws gathered on his palms. Since he was called Iron Hand, it meant that his palm technique was unparalleled. A terrifying aura emanated from his palm and spread out in all directions. Then, it turned into two huge fists and punched forward. Indestructible fist. The pair of fists instantly pierced through the void. Countless black holes appeared where they passed. However, there were no cracks at the edge of the black holes. This could only be caused by extremely terrifying power. And the power was very concentrated. The moment the fist appeared, it was almost extremely powerful. It was enough to destroy everything. When the surrounding people saw this scene, their pupils constricted. They knew that they were about to use their lost skills. Some people held their breaths. Lin Xian naturally felt the terror of this fist. He took a deep breath. He didn't dodge. Instead, he pushed his divine body to the extreme. At the same time, a force in his body was constantly rotating. It was a Tai Chi diagram. Every time it rotated, it gathered a force. At this moment, it was ready to attack. It was just waiting for an opportunity. Boom. The flames on Lin Xian's body formed the golden god of war again. Then, it blocked the attack. With a boom, the fists landed on the flaming god of war. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The wind blew. Endless divine flames jumped. However, this fist was too terrifying. The divine flames were extinguished. Even the god of war kept retreating. There were cracks on it. Lin Xian's face turned pale. Not good. Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed. They didn't expect that Lin Xian didn't dodge. Instead, he blocked the attack. This time, this kid is really dead. The people from the Acheron Hall smiled. The middle-aged man also sneered. He knew that this battle was over. Iron Arms stood in the air and looked down at the flaming war god that was constantly being destroyed. His lips curled into a cold smile. What Lin Wudi? In her hands, he could not even withstand a single blow. He finally got his revenge. After the other party died, all the treasures on the other party's body would be his. Thinking of this, he laughed proudly. However, the silver corpse Saint King's pupils constricted. He shouted angrily and quickly retreated. But it was already too late. Over there, amidst the terrifying storm of light, 10 sword rays instantly flew out, forming a sword formation that enveloped the Iron Hand. At the same time, a cold voice sounded. After fighting for so long, you still haven't defeated me. What's there to be arrogant about? As soon as he said that, the surrounding people were shocked. Could it be that Lin Xian was still alive? They all looked over, and in the next moment, they saw a figure walking out. Iron Arms was also stunned, but he soon sneered. 10 ultimate sword formation? I've seen it before. It's very powerful, but it's impossible for you to kill me. Today, I'll break your 10 ultimate sword formation. Speaking of this, he waved his palm, and the boundless power was once again reduced. The sword formation shook violently. The two erupted, and once again displayed terrifying power. At this moment, a dragon roar sounded. Lin Xian had once again activated the unparalleled secret technique. The power of the 10 ultimate sword formation exploded. Not good. The surrounding people exclaimed, and Iron Arms' pupils constricted. His opponent was indeed very powerful. But so what? He still had a trump card. Thinking of this, he snorted coldly. A small cauldron appeared, and there were countless white bones and Emperor Spring on it. It was abnormally strange. As soon as it appeared, it suppressed heaven and earth, blocking the terrifying 10 ultimate sword rays. The two collided, and the small cauldron kept spinning, releasing power to completely suppress it. 10 ultimate sword formation. In the end, he enveloped the 10 ultimate sword formation, causing the sword technique to be unable to display its power. Kid, your most powerful technique is gone. Let's see what you can do now. He had a smug smile, and the surrounding people also shook their heads and sighed. They knew that Lin Xian was really dead. Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. His opponent had finally used his trump card. It was indeed strong enough to suppress the 10 ultimate sword formation. But so what? His real killing move was the Tai Chi diagram in his body. Thinking of this, he didn't say anything. Instead, he waved his hand, and a Tai Chi diagram instantly flew out. It was so fast that it was unimaginable. Retreat quickly. Silvercorp's Holy King roared again. Iron Arm's pupils constricted. He didn't expect his opponent to have a trump card. And its power was actually not weaker than the 10 ultimate sword formation. How could it be? Damn it, he was careless. He roared, wanting to recall the small cauldron to defend himself. But the 10 ultimate sword formation erupted with power at this moment, directly blocking the small cauldron, causing its speed to slow down. No. Iron Arms was in despair. He could only dodge quickly. He didn't dare to take it head-on. That was because he felt a fatal danger. However, he couldn't dodge at all. The Tai Chi diagram flew directly towards him, and in the next moment, it enveloped him. Instantly. The power of Tai Chi erupted, swallowing that space. It was so miserable that it made people's scalps go numb. Everyone was stunned. They really didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to counterattack. They also didn't expect that everything before was planned by Lin Xian. Iron Arms. The middle-aged man roared crazily. Silvercorp's Holy King was even angrier. He directly stretched out a hand. It seemed that he wanted to save his grandson. However, a devouring light appeared in the air and blocked that hand. You've gone too far. You've broken the rules time and time again. Do you really think that we can't punish you? Wu Shuang Holy King's cold voice sounded. At most, we'll open the holy hall. Let's see how arrogant you can be. As soon as he said that, Silvercorp's Holy King was stunned. He retracted his hand. Father, quickly save Iron Arms. The middle-aged man was extremely nervous. However, Silvercorp's Holy King's face was pale. There were rules in the competition, and he didn't dare to break them. Otherwise, he would end up very miserably. So, he could only watch helplessly. The surrounding people also felt their scalps go numb. The terrifying power of the Tai Chi diagram erupted and soon left. A pile of bones fell out from it. It was Iron Arms from before. He had been robbed of all his vitality by the power of death. Was he dead? Iron Arms had actually died. The people of Acheron Hall went crazy. The middle-aged man, Blackbone Holy King, also roared crazily. He couldn't accept it at all. Silvercorp's Holy King gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. However, he still had a glimmer of hope. As long as there were bones, he could revive Iron Arms. He had such a method. However, in the next moment, his eyes turned red because Lin Xian stomped down and crushed all the bones into powder. Then, the 9 suns' divine fire burned. Everything was burned to ashes and no longer existed. The people from the Acheron Palace went crazy. The Silvercorp's Holy King roared at the sky, and his terrifying aura swept across the 9 heavens. The murderous aura on his body was enough to shock everyone. At this moment, Peerless Holy King's expression was solemn. He was constantly on guard against his opponent's attack. However, the Silvercorp's Holy King did not attack in the end. His face was extremely cold. The competition continued. After this round, there were only 3 more rounds left, and then it would be over. So, it was the final moment. Sure enough, the rest of the people started to use their ultimate techniques. There were even some elders in the later stage who started to make their moves. Among the younger generation, there was also a top-level battle. It was the battle between Chao Tianqing and Gu Feng. The battle between the two of them attracted the attention of countless people. Even Lin Xian was greatly surprised. The two of them were extremely powerful. They were not weaker than him. At this moment, the battle between the two of them was extremely terrifying. Gu Feng's spatial law was even stronger than the Void Beast. It made everyone's hair stand on end. However, he could not do anything to Chao Tianqing. Chao Tianqing used some of his techniques. Even the elders' faces changed drastically. Some people even exclaimed, "Why haven't they seen it before? Could it be that he was using some lost ultimate technique? How was that possible? Who was he?" Many people were shocked. To be honest, between the two of them, Chao Tianxing gave him the most mysterious feeling. After all, he knew that Gu Feng was from the monarch clan. However, he did not know Chao Tianxing's background. Especially when Chao Tianxing broke through, it was even more strange. It was the first time he saw someone breaking through in a coffin. Now, it seemed that this person was indeed very strong. He was using all his ultimate techniques. In the end, after half an hour, the two of them ended in a draw. Other than that, the other opposing forces were also crazily targeting Wushuang City. Next, Lei Xinxing made his move and challenged Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan did not back down. Instead, he faced him head-on. Lei Xinxing's strength was also very terrifying. This person was called Lei Chen. The moment he appeared, the lightning on his body shook non-stop. When Lei Xinxing's hand struck out, it caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. Facing such a violent attack, Lu Yuan did not dodge at all. Instead, his palm continued to receive the attack. Iron Horse Ice River. Countless icy aura spread out from his body, forming an ice river. On the ice river, there was a mighty demonic beast with a metallic luster all over its body that was charging towards them. With a cracking sound, it tore apart the thunder in the sky and pierced through Lei Chen. Lei Xinxing roared crazily. The pain was unbearable. At the same time, he was shocked. Wasn't the other party's strength too strong? Damn it. His body quickly assembled. Thunder God's 9 strikes. He waved his hands and attacked continuously. This was a superimposed cultivation technique, and the more it was used, the more powerful it would be. By the 9th time, his strength had reached a peak. Then, the entire world shook, and the surrounding people cried out in alarm. The people of Thunder God City also revealed a sinister smile. This time, the other party was dead for sure, right? Lu Yuan didn't dodge either. A river of ice spread around him. His palms formed seals again, and countless precepts gathered in the sky, forming a heavenly palace. It carried a prehistoric aura. Flying General of Dragon City. The cold voice sounded again. Above his head, there was a huge dragon coiling around him. The doors to the palace opened and a man wearing dragon lightning battle armor walked out. A spear pierced through heaven and earth. Ah! With a scream, Lei Xinxing was penetrated, and his body shattered again. Boom, he fell from the sky. Was he killed? The surrounding people couldn't believe it. The people of Thunder God City were also stunned. Another one of their experts had been killed. This Lu Yuan actually had other means other than the ice precepts. What kind of ability was that? In an instant, countless people were discussing. Lu Yuan returned, and then the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion attacked and killed an expert of Thunder God City. The New Moon Clan challenged and defeated the other party of the Joyous Union Palace. Lord Kunlun's assassin killed a sage of the Great Desolate Mansion. The battle was very intense, and the hearts of the people of the sacred city were bleeding. Those who could survive until now were the strongest of the strongest. Their future achievements were limitless, but they didn't expect to die in the last few rounds. The people in the outer realm felt their scalps go numb. This battle was really too intense. The number of experts who died was more than the total number of experts in the previous hundreds and thousands of years. Especially the Acheron Hall and the myriad demon city, almost 2/3 of the people of the sacred city had died. Now, only 1/3 of them were left. It was a pitiful number. This scene made the faces of the people of the sacred city turn ugly. The few sacred kings clenched their teeth so hard that they almost broke. They had planned to join forces to deal with Wushuang City. It would be best if they could destroy Wushuang City completely. Then, they would be trampled under their feet forever. But who would have thought that the situation was completely out of their expectations? Wushuang City had actually gathered even more strength and had beaten them up miserably. Father, let me fight in the next round. I must kill him with my own hands. The sacred king of the Dark Valley had an extremely strong killing intent in his eyes. His son was killed on the spot. He couldn't bear it. The surrounding elders gasped when they heard it. The sacred king of the Dark Valley was a late-stage sacred venerable, while Lin Xian was just a minor saint. If the sacred king of the Dark Valley wanted to fight, he would have to suppress his cultivation base. The sacred king of the Silver Corpse didn't agree immediately, but continued to watch the battle. Next, the Myriad Sword Pavilion also attacked Wushuang City. A top sword saint walked out of the Myriad Sword Pavilion. He was the distant fire sword saint. He challenged Yu Rua. As soon as he appeared, a terrifying flaming sword chi swept across the sky, forming a terrifying giant sword formation. It directly burned Yu Rua. "Oh no, this woman is in danger!" Countless people exclaimed. The flame of the distant fire sword saint was extremely powerful. When combined with his sword technique, it was extremely powerful. Yu Rua's face was incomparably calm in the flame. She opened and closed her palms, and at the same time, the black and white eye appeared in her eyes. It bloomed with black and white light. Two doors formed in the sky. One was pitch black and the other was pale white, with a mysterious aura. A dark figure walked out of the pitch black door, holding a death scythe in his hand. On the other side, a figure in a white robe walked out of the Changbai door, holding a treasure bottle in his hand. Holy light scattered across the sky. The appearance of two completely opposite auras surprised Lin Xian. It was very similar to his Tai Chi. They were two different forces. Could it be the legendary twin stars of destiny? An elder exclaimed. The others were also shocked when they heard it. This was also a lost divine ability. It had been thousands of years since anyone had learned it. Now, it appeared in front of this person. The two black and white figures were called the good and evil twins, representing heaven and hell. When the two of them went out together, it was really terrifying. Within 10 moves, the distant fire sword saint was directly killed, and his body was sealed in heaven and hell. They were too strong. What kind of people did Wushuang's Sage King take in? How could they be so strong? Lin Xian was shocked as well. The strength of these personal disciples was truly formidable. Moreover, none of them had survived until now. It could be said that they were the most well-preserved in the sacred city. As for Fu Hongye and Linghu Chuishue, they were even stronger. However, it was not that they did not die. An expert of the older generation had fallen, mercilessly killed by the people of the great desolate mansion. This expert of the older generation was a late-stage Saint Venerable. In the end, he did not escape, and his soul was destroyed. This scene made the hearts of Lin Xian and the others heavy. The surrounding people were also shocked. It seemed like Wushuang City was not going to be spared. There were even late sacred venerables dying. Wushuang Sage said with a cold face. There are still 2 more rounds. You must be careful. They might retaliate crazily. Indeed, Fu Hongye was challenged once again. He managed to kill his way out of the encirclement. On the other side, Linghu Chuishue was also facing an extremely strong opponent. He was severely injured. However, his opponent was in a worse state. He killed his opponent directly. His body was covered in blood. He stood in the sky like a killing god. His powerful aura was shocking. There were not many people left around the Sage Kings. Some of them were even left in the single digits. It was too miserable. One had to know that after arriving, these groups were extremely large. Each group consisted of dozens of geniuses, standing side by side. However, there were less than 10 people left now. The competition was not over yet. There were not many people left on the Acheron Palace's side. They were all alone and miserable. Everyone's face was ashen. Wan Yaocheng, Thunder God City, and Great Desolate Mansion were determined to attack Wushuang City. Moreover, they were challenging the same person. That was Linghu Chuishue. Linghu Chuishue had fought 3 consecutive battles. His injuries were even more serious. Especially when he was challenged by the Great Desolate Mansion. With the summons of desolation, several terrifying figures of desolation appeared, completely enveloping him. The entire world was blasted apart, turning into nothingness. Could it be that Linghu Chuishue was killed? Everyone started to get nervous. The people from Wushuang City clenched their fists. However, Linghu Chuishue walked out of the shattered void. The people from Wushuang City heaved a sigh of relief. He was fine. Too powerful. Just what level had the strength of this chief disciple reached? The sacred venerate from the Great Desolate Mansion wanted to retreat. However, he was not in time. Half of his body was extinguished. The other half of his body fell on the stage. Although he escaped with his life, his foundation was injured. He would not be able to recover within 300 years. Damn it. The people from the great desolate mansion roared. The other sacred cities also had ugly expressions. No, they had to severely injure Wushuang City. So far, Wushuang City only lost a late-stage holy venerate. They were not willing to accept this. He had to kill these top geniuses. Since Linghu Chuexiue was so difficult to deal with, then he would kill Fu Hongya. He had to kill Fu Hongya. The remaining forces that had yet to make a move, such as Thunder God City and Purple Void Palace, were frantically challenging Fu Hongya. In the sky, the purple aura poured down like the Milky Way, bringing with it a terrifying pressure. Fu Hongya was pushed back. Fu Hongya vomited blood. However, at this moment, the red leaf behind him began to shake violently. A desolate aura soared into the sky. They charged towards the purple light, shaking the 9 heavens. The battle between the two was extremely intense. The purple light in the hands of the Purple Sun Palace was like lightning that shot out in all directions. A terrifying power appeared, shocking everyone. This was the attack of a late-stage holy venerable. Fu Hongya's desolate aura was shocking. Could it be that this maple tree really had a shocking origin? It was truly unbelievable. They could not imagine. However, the other party was still one cultivation realm lower. When facing the killing move of a late-stage holy venerate, he simply could not block it. Everyone knew that Fu Hongya was very strong. His growth was limitless. However, he was going to fall here now. It was truly unfortunate. The old man from the Purple Sun Palace, he was called the Purple Thunder Sage. Not only did this old man cultivate Ziyang's energy, but he also cultivated the thunder laws. The two berserk energies overturned the sky and the earth. Die. You will not survive. The Purple Thunder Sage revealed a sinister smile. If Fu Hongya died, it would be a huge blow to unparalleled city. No, Shangguan Shaoxian and the others exclaimed. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. Could it be that Fu Hongya was really going to fall? Damn it. The difference was simply too great. It was already very shocking that Fu Hongya could fight until now. A startling light burst out of Fu Hongya's eyes. The desolate aura coming from his body became even more terrifying. In the next moment, thunder descended from the sky, piercing through the sky. As for Fu Hongya's strength, it rapidly soared. What happened? Everyone went crazy. The smile of the Purple Sun Palace's old man vanished. Was he going to make a breakthrough? The Purple Thunder Sage was even more shocked. Damn it. This Fu Hongya was originally a middle-stage holy venerate. If he made a breakthrough, he would have the same cultivation as him. He might not be able to suppress him. Thinking of this, he snorted coldly. You have no chance. The Purple Thunder Sage sent out purple thunder, which filled the sky, to stop this thunder tribulation. However, he had underestimated Fu Hongya. Fu Hongya's thunder was a top-grade thunder. It was extremely terrifying. The thunder in the sky poured down, enveloping Fu Hongya. The two of them went through the thunder tribulation together. When the thunder in the sky disappeared, Fu Hongya stood there. His injuries had already healed. Moreover, his strength and aura had reached the late-stage holy venerate. On the other hand, the Purple Thunder Sage was already on the verge of death. He was severely injured. Fu Hongya looked down at him from above. Using your cultivation level to suppress me? How despicable. Now, I will let you experience the feeling of being suppressed by strength. He slapped down with his palm. Desolate dual chi wrapped around his hand. It was like the hand of a god, directly enveloping the Purple Thunder Sage. Ah, boom. Boom, boom. A terrifying sound rang out. The Purple Thunder Sage was smashed into pieces, turning into a bloody mist. Another late-stage holy venerate died. The Purple Sun Palace's people nearly fainted from anger. The surrounding people were too shocked. Fu Hongya actually made a breakthrough, and his strength increased greatly. Not only did he kill a strong enemy, but he also became a true late-stage holy venerate. This was great. Peerless City's people cheered. Lin Xian also revealed a smile. Fu Hongya. Many people gritted their teeth. He was also a powerful enemy. After his strength made a breakthrough, no one would be able to suppress him in the future. 2 rounds had passed. There was only 1 round left. After this round, the battle would end. Everyone's hearts were in their mouths. If they could survive the last round, they would be able to win. If they could make it through the last round, what awaited them would be supreme glory and glory. If they could not make it through, they would turn into a pile of bones and be buried here forever. On the Yellow Spring Palace's side, Blackbone's expression was cold. He wanted to make a move no matter what. You are a late-stage holy venerate, while that brat is just a small sage. If you want to fight him, suppress your cultivation to early-stage holy venerate. That way, you will not have much of an advantage. Father, don't worry. After all, I have been a late-stage holy venerate for many years. I am not someone that an ordinary holy venerate can contend with. Even if my cultivation is suppressed, killing him will be as easy as flipping my hand. Saint Venerable Blackbone was very confident. The other elders nodded as well. This was indeed their only chance to kill Lin Xian. After this round, it would be over. It would not be easy for them to make a move after this. After all, Peerless City would definitely protect these people. Very well. The Silver Corpse Holy Venerate thought for a while and handed the Yellow Spring Mirror and the small cauldron to Blackbone. Take note of his soul. It is very strange. Father, don't worry. I will be fine. Blackbone nodded and walked out. Countless gazes focused on him. Some people exclaimed when they saw Saint Sovereign Hegu walk out. Heavens! It is actually him. He is the Silver Corpse's son. He is a late-stage holy venerate. Who is he going to challenge, Fu Hongya or Linghu Chueshua? It must be one of the two. If these 2 people died, it would be a huge blow to Peerless City. The surrounding people discussed. Blackbone's eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Peerless City's side. End of chapter 4272. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.